Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashtown, and we are here live at World Class Cards for their 10K Lorcana Weekend. We're doing a 5K tournament today in its entirety, and then we'll be doing another 5K tournament tomorrow in its entirety. So lots of competitive Lorcana to go. Really excited for this weekend, and so thankful again to World Class Cards for allowing us to come here and to stream their tournament. We are excited to have an amazing cast of announcers for today's tournament. We have two 20 Lore Pro channels. We have 20 Lore Pro proper, which you are here at right now. And then we have 20 O Pro. It is our second match. It'll be featuring our community pro, JBomb. He will be doing his whole journey across the World Class Cards weekend. We are so excited to have him here and to be playing. It should be a great time to watch his matches and to see how everything goes there. On our current feature match here with 20 Lore Pro, we're about to watch JBomb as he plays. We have our guest announcers joining us here today, Liam and Lorcana Villain, longtime members of the community. We haven't gotten to have Lorcana Villain on the stream before, but very excited to have both of them here today. Liam, how are you doing?
I am super excited to be here. Super excited to cast alongside Villain. I'm just jazzed. I'm a lot of energy. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, this is the world style tournament. So every player brought 3 decks. They have to represent all the colors. Rounds are 65 minutes. This is going to be an exciting time. LV, how are you doing?
I am doing very, very well. I'm so excited for today. Yeah, my first time working with 20 Lore Pro and World Class Cards, but it's an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. This is awesome. We've got a brand new set to play with and to watch what these players have got. And of course, as you said, this is going to be under the Worlds format, which is super interesting. I love the concept of triple deck format and, you know, all the innovation that's going to bring for the players and their decks. And it's going to be some fantastic practice for something that me and Liam have got to do at the end of the month. So I'm very excited for today. Yeah, there's something going on at the end of the month, you know. I'm sure this will help in preparation for that. But yeah, I'm genuinely super excited. And yeah, I'm so ready.
Well, this should be an exciting first match. I'm going to switch on over to it, but I believe that's going to be a Ruby Sapphire versus Ruby Sapphire mirror match.
Okay.
And I believe that JBomb, his Emerald Amber deck was banned or not chosen.
Yes.
And then in Gary's case... Say that again?
Benched.
Benched. Okay, that's the term. See, I love the proper terminology. Benched.
It's coming back. It's just waiting, you know? It's waiting for the next round, saying, put me in, coach.
I love that.
Exactly.
Well, again, thank you all so much for being here and for joining us.
Ooh.
I'm going to give it away to our wonderful announcers and hope that y'all enjoy the stream.
Thank you so much. Liam, what an honor it is to be here with you, mate. Imagine this, our first time actually casting together, which is an absolute honor for me. We can do all the lovey-dovey stuff in between. I feel like we should jump straight into this match, which appears to be already on the way. We see on the left-hand side, we have Gary on Ruby Sapphire. It's a Ruby Sapphire mirror match, and already a wide item package. So when you think Ruby Sapphire, you're going to think either you're going to see akin to a DKP style of list with things like Super Goof and Maui Sharks, things like that, or traditionally the other way is the heavy item variant with like workshops and stuff like that. And here we see the coil, which is going to partner really well with the likes of Sisu's. Maybe Medusas are in the list, maybe not. Brawls, things like that. So it does appear we've got an item-heavy Ruby Sapphire list on the left-hand side. And then JBomb, our community spotlight for the day. On Ruby Sapphire, I can see a McDuck Manor in the discard. So not sure what variant he is on yet. But nonetheless, I do like a good mirror match, especially a control mirror match. I think you see a lot of skill implemented. What do you think of a Ruby Sapphire match to get us going, Liam?
Oh my goodness. Mirror matches are always so tough, right? Especially when they're playing very similar packages, because on the one hand, you don't get a lot of variety, but on the other hand, the skill is really, really highlighted as both players, with the very similar lists are trying to outdo one another in kind of a duel. And so I agree, mirror matches can be boring sometimes, but also like what a true test of a player's skill, especially players of really high caliber.
100%.
And talking about these lists, you highlighted the item variant on the left side that Gary's playing, but take a look at these lore totals here. JBomb using cards like McDuck Manor, most likely, in the discard pile to really race ahead in the lore total and be the beatdown here. But then Gary has managed to build up this big engine on his side of the board with all these different items, and using one of those items right now to pair with Sisu, removing that Maui and clearing JBomb's board.
Yeah, that would have been 2 inks required that turn. Obviously, the Sapphire Core, whenever you ink, you can lower the strength of a chosen character by 2. Maui has that big 6 strength, so we would have inked twice in the turn. I can see there is a Great Stone Dragon that's exerted, so that would have been one of them, and then maybe just ink for turn. And suddenly Sisu is taking down the Maui, the Grand Martala going to the discard as well, and passing over to JBomb, who you quite rightly assess has quite clearly zoomed ahead in the lore race. It seems that Gary has a wider field, a better board state at the moment, but JBomb responding with a big 6-cost Tamatoa, happy as a clam, getting back a couple of those items, Porpsicles, I dare say, and straight back over to Gary. These guys are not hanging around. They know what they're doing. Another big Sisu coming down, Liam.
I know, and just the power of Sapphire Coil here. When this card was revealed, Ruby Sapphire players drooled a little bit and said, I know exactly the way to use this card. This is the answer to a lot of these big strength characters, which I didn't have before. And we're seeing the full effect here with multiple Sisus just keeping JBomb on his toes.
Liam, I do see a card, one of my favorite cards in JBomb's hand, and this might be the time. You're going to get it straight away. I thought it was going to be a while. Be prepared. Oh, what a way to start.
Oh man, I was waiting for that, and I thought I'd have to wait all day, but I'm glad I got it. I'm glad I got it right away. How do you get rid of 2 Sisus? I mean, you can do a lot of things, or you can just do one thing, slamming down Be Prepared from set 1, wiping the board. And, the lore total here, this disparity, JBomb has put himself in a position where he plays really any character with lore, and he's forcing Gary to have the answer every single turn. And here's another card he has to have an answer for. It's another Happy as a Clam.
And some more ice cream to just help keep drawing cards. Obviously, Ruby Sapphire losing the best draw that they had in Flavisham. Seems like a lifetime ago now. But
right?
The Portals in combination with this Tamatoa can be all the draw that you need. I do see a Maui Shark. JBomb reveals there off the top of this Vision of the Future. So I imagine that the Sharks also contributed earlier on in the game towards some of that lore gain. Of course, whenever you play an action, you gain a lore. The McDuck Manor we already saw in the discard. There might be a super goof or 2 around. But Gary's turn, like post B-Prep from JBomb, only being able to play down a T-Po, that's not a great way to respond to a board clear when you had 2 big Sisus on the board. So JBomb, like, finding his, essentially, turn to really start to jump over that finish line.
And a big hand here, too. I mean, you assessed, rightly, T-Po, not a great answer, leading us to believe that his hand is not super strong. It looks like that 1 card in hand, but JBomb with quite a few things there. And, I'll draw attention to another card here we see in JBomb's hand, Pirate's Life. Oh man.
True. Yeah, that's not a bad top deck as far as they go when there's a Tamatoa with 5 strength on the other side of the board. You can ink courtesy of the Great Stone Dragon, which obviously inks from your discard, and then just brawl that Tamatoa. That's got to feel good. He's got to, and like you say, he's just got to keep JBomb off of it now. Like, if he just lets one character sit there and goes to 17, then it's just a Shark and Lore and Pirate's Life and you win.
Yep. And all the popsicles in play here. Pretty close, anyway.
Yeah. We are still to see any set 8 cards thus far. That being said, I think Ruby Sapphire is not a deck that gained a whole lot from the new set. It definitely gained alternative ways to play Ruby Sapphire. There's an interesting Wardrobe card who you can exert and discard an item to draw 2. That's not bad as far as draw power goes, but the card that I thought might make its way into some of these Ruby Sapphire lists, especially an action-heavy one, is the new Lilo Causing an Uproar, who, when you play 3 actions, you can play her for free. There is that super goof. It's going into the Inkwell, though.
But we do have them available. We know that. Oh, and there.
Oh, another one.
It is. There it is.
There's the next one, Super Peanut Powers, but does not... Oh, I assume this Maui Fishhook made this Tipo evasive, so unable...
Yes,
oh, we get another brawl off the top!
it.
We don't even have to trigger the coil!
Oh my goodness. I mean, just having answer after answer here, it just feels like, it's like fencing, it's like post, repost.
Absolutely.
But I'm looking at that hand. There are 2 Pirate's Lives in hand, and saving them. JBomb waiting, I think, to get a Shark in play to make maximum effect of those Pirate's Lives. And here we have the Maui Shark coming into play. Sail the Azure
Sail to gain a lore. Yeah, just waiting for the right moment to play these Pirates Life. I'm not sure how much ink he's got available at the moment. Probably not able to play one this turn because we played the Shark. But next turn, we are literally just... if your board is uninterrupted, then you just quest Pirates Life and you win. But did you say you saw a second one in JBomb's hand?
There are 2, yes. So
there are 2. Okay, so even if he loses his board, then he wins next turn unless Gary can find a Pirate's Life here. We find a Porp to go into a Tamatoa. No, I think we just top the Tamatoa. These are pretty good tops for Gary. Tops the Tamatoa, pops the Porpsicle so that he can get it back from the Tamatoa's ability. I dare say that's going to draw another card. Already has. We've got a Maui and a Vitalosphere in hand. I don't think that's going to be able to interrupt the board, nor is it the Pirate's Life we need to stay in the game. Not that the Gary knows that, but we know that.
Right. Just not. He had an answer every turn until now, and just right now not finding it. So I think Gary taking a look, trying to figure out, is there any other way I can draw a card? I don't think there is. And it's back over to JBomb, and he has the answer, and there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, just a Pirate's Life for me, and a quest with the Maui Half Shark and the Tipo, and that's going to be game 1. And yeah, because we came in quite abruptly, we didn't get too much of a chance to talk about the unique format that we're going to be watching today, Liam. The triple deck constructed, players having to bring 3 decks representing all the inks. They got 10 to 15 minutes, is my understanding, to be able to review their opponent's deck list. So this is open deck list format. And then you go into the benching phase where I'm not sure if this... My understanding is you are given tokens or something to represent your 3 decks in combination. You present them to your opponent, and then you and your opponent both bench one at the same time. You put it down face down on the table, and then reveal at the same time to say, this is the deck that I do not want you using for this best of 3 matchup. Then with the remaining decks, both players, again, face down, select the deck that they will be starting with, reveal at the same time, and go into game 1. So in our banning phase, as was mentioned earlier, there was a banning of Amber Steel on Gary's side of the table, and Gary for JBomb banned Emerald Amber. So we've just seen game 1, which was Ruby Sapphire. As the winner, JBomb has to swap decks. He has to move to his last remaining deck, which, from what I can see here, is, I do believe, Amethyst Steel, unless I'm misreading this.
JBomb Amethyst Steel, yes. That'll be on here.
Yep, so Amethyst Steel will be the deck that JBomb plays with now. And Gary has the choice to either stick with the deck he just played, Ruby Sapphire, or switch to his final remaining deck that is not benched, which is Emerald Amethyst. And we do see from this opening hand, I do see some Emerald, so it does appear that Gary has taken that on board. And it's super interesting that the psychology of the game starts before you even shuffle your deck. Just, what am I going to ban? What is my opponent likely to ban? And that would have gone into the, players would have been thinking about that from the deck builder, from their decisions of what they were going to bring today, what ink combinations they were going to bring, because you have to take in mind, like, okay, if I assume my opponents are always going to ban this deck, then with what I've got left, do I feel like I can beat the majority of things? It's a super interesting psychology, which is one of the reasons I'm so humbled and honoured to be here today. It's going to be great practice for the World Championship format towards the end of the month. What are your thoughts on that, Liam?
I mean, I totally agree with you. The way I like to think about it is, in a normal tournament, you have, I call it game before the game, and that's what you highlighted, the deck building, the deck construction, trying to figure out how to game a particular meta, and you can gain a huge edge if you do it right going into the tournament. In this particular format, there's really 2 games before you actually draw your first card. The first is building your incredibly complex lineup and trying to figure out how your opponents are likely to react to what you're bringing. And then the second is when you sit down at the table, looking at your opponent's decks, figuring out exactly what to ban, and then picking your first deck. You could win or lose a match, potentially, before you even draw your first card.
100%. Yeah, so...
I will.
Go
One
on,
note.
go on.
One note. It's also super interesting. You do get to look at your opponent's deck and figure out what variants of decks they're playing. The Emerald Amber deck that was banned was the discard variant. Not Churnadogs or anything else. It was the discard variant. So Gary choosing to avoid discard this matchup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't say I blame them for that. I do believe it was an Emerald Amethyst Dual Link card that was inked on turn 1, potentially that Diablo 2 cost, before passing over to JBomb, who's going to throw down a Chernabog's followers. So, like as we said, JBomb on Amethyst Steel, and Gary on Amethyst Emerald. We see an Ink of Sudden Chill. So we are a Diablo discard variant. Again, Emerald Amethyst, you would expect to see like a very mid-range tempo build. Taking advantage of like cards like Lyle and like Emerald Amethyst has such a wide toolkit, but there is also the very popular Diablo variant with many shift options for the Devoted Herald and obviously the Prince John and all the stuff that makes discard.
Yeah, and I'm looking at his hand here. I do see a Prince John in hand, Sudden Chill, 2 Sudden Chills perhaps. So both players, I think, well, I'm interested to see how JBomb opens. Obviously, it's a classic opening for an Amethyst deck, Chernabog's followers. Gary not opening up super fast here. And so we'll see. Oh, it's a great turn to play. Smee down. One of the best 2-drop cards in the entire game.
Yeah. No arguments here.
Yeah. So I think on either side here, especially going into the discard variant, I think inevitability is probably with the Amethyst Emerald deck here. Once they get that discard engine going with Prince John, it's becomes super difficult to beat. So JBomb, I think, is indicating he wants to be the aggressor, wants to race ahead on Lord and force Gary into the response mode. And then here we have the Prince John coming down on the other side, that first card in that engine, and singing Sudden Chill. What a combo.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of the reason that JBomb was happy to quest there, because there's a few eventualities. Either what just happens, they play the Prince John and then want to sing something with the bird, in which case your Chernabog is fine. If Gary had chosen to trade into the Chernabog, I think JBomb would have been perfectly happy with that. It's a pretty annoying character, this 2-cost Emerald Amethyst Diablo, and of course represents a shift option for the Devoted Herald. So there was no danger in the quest there. Could only really have been punished by something like a Fox, although I don't think JBomb will know this for sure, but I'm just speculating from my knowledge of deck lists. If you are the Diablo variant of the discard variant of Emerald Amethyst, you're not always necessarily playing Foxes, so maybe there are none in the list, and JBomb knew that wasn't a risk per se. Going over to JBomb's turn, he's obviously going to quest with that Mr. Smee, such incredible stats you mentioned in one of the best 2-drops in the game. No arguments there, and we throw down this Merlin Crab. We're not able to get value from the Crab this turn, which is a shame. You'd really like to be boosting up something like a 1-cost Diablo or just a smaller body and trade up. But there's nothing available. It's still important to establish this 3-drop character. Some people would just hold the Crab just because there's no target, but if you don't have a better 3-drop, it's better to just establish it, and you can always bounce it back to your hand. We see a Sudden Chill sung by the Diablo on Gary's board with Discard of Friends on the other side, which seems like a good choice because that is vulnerable to an Ursula 2-drop.
And another friend's here, and when you're going into a discard variant, the best way to survive what it's trying to do is to build up a decent reserve in your hand. And JBomb here with the Chernabog's followers, a couple friends managing to build a bit of a buffer. So Gary, one of his ways of winning, in addition to getting his discard engine online or his draw engine online with things like Diablo, Prince John, getting all those resources, is to put your opponent into top deck mode. And JBomb working against that game plan right now.
Yeah, 100%. I'm trying to work out what this card on the far right is. It's the discard one. It's the new chip. Yeah, it's chip that makes you make them discard just for playing it, right? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So you mentioned not a lot of set 8 cards working into some of these lists yet. Some of these decks didn't get great options, but chip is one that I've seen worked quite a bit into Emerald decks so far. It's a fun little utility character. Anytime you can do some sort of effect and get a body on the board, that's fantastic. And so slotting nicely into some of these Emerald 4-drop slots.
Yeah, for sure. It kind of reminds me of there's a Daisy Duck in Amber who has a similar stat line, cost, and ability. It's just make your opponent discard on play, which was all well and good if you were running Emerald Amber. But if you wanted to run Emerald with Steel discard, or in this case Emerald Amethyst, then obviously Daisy not available. But this chip in Emerald is a really nice addition, very much so. But again, I expect we might see a couple of set 8 cards in Gary's deck in particular. He might not be on them, but I'm seeing a lot of success with Emerald Amethyst decks that are running the new Dual Link Pull the Lever and Wrong Lever, which are 2 of my favorite cards thematically. I can't wait I can't wait to scream that when that happens.
It's the only way to say it. It's the only way to say it.
Yzma is Mama Villain's favorite Disney character, and that, like, no matter how many times we watch Emperor's New Groove, when that line happens, she howls and howls and howls and howls. And when the card came out, I showed it to her, and she once again it's a ticklish moment for her. She loves the Pull the Lever, Wrong Lever scene. So if nothing else, I owe it to her. But yeah, you would say, like, I'm seeing Emerald Amethyst decks that are not running Diablo, utilizing the Pull the Lever and the Wrong Lever, but we might still see them in Gary's deck here. Pull the Lever, just giving the option of either drawing 2 cards or the opponent discarding a card, which obviously plays into the game plan.
Yeah,
there is a... Oh, there we see. I got excited thinking it was being played, but no, just the production team just bringing them up at the side while we're talking about them. I was like, what? Someone played it? No.
No, and a little bit of back and forth here, though. Gary bringing down Elsa, exerting a card on JBomb's side of the board, and going into it, trading there. I think Gary happy to clear out, what JBomb's trying. The characters JBomb's trying to do is race ahead here, and trying to set up his kind of discard draw engine with Prince John there, and then in return, JBomb playing Along Came Zeus for full cost and banishing that Elsa. So back over to Gary, will play Diablo and start to build his board here again.
Yeah, it makes sense that, like, this Elsa otherwise, unless you've got the Invasive Answer, is going to sit there and just tick away with lore. Something like the Prince John, has ward, so you're not going to be able to use it on something like that. So it makes sense to get rid of this Elsa. And yeah, the game slowed down for a moment, but we see an Elsa from JBomb's hand going to be able to come down and take out that Diablo. But thankfully, the Diablo drawing a card whenever it's banished. It's at this... So the Amethyst 1-drops are so good, the Chernobyls, the Brooms, and the Diablos. But the Brooms and the Chernobyls, when you get to against Amethyst, when you get to the point of the game where they have 5 ink onwards, they're not safe to put down and leave down unless you're moving them to a library or something. Then it's fine, but because you can just get no value from an opposing Elsa. But Diablo always going to be able to draw you that card.
Yeah, and fantastic point. Great 1-drop, and back over to
It's
Gary.
A different Diablo, but no hand for JBomb.
Right, he shows his hands, to be fair, and there they are. You can see them.
It's such a universal language thing, right? Like, if someone plays a Diablo and you have no hand, you have to do the,
especially for the viewers,
like you're a magician for a minute.
There you are, and nothing up my sleeve. Gary comboing a favorite combo for these discard decks. Prince John with talk about Bruno effectively sending the card back to JBomb's hand, forcing it to discard, and then drawing a card off of it. Incredible value for that 1 card there. Wish JBomb playing that Pete. Wish he had it last turn to prevent that sequence. Pete saying no actions this turn.
Yeah, a turn later than he would have liked, but still, at least we're establishing a reasonably sized body. And this Prince John, again, with this ward keyword, we're talking about Elsa and her ability to deal with the Amethyst 1-drops, and just such a good utility card with Evasive, can just sit there and take away lore. But this Prince John, so hard to pin down. I don't think Amethyst Steel has any way of interacting with it outside of a challenge, if it does end up exerted. So... providing such incredible value over time, but with JBomb with an empty hand, maybe the value isn't there anymore. That you see Gary maybe toying with just questing it here. This Diablo, though, of course, going to help him draw some more cards.
Yeah, JBomb here top decking into a Pete, not super helpful in this scenario. Is going to put that on the board probably, giving Gary a card in the process. We indicated... Pete Games Referee said last turn Gary can't use any actions, but what we can do is discard it, shift that Diablo, and get it online, which is exactly what he did.
And we saw he does discard the Wrong Lever at the top of the discard there. So maybe we will
say it. I don't think we're allowed to say it that way if it's not played. I think it has to be played for us to really ham it up. Is that the rule? Is that the caster rule?
Oh no, no. We can't do the thing unless it's actually played. I'm just mentioning that it's in the discard, so the potential is there. Like, maybe it happens.
It's fair. I just wanted to establish the rule.
You got. Yeah, you can't do the thing unless they actually do the thing, right? No. But suddenly both these boards are nice and wide again, and we see the Fox is going to take that trade into the Pete. Gary at 4 lore to JBomb's 9. If you're only just joining us, welcome. Huge shout out to 20 Lore Pro and World Class Cards, the 10K weekend, a 5K happening today in its entirety, and then another one tomorrow, an incredible weekend of Lorcana action. We're super new. We got a super shiny new format with set 8. We are less than a month away from the World Championship. We're playing triple deck format, so it's an exciting day to be a Lorcana fan, and we hope you're going to enjoy the weekend with us. Down comes that Iago Giant Spectral Parrot. This is a card that's tough to remove if you don't have obviously, like, against Steel, it's nothing, but Emerald Amethyst, not sure how many actions we have that can target this. I mean, other than wrong lever, but that already is bouncing the character to your hand or the bottom of your deck if you've got to pull the lever in the discard.
Yeah, I mean, for the cost, its stats are fantastic. It does have the vanish downside, but to your point, this is a card. Take a break real quick because say in this format, there's certain cards that could kind of outshine how they usually perform in standard format, constructed formats, and Iago Giant Spectral Parrot is one of them. Clearly, the biggest answer for it is in Steel, and so if you're going to go into a Steel heavy meta, you run a bit of a risk teching too many of these in. But in a format where you can ban Steel, all of a sudden this card becomes so much more of a menace.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Foul, even. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of cards we can talk about that fit that sort of description. We were talking before the stream started about our excitement for the format. You see that Iago taking out that, just eating the Diablo. He is the Giant Spectral Parrot. Diablo, you may be a fantastic draw machine, but you are no match for Iago's henchman. But yeah, we were talking before the stream started about how interesting this was going to be, and like one reference I brought up and I'll bring up again is Ruby Amethyst. Like, I feel like could potentially play Flynn Rider again, fallen off as of late, but that 2-drop Flynn Rider always provided such a good matchup into the slower decks like Ruby Sapphire, and it even can have a lot of value in the mirror match, especially if you're playing Sisu 3-cost and your opponent isn't. If you can ban Steel so that you don't have to worry about just getting stormed, then again, these are the decisions that these players would have been taking into account since the moment they sat down to build their 3 decks for this specific event. And then the psychology, the game is on already, and then when you do the bench phase, that's another level of psychology. I think this is such an interesting way to play Lorcana. Down comes the Cricky, Liam. What do you think of this bug?
Oh, I mean, what a lucky bug and what a lucky time to pull it and drop it.
Yes.
There's a lot of willpower on that side of the board, and to remove it, you need to augment your character strength somehow. That 8 willpower library, no match for Cricky's extra strength he's giving to those characters. And now no card draw. The thing about Diablo is a great card draw engine, but only works on your opponent's turn. So if he was going to remove those characters, that library would have, no benefit to Gary, but everything going down in short order this Cricky. Cricky is a card that really, really can swing game states when played at the right time, and it did so here.
Yeah, again, if you've got that wide board and your opponent does, and there's a couple of things that have exerted, then Cricky's going to get you a lot of value, and it quests for 3 in and of itself, and we see Gary really dealing with a lot of JBomb's board, and JBomb is just going to pick up his cards, despite being at 12 lore to Gary's 7. I think he sees the writing on the wall, countered the lore that was on the board, the Cricky, there was a Prince John, 1 or 2 more other characters, a Magic Broom was added at the last minute, like, again, vulnerable to Elsa, but at this point in the game, you just put down characters, and, like, you just go for it. If they Elsa the Broom, whatever, that's 5 ink of theirs, and they're not dealing with anything else on your board. Shout out to the old Bucket Brigade Magic Broom. Maybe we'll see that's the one, the Illuminary Keeper, but shout out to chat. Who remembers Chapter 1 format? Shout out to you, Lorcana old schoolers.
All I remember from Chapter 1 is Ursula's Cauldron every turn. That's literally burned into my brain. Yeah, no.
2-cost Broom and Mickey Wayward Sorcerer, mate.
Right?
Good times.
No, it's wild. So yeah, it is really interesting, the psychology of this. I wonder how much time factored in the decision, because there are scenarios where JBomb draws the right sequence of cards, and there's things like Giant Cobra in the deck and others which could gain lore and heavy lore lead. But with a Ruby Sapphire Mirror in round 1, with this deck going a little bit longer, and with the JBomb having the opportunity to be on the play into a deck he knows exactly what Gary's going to be playing, this is possibly, that factors in a bit to the decision to prepare.
Yeah, no, I agree completely, Jay. And I actually know JBomb fairly well. I've done some testing with him. Great guy, great player, and yeah, I imagine that would have been something to do with it. So we go into our third and final game of the first round of this incredible weekend of Lorcana, and JBomb is going to be playing Amethyst Steel again, obviously, as the deck that he just lost with. Sorry, I mean, Gary is going to be playing the deck that he lost with initially, Ruby Sapphire. So, interesting one here. Gary won more the control deck this time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. And I'm just trying to think back through like the implications of Gary's choice to switch decks here, knowing that this matchup was inevitable in round 3.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating choice. What do you think about this matchup, though? I tend to think here that the deck that is able to be aggressive here and also shut things down with Pete Games referee has the edge. So JBomb on the play here, probably favored in this matchup. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so JBomb against Ruby Sapphire. Again, as we go into the late stages of the game, Gary is going to be favored with these incredible control cards, the Sisus, the B-Preps, all those sort of things. So JBomb wants to take advantage of these first few turns, which are going to be slower for Gary. Like, case in point, we see the Ink Hammer turn play Borbsicle. JBomb would love to respond with double 1-drop here if possible. He just wants to get as much lure as he can early. Turn 2 is a big one for Gary. Like, if he can find turn 2 ramp, and we do see the Sail the Azure at Sea in Gary's hand, so he will be able to make that jump from 2 to 4. And then we might either see if there's a Grand Martala in hand, we might see that, or we might just see Gary opting to curve Sail into How Far I'll Go just to get to 6 ink and open up an early B prep so he can stabilize. So JBomb's going to be hoping that Gary's missed turn 2 ink here. We know that that's not the case. We're going to ink the Maui's Fish Hook, and down comes that Sail the Azure at Sea. We get to draw a card, and we can ink again. We find a Brawl, which is not bad going as well. I think I see a Genie in JBomb's hand. So yeah, it's going to depend how aggressive can JBomb be before Gary can ink up to the sort of threshold he needs to be at to bring online these big board clears. But we know Gary is likely playing How Far I'll Go on this turn coming, although we see a peek here, so that won't be happening. Yeah, he would have, Liam.
No, it's fantastic because great point. Like Gary definitely on the game plan, able to ramp to the end game. JBomb not on an ideal curve here. I think missing a turn 2 play. But Pete Games referee will buy a little bit of extra time. Although look at that, look what just happened. Scrooge coming down, pulling a lucky dime. So a decent answer there. But there's another card, Baker, that looms large for me in this matchup, and that is a Pirate's Life. I think if JBomb pulls this out, it's going to be a scenario where Gary probably controls the board and JBomb is squeaking to 20 lore with goats or cobras or closing things out, and one Pirate's Life, where forcing JBomb to go to 22 instead of 20 could make all the difference in this matchup.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. We do see the Genie come down, going to draw a card, and obviously represents questing for 2. Although I believe that we definitely drew a Brawl last turn. Was that the card that we inked with Sail the Azure at Sea? Because I'm not seeing it in the hand anymore. Because that would be a super nice response to this Genie. Obviously, the Scrooge McDuck can sing the How Far I'll Go in hand. We draw into a...
Getting a thumbs up here from Jebus in the card viewer saying, yes, that's what went into the inkwell, so...
Yeah, okay, so we no longer have the Brawl to get rid of that Genie, but we've got the How Far I'll Go. We are going to pay 4 ink for it, which is signaling that this Scrooge McDuck is going to look to make a favourable challenge here into the Pete. The Pete with a 3/3 stat line, Scrooge with 4. And this Scrooge is like a really key card in these item variants of Ruby Sapphire. You can play it for free if you can exert 4 items, and I've seen that happen more than I'm comfortable with, Liam. Mm-hmm. Seems that that's quite reasonable conditions to fill. And of course, being able to scout the top 4 cards of your deck, find one of these items which you hope to hit in a heavy, an item-heavy list, and it can sing How Far I'll Go, which makes it a fantastic inclusion in this deck.
Yeah, the ability to sing How Far I'll Go, to hit that 4-drop on turn 4 or 3, depending on how your ramp has gone, is huge. Like that sequence by itself. So yeah, the ability to play him for free, the fact that he can sing that particular card, fantastic.
And we go to 6 ink.
And a fun flavor note here though on Scrooge McDuck.
Please.
Kenny Anderson, fantastic Lorcana artist, wonderful person, lives in Glasgow, is one of the very few Scottish Lorcana artists. And way back in set 1, I asked him what his dream card to draw was, and he said, if I would do anything to be able to illustrate Scrooge McDuck, because he is one of the Scottish cards. And so when this card was printed and it was Kenny, I was so excited.
I love that. That's awesome. Thanks for telling me that. That's lovely to hear that even artist dreams are coming true in Lorcana. It's cheesy, but you love it. It's true. So shout out to them. But yeah, we see JBomb's board growing. The Along Came Zeus was played to clear up Gary's board, but he does have a couple of Tamatoas, and there's that Be Prepared. And we do know, Gary is at 6 ink. Was able to go Saudi Azra at Sea into How Far I'll Go ink, so we can ink to 7 this turn, and this B prep is an option. Do you take it? Where like JBomb's got, I think, 5 cards in his hand. Maybe you do. You've got 4 B preps in the deck, and we are going to see it. Be prepared. Next time you do it, Liam.
Twice. Okay? I can't do it justice. You'll have to. I'll get some. Give me some warning, and I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go.
I'm not. I would say no way. You don't get to no bout.
That's fair.
Yeah,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I like the B prep. You're good. I was just gonna say I like the B prep there. You've got hopefully, I assume, another 3 in the deck, and like Genie's hard to remove. You want to remove this rabbit before it bounces back to hand and draws even more cards. You need to like stem the bleeding before it gets too bad. So I like the B prep there, but JBomb able to respond with a Genie and a Broom. This Broom obviously would fall to a Sisu, and
yep. Look at those time after time.
Gary name
off the top of the
she
deck.
Appears.
Sisu the perfect answer, and unlike Be Prepared, leaves a 5/4/3 quester behind, reestablishing board presence immediately.
Yeah, that's not bad going. I was just about to say, the only thing that could really threaten this Magic Broom is the big Sisu, which comes off the top of the deck for Gary and has now cemented her presence on the board. JBomb going to respond, throw down a Merlin Rabbit of his own, going to draw a card. We inking an Iago, Giant Spectral Parrot, and down comes that Pete, so we're going to shut off actions for the next turn. No sails, no visions, no how far I'll go. You get nothing. Good day, sir.
Nothing. Good day, sir.
Good day, sir. Big Tamatoa, though, so shiny. Obviously, makes sense to see that Tamatoa in this item-heavy build. Going to get an extra lore for each item on the boards. Because we know the lucky dime's around.
Right. Gary choosing there to banish the Popsicle to heal Big Sisu for nothing in order to put that Popsicle in the discard pile, recur it, and see an extra card.
Yeah, makes sense. You do not need to remove any damage with Popsicle to banish it. I think if there is bad damage, then you have to. I think that's right. But there can be no characters on board, and you can still banish the Popsicle so that you can get it back with the Tamatoa, either the Happy as a Clam or the So Shiny. But yeah, we know that Lucky Dime is in the hand of Gary. Found that courtesy of the Scrooge McDuck back on turn 4, and then it's been hiding at the back of his hand ever since, waiting for the perfect moment. And this So Shiny 8-cost Tamatoa is going to be a good way to recur some items, although I'm not sure how many are in the discard at the moment. I do see a Maurice's Workshop, I believe that is, at the top of Gary's hand.
Seems to be. And it's going to be tough going here now for JBomb. JBomb, I think, in an ideal game plan, has managed to push his lore total up at least above 10, and is now forcing Gary into response mode every single turn as he drops threats. A little bit rougher here now that Gary has access to pretty much all his removal options with his ink total, and ton of different big characters in hand in addition to that workshop, which will get that item draw engine going. So I mean, in the end game here, inevitability is definitely with the Ruby Sapphire deck, and it's going to be a little bit of tough going to close this out for JBomb, I think. But certainly options.
Always options, but definitely a hill for JBomb to climb, especially with Gary having like a 4 or 5 card hand here. Like at this point in the game, you would hope that they're just topping at the very least, and that you can just kind of find the right turn to, make a big push. If you can follow it up with a Pete as well to shut off those B preps, great. And again, that's a decider as well in when you're going to make that push. Because even if Gary's got a huge hand, the Pete could save you from a B prep. You have to be careful of more Sisus. But if you're able to establish some bodies that have above 2 strength, like some Merlin Goats, things like that, then maybe you can find the right turn. But Gary with pretty much a full grip. JBomb taking his time with this turn. And we see, the pace of play has been super good this entire match since we came into it halfway through the game 1. These guys have really been, knowing what they're doing and not taking too long. But I think it's important that on these really pivotal turns, like you see here, JBomb here with a few options. You know, we all know when you're taking a turn that you feel like this decides the entire match. I mean, every turn can kind of feel like that to a degree, I grant you, but like sometimes certain turns seem more significant than others. Let's put it that way.
Absolutely true. Choosing to go a bit wide here. We have a library dropped on the board, a Diablo for good measure at the end, and the goat, as you mentioned earlier. Then we're going to sing Strength of Raging Fire with all of those characters, enough on the board now for the perfect number to banish that Sisu, getting that off the board, which will mean that library not threatened this turn without some additional characters. And on the other side, there's that Maurice's Workshop, which has been hanging out for a while. 2 Maurice's Workshops. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, and one is going to allow Gary to draw off of the other. I think JBomb emptied his hand with that play. And I was a bit thrown off for a moment by JBomb's location being not vertical. Yes. I was like, is you playing with your hand face up? But no, that's an in-play library. It took me a moment.
I wonder
and we do see that Lucky Dime blade as well for free, courtesy of questing with the Tamatoa, the highest value you can get from that secondary effect on the Tamatoa.
In the game?
Yeah.
In the game.
And in the game, I think there's a 6-cost steal. I think it's Steel Chromacom, which you can exert to do a damage each turn. I've never seen this done, but that would also feel like a high roll. But Lucky Dime, I think, is the highest of rolls. And yeah, these workshops allowing Gary to just keep drawing cards.
I mean, the card advantage is going to be huge as this game goes on. But back over to JBomb, we do get some.
It's Peter Pan.
It's Peter Pan.
Yeah, it's Shadow Finder. We're going to move the Diablo to the library and challenge into the Tamatoa, taking ourselves out, not leaving even a dent in the Tamatoa, but we do get to draw 2 cards, one for the Diablo body and one for the library. We're also going to move a Pete to the library, go put 3 damage into the Tamatoa, and that's the power of library when you... I mean, again, JBomb is losing characters here, but he's drawing so many cards for each one. This Pete has done more than 50% of the work, 20%... 60% of the work to take out this Tamatoa, and the Elsa is going to finish the job and survive.
Oh my goodness. And so fascinating choice here. Definitely, foregoing lore, in a game where you're kind of trying to probably close this out before it goes too long, foregoing lore in order to opt for the board control, getting those extra cards, and then finding, the answer to remove that Tamatoa. Drawing into a crab as well, which will help later, or it'll also serve as a ink to add a little bit extra to the ink wheel there. And then everything going to the library here. And I mean,
except the goat,
Except the fantastic turn there, though. Stacking those up in the library, getting a little bit of extra lore, and now forcing Gary to have to deal with JBomb's board state with no characters.
Yeah, this is I think we're only a couple of turns away unless Gary can really put a dent in this board. Of course, B Prep I don't think is in handy. Even if it was, then JBomb would be drawing 3 cards, 2 characters at the library. One of them's a rabbit. Lose the goat, would gain a lore from that. So, you might still need to, but you'd love to be able to answer this library first and deny some of JBomb's card draw. I mean, JBomb was topping. He drew a Peter Pan Shadow Finder, and then the Diablo and the Pete has drawn him up to enough cards he was able to ink again, move more characters to the library, and now he's sitting there with 2 cards in hand. But Gary, with this Lucky Dime and 3 items, is threatening to do what he does right now, and that's throw down the So Shiny Tamatoa, pops the Porpsicle first so that he can assumedly recur it. So this could put a clock on the board for Gary as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, these Ruby Sapphire decks, I mean, as we all know, if you watch Lorcana for a minute, able to close out games in single turns, going from 0 to 20. In this case, the is not that far. It's 15, but that's one of the things that Gary's looking for here is just that knockout punch to close it out, before JBomb even has a chance to answer.
Mm-hmm. There's that Porpsicle. So this Tamatoa sitting now at a nice 5 lore, courtesy it has 1 lore and 4 items on the board. The Lucky Dime can exert and is going to gain 5 for Gary, going up to 10. So this is representing game, essentially, because the Tamatoa can quest and the Lucky Dime can exert to win the game on the spot. So JBomb has to find a way to interfere with it, win the game, or interfere with this Tamatoa. To be fair, we have just removed an item, but we've got another one in hand. Yeah, we popped we popped an item with Bell. Do we have an item in hand?
I don't.
I'm not seeing one.
There.
You can still go to 19.
A great stone dragon. I think that's a great stone dragon.
Okay, if that's a great stone dragon, then that's fine. Then you put Tamatoa to 5 lore and
I think it is.
You quest, you exert the dime, and that's it. The goat going to come down. Would have been nice to have an Elsa to turn this.
The Elsa.
Turn this Tamatoa sideways. It's got 8 willpower, so it's tough to take down. But you may have had enough, courtesy of the goat and the rabbit, before it turned sideways, and the Elsa. Peter Pan Shadow going to come down, but that's going to be it. Like JBomb's not scooping because he hasn't seen the last item. But if there is a Great Stone Dragon, that's all we need to see, unless I have mathed wrong.
Well, and he top decked a coil as well. So if he didn't have it, then he has it now. The cheaper coil coming down. The Great Stone Dragon, he did have both.
There you go.
JBomb seeing the writing on the wall, the handshake, and that is it. But to be fair, I mean, look at JBomb pushing his lord to 14 with a wide board there.
Yes.
If Gary does not have that dime earlier, if that Tamatoa doesn't come down, then JBomb threatening game, next turn as well.
Exactly.
One interesting... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I was going to say is even if we had an Elsa, like if we could have removed the Tamatoa, that would have at least brought one more turn and might have been enough for JBomb to get over that line first. But continue what you were going to say, please.
No, it's just fascinating thinking back to different things. The Elsa did come down last turn and was used to banish the Tamatoa. We had the Crab as an answer as well, but JBomb choosing to have that Elsa that he could preserve to push his lore total instead. The other fun note, so we did see JBomb 2 at one point. He built up a kind of a bigger inkwell for this particular deck, I think. And we did see the Crab, inked at the end of a turn previously. And you kind of wonder, well, why didn't you save that as an answer for later on? What JBomb is doing is building up the ink base for the eventual board wipe and enabling him to go wide fast. So in the scenario that Gary doesn't close out that game, plays the Be Prepared, wipes the board, JBomb draws 3 cards off the library, and the rabbit now has enough ink, almost whatever it is in this deck, to go wide immediately and then threaten game. So as you watch JBomb play this deck, it's really, really fascinating because I think other players would choose to keep some of those tools in hand and build up to your normal 6 or 7 ink, but JBomb pushing it for the eventual game-ending Be Prepared play when you can drop and go wide and close things out. So just a fun kind of watching these players.
Yeah, no, that's a great observation, and it's board state dependent, right? So if we didn't have a library, then maybe you would have held it, or if not, you might have played it if you had the ink, just if it mattered to the clock. You'd have done all the math right and been like, does this extra character on the board change the clock for me? But with the library in play, being able to put more characters in there, like you say, and allowing us to essentially reset our hand, very important. So yeah, JBomb playing super well, but it is Gary who is going to take the 2-1 victory in this round 1, the World Class Cards 10K weekend. A huge shout out to 20 Lore Pro on whose channel we are streaming, both on YouTube and on Twitch. Are we anywhere else? Or are we anywhere else?
I think that's it. We're in living rooms.
That's all you need.
Around living rooms and cell phones around the world. And thanks to World Class Cards for hosting this event and putting this on.
And for having us.
And for having us. What a treat.
What a pleasure. What a treat. And our first time casting together, Liam. Yeah, we mentioned it briefly at the beginning, but the gameplay had started, so we wanted to get right into the action. But that is the end of round 1, so we can kind of do a reintroduction, I suppose. And there might have been some people that have joined us during that game. So yeah, as we just said, it's the 10K weekend World Class Cards with 20 Lore Pro. It's a pleasure to be here, myself. A pleasure to be here with you, Liam. And yeah, do you want to tell people what we're doing this weekend if they've just sat down with a cup of tea and a bit of toast? What's going on?
I mean, what a fun weekend. We're getting our very first glimpse of the format they're going to be playing in the Worlds event. And we'll go over that again in a moment for those who joined us late and kind of talk through the sequence of events. But it's our first chance to we've been studying it for a while after it was revealed, and it's our first chance to see it in action up here in Wisconsin. And yeah, we have a great team on board for the weekend, not only behind the camera, but then also, the voices broadcasting this game. We're going to be rotating throughout the weekend. And thanks, everybody, for being here. Speaking of being here, Baker, I've got JBomb here on the mic in the booth.
Oh, what a pleasure.
What a
delight. I'm jealous. I'm jealous.
I know. Well, you're here too, and we both get to talk to him. JBomb, how are you feeling after your first round?
I mean, it could have gone better, but
fair.
Yeah, that was a weird one. I won the bad matchup, and I lost the 2 good matchups.
Yeah, Baker was talking earlier about the how challenging this format is, because there's so many things that happen before the match. The game can be lost even before you sit down and draw your first card. Having now experienced, the deck building through the ban phase, through a full match, what are you thinking about this format? How do you feel?
I think there's a really high skill ceiling, and it really rewards people who have put in a bunch of effort into finding not only like good decks to play, but decks that put the opponent in a position that they have to leave a deck that they're not comfortable playing against in the lineup. And so you saw here where I didn't love not banning the items, the RB item list, in case it hits my DKP list, and you saw that in game 1, and I had a favorable matchup where he just never saw a workshop, and I was able to get there on burn. But it really just rewards the deck building process a lot more than just the singleton deck format that we've been used to.
Yeah. Baker, I know you have questions like burning.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that was going to be similar to my question one, really, is like how, when you were sat down and you were, okay, I'm preparing for this triple deck constructed format event, what decisions were you personally taking into account by what you were going to pick your inks to be? Because I assume with every decision, you also have to consider the possibility or the eventuality of, okay, if this gets banned, do I feel like if me banning one thing still gives me good enough matchups? Like, I just love to get your approach on your thought process into the 3 decks that you brought today.
Yeah. So I knew for sure I was going to bring the DKP list just because I've had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games on that, and that's just kind of my bread and butter for comfort. It's not I'd say the best deck in this lineup, but it doesn't really have any horrible matchups, and as you saw in game 1, it can even win the rare unfavored matchups it has. And so that was my starting point, because really when I looked at the lineup lists, Ruby was kind of the weakest color, so you either had to play Ruby Amethyst or Ruby Sapphire, and then I built my lineup alongside that. And then the other deck I had a lot of experience with was the Amber Emerald discard, which my opponent banned. And I think he was correct to ban that, because all of his decks were pretty not great into that one. And so those were the 2 I was the most comfortable on. And then that left Amethyst Steel, which I had limited reps on. But in the last week, I've probably played 150 games on it. And so I felt very, very, very comfortable and bringing that. And that's the one I really put a bunch of effort in and teched heavily, as I predicted that the Amethyst... Amethyst Emerald, Ruby Sapphire, and Amber Steel would be the most popular lineup, and so I was hoping to prey on the Amethyst Emerald discard or Amethyst Emerald tempo decks with this Amethyst Steel deck I made, and so I put heavy Peter Pan package and evasive targeting mechanics in there.
Fascinating. Going into your opponents, when you look at their lists this weekend, do you have a particular deck or a particular color in mind that you're... and we won't ask you what it is. I know the tournament's still fresh. But are you looking to target a specific color or a specific deck each time? Or are you judging what you're going to ban fresh at the table when you sit down and see their overall combination?
Yeah, I thought I was on the target strategy, and then I saw my opponent's list, and I was like, I don't like 2 of these lists here. I was like, I knew for sure I was leaving the Amethyst Emerald deck in from the start, as I was hoping to prey on that one. But the other 2 were not the greatest matchups, especially for my DKP list. But yeah, it's really, really interesting, because you put all this time and practice in, and then as soon as you actually get into the tournament, you're kind of doubting all of the practice and effort you put in. But I'm still planning to target the deck I'm going to target, as one of my decks is very, very, very weak to that deck now. So I'm kind of stuck into that at this point.
I wanted to ask. Obviously, we haven't had the pleasure to look at your full list. What are some Reign of Jafar set 8 cards that you can talk about that might be in any of these lists?
I'm playing 1 Reign of Jafar card in all 3 of my lists total, and that is Chip.
Tell us about Chip. Why'd you like Chip?
He's basically Daisy, but has a little more strength,
Yep.
and so that's it. that's it's basically the same card, so it's really not even really a new card, to be honest.
Power crept.
No, but obviously, as you say, Daisy being an amber card, you have to be playing that combination to take advantage of it. But now either the Emerald Steel or, like yourself, the Emerald Amethyst decks can take advantage of that card. So that's great to see.
Yeah.
I will say we're gonna have the opportunity to talk to you again. I'm getting hand waves from the tournament organizers saying we need to get you back out there to get this thing moving. So great first round, close, and we look forward to seeing where your journey goes from here.
Sounds good.
Love the top. Love the top, by the way, JBomb. Good luck, dude.
Thank you.
And you see there, Liam, the event host for today is Be Prepared. Be prepared. The concept of Scar gathering hyenas is our host today. We are in the elephant graveyard. I love it.
That's true. Today's event is brought to you by Be Prepared, the card that will leave you scarred or leave you laughing, depending on which side of it you're on.
Leave you scarred is pretty good. I like it.
I'm here all day.
I hope so, Liam. I truly do. So, is this the preparation for round 2? My understanding is that players get 10 to 15 minutes to review their opponent's deck lists, and then essentially after that happens, they have 65 minutes total to complete their match. But that does include the process of benching an opponent's deck and then the reveal of what deck you're playing. So basically, from the moment these players have these lists taken away from them, I think the clock is on, so they're incentivized to do their benching quickly. Obviously, they'll be thinking about that in this time right now, and then hopefully move straight on into game 1. But yeah, Liam, is there anything in particular you wanted to bring up at this time?
So I will offer, there was a ton, as you can imagine, a ton of questions from the players during the players meeting about exactly how this sequence would work, how they were going to indicate what they're banning, how they're going to indicate which decks they're playing first, and then making sure that they all had the sequence of events correct. Because not only are you looking at the decks and you're picking which to ban simultaneously, but then also somewhere in that sequence you have to choose who goes first. And it's very important to time that properly, because that could impact, when that's done, could impact your deck choice going into round 1. And so that was all ironed out. And the detailed sequence is exactly as suggested. You look at the deck list, you simultaneously show what to ban, and then you roll to see who goes first, and then you simultaneously choose which deck you're playing in the first round. The other important note, though, the players were very, very interested to know whether or not they knew which decks their opponents were playing in game 1. Because it drastically changes your hand alter strategy, right? If you know what your opponent's on versus going into the blind. And so there was a lot of discussion. They looked at the world's rules. They tried to figure out exactly. And the way they could intuited the world's briefing was that the players would know what their opponents are playing. And so that is my understanding. Yeah, that is my understanding, that after the bench, both players take back their own tokens and they put face down their opening deck, and then these are revealed at the same time. But the dice roll is done before that, as you say. So that's great to know that this seems to exactly mirror what will be going on at the end of the monthly, and what great practice for us. And we see here the Disney Lorcana app being opened up to check a card in one of the deck lists. And are we looking at racers? Are we about to see a racers matchup, Liam? Because if we are, I will be so excited. A shout out to you, by the way, for, in my opinion, like the best all-round card reveal of all time, to judge my creativity, passion, like work put in clearly, and information. I thought your reveal and building your candy cart was absolutely epic. We're going to be looking at Wreck-It Ralph. Okay, I think that's Wreck-It Ralph. This is a 1-3, which, okay, this is my first test of the card pool, Liam. I do believe this. I'm not looking. When it's ready, you gain lore equal to the damage on it. I do believe. That is correct. Jebus and the card viewer here, like crushing it, pulling these up. As
they really are. They really are.
Yeah,
I kind of want to test myself as well, though. To be fair,
no, it's you're going to be far better than me here. I love the racer deck. there's going to be a lot of racers coming down. There's going to be a lot of names, and we're going to be reacting here. One note here. Oh, Snake Eyes there rolled for player 2. One note here on you saw that app up. There was a lot of questions asked about if you had access to your phone and other information during the deck review phase, because if not, this scenario could come up where you get an opponent's list that's just kind of off the meta, and you have no way, if you don't know the cards, if you haven't memorized them, you have no way to evaluate that deck and how strong it is into your particular deck lists. And the judge is saying, yes, absolutely, you can look up the cards if you're not familiar with them during this particular phase of the tournament.
Okay, so that's like, so I like that. I like being able to check these things in the deck check stage. I don't know if you are. So I know at some, like, obviously at an LGS, like at your local league, if you're playing someone and they play the new Rhino, the new one-cost Rhino, then I think if that player wants to ask a judge or someone, hey, what does this have something it can shift onto? Like, is there something that, like, I need to be worried about here? Then I don't mind the judge or even myself or anyone saying, oh yeah, like, it can shift into this, it does this, you know, it's league. I don't know how I'd feel about that mid-game, so I don't know if that is something that they're allowed to do. I would assume it's just during this deck check stage, but there you see production chucking up that Rhino, who I think we're going to see, if we see some Steel Song this weekend, if everyone doesn't ban it, then I think we will see a lot of this Rhino, who seems to be the best friend, the best new toy for the Steel Amber decks. The Floodborn there being a shift 2 4 cost, so can sing a lot of our songs, including Zeus. 4/3 quest for 2 and has resist 2 with no damage on him. So tricky to remove. Obviously Zeus does it in 1, but this Rhino could be tricky. As a Ruby Amethyst player, I have shook my fist at this Rhino a few times since set 8 was revealed.
No, I hope to see it. I hope to see it. Challenging Smee for that 2-drop spot, and getting an indication here of what, and I'm hoping to get a note from production on what the lists are and what was banned. I don't see it yet, but we do see Steel there on the other side there with Bianca, probably an Amber Steel, I'm guessing.
I mean, this would tell me that, like, the fact his deck is face up would tell me that the reveal was, like, they both know what each other are playing here, right?
Right. That is true. Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to say something. Racers, something. You kid me out.
Yeah. So I don't think it's. So I don't think it's actually Racers. This Wreck-It Ralph, I think. I mean, it doesn't see a lot of play. I thought it might be Racers at first just because he was on the app. He was going past the Racers, but this Wreck-It Ralph doesn't actually have any Racer synergy.
That's true, actually. Perhaps.
It's a 1/4, not a 1/3. Yeah, it doesn't really have Racer synergy. So if this is in the deck, then this is going to be super unique, because this is not a card that comes up very much. I expect, so just off the top of my head, I would expect to see cards like Teeth and Ambitions with it. We got the new Hades, oh, it's not a new Hades, it's set 7 Hades, but the Fast Talker on play, you can deal 2 damage to a chosen character of yours to banish a character who I believe is, I think it's a cost 3 or less, or it's 2 strength or less. And then this new Hades, the Ruthless Tyrant, on play and on quest, you deal 2 damage to one of your characters to draw 2 cards. So these are ways that we're going to put damage on this Wreck-It Ralph. That we might also see the new Madame Medusa, the 3 cost, I think it's Deceitful Partner, I think is her name, who puts 2 damage on one of your characters on play to bounce a character of 2 cost or less. And we see the Mother Gothel here from set 8, who on play you deal 2 damage to a character and they get Challenger 1 and the ability to return to your hand if banished in a challenge this turn. So lots of ways that we can get damage on this Wreck-It Ralph. I'm really excited already to see this matchup. I hope we're going to see one of my favorite set 8 cards. Everybody's got a weakness. Do you know what that card does, Liam? I'm putting you on the spot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, everybody's got a weakness. When you play it, it's an action, and you can move damage from as many characters as you want. 1 damage onto opposing characters, and you gain a lore for each damage move, or draw a card for each damage move?
You draw a card for each damage removed.
Okay.
It's my favorite card from set 8. I've been testing it a lot. I'm not going to lie. Like, it, as expected, it kind of just falls to steel decks. But, like, when you do get it off, like, against Emerald Amethyst, it's felt really strong. But if you can move, like, 3 damage and banish something and draw 3 or 4, that's amazing. Don't know if it's in the deck, but we'll see.
I've seen it. I've seen them teched. Starting at SSG, I've seen, like, the only reason I know it is because people have started to work them into some list. I think just trying them out. So I've seen one-ofs here and there. I don't know. So yeah, I hope to see it too. I love seeing new cards. Oh wait, you know what else I love? I love seeing new cards.
100%.
I love seeing old cards that were not good that are made good by new cards. And all of a sudden somebody dusts them off, like Zach Bivens bringing in that 2-drop Aladdin from set 1 that never saw play.
Yes, just because my jaw dropped. I messaged him actually with like just the mouth open emoji saying me when I saw the Aladdin. But it makes sense, and it's not the first time we've seen Zach Bivens turn up with something like really off the cuff.
Right.
I'll never forget Jiminy Cricket.
I'll never forget it either because I was trying to figure out what it did live on stream.
So yeah, and that Aladdin finding a place as awarded character. But yeah, I'm really excited to see this Amethyst deck, this Amethyst Ruby deck with Wreck-It Ralph, etc. And we are going to see Steel Song, courtesy of Neverlander, is going to ink that 1-drop Rhino, opting instead to play the Cinderella Ballroom Sensation, a staple play of the Steel Song decks for a long, long time now. This Ballroom Sensation Cinderella and her best friends, Let the Storm Rage On and Strength of a Raging Fire, have had a big impact on the Lorcana game for a long time.
Yeah, this
1-2
combo is is a tale as old as not time, but definitely set 2. A combo we love to see go off, and that Diablo we highlighted last game coming out on turn 1 over here. If you're going to lose a card to Let the Storm Rage On, Diablo is a fun one to draw it out because you get a card out of it, and we're going to see that happen here. Let the Storm Rage On drawing a card for both Neverlander and Angry Kirk as that Diablo goes to the discard pile.
I just hope we have double 1-drop for this turn now, though, because, like, yeah, you don't mind the Diablo being banished from the Cinderella, but really, you like to be able to play double 1-drop on 2, so that even if they storm, something lives long enough for you to, like, crab boost into the Cinderella, or maybe you put down a couple of Chernobyls, they're able to pop one, and then the other one lives to trade with the Cinderella, because you really want to get yourself out from under this Cinderella lock, made worse by the 2-drop Singer 4 Troubadour. As I said, Singer 4, another Singer, so this is a great opening curve for Steel Song. We are going to see that 2-cost Diablo Emerald Amethyst come down, but seems like he's not long for this game, courtesy of the steel cards in Neverlander's hand. I do see a Strength and a Zeus. It might stick around long enough to, like, this Diablo isn't off threatening too much. The Troubadour can survive a challenge from it, although the Troubadour would fall to a bounce fox. This Troubadour having a 1/3 stat line and resist 1.
We'll see, thinking through here which way we want to attack this board. Fun note, we did see the Rhino that we talked about, or the Rhino coming, oh no, it's another 1-drop Rhino off the top deck, so I got excited for a brief moment. I was like, oh, there's, no, but it's not. So let's see which way.
Yeah, so it seems like that's just going to make its way into the Inkwell. Like, Rhino's so good, and I hope we get the chance to talk about it over the course of today, and the impact it's having on Steel Song players. But in this instance, they are for the Inkwell, the Cinderella, followed by the Troubadour. The Singer lock is in full effect. No Rhinos needed. Destiny is not calling yet, but I'm sure it will. We are going to see a Zeus on that Diablo. I don't hate this. You prevent Angry Kirk doing a shift into the other Diablo and drawing another card.
Yeah.
We are going to ink Iago. Birds everywhere.
I don't hate it either. Sometimes people get focused on overkill and looking at the efficiency of removal, and that's important. But in this case, it's 1 card to remove 1 card. And Angry Kirk responding here, getting that Prince John on board, which is going to be a struggle for a Steel player to remove here. So it's likely to stick around and get some value there for Angry Kirk. Because let's face it, nobody's running Grab Your Swords right now.
Well, you say that, but like I've seen a couple of lists early set 8 that I've got 1 or 2 in there. Like I don't think it's going to be the majority. Far from it. But I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of players didn't bring it out. I mean, aggro seems so early set 8 testing. I'm not sure if people are ready for aggro. And even like Amber Steel aggro, even we haven't seen a whole new world yet. We do see a Prince Naveen in hand, so I would assume that this is a whole new world variant. But a lot of Amber Steel decks, just these more aggressive versions without a whole new world and playing things like Penny and just like becoming essentially an aggro deck with some removal. Strength is going to be sung on our own Troubadour.
Troubadour. Huh.
Yeah.
That resist there coming into play. We know why that's happening. We're setting up for that Rapunzel in hand. A fun
little
interaction.
Card in hand?
Yes,
because I know we inked one.
I think so. I mean, I think so.
We definitely inked Rapunzel. And we are going to see... the liver! Oh, no!
Well, and here's the thing: you do that play, and you're forecasting exactly what you have left in your hand. And so, if Angry Kirk wasn't planning on forcing him into top deck mode, like that's the moment to do it. You put that in the discard pile. You leverage the Prince John. You get a card. Key play there. That is like a 3-card swing.
Not even going to quest with the Naveen here. I do get it. If we do have a whole new world in the deck, we don't want to risk this Prince Naveen. It's our Singer. Because really, like, if we draw it and we have to, like, hard cast it, then that's fine. At least you're refreshing your hand. But we'd love to have a Singer and then be able to use this thing to continue to apply pressure to the board. We're going to see, we don't talk about Prince Naveen. Because he's going to be returned to the hand and then immediately discarded. Playing off the top. We find an Aerial. That's not bad as far as cards off the top go, Liam.
Fantastic top deck. Looking for that whole new world. Unfortunately, not going to find it. There are some songs there, but here's the challenge now. Every card you leave in your hand between turns is fodder for Prince John to draw a card for Angry Kirk. So knowing that, Neverlander sends it right to the inkwell, not wanting to give Angry Kirk any extra cards.
Yeah, and you got to think Neverlander's thinking back to that turn when he played Naveen and sung the strength to put the damage on the Troubadour, leaving just the Rapunzel in hand. Like, maybe better to have held a card in hand and hope that your opponent doesn't have double discard, so that then at least you keep one of the cards in you'd probably discard the strength and keep the Rapunzel. It just seems higher value. Maybe it was worth the risk just to get it out of your hand, but Angry Kirk going to go throw down a Peter Pan Shadow Finder, who will be able to do 1 damage to this Troubadour, courtesy of the resist 1, but that is enough. 2 damage already on it. Going to take 1 damage back.
Yeah, going back to
allegedly.
It is a tough. Allegedly, it should be there. We'll remember. No, it is a tough call, right? Because if you do that, you do have the Rapunzel up, and you have to hope then, if you do discard the Strength of a Raging Fire, to draw into another one, because Angry Kirk not likely to leave that Prince John exposed. Although, of course, Peter Pan Shadowfinder. Well, now see, it's a tough call. Because if you don't do that, then that Rapunzel is no good on her own anyway, or at least a body on the board. So.
Troubadour's a 1/3. I'm not mad, am I? It's definitely a 1/3.
Yeah. It definitely has 1 in this stat line, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And there's no resist courtesy, yes. And there it is. And it does matter, right? Just because, like, a store gets rid of it straight away. Like, that is relevant. Every damage matters. But yeah, while Neverlander has an empty hand, it's Prince John not going to be able to gain a lot of value, and these discard cards in Kirk's hand not going to really do anything. You might hold on to them just in case Neverlander does draw something and not play it, but I doubt that's happening. Like, he's at 6 ink, so should be able to play everything in the deck. Like, we even have the shift options if there's a Sonic Warrior or a Stout-Hearted Cinderella in the deck, so we should be able to play everything, but Kirk going to put the pressure on.
Absolutely. I think that's the way to go here into the top deck, forcing Neverlander to draw into answers. And really, at some point, the only way to close this out and find wide removal, unless you're running that Grab Your Swords, is to find that whole new world, sing it, and then immediately deal with the board state. So Angry Kirk kind of forcing him to find that answer. And we are
what a great start to the weekend. And shout out to everyone who's watching the stream, whether you're on YouTube or over on Twitch. We appreciate you joining us. A 20 Lore Pro, world-class cards, 10k weekend, triple deck format. What a weekend. As Ariel is going to challenge into that Prince John, taking down the greediest of them all, just leaving 1 damage on her.
And fun play there. Prince John not usually vulnerable. Ariel not usually challenging, but Angry Kirk saying, hey, I'd rather have your Ariel challenging than singing, so I'm willing to give that a go. Yeah. And to make your Ariel vulnerable to the return here, because the ability to draw a whole new world and sing it and then have the ink available to play things is huge. So forcing that Ariel into vulnerability there and removing it from the board really, really changes things, because that out that Neverlander has,
it's a heads-up play. It's a heads-up play, right? Because that Prince John, is like it's so tempting, right? It's like when it's turned sideways, you can finally get rid of it. It's so tempting to take it, but like almost seems like a little bit of bait there. Just to get there we see it.
Oh man!
We said earlier the importance of holding on, like keeping the Naveen safe instead of questing, because being able to sing Whole New World versus cast it is huge. And we saw the Aerial there was baited into the challenge of the Prince John, could remove it, and now we are hard casting a Whole New World. By the way, fun fact: I thought hard casting was like not a term you should use in Lorcana unless it's unofficial, because it's a magic thing, right? But then I heard Rochelle say we're Inkcasters, so Hardcast is fine. So it's canon, guys.
Perfect. Okay, good.
Hardcast is fine.
Perfect. Yeah, I love it. I love that workaround, and that saves me a little bit because I've worked a lot of other TCG terms out of my vocabulary. That's one.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Trying to.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like in my own content, I will use abbreviations, common things, but of course, it's not something I'm going to do in an official stream.
No.
So I'd always avoided, like, unless it's my own content, I'd avoided Hardcast. But apparently, it's fine. We are Inkcasters. So yeah, love to see it. This Pete is gonna have a round of a karaoke round of "Let the Storm Rage On." That's something I want to hear. Pete singing "Let the Storm Rage On." We're going to put damage on the Peter Pan Shadow Finder, tricky to remove. Not removing the genie though is certainly interesting with the extra lore that it's threatening.
Interesting. Possibly another answer in hand here. Let's see.
Another Troubadour going to come down. So just re-establishing our line of singers, and this Diablo on Kirk's side of the board still generating value.
Yeah, so decision there, get that Peter Pan Shadowfinder off the board, but just highlight one more time, that's 5 ink worth of things that would have been available. Perhaps that Zeus it kind of looms large sitting in Neverlander's hand, had that scenario been different. And again, like it's a gamble, right? Like when we talk about plays here, oftentimes players are making calculations. Hey, I think the odds of this happening are this, and so I'm going to make this choice. And so it's not necessarily us criticizing the play, it's just talking about, counterfactuals here. Because
absolutely
there, and it just worked out a certain way.
Hey, I credit at least 80% of my Lorcana knowledge to things I have learned watching players better than me play the game. So
they're all better than me. They're all better.
So more power to them as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, Kirk has managed to go really wide here, and we saw that Ursa Deceiver coming down, removing a Zeus from Neverlander's hand is a fantastic hit. This Zeus could have dealt with a genie or a Diablo, and suddenly Neverlander finds himself with cards to be discarded, and you're going to hear a sudden chill, and Andy Kirk's going to draw a card courtesy of the new Prince John that's made his way.
They always have Prince John. Measure, we've extended beyond one row here. We're on our second row of Diablo coming down.
But we're not fully exerting. We appear to just be like doing the Mambo number 5. Oh, there we go. We've committed. We've committed.
But two different ways. Clockwise and counterclockwise, which is fun. But yeah, this wide board state.
They're all vertical. I'll take.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, quite a lot to deal with here.
Such a challenge.
Do you know what'd be good here? Grab your swords.
Grab your sword. Mm-hmm. For sure.
I mean, it'd be okay. It would take out one Diablo, one genie, but
that's fair. But it's not nothing. And the Prince John on the other side. So
Prince John, slippery, hiding of them all up in the top there.
You did mention grab your sword. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it worked in a bit, partially because of the aggro. Although I don't think we saw a ton of it to deal with decks like Diggity Hole or Dogs when they were all the rage. I wonder though. Green Steel, Emerald Steel is such. Prince Naveen coming down. To highlight the play about quick. Prince Naveen coming down, singing Whole New World. I think we're talking about what was discarded in order to probably the sequence with the Prince John.
Yeah, because there's a Prince John on the board. There's also a Diablo who's going to be able to draw extra. Like Kirk can draw up to. Well, 7 for Whole New World, 1 for every card Neverlander draws, so that's 14. And how many did Neverlander discard with that Whole New World? Because you can also draw off the Prince John for the discards as well. So
and you have to sequence that trigger properly so to not draw with the Prince John, discard, and then so.
Unfortunately, we do this at the point where we've spent all but one of our ink. Maybe we can ink for the turn, but we can't take advantage of any of these cards. And so now you're like, Kirk's very much going to have the momentum from this spin of a Whole New World.
Yeah, we have a couple songs, a couple singers. We can do a little bit of work there, getting rid of that.
Who takes the genie?
So, and Pete challenging into the Prince John, back over to the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Still leaving 5 lore on board. Yeah, so we can go up to 18, and we just drew a lot of cards. Do we have double goat? Do we have goat bounce?
I think a goat. I think 6 on board here. Anything would do it. I was gonna.
Yes, 6. Yes. Genie quest for 2. I'm silly.
So it doesn't look like we have it. We're gonna draw. Did he try it? Diablo, no. We're gonna look at the hand. So on the grab your sword point, I was going to make, I wonder if grab your sword will start to be worked in mostly to deal with this, what we're seeing here, this Prince John discard package, because there's just no other way around it. And Emerald discard is becoming so popular with green steel over here, this discard package, and then we're also seeing the amber emerald. So plenty of flavors of it going around depending on which way you want to run with it. And Prince John is such a menace that 1 or 2 grab your swords could change games.
2, 3, yeah, we are questing for the full 6. Did not have a goat, but we were able to go as wide as we can, and yeah, without something like Tink Swords, but even that wouldn't take out the Elsa, and that's going to be it. And Angry Kirk with Emerald Amethyst is able to defeat Steel Song in round 1. And like, as the Steel Song deck, you got to feel robbed there, right, Liam?
You do. I mean, that's a tough loss. Yeah, but on the upside, you get to play it again. So depending on how the rest of your matchups are,
yes.
That deck's not out of the rotation yet. Let's talk about what happened during the ban phase. Angry Kirk brought to the table a Sapphire Steel deck, an Emerald Amethyst deck, which we saw, and an Amber Ruby deck, which is probably not one of the lineups that everybody predicted would be the stronger one. So really fascinated to see that deck in action here eventually.
Tell me it wasn't benched.
It was not. The Sapphire Steel deck was benched. Neverlander choosing to get rid of that steel. And so we're going to see that Amber Ruby deck in action here shortly.
So at what point in the benching decision do you go like, Amber Ruby? No one plays that. I'm scared.
Right?
Do you prefer the threat and like you might be prepared for, right? To like the what on earth are you gonna be? Like, are you?
I don't know,
are you
right?
Mufasa? Are you? What are you?
Because on the one hand, your brain is going, there's a reason nobody plays this and it's not top tier, so I don't have to be as afraid of it. On the other hand, you're like, I don't know what you're doing. So yeah, I don't know. But
by the way, Liam,
yeah.
But I'm sorry to change the subject ever so slightly for 1 second, but it'll take 10 seconds. I've got a heist for you this weekend. You've played Palace Heist, right? You're heist ready, I'm sure. Well, I have a special heist for you. Good. I have a special heist for you this weekend. You see this beautiful Cobra 20 Lord Pro playmat that the players are playing on right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think I need to say anything else. I think you know what you need to do for me.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Give me what I want.
And I'm not surprised. Noted.
It's beautiful, though. But we are going to see Steel Song again for Neverlander. And we do see that aerial Sonic Warrior right at the top of the hand. This card has grown in popularity as of late. Towards the end of Set 7, Set Championships, it was everywhere. And I think just due to like a lot of Ruby Sapphire decks cutting Medusa. And a lot of Ruby Amethyst decks cutting Medusa. And there are certain characters like Sonic Warrior Ariel who shine under such conditions.
Yeah, fantastic card, fun card. We saw quite a few of them actually at SSG doing work as well last weekend in the early Set 8 meta. And I hope we get to see it in action. Love the art too by Marcel Berg, one of the original 6 revealed Lorcana artists, and one of my favorite people. So excited.
And Steve Warner's favorite card from as far as I know.
That's what I've heard. I
don't know if it's his favorite art or it's just his favorite card that he's like. I think he had a lot to do with the design for this card in particular. So like, I've heard him talk about it as a highly sentimental one. And yeah, she is finding her place. She is a Set 4 card. So depending on what happens in Fabled, our time with her might be short. But if that is if she's not going to be in Fabled, I'm glad she's getting a chance to shine, right? Because she's such a cool card.
That's true. For now, she is certainly part of our world.
Liam, points for you. Let's go.
On the other side, on Neverlander side, we're setting it up. Do we have it? I do want to mention really quick. Neverland side. Amber Steel, Ruby Amethyst, and Emerald Sapphire were brought to the table. Emerald Sapphire banned.
Racers!
We are seeing racers.
We are seeing racers! So, like, I just thought it was this Ralph. But we just saw an ink of Taffeta, who's a 1-cost 1/2, and if you've got a location in play, your opponent loses a law, and a turn 1 drop of Vanellope. I love to see it. Racers is one of my favorite. I mean, I say new archetypes. We've had it for a couple of sets, but set 8, it got a lot of support. I imagine we're going to see the Ruby 3-cost Wreck-It Ralph, who gives +4 strength to a racer. We might see the new King Candy. There's a couple of King Can. Oh, I'm so excited for this, Liam. You're going to have to rein me back, mate.
This is going to be good. Well, I can't wait to see this deck covered on your channel later on in this week, because I'm sure it will be. Especially if it does well here. But yeah, so Ruby Amber, there's a bunch of different decks in this archetype that have been around popularity. Mufasa builds and some others. But this racer deck, popular among social players, but not much in competitive play, as Wreck-It Ralph goes to the ankle, and we see Candy Drift come out. And I know this card, but I'm not going to quote it before it comes up in our card finder.
So it's +5. It's draw a card, +5 strength, and then at the end of the turn you banish the character that you use. But generally speaking, you're using this to trade up and being banished in the challenge anyway. And it's ingable. I absolutely love it. We just saw Vanellope take out one of the a card that is being played specifically because it is tricky to remove in the early game with 3 willpower and that resists 2 when there's no damage. And this Vanellope and Candy Drift combo just made absolute mincemeat with Destiny. I am so ready for Angry Kirk to put racers on the map this weekend, Liam.
Drifting right into our hearts there, crushing that Rhino. Candy.
The king. Have some candy. Sorry, Liam. I'm sorry, mate. I mean it. You have to rein me in.
Candy. This is Candy. King Candy, Sugar Rush Nightmare. When this character is banished, you return another racer card from your discard to your hand. And as we know, there is a racer in the discard pile already. This deck doing fun things, in the early game here. Let's see if it can build up momentum into the end game. A lot of fun tricks here, but it really interesting to see how Neverlander now pilots around this, because you prepare yourself for all the different meta decks. Neverlander probably has hundreds of matches into the variety of the top 5-6 meta decks that we've been playing for ages, and so when you're playing an unfamiliar deck, even though you got to check the deck list, what Angry Kirk is doing every single turn,
it's huge.
Bit of a mystery.
Does Neverlander know how races work? Like we said, he got to review the deck. He got to check the official app for a couple of cards. But does he know the play patterns? Does he know that this Wreck-It Ralph can give +4 strength to something? Does he know that there is a 4-cost uninkable King Candy Amber Ruby Dual Link, who, whenever one of your races is banished, you get a Tremaine/Be King Undisputed effect. Your opponent has to choose a character to send to their discard pile, which, yes, it's only got a 2/2 stat line, this King Candy. It falls to a gust of wind. But if you play it and then immediately banish one of your races via a challenge, or maybe there's a Teeth and Ambitions or something in the deck, that can provide incredible value, especially if this King Candy, the 3-drop, then gets you a racer back from the discard. And not to mention the Floodborn Wreck-It Ralph, who on play and on quest lets you return a racer from enemy discard to your hand. There's the Mother Gothel, obviously here to work with Rapunzel, which I imagine is one of this. I think it's pretty much the only draw in the deck, Liam.
although as you mentioned, kind of like the Trinidog's decks, which allow you to recur things from your discard pile. Your discard pile ends up ending up almost as a second hand with all of the recursion effects that you have. And that could loom large here. We see Neverlander running low on cards here. There's that Floodborn King Candy down. One of Neverlander's ways back into this game, if he starts to run low on resources, is playing a whole new world, refilling his hand. But in the meantime, everything gives Angry Kirk resources, but also puts those racers into the discard pile, allowing you to recur them later. So there's a whole bunch of different dynamics at play here.
Angry Kirk had to. This isn't the strongest play. You want to put down this candy and immediately get value, especially against Steel when he can just be stormed or strengthed. But Neverlander with 3 cards in hand, Rapunzel, Prince Naveen, and that 1-drop Rhino, nothing to get rid of this King Candy. So this is a really awkward position. We're going to play the Prince Naveen for a cost of 4.
And now
we have no song.
You have to play around this, right? In normal scenario, you might be questing with this Lawrence, trying to get value out of it, knowing that somebody's going to trade into it. You've got the Resist Rhino in there that you can quest with. You can be driving your lore total or singing certain things, but you have to play around that banish effect. That King Candy now can run into anything that's exerted and banish something else on the field. And now 2 things on the field. So here it is. It's like, I'm going to quest with this.
Here we are.
Go ahead. Take it.
Yeah. So you'd have to remove 2 characters. Obviously, this King Candy only has 3 strength, so the Lawrence would survive, but this King Candy is going to recur a racer from the discard anyway, and then we're not far from taking out a body. This is a great setup.
Royal Racer. Now anything is banished. Royal Racer twice is going to probably remove that Naveen and probably that Rhino.
Exactly.
And yeah, Neverlander here really needed to draw into some removal.
Didn't find it.
Yeah, and probably even wide removal. You draw into one card here. You remove one of these King Candies. Now the other one is going to activate. So, I mean, I guess the answer here is you're going to do a whole new world, singing it, getting a bunch of wide removal, and just like clearing the whole board. But here we go.
Okay, so Lawrence is going to take out the King Candy, takes 3 damage, but now these 2 King Candies both are going to trigger, and exactly as you said, Liam, we're losing the Rhino and the Naveen, and the King Candy gets to recur the 1-drop Vanellope von Schreets to the hand. I'm loving everything I'm seeing, and Neverlander is probably sitting there thinking, what is happening? What are we even doing here?
This is not what I signed up for. Sweet goodness.
Get your foil King Candies now.
Of course, all of that was the setup there. Or how about the Floodborn Vanellopes Enchanted or D23 version?
Is it from the D23 gift
there's
set?
2.
That's,
there's a gift set Vanellope, and there's the
pretty pricey.
Yeah, and there's also the Enchanted version. So there's 2 upscale versions of the Vanellope.
Love that.
But
yeah, that Vanellope, she's a 2/4, she's a 4-cost and shift 2, and I believe whenever you play, it's either on, you lower the strength? I think it's when you play a princess, all opposing characters lose 1 strength, or 2 opposing characters lose a strength when you play a princess, I'm pretty sure. But if it is in the deck, then it's probably there just to be a quest for tour, or we might even have things like Be King and Disputed in the deck, and down comes the 3rd King Candy on board, Liam. This is amazing.
Oh my goodness. And putting 3 damage there onto the Lawrence. I mean, interesting though. Oh, Lawrence was undamaged. So challenging into it, putting 3 damage, and now we're going to activate twice. Now, some choices here, trying to figure out which way to go. The thing is, you may want to remove that Sweet because no. I mean, you leave that Lawrence up and you run into the Rapunzel trap again. So you got to be thinking about that. And then, of course, Rapunzel is your, other than Lawrence, is your strongest singer. And so probably the calculus here, get rid of that.
I can see the 4 trial though, as you said, that keeping the damage on a Lawrence could be pretty big if we top into a Rapunzel, but we are going to get rid of the Rapunzel and the Lawrence, just leaving this Smee who can at least check these candies from questing.
Look at the value these King Candies have gotten. I mean, that
incredible
over there, just full of ink's worth of characters. And now I think the decision here but no, I think you leave them up. I mean, what's Neverlander gonna do in response here?
I mean, there are no rush characters. Like you're always under the threat of Storm or Strength. So, but the Smee could take it would take 2 damage and then be banished at the end of the turn due to the ability. But these King Candies are putting in so much value. It's not the time to quest with them.
We're
going to ink another racer. I forget his name, but he's on play. Your opponent loses a law and you gain a law, if my memory serves. And there's the big
there he is!
I'm gonna wreck it! I'm gonna wreck it!
I never thought when I got this card to reveal that I would see it in competitive play.
Let's go, Liam.
What a treat for me.
Yes, mate. Well, I'm proud of you.
When you play this card, you submit to erase a card with 6 or less from your discard to your hand. If you do gain 1 lore, again, that recursion from the discard pile.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess that King Candy, that 3rd one, is probably going to come back here next turn. And what a pickle, right? You want to get this off the board, or it's going to do work every single turn. But when you do, you're going to lose 2 of your characters.
Right, so 2 of your guys, we do find a whole new world, so there is a whole new hope for Neverlander. Yeah, probably the best thing you could have found, because the other card is World's Greatest Criminal Mind, a favourite of mine, but not... Well, to be fair, it's a 3-cost song. Maybe you sing with Lawrence, or no, with Pete here to take out the King Candy. I've got to imagine that's what you do here. Sorry, not the King Candy, the Wreck-It Ralph, sorry, with 7-5.
It's an interesting choice, right? Because once you remove that Wreck-It Ralph,
you have to manage 2 things.
You're going to lose 2 of your singers. So there's a scenario here where you don't use World's Greatest Criminal Mind first, but it looks like that's what we're going to.
He's going to quest. I think he's going to quest out, and I think
he knows we're going to lose it.
Yeah.
So because if you play it first, you're going to lose your 2 characters, and they're not going to be able to sing, and that's what we're going to do here. We're going to lose 2 of those characters, and you lose one of your singers there in that Pete. Because the alternative scenario is you hope to draw into something that can remove it, and you leave yourself another singer available. But I guess you'd be singing with it anyway, so I don't know.
What a game, Liam. What a game.
This is the most ridiculous and
I love it. These King
phenomenal
Candies,
card.
and again, of all matchups to actually shine this much against Steel, and you've got to think they're not long for this game anymore with a fresh new hand from Neverland. Angry Kirk had to throw away a few cards, but gets a fresh 7 himself. Down comes Mr. Smee with the last 2 ink that we've got. And this Laurentine Magin quests. Yeah. Oh, we're going to see. Okay, that's also very reasonable, but we're going to have to get rid of our Mr. Smee.
Yeah, it's just tough refilling the hand there. So let's see how wide Angry Kirk can go here. That's really the test of this deck. How much can I refill the board? I mean, the key, this game goes off the rails, off the track, as it were, if that Wreck-It Ralph stays in play and activates even once and forces Neverland into response. So Trop taking that whole new world, huge, because this is a completely different game with that one-turn swing.
I think we had a Teeth and Ambitions off the top of the deck.
Fudge.
We did. Yeah, and this is interesting. So, I did so one of the reasons I'm excited to see this deck is among the rogue decks that I like to do at the beginning of a format, Racers was one I covered, and I was playing Taffeta, but no shift line and no locations, which may sound strange, but you just want the Racer keyword. Sorry, it's not a keyword; it's a characterization. You just want that because it's so relevant to so many of the cards in your deck. So even though she's not the greatest statted 1-cost character, and I personally wasn't running any locations or even the shifted Taffeta. I just wanted another 1-drop Racer. So it'll be interesting to see throughout the rest of this game if Angry Kirk does have any of the cards to go with this Taffeta, or if he is just valuing the 1-drop Racer characterization. We see Gothel come down and put 3 damage on herself, and here's another one of those Candy Drifts.
+5 strength onto, but Taffeta was just played. Was she not?
She was. I'm pretty sure. It doesn't give rush.
So
pretty sure the Taffeta just came down that turn.
I thought it was the one. Yeah, it's the rush that I'm confused. Okay. Wasn't that last
Not sure. Nonetheless, Ariel's going to come down on Neverlander's side of the board. Going to look at 4 cards. I do see.
Yep. Okay. Sorry, Baker. Jebba's here. Much smarter than us explaining this. So, because Candy Drift self-banishes, that triggers the King Candy.
The second part of it. Okay, so it wasn't got you. Understood. Yep. Thank you, Jabus. Appreciate it. Shout out to you, buddy. There you go. That makes
doing
sense.
Work back here, making us
absolutely.
That's the secret to every broadcast. Even
there you go.
For us over here in North America, the card viewers and the folks behind the scenes make us look good. So
exactly.
Much smarter than us.
No, shout out to Jeebus. But yeah, that would make sense. The secondary part of Candy Drift, the self-banish, and that triggers the King Candy ability. You love to see it. And Neverlander trying to make a decision what he's going to take here. We have a Zeus and a whole new world. No, we have done it. It seems that he did opt to take the Zeus. Prince Naveen going to come down and sing that for free.
Enough of those. So here's the choice. I think he's had enough of those King Candy shenanigans, right? Just doing so much work. On the other hand, there's the 3-draw looming there with that Mother Gothel. If the Rapunzel's in hand, that's 3 cards for Angry Kirk. So an interesting choice here. Which way do you go?
Yeah, I think you have to take the King Candy.
The Mother Gothel is going to trigger the King Candy anyway, and you're going to lose a card. So leaving that available. But definitely thinking about it before going. Let's see.
Yeah, it's a fair decision. It's a fair thing to think about, but also realistically, Kirk has enough ink to just go play another Gothel and then Rapunzel straight away. And these candies have caused you such a headache so far. You just want to get it off the board and you're fed up banishing your own characters. You need these things to stick. We're going to see a new King Candy come down, followed up by the 3-drop Inking Bear Necessities. So Angry Kirk says, I have some more candy. Neverland is probably a bit full.
That's so much candy. A real sweet tooth over there on that side of the board. Teeth and Ambitions here coming down, dealing 2 damage to his own Racer. You're going to assign another 2 damage, and then so much work here.
So it's probably just going to be to the 3-drop King Candy, I imagine. Maybe the Gothel, but probably the King Candy.
Let's see. You self-banish, and then it triggers the King Candy. You get the Racer back, probably one of the other King Candies. Nope, it's the Wreck-It Ralph. It's going to come out of
Wreck-It Ralph.
And
why not?
we'll trigger the King Candy. We'll choose. I'm going to assume. Oh, we're going to take that aerial off, leaving the Prince Naveen, and play a Vanellope 1-drop. And this deck is doing. What fun!
I'm absolutely loving what I'm seeing. It's round 2. These players, so Angry Kirk was 0-0-1, Neverlander 0-1-0 coming into this round, but you got to think that the on-team side who are scouting, deciding who we're going to feature, saw this Amber Ruby deck and was like, oh, let's hope that we see some of that. And I'm glad they did.
And I have so many thoughts. I'm going to save for after the match. Another Mother Gothel off the top deck there, I believe.
If you are only just joining us, this is round 2 and this is game 2 in triple deck formats. Angry Kirk was able to take game 1 with Emerald Amethyst beating Neverlander's Steel Song, meaning that Angry Kirk has to swap to the last remaining deck that was not benched, being this Amber Ruby deck, and Neverlander has decided to stick with Steel Song, and these King Candies are causing him a bit of a two-fake, and down comes this Wreck-It Ralph. The second time we're seeing in this match, Liam, on play and on quest, return a racer of cost 6 or less from your discard to your hand and gain 1 lore. Absolutely the big boss character that this deck needed.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And what fun. Vanellope here looks like going to quest. Mother Gothel going to quest. And you're getting the Lore Valley out of them. If you challenge into them, if you're not familiar with that, King Candy there will banish a card when one of your eraser cards is banished. It looks like we're going to Teeth in Ambitions. Our own card, once again, banishing the Vanellope Pond Schweets in order to allow King Candy to banish
a character of Neverlander's choice, which they're both pretty good, but yeah, you got to think the Aerial Sonic Warrior is the higher value with that 3/8 stat line. She's a 6 cost character. Naveen has Singer 6, but Aerial the clear winner here. But still doesn't feel great for Neverlander, who I think has banished like 6 of his own characters in this game.
So many, and brought several back.
Was that Rapunzel off the top?
So I do want to look at the lore code total here. I think we quested with both the Mother Gothel and the Racer earlier, and if I'm not mistaken, Wreck-It Ralph does give a lore when he recurs a character from the discard pile. I'm trying to do the math here, and I think we may have missed a lore or 2 from the Wreck-It Ralph activations. So just a note, for those watching, I do think that if you pilot this Racer deck, if you're watching this deck, one of the ways it closes out the game is by the lore off that Wreck-It Ralph. So just a note there as we look at the lore totals.
Yep. Neverlander weighing up the options. We've got a Miss Bianca from the Rescue Aid Society in hand. And along came Zeus. This Zeus would be enough to take out the Wreck-It Ralph, but the ever-present threat of the King Candy 4-drop, meaning
changes
that
everything.
Changes everything. If Neverlander takes out anything, then he will have to banish one of his own characters. So you really want to set and do what Neverlander has been doing these last few turns, and that's essentially setting up a substitute, something to take the brunt of the King Candy ability. We are going to play Rapunzel, drawing just 1 card from the 1 damage. I think it was just 1 off of the aerial. Well, it may have been 2.
2. It was 2.
Yeah, it was 2. Yeah, because he had 3 cards in his hand with the Rapunzels. Yeah, drawing 2 of the Rapunzel. And
2 removal options.
Yeah, I think he wanted to find a low-cost character to put down to be that substitute. I mean, we can do the Rapunzel, but she's a 1/5 quest for 2. We really would have liked to have found a 1-drop there. Just anything smaller that we could still afford to play so that we could use that to banish instead.
See, it's such a challenge. We can sequence the removal here to get rid of 2 characters. And that's the right sequence. We are going to
good.
Banish that.
So we don't have to remove anything. And now we have this Zeus to get rid of this Ralph. Okay, we're cooking. This is a amount of comeback. Only 2 cards in Kirk's hand.
And one of them a whole new world.
And 3 cards now in Kirk's hand, drawing off the top. Do we have a Rapunzel? I think if we did, it would have come down already. It looks like we're exerting 3 ink. We put down 3-drop King Candy. It's okay. It can get us a Racer back from the discard when it's banished, but we don't really have the stats to do with this Ariel.
No, and Ariel, this is where she starts to shine here in the late game. Without those king candies, threatening, we have a couple songs in hand, and Sonic Warrior is going to start doing her thing here shortly, unless we find an answer.
Oh, is that Glimmer versus Glimmer?
It is Glimmer versus
It's Glimmer versus Glimmer. I
haven't seen this starter deck in set 5, and there it is. I think it's banish one of yours, banish one of theirs. We said there wasn't an efficient answer, and that was the answer. Getting rid of that King Candy, which will get you the value of bringing back Eraser now. I'm not sure if we made use of that yet. We did.
And you choose as well with Glimmer versus Glimmer. You choose as well. That's a big difference. Okay, I'm not going to lie, Liam, as well. I've been watching this whole match so far thinking, I think this is the same deck that I built. Every card seems the same, but that's the first difference I've noticed is the Glimmer versus Glimmer. So nice inclusion, yeah. Very rarely seen Ruby card that we got in Shimmering Skies. You banish one of your guys, banish one of theirs, and there's the whole new world. So we're going to be discarding a Ralph, and I think that might have been another Mother Gothel in Kirk's hand. Both cards players resetting to 7. We're at 8 lore to 4. I know, Liam, you mentioned that there might be a discrepancy in lore. There might have been a lore missed, but all we can do is leave it to the judges to, and the players to, hope that it is right.
I think so, but I agree with you. And at some point, you just play the game. And yeah, so Angry Kirk getting back that Wreck-It Ralph from the discard pile. Neverlander saying send it back, and then drawing into one again. But Neverlander here with a whole new hand of removal, playing a Pete there, saying no actions. And Angry Kirk here, let's see how wide he wants to go with a whole new 7, now 8 cards.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Amber Ruby deck really relying on actions all that much. Obviously, we've seen the 2-cost action that's put in some work, and there might be copies of Be Prepared in the deck, but it's mostly a very character-heavy deck, so I don't think this Pete is going to be shutting Kirk down from too much here. We're going to pay 7 for the Wreck-It Ralph, the big lug, get back a Eraser from our discard, keep the hand nice and healthy. We aim to Taffeta.
And again, should have triggered there to draw lure for Angry Kirk.
Yeah, well noticed, Liam. Down comes a Gothel. She's going to do 3 damage to herself on play. This card being used specifically to set up Rapunzel, our primary draw engine for this deck. But of course, the 3-4 stat line on a 2-cost character is... Well, even if she's got the 3 damage, 3 strength is not bad to have.
No.
Help take things out.
Well, and there we did get the lore finally for that.
We did. Excellent. Okay. So maybe they did get it before as well, and maybe we was just... There's been a lot going on in this game, Liam. We've been testing ourselves on these cards. And...
Yeah. Well, and I think that Wreck-It Ralph has been used... it's been used at least 4 times now, so I'm not sure how many quests there were. It could be right, but it's been used quite a few times.
Yeah. Again, Kirk hasn't quested much either, though, right? Those King Candies were sat there for just on their own for a while. So all we can do is hope. Our power is limited from these seats.
No, and true. I only like to say it, and it's not a criticism, so the audience watching as they're evaluating these decks and their relative power and how they function understands.
Absolutely.
So here we have Neverlander here going wide, getting those singers on the board. And this is what Steel Song wants to do. Steel Song, a deck famous for doing much greater amount of ink things on its turn because of the singers it has available than the ink it has in its inkwell. And here we just have so many singers on board. And if there's one thing this Razor deck is probably bad at, it's clearing wide boards.
Yeah, and Neverlander will know whether or not there are copies of Be Prepared in Kirk's deck. But there is, I see it. So, hey, you had to do it right. You had to take advantage. Right, Liam, this is your turn. Oh, I don't think he's going to do it this turn. Because
not yet. He's playing
a couple of razors.
Wants
to get the value. Unless he has enough. I doubt it. I think he's got 3 ink left.
I don't think so. Oh no! See again. The card
we got peated. He was peated. He was peated.
He was peated. Not allowing that Be Prepared. What a critical play there. Oh my goodness! Because we're setting up another power turn here if Neverlander really wants to take it. Although, probably content with this board. We could Whole New World. Use some of our other removal. We're gonna let Storm Rage on there. Remove one of those King Candies. Send it to the discard pile.
He's just looking for another Pete. to shut it down. Yeah, my apologies, audience. That was silly of me. Pete comes down. I got excited by the P prep. Okay, like you did, like.
Oh, and it's a little bit more brain power here, trying to evaluate play lines that we're not super familiar with. Always fun. Troubadour coming down.
I mean, I miss Pete more than I'm comfortable with, if I'm being real with everyone. Fair. But I will, I will be that much more aware of it in the future. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But nonetheless, as we said, the Pete shutting down that B prep, and now we are going to have another trip around the world, almost like spinning a wheel. And one could say it's critically, absolutely, and that's going to reset the hand. And we didn't find another B prep. Did we find another Pete? Does it matter? We're going to storm the other King Candy.
And you know, one note here, gamesmanship, whether it's important or not, but Angry Kirk, you know, putting that hand down so that Be Prepared not visible at all, not wanting to give away that there's one now in the discard pile. Smee coming down the other side, Neverlander here just going wide. Angry Kirk have to find a Be Prepared here. Reset the board.
I mean, maybe I'm silly, but like if my hand gets discarded with Whole New World, I fan it out before I put it in the discard. I just go, look what you took from me. And then I look at them, look what you've done. No.
You're a monster.
But that's just me. But this humongous board, we were not peated. But how many B preps are in the deck, right? Like there might be 4, but like there's a lot you got to fit in this Amber Ruby deck, right? So it might be 2. And I'm not seeing any in the hand regardless, so I think that's going to spell doom at 16 lore. But hey, that's not a bad thing, because Kirk is a roundup. I was rooting for the Racers. I'm sorry. I meant to be an unbiased commentary, but I was rooting for the Racers. Hey, we got to see them. That's what's important, right?
and one thing to pay attention to here is match time, as they scoop really quickly. I don't know how long the second game took, but oh my goodness, that was a duel.
That was. I'm so happy we got to see Racers, and because Racers lost, it will be the final deck that we see. Neverlander now has to switch from Steel Song. What was the one you mentioned that he has left? That hasn't been benched?
Was banned at Emerald Amethyst. Emerald Amethyst is Angry Kirk's.
Emerald Amethyst up against Racers. Okay, so the first question is it going to be a Diablo?
I'm sorry, Neverlander Ruby Amethyst.
Ruby Amethyst. Okay. Another deck very much after my own heart. So the first, I do see a Tremaine already. So my first question was going to be, is this going to be like a stock Ruby Amethyst list with like a full bounce engine of rabbits and goats and foxes and maybe snakes, although some Ruby Amethyst stock list playing less snakes now, that they can be a bit slow. But is it going to be that more traditional build with ladies and stuff, or is it going to be like an evasive shark build with Peter Pan, Shadow Finder, and Iago, things like that? Seeing the Tremaine immediately makes me feel like it's going to be more stock, but there might still be Peter Pan, Shadow Finder. Even if you're not playing sharks, they can be really nice answers to Diablo. So we shall see. But we are going to see these Racers taking off again.
I know, it's so fun. And one thing on the Ruby Amethyst, as you noted earlier, and I will say, I talked to several other players out there who were of a similar mind. Wouldn't be surprised to see Flynn Rider work his way back and that aggro package work its way back in, because when you can remove steel, all of a sudden that deck becomes pretty valuable.
We see does seem like it's going to be a stock build. I'm seeing goats, rabbits. Like there might also be genies. Sometimes you might see a split, but from what I've seen, this feels pretty stock to me so far. And we're seeing the 2-cost losing her temper Queen of Hearts, who I'm a big fan of, Liam. I was playing her towards the end of set 7 format. I went to the Ravensburg event in Germany, over 500 players. I came 71st. I missed top cut by 1 point. I ran Ruby Amethyst stock list and these so I was 3 wins, no losses, 6 draws, and 2 of my 3 wins were against my 2 O's were against Steel Song, and these Queen of Hearts were absolutely the reason why. Not going to do much necessarily in this match. It might do, but it's really there for that steel matchup. But yeah, so far this seems like a pretty stock Ruby Amethyst list to me. Angry Kurt's going to be starting us off. Going first, inking at the Candy Drift. Do we have a Vanellope or a Taffeta for a turn 1 drop?
Oh, nothing, unfortunately.
Nothing.
Followed by Brooms on the other side, and the classic turn 1 Trunderbugs followers coming out of Neverlander side. And we did
inking a Broom
brawl
playing
that turn. which, in a deck that relies on characters and character synergies, getting that Brawl in hand feels pretty good.
Getting rid of King Candy straight away feels pretty good. That's value as well, right? A 4-cost character for your 3-cost Brawl. That's probably one of the best feeling Brawls you could ever do. We finally see that Vanellope.
Probably on turn too late. Angry Kirk here, just one card behind where he wants to be on curve. And there we have that Queen of Hearts you talked about.
To be fair, yes, you probably would have liked it on 1, but if he's holding the Wreck-It Ralph that gives +3 strength to a +4 strength, to a racer, then probably doesn't mind. At least he got it down right. So if this Queen of Hearts turns sideways, we can trade. Oh, it wouldn't even be a trade. You just take it out because the Queen of Hearts currently only has 1 strength. It doesn't get its +3 until it's taken the damage, which can't be during the challenge. So yeah, if we have the Ralph, although the Queen would need to be sideways first, we're going to ink a Bare Necessities. Down comes that King Candy, who we saw put in so much work in game 2, just recurring races from the discard.
Yeah. Trying to set up this racer engine here. One note, Baker, I got word at the start of the round that they had 10 minutes at the start of this game.
All right. So the race is quite literally on. This is a very fitting deck to be running, and some people might be surprised by the lack of the locations that are relevant to races, the Speedway, the Sugar Rush Speedway starting line and finish line. Although it's worth mentioning, neither of them actually require racers to do what they want to do. I don't think you would play those locations in a racer deck. I think you either build a racer deck and you don't run those locations, because those locations need a ton of support in and of themselves. You need ways of playing them for free, moving to them on the cheap, things like Jim Hawkins, things like Tuk Tuk. So I think the decks actually try to do very different things, and so we haven't seen any of those locations from Kirk. So going full racer, but yeah, with 10 minutes to finish this match, pace of play is definitely going to be something on these players' mind, but it's been good so far. Neverland are able to play a Diablo on turn 3, and nothing else isn't great. But we have the Rabbit or the Goat for turn 4.
Teeth and Ambitions, we say, going into the Inkwell, coming back out of the Inkwell, rethinking it. Now Rapunzel going into the Inkwell as we set up this turn. And it's going to be, is it that King Candy? It is.
It is going to be King Candy. Do we still have the Brawl in Neverlander's hand, or did he ink it?
We do. I thought we did. I did not see the ink or not. It could be hiding there second from the left. But Teeth and Ambitions there, that almost went in the Inkwell, but instead we're going to use it to great effect here with that King Candy.
And like I said, this is what you want to do, right? When your King Candies are vulnerable. Against Steel Song, I think we saw a miracle in the fact that they stayed around for so long without there being removal. But you still, if you know they're vulnerable to Storm or Strength or Brawl or anything, then you want a turn like this, right? Where you play the King Candy and then you can immediately trigger a Banish. In this instance, we're Singing Teeth and Ambitions, putting 2 with the King Candy, the 3-cost one. We're putting 2 damage on the Vanellope to banish her, and now Neverlander has to make a choice. And you've got to imagine it's the Diablo here.
I think so. And there's a sequencing question going on.
Oh wait, but it's sequencing. Yeah. So do you do the damage?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because when it's a matter of what characters Neverland has available to choose from, and so they're trying to figure out how do we resolve this Teeth and Ambitions before the choice. That's, I think, what they're trying to do. So
I imagine Neverlander's perspective is something on the lines of do you have to pick who's taking the damage first, and then I can choose to banish that character? I imagine that's the question that Neverlander's asking here. I'm not sure if it works like that, but
no, it's. Yeah, it is resolve. You resolve the card, then you resolve the next card. So that is the right action. But I'm just trying to do it. I think that's probably where the discussion is here.
So in my head, Angry Kirk chooses his character to put damage on, and then chooses the opposing character to put damage on. They both get banished, and then King Candy's ability triggers, and Neverlander has to choose from the remaining characters. That would be my understanding.
And I think that is correct. I'm getting a nod here.
But isn't it? It's a super interesting interaction, right? And as Neverlander, if you're not sure, I think you're right to ask. Right? Because, again, it does matter. If you are allowed to do that and say, if Angry Kirk had to say, okay, do damage on Bog, and then Neverlander could say, okay, I banish Bog. Not how it works, but if you don't know, This is a new card. I think it's understandable this early on in the format, especially like I don't know how many people had King Candy on the radar. Don't get me wrong, the ability is not unique. We've had
players.
Tremaine and B King in the past, but it is a niche interaction, which I respect. I respect checking.
Yeah.
A great play from Kirk. Really great play.
Yeah, G was saying 2 players had it on the radar: Angry Kirk and you. So there you go. So yeah, and
Little Pro saying always call a judge if you aren't certain. Sorry, Liam. Just thought that was an important message.
It's 100% true. Even at this level, if you're not sure. So here, King Candy, they're getting that quest. More than happy, Angry Kirk, to get that lore. If it is banished now, him able to recur that Vanellope from the discard pile. Didn't come into play, though. We're getting another King Candy in play. Both of them there now, able to pull racers out of the discard pile when they're banished. Which is super fun when there's 2 of them on board, because if one get banished and there's nothing in the discard pile, then you pull that one out when the other one is banished. So just a lot of fun interaction in this deck.
They're cute, yeah. Again, the amount of support the Racers got in set A has me really excited. I still thought it was on the rogue side, and hey, maybe that is where it settles. But I'm so happy to see it as one of the inks chosen by Kirk in this triple deck format. We are able to sing "Friends on the Other Side" with the rabbit. I think we inked a goat, which is always a bit like, you know, goat's a bit of a secret uninkable. But sometimes, I suppose if it's got to be done, it's got to be done. And we are able to play this Elsa and remove this annoying King Candy from the board.
And it is removed and down there now, not able to do its shenanigans. Neverlander getting able to get some great card advantage here in the mid game, like this deck wants to do, with both the rabbits and friends from the other side, you know, drawing into its tools.
There's the Ralph.
There he is, and this is our first time seeing it here. This game, I think we saw the Floodborn. This is our first time seeing the normal version.
Yeah, this Wreck-It Ralph giving +4 strength, not that one, to a racer. I don't think it mattered on that turn because the 3-cost King Candy is a 3-2, if I remember rightly. But nice to see Ralph in action, and now we've stuck a 4-2 body on the board, which can answer this Queen of Hearts in 1 and survive. So that's also pretty relevant.
An important note
Wide
here.
grip from Neverlander here.
Wreck-It Ralph not known for being a racer, but this version is, as well as the Floodborn version, so he does interact with all the other racer cards.
And a shift option for the big boss Wreck-It Ralph, the big lug. I keep calling him the big boss, but he's the big lug. That's quite literally the subname.
And in all that drawing, Neverlander has managed to find his board wipe as well, so be prepared in hand if things get out of control and the racers start to run him over. So a bit of an uphill climb here from Angry Kirk, because Neverlander does have his insurance policy.
Queen of Hearts, boosted by the crab, is able to take out the opposing King Candy and now has damage on it. So it is a 4-2. So it would now trade with this Wreck-It Ralph should either player wish to initiate that challenge. Another Wreck-It Ralph going to go into the Inkwell. We've got a fair few cards in hand for Angry Kirk. Haven't been able to see many of them. He's playing close to his chest, but we see that King Candy coming down again. Ralph is going to trade into the Queen of Hearts, and now once again Neverlander in a familiar position, forced to banish one of his own characters, going to choose that Merlin Crab. Gives Challenger to something. It has to happen. It's not relevant, but it has to happen.
But it has to happen. Who knows, one day...
It's relevant sometimes. Sometimes it's very relevant.
Yeah, I suppose. But it's fun. And if that's a top deck, I mean, a critical top deck at the right time to kind of like slow down Neverlander's momentum here. But Rabbit coming down now, getting more value. Drawing into the Fox, another great tool to have in hand against a character-based deck. And the Brawl coming down and saying, nope,
I'm not going through this again. And now it's looking really good for Neverlander. Angry Kirk going up to just 3 cards in hand, but Neverlander with a wide grip has done a good job of playing down a lot of rabbits, drawing a lot of extra cards. You do see the Wreck-It Ralph come down. That's going to fish out a racer from the discard. More than likely to be the King Candy. And
every turn, it's like... Oh, sorry, go ahead. Every turn managing to find something to keep himself in this game. And getting the big lug there, recurring a card. Very, very strong answer.
Oh, the Hades. I love it. Oh, there it is. Oh, I absolutely... Ruthless Tyrant, I believe, is the subname. this Hades, I'm a big fan. Yes, I was right. 7 cost uninkable, 3/6. Quest for 2 on play and on quest. You can deal 2 damage to one of your characters to draw 2 cards. He is Medusa fodder, but outside of that, this Hades is so tricky. Can draw you a lot of cards. Even if he is Medusa, you've got values for playing him, assumedly. So I'm a big fan of him, and he can sing my favorite song, Liam.
I would ask what it was, but we know.
We know.
We know.
It's beyond the horizon, clearly.
That is one of the things that this deck was missing. You know, earlier versions of this deck in set like 1 and 2 were built around the ability to sing, be prepared with cards like Maleficent Dragon, and then be able to play cards out of your hand immediately. And for a long time, it kind of lost that as it got lower to the ground and more aggressive. And unless you're running a Scar, which some decks did for a little while, most of these decks abandoned that line of play. But to your point, it's really, really fascinating and fun to see that line work back into the deck with that 7-cost character, because it opens up completely different play lines on the end game.
I mean, like we've been playing Sisu, big Sisu, who sometimes gets the pleasure of singing B prep, but like she quests for 3 as well, so it always feels a little bit more feel bad. But yeah, this Hades, super good. It is going to be removed due to Glimmer versus Glimmer.
Look at the flavor there. Hades, one of the cards, arm wrestling in Glimmer versus Glimmer there.
I love it.
Hercules getting the better of him, being banished by that card. And look at that. Because Glimmer versus Glimmer banishes one of your characters, King Candy taking effect there, banishing the Elsa. So a lot of work being done again by that King Candy. And Elsa now exerting the King Candy and banishing it and to prevent any more racer shenanigans.
Yeah. Like this King, we mentioned this King Candy, it's like we've seen it put in so much work, and it really can, but it is so vulnerable to an Elsa, to a Storm, to a Teeth, to a Brawl, to a Stiff Breeze. This King Candy does not last long, but if it is able to, like we saw in game 2, then even in this game, it's never stuck around for as long, but it has put in work, right? Kirk has been able to develop it and then immediately banish one of his own characters. And we're going to see another Vanellope von Schweetz, the 4-cost uninkable, with the Pixelate ability, where on play you gain Evasive until the start of your next turn, and she has that wonderful Rush keyword. A really nice answer to this Elsa.
A perfect answer in this scenario here. And unless there's another Elsa they're kicking around, or something like a Madame Medusa, which can remove one of your characters cleanly like that. There it is. Neverlander with the answer. And Angry Kirk now with an empty hand, just the King Candy on board. Neverlander may have put the brakes on this racer deck this turn.
Yeah, it does seem so. We've built wide. We throw down a goat. That's going to gain a lore. We've gone up to 9. We can effectively go to 3-4. We can go to 14 next turn and then assumedly develop another body. So Neverlander is presenting a 2-turn clock as it stands. Kirk is going to be able to interfere with that a little bit. The King Candy is going to go into the Fox. Could have survived a challenge into the Broom, but Kirk wanting to use this recur effect from King Candy to get back this Wreck-It Ralph. Has the ink to play it down immediate. So shift it on top of the other Wreck-It Ralph. Really nice. Meaning that we can use its ability, get back a racer, draw a card, and we can immediately challenge something. Super nice play from Kirk, who's going to try and keep his metal to the pedal as long as he can.
Absolutely. I mean, again, every time I think that the Neverlander has run away with it, Angry Kirk coming back with an answer to at least slow things down or invite a response. Pulling back a racer there. So all this recursion going on is just
it's been so thematic, right? It's kind of been like a race where Vanellope's be like in the lead, and you got King Candy hot on her heels, like just chucking stuff at her, and that's Kirk. He's right on the tails of Neverlander and be like, I'm still in this. You haven't got rid of me yet. Have some candy. All those sort of things.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my foot on the gas, even though you try to shut me down.
I've loved it. I've loved every bit of this.
Oh man!
Shout out to Kirk for maybe we'll get the chance to speak to him after the match. Maybe not. Maybe we'll talk to Neverlander. But either way, if you see Kirk, let him know how much I appreciated this match.
I will absolutely do that, and I'm sure he'll watch this back with glee, hearing you, talk about how wonderful an experience this is.
What a start to the weekend! What a start to the weekend, Liam. We're going to quest out for 4, taking us to 13. I assume we were at 9 lore when the turn began, so I imagine we're waiting for an update there. But passing over to Kirk, do we have the Be Prepared? There are 2 cards in hand. I haven't managed to catch a glimpse of them.
I imagine if there was, we would see
13.
it slammed right now. So we're counting up lore, trying to make sure that's right. Obviously, Wreck-It Ralph can remove something this turn. But unless you have... there's other combos. You can remove a couple things if you have like the other King Candy. But even then, it's a tough...
Because you have no way of banishing your own Ralph unless you... Like, you could take out the Medusa and then Teeth yourself.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound great, though. And you'd love to be questing with this Ralph to get back a character, but then you can't challenge. Yeah, we're going to throw down this King Candy, but this Wreck-It Ralph is not going to be able to take itself out. We take out the goat. We don't take out the Medusa. Yeah, the goat's the better one to take rid of because we don't want it being bounced. That's going to gain a lore for Neverlander, or at least we get rid of it. And do we...
5 left. It's not game this turn, but getting awful close. Self-banishes the rabbit, draws a card. I think that is a Medusa? No.
It was I think that's
Medusa?
the 3-cost Medusa. I'm pretty sure that's the Deceiving Partner.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
And then
A card I'm really enjoying. It's actually the only addition to my stock Ruby Amethyst list in set 8 so far is the new Medusa. Is that what he's drawn there? I might be wrong.
I think so. And we see we have gone to time, so we do see the turn marker coming in. Angry Kirk with turn 1, Neverlander with turn 2. We go 3, 4, 5. Angry Kirk with the last turn then before the game ends in a draw. So both players now essentially not on the clock anymore, on a different type of clock, so able to think through their turns very methodically, trying to make sure that they don't end up getting that dreaded draw if they can avoid it.
Here she is. Yeah, no, we are. Since we're in turns again, you still got to respect the event, but the players can slow down, and like this game will end in the next 5 turns. But we see this Deceiving Partner. I'm a huge fan of her, Liam. Ruby Amethyst Dual Ink 3/3 quest for 1. You do 2 damage. Well, you may do 2 damage to one of your characters on play. It has to be a different character. You can't put the damage on herself, and then you can bounce a character of 2 cost or less. Really nice into Steel Song, like bouncing back a Smee or a Troubadour, something like that has felt pretty good. So it's been a nice addition for my Ruby Amethyst testing so far, and we see Neverlander incorporating it as well.
Doing a little bit of work here. Fun, and there's a second one. Not using the action. Crab coming down, just presenting just a really wide board here, saying you have to have the answers. Quest. There, going to 18, and forcing Angry Kirk to respond to this board state. But with that King Candy on board, there are some lines that could do it. There is also the Be Prepared that we can draw into. So not over yet. Although against an Amethyst deck, you're 1 goat drop away from closing things out.
I will say, for the sake of the chat, I'm not sure if something was done wrong earlier, because the Wreck-It Ralph challenged into the goat, survived, and then they had a King Candy trigger and Neverlander got rid of his rabbit. But King Candy's trigger is when another one of your races is banished, is when it triggers. Unless I missed something and there was another character that maybe got teethed or something, but I don't think it's going to have made a difference because Neverlander is well out ahead here. But just for the sake of genuinity with the chat, I wanted to mention it.
I'm not looking at the chat, so I'm not sure what they're saying, but I can intuit based on what you said. Remember, I think Ralph does pull a character when he quests but he challenged. Yeah, I don't know. I can't explain that sequence.
But regardless, it seems like Neverlander is going to finish out on top. Angry Coat's going to make him fight for it, though. Throws down another Vanellope. What is the last remaining card in hand? Is there a final... What's the final drift for this racer deck? It is a copy of Teeth and Ambitions. That does open up an interesting play.
It does, but unfortunately that 2 damage not enough to move anything on its own, and that's the handshake, and there it is. That's the game coming down to the wire here on turns. In game... God, was that game 2?
That is game 3. Yeah, that is it. I forgot.
The first game was so long ago, I almost forgot about it. Fascinating. So I'm going to do something... different here that we don't normally do on DLC broadcast and talk about another card game. Because this deck, this racer deck, works very similar to an Aristocrats deck in Magic. This is an archetype in Magic that a lot of people are familiar with, which leverages your own characters as a resource, sending them to the discard pile, and by by banishing them, sometimes self-banishing them, they do a thing, and then you bring them back and they do a thing. But one of your resources is the characters that you have on board going back and forth to your discard pile, which allows you to do all sorts of stuff. It's known as an Aristocrats deck. This is the first version of that deck, really, that I've seen in Lorcana that's doing that thing. And it's really fascinating to see it in action because it's very, very different than any competitive deck that we've seen in terms of what it's trying to do. What do you think of this?
I think so. What's interesting, to go off the point you just made, like, I think it's interesting, like, to show how the TCG experiences of one player to another will impact how you see things. So you watch this Racer deck go off and you see this Aristocrat deck from Magic the Gathering. I never played Magic. When I see this Racer deck go off, I feel like it's not quite there yet, but for me, as my experience in other TCGs, I think back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Very early days Yu-Gi-Oh! And Perfect Circle format, which old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Players will recognize, with Destiny Heroes, which again, a lot of them had their abilities trigger when they were in the graveyard, and then that would affect the board. There was one called Malicious, who if it was in the graveyard, you could banish it, remove it from the game, and find another Malicious in your deck and just put it on the board. And other ones that when you discarded it drew you cards. And so it's interesting how the different experiences of TCG players, you'll see different archetypes like in the skeleton of these Lorcana decks, and I think that's super interesting. But if you couldn't tell, Liam, I was very excited to see these races twice over this match. If you're only just joining us, welcome to 20 Lore Pro, whether you're watching us on Twitch or over on YouTube. I'm Baker, I'm joined by Liam. It's a pleasure to be here with world-class cards for the 10K weekend under World's format rules, triple deck format. Every single player has had to build 3 different decks representing all 6 inks, and players will have the opportunity to ban an opposing deck, and then they play a best of 3 with the remaining decks that they have. And it's been super interesting so far. We just got to saw racers do all sorts of wacky things, so I'm having an amazing time. Liam, what are your thoughts so far?
I love it very, very much. It's a lot of fun, and what the Racer deck is emblematic of like what this format does, because I doubt very much any player brings a Racer deck to a competitive event at this scale as their one option. But when it's triple deck constructed and you're forcing your opponent to make, you could.
Someone's saying bite your tongue, Liam. Someone's got it sleeved, ready to go to
it might be cracked. I don't know.
Instructed.
but in this
we'll
format
find out at the end. That's what we're doing this for, though, right? We'll find out.
But this format, inviting some interesting color combos like this, and it also puts your opponent in an interesting position when they have to evaluate this deck against known entities during the ban stage. So this format is a ton of fun because it opens up all these different options. I will say though,
super helpful for preparing for Worlds as well. It's an honor to be here. It's really great experience. So I'm grateful for 20 Lore Pro and WCC for having us. What a great weekend of Lorcana. I definitely still want this playmat, Liam. Like, don't forget your mission for the weekend. Look at these 3 deck boxes for Beefcake. All the fancy. What was the official name of this deck box?
It's the
Illumineers something. Lumineers Trove.
Might be. That might be another thing. I don't know. Baker, I do have to say, it pains me. I would love to talk to you all day, but I am going to tag out here with a broadcaster and commentator much smarter than me, who's been running the card viewer here. But I'm gonna high five Jeebus and get him in here for round 3.
Absolutely, man.
And I'll see you again later. It has been a pleasure. I
certainly hope so. Well, I will miss you dearly, Liam, but that's a pretty good tag. I'm very excited to get Jeebus in here and hear his thoughts about this weekend of Lorcana. While they're just tagging out, again, shout out to everybody who's watching us, whether you're on YouTube or over on Twitch. I can see the chat is buzzing. People are enjoying the races, and I hope we get to see a few more interesting decks over the weekend. And that's part of the interest of doing this triple deck constructed. You never know what extra decks people have brought, and it's going to be interesting to see You know, I think I am so fascinated in the psychology that goes into this format, because right from the moment you start building and constructing your decks, you're taking things into account. You're saying, okay, if I expect my opponents to ban this for me X amount of times, then do I feel like I still have a good matchup spread with my other two decks? Like, there's a whole psychology that goes into it right from the beginning. And then when you sat down and you're reading your opponent's deck lists, like, I think there's so many there's multiple stages to, like, skill expression, you know, like, obviously luck is a factor, but I just think it's a fascinating way to play the game. So I'm so glad we've got this weekend to sample it before the World Championship at the end of the month, and we see our round 3 players. I'm sure the overlay is being updated as we speak, but they're going to sit down and do their deck review. They've got 10-15 minutes to look at their opponent's 3 decks, see the exact counts of everything going on, and be making decisions about what they're looking to ban, but again, taking into account, what do I think my opponent's going to ban now that I know their 3 decks, and that might influence what you choose to ban. I love the mental gymnastics of this.
Yeah, so good to finally jump on with you here.
Hey, buddy, good to have you, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I've been hanging out behind the scenes a little bit, trying to make sure that everything kind of clicks together, especially with cards that are not standard. It's a little bit tricky when you need to find them on the card viewer and then make sure that they're up so that the viewers at home know what's going on, and kind of us a little bit sometimes too.
We appreciate it. Thanks for doing it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And the 3-deck format I think is really interesting because I've thought about it a lot over the last bit leading into this event and leading into Worlds coming up here too. There's sort of 2 strategies that you can take, especially through the Swiss rounds. You can either pick a color and just get rid of it. Just pretend it's not real. Say Steel. If you play full aggro with all of your decks, all 3 of your decks, you just get rid of Steel every round. It doesn't matter what your opponent's other decks are. You just pick whatever their Steel deck is, you remove it out of the equation, and then you're just really building your 3 decks based around 5 colors instead of 6 colors, which I think can be a very interesting strategy. There's also the idea of just playing 3 powerful decks, and then based on what your opponent is doing, you evaluate what the worst matchup is for your 3 decks, in a vacuum, and then you ban accordingly. And I think you're going to see a lot of players picking that strategy, playing decks that are very familiar. For the most part, they'll be set 7 decks with a little bit of updates, and then they're just going to pick whatever the worst deck is for them and then just get rid of it. And I think that's okay too. And the fact that you do get to look at the full deck list does make that strategy more viable, especially if you have a lot of experience, with some of the set 7 decks, with the, DKP sort of Shark, Sapphire Ruby, or whatever the case might be.
If you know the matchups.
If you know the matchups, that can matter a lot. That can make a huge difference.
Yeah, again, like, it's that psychology, right, of, there might be a deck that you fear the most, but if you've put a lot of your deck building into prepping for that deck, like, I built this deck to beat that, so it's what I want to see, or do you build your deck in a way where you just know I'm always going to ban that, so I want, I feel the reference you just made of, okay, if I'm just going to always ban Steel and all of my decks are built to be the most aggressive version of that deck, then I hope that I'm going to have a good time. But other players will adapt on the fly and base it off of what they think their opponent's going to pick, and that's what I mean by, I think this is so multi-layered in the mental gymnastics, so it's really interesting to see. Have you tried playing any triple deck constructed yourself?
Do you imagine that I have any time to play?
Probably
this
not.
game,
I knew it was an optimistic question.
It was a little optimistic. No, I play very little of the game these days, but that doesn't mean that I'm not still absorbing all the information. I think about it all the time. I'm in literally all of the Discords. I read all the messages for all the decks and things like that, just to keep on. Have an idea of what players that are playing these decks actively are thinking about too. For what cards are really, really bad for them, and what strategies seem to be working really well, how they're switching around their deck choices. And I don't know. It's really interesting to think about.
Yeah, no, I asked only because, well, if you did have experience, then great, but mostly just like hypothetically, me and Lynn were talking earlier about a couple of cards that maybe shine under this particular format. If you know you can ban certain things, like Flynn could be better in Ruby Amethyst was an example I brought up. Is there anything like that you can think of off the top of your head that suddenly is like, okay, this deck and this deck is now so much better if we don't have to deal with X?
So, almost all of the very aggressive decks. We're talking about sort of the lore bursty, kind of amber amethyst, sort of Lilo and Maleficent and Daisy Duck, those sort of piles always struggled into, removal spells, and the cheapest and most efficient removal spells are all steel. So in a world where there's
no steel,
I would say a pretty high percentage of the decks are going to be steel that you're facing in this current metagame of one deck format. There's a lot of Emerald Steel. There's a lot of the just Steel Song sort of decks in general. It's hard to want to bring, a really aggressive deck like that, right? Because you're just going to be running into that a lot. But
will Steel be the most banned deck of the day?
It should. For at least one of these players, I know that it will. One of the two that we're going to be watching,
Castle.
I drove up with XVVT.
Oh, okay, cool.
So I'm pretty aware of the strategy that we're going to be seeing here, and sort of the idea of picking a color and getting rid of it, and then playing decks that are good in a world where that just isn't a problem. It was sort of the strategy that was adopted this weekend, and I think it's going well so far, being in the 2-0 bracket here. So we'll see if that continues, of course. You never really know sometimes when you bring a lot of aggro decks. They can just fizzle out and not have enough gas, but if they, the strategy's good, it can work just fine.
Aladdin's Castle is a name I recognize as well. I believe a content creator. Great to see them here. But yeah, round 3 of the World Class Cards 10K. I'm excited for the whole day, Jeebus. Honestly, it's so great to be here, mate. I want to thank 20 Lord Pro again for having me. It's a pleasure to work with you and just learn ahead of the World Championship how these players might be thinking, and just get some hands-on experience. And I'm hoping it's a really unique experience for the viewers as well. I think this is the first ever live stream of this format, so shout out to everyone involved.
Yeah, and the 3-deck format is a little different. It's not totally radical as far as we're just seeing different colored decks, but the fact that, especially in the Swiss, obviously once we get to the finals, they have to win with all 3 of their decks. So that is a little bit different as well. The idea of, let's remove steel out of the equation and then we're safe all day, works up until sort of the end, right? Until you get into that world where now you have to win with all your decks. If steel is able to just sweep you clean 3-0, that's it, right? But if you make it to the finals and then you lose because of that, what do you do, right?
Yeah, I suppose where your priorities lie, right? If you maybe you'd be quite happy to if this gets me to finals and I lose to steel, then it's a good day. Depending on what prizing is and whatever it is that matters to you as a player, right?
Exactly. And sometimes I would rather I would rather have a seat at the last table, at the very end, and then lose because of the strategy that I picked to get there, than not have a seat at all. So I think that there's a respectable strategy to that. Now, we do have some information on the deck lists for what we're watching here.
Excellent.
So on the Aladdin's Castle side, so we've got Sapphire Steel, Emerald Amethyst, and Amber Ruby. And it appears that the Sapphire Steel was what was banned. And then, which would make sense, given that that's a steel deck. And then for XVVT, there is Sapphire Steel, Amber Amethyst, and Emerald Ruby, which
we were robbed.
Unfortunately, the Emerald Ruby was what was banned, which does not surprise me. Having seen the deck before, it is a very...
Is it Robin Hood?
It's an Emerald Ruby deck. It's got some Flynn Riders in it because it's Emerald Ruby. It's got Undermine.
Oh,
You know, because Undermine is one of the cards. You know, I mean, it's discard, of course, because it's green. It's Emerald rather. So the really only draw that you have in those two colors is going to be Prince John, and it's just doing that kind of stuff. And it is.
So
I'm pretty good. I think.
Discard hater. I'm a renowned discard
me
hater.
too.
But
Me too.
But I still feel like we were robbed because how often do you
it's
get to
just
see
different. I just want to see
Emerald
something
Ruby?
fun, you know. But
Did you catch much? I imagine that you were doing the card prompt. So like we already saw racers do some things. That was a lot of fun. But no Emerald Ruby for us today. Just plain old meta here.
Fun to watch. It's a mystery, you know. Perhaps maybe we were saved from ourselves having to suffer through that, just like our Aladdin's Castle
forbidden
would.
fruit.
Exactly.
The forbidden fruit, yeah, which is apt for Emerald Ruby. So yeah, maybe it's for our own good. You make a good point, Jeebus. But we're gonna go into game one. Aladdin's Castle won the die roll, so I imagine is going to be going first. We're gonna go move into our altar, and we see XVVT on the right hand side, Emerald Amethyst. To see a go-go in the hand, a couple of go-go's, and a cursed merfolk. So is that a sign that we're not the Diablo version? Is that a sign that we're more of a traditional EA tempo build?
Oh, perhaps the banned information is incorrect here, because this does appear to be the Emerald Ruby deck here.
Is it? I thought I saw an Amethyst card. But you know him better than me, so we're gonna ink an Ursula.
Yeah, this does appear to be the.
Oh, it is.
Emerald
Yes. Yeah, you are. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we are gonna see Emerald Ruby.
Right,
Inking an Ursula playing
Daisy versus Fred here.
Shut up and take my money. That's absolutely a matchup I would pay to see. This Fred's super interesting when he's challenged. You gain 2 lore.
Gain 2 lore. Yeah. It's a pretty aggressive one drop that, for the most part, you're just going to be able to have in and questing as long as you want, really.
So Amber Ruby versus Emerald Ruby is our round 3 opening match, and both our players are 2-0-0. I love this. I don't know what world I've woken up to, Jeebus, but I'm happy to be here. This is astonishing. We're going to ink the old school Flynn Rider. Down comes a Pegasus, that one drop evasive, and another Fred.
Unfortunately, we've got the
Flynn Rider.
The Flynn Rider, yeah.
Yeah, not able to match that strength, so the Flynn Rider going to gain 3 lore for Aladdin's Castle, going up to 5. And I imagine this Daisy's going to go on a quest as well, going up to 7. It has triggered once. I do believe XVVT took a card off the previous trigger. Inking Mulan. Yep, the 6-cost Elite Archer. Daisy triggers. We get a Cursed Merfolk off the top.
Getting extra cards, certainly, but are we going to have time to deploy them all? It's a pretty aggressive curve from Aladdin's Castle here. Probably what you would want, ideally, with the Flynn Rider on 2 is just to make the board as wide as possible. The Lady into Piglet is brutal. Yeah. Certainly one of the lines that you would want probably most of the time.
Yeah, this Lady, really interesting card from set 8 on play. You can play a 2 or less cost character for free, and she quests for 2. And as we know, this Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain will quest for 3 if there's 2 other bodies on board. Shifting Pegasus. That's going to give us enough strength to at least deny a Flynn Rider trigger. We're going to double into the Daisy, take some of the pressure off. Aladdin's Castle already at 7 lore, so it makes sense. We do lose our Fred in the exchange, but I think that's still a reasonable challenge.
I'd agree with that. And given that the characters do have evasive until the next turn, they are safe. Just a little awkward with Fred, certainly. But I don't really foresee the board actually being used for anything other than questing anyway. So
Up to 13 already for Aladdin's Castle. And inking that new mini map. Oh no, we're playing it! The bodyguard. She's a 0-8 bodyguard. Quest for 1. And for each damage on her, she gets 1 strength. Very cool. Protecting these high questers.
It's a very interesting, very aggressive strategy for, you know, Amber Ruby here. It's pretty interesting, actually.
Do we have a Mother Knows Best or something to bounce it back to hand? Or a wrong
Cloud
lever?
Kicker, perhaps, wrong lever.
Emerald Amethyst. Yeah. So wrong lever is actually Emerald, but it's pull the lever that's Emerald Amethyst, so that can't be in there. But I'm pretty sure just wrong lever is just an Emerald card, I think.
This game might just be over already. I mean, with the 0-8, I don't really know what, outside of having the Cloud Kicker this turn, there's just not enough strength on the board to really get around that. That was a rough run out. Yeah, the play certainly matters a lot there, I would say.
It's over already, yeah. I like the fact that on turn 2, XV wasn't able to match the Flynn Rider's 2 strength, played 2 1-drops. From then on, it was just very much an uphill
gaining
battle.
6 is rough. That's a lot.
And again, like mentioned earlier, Flynn could make a comeback because in a world of no steel, he's very, very, very good. He had his finger on the meta, thumb on the meta for a long while. But yeah, unfortunate to miss a kit there for the mini. But I do wonder how many kits are in the deck. Might not have had a lot of answers to the mini overall, but there you go. Aladdin's Castle has won with Amber Ruby, so will be forced to switch to their last remaining deck, whichever one was not benched. You said that the one benched for... Did we get an update on that? Sapphire Steel that was banned for Aladdin's Castle, I believe.
I'm having them double check on that, on the benches for VVT here, but it does believe that for Aladdin's Castle, it was the Sapphire Steel, so it'll be Emerald Amethyst. So it looks like it's interesting. I would say that they probably took a similar line of presenting 3 aggressive decks. Given that the Amber Ruby was such an aggressive pile here, and then Emerald Amethyst is almost certainly, you know, either some sort of a Diablo pile. Generally, those are relatively aggressive. And then... Okay, so Steel was banned for both players. Steel was benched across the board. Okay, that makes sense.
Both players had a Sapphire Steel deck that was banned.
So they are both on a similar strategy this weekend of, you know, here's my very aggressive decks, you know, the Lady and the Piglet piles with Daisy and presumably, you know, this Diablo pile, some sort of an Emerald. Aggressive deck could even be an Amethyst aggressive deck that just has some Emerald cards in it. Really doesn't matter a lot because it's just quest out, don't worry about steel cards, and it looks like XVT did decide to switch decks here.
Switch decks, yeah. He's gone over to Amber Amethyst. So just a little update. If you're just joining us, this is triple deck constructed format. One deck is benched before the match even begins, and then if you win with a deck, you have to switch. So Aladdin's Castle won with Amber Ruby, so has switched to his last remaining unbanned deck. Because XVVT lost with Emerald Ruby, they have the choice if they want to stick with Emerald Ruby or swap over to their final unbenched deck, and it does appear that was the decision here, swapping over to Amber Amethyst. So if XVVT wins this game and brings us to a 1-1, then we know that XVVT will be on Emerald Ruby for the last of the best of 3.
Absolutely. And, you know, most likely Lady is a central piece in this list as well, given that it's going to be quite aggressive. So
Lady's
on the
good.
Play, Lady's really good. And on the play, it wouldn't surprise me if the run out is very similar to what we saw last game, where, you know, Daisy sort of comes down, gets the pressure on early, and then after just a couple of turns, all of a sudden the game feels like it's over as soon as Lady comes down and just makes the board infinitely wide. Because without
multiple daisies, multiple ladies, daisies,
skill
ladies,
removal,
and piglets. They spell doom. What do you do? Well, you look at your opponent's board on turn 4 or 5, and they have like 5 or 6 guys that quest for 2 or 3. It's
here's a
lot
piglet
to ask of. Yeah, we do see that curve. Daisy goes on a little quest. I do believe we gave a teddy bear to Aladdin's castle in the form of a character off the top of the deck. We're going to ink friends. Just a Diablo on board, so we aren't able to contest this Daisy.
Yeah, here's a Flynn Rider, so almost certainly, Aladdin's Castle is on a pretty aggressive Emerald Amethyst list. You don't see Flynn a lot anymore. Unless you're
not
running
for a long time.
Sort of that older package with the Flynn Riders and the Prince Johns, the Cursed Merfolk, like that sort of a run out, so that you're threatening their hand while you're putting the pressure on.
Yeah, Flynn Rider, a Chapter 1 staple, not even necessarily played in discard decks.
Might be a mistake here. Oh, not questing first. Gonna play the character, then quest for 3. Okay, that'll work out.
All right, so we're gonna get down 3 1-drops on turn 3. Maleficent Biding Her Time, who's a 1/1 quest for 2. A couple of Chernobyls who can banish themselves on quest to draw more cards, and questing up to 7. It seems like both these players came here with the speed run strat. How quickly can I make my way through this tournament with just aggressive decks? We do see a wrong lever inked by Aladdin's Castle. I'm waiting, Jeebus. All day I'm gonna be like, someone do the thing.
I don't know if there's gonna be enough time. I mean, this is one of those sort of strategies, when you bring this many aggressive decks as what you're presenting all weekend, you're not here. You're just here for a good time, not a long time. One win or lose, your games are not going to take that long.
These are players that are prioritizing a break between rounds, which I respect.
I've had some exhausting events that I've gone to where that was sort of the plan, and I've brought Amber Amethyst to an event before, and you got 25 minutes between a round, win or lose.
Interesting. So the crab comes down. Instead of boosting the Diablo's dry, right? It didn't come down that, because it was turn 3 and we played crab. Yeah, so not boosting the Diablo to trade into the piglet and draw a card. Instead going in with the Flynn.
Perhaps.
I wonder if maybe we thought the piglet only had 1 strength. Is my instinct there.
To keep it alive, sure.
Yeah, maybe he thought he would survive the challenge, in which case I think that would be reasonable to maintain the bodies.
Like a Diablo shift as well, to potentially take out another character.
Good point. That is a fair point. For sure. You can tell I'm not a Diablo player.
It surprised me that they wouldn't do it that turn then, unless maybe they don't have the song yet and they're hoping to draw the song.
Yeah.
To be able to shift it.
It's a reason.
Volume of things to be able to interact with the board. Like, that's lethal right here already. And that's enough to finish it out, even taking out the other characters, I think.
This game does appear to largely be close to the end. We have a Daisy and a Lilo that have been put down, and a Maleficent and a Daisy still to deal with. We can take out the Maleficent with the crab.
Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom in hand, like 2 Daisies is already problematic.
Yep. Yeah, this crab is going to take out the Maleficent, taking 1 damage in return. But we're still questing to 19 with bodies on board. And as you say, Jeebus, there is a Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, which is a 2-cost uninkable action that says it has 3 words, gain 2 lore. And that will end the game. But we have a Fox. That is going to help. We bounce that Diablo. That takes out Daisy, so we bought a turn.
It helps, but I don't know if you know this about Amethyst. They have a lot of cards that say gain 1 lore.
I said a turn.
A turn. That is a blue.
I thought it was. Oh, okay. I thought it was the Queen Jealous Beauty. I got excited. Daisy gonna go on a quest, do 15. We're gonna get a trigger. Oh, that's a Queen Jealous Beauty. Yo, I predicted it. Was it? It is. It's a Queen Jealous Beauty. You'll love to see it. I knew it was coming. But yeah, Lilo also gonna go on a quest. This being the escape artist, Lilo. or Zombie Lilo or something like that. And we're going to see Bambi! The first time I've ever seen this card played in an official event. The new 3-cost unequal Bambi. On play, you gain 1 lore. If an opponent plays a character, then Bambi is going to run back to his mother, returns to the hand, the little prince. Super interesting. Like, hey, if you could ban Steel, then... I mean, like, it's still... What do you think of Bambi, Jeebus? What do you think of Bambi?
So I like Bambi as small numbers of them. Being uninkable makes it really awkward. As a one-of, I like it. I mean, it to me is like... Think about if you'd run a spellbook in that slot, right? I think Bambi is more useful than a spellbook. Because if they don't answer it immediately, you just gain 4. And if they do answer it, it sort of just goes back to your hand. I think it's just another, let's say that you exhaust every other thing that gains lore directly. You put all the goats and the White Rose and Honey Marons.
Yeah,
you have all those never. Yeah, you run out of all the cards. Yeah. It's like the 5th White Rose.
I can respect it. Like if you are that. Like, I don't know if it goes in stock Ruby Amethyst, but if you're running like White Rose, maybe the I forget her name, the 2-cost where you gain a lure if they have an exerted character, Honey Marin, that's the one. Like, I think that sort of build I can respect of the one-off Bambi. And did it survive? Have we not seen a character played? I've got to imagine there's a character to be played. There's Louis, who I'm a big fan of. This boy giving Reckless, enters exerted as a 4/3. Saw Zach Bivens trying out Louis in an Emerald, I don't know if it was Emerald Amber or Emerald Sapphire, but I've seen Louis put in some work.
Louis is all right. I mean, we know we have the gift of foresight, and we know that the 2 lore is a guarantee here, but Bambi does go back to hand. I mean, even let's imagine that there was an empty hand. I mean, this Bambi is still problematic here.
Yeah.
Just over 2 turns, like this is, a guaranteed victory here. But
there it is.
We know that it closes out. If you're playing every single card for the maximum amount of reach, I do like the Bambi as a one-of.
I think
if you can afford the uninkable, it's not so bad.
Sure. No, but I love to see it though, and we are going to see XVVT taking game 2, which is going to send us to a 3rd and final game where XVVT will switch back to Emerald Ruby. So we're going to get to see that deck cook, and Aladdin's Castle going to be on the same deck that we just saw him playing. So this is going to be super interesting. Jeebus, I'm just going to step away for literally 60 seconds if you can cover.
Absolutely.
Right. Thanks, buddy.
Well, hey, this is Sir Ashdown here, joining y'all here with 20 Lore Pro. Again, we want to thank World Class Cards for hosting today's 5K tournament. This has been a really exciting time as we have been watching the Worlds format that we will see in Florida here in just a couple of weeks. This has been a great tournament so far, and again, thank y'all so much for tuning in. We have the main general coverage of today's tournament here on 20 Lore Pro's main Twitch channel. On our secondary channel, also 20 Lore Pro, but the 0 is actually an O. It's 20 Lore Pro. You can check out Katie. She is over there streaming all day long. Clara, they're having a great time over there watching our community pro, JBomb, as he is going through the experience of playing multiple decks in this tournament. Jeebus, how have you been enjoying this format so far?
It's good. It's been interesting. We get to see some color combinations that have been a little more unusual. A few card choices, given that there are a few sort of benched colors, benched decks. Opens up a little bit more design space for deck building. Certainly going into, a single deck format field, you have to be really cautious of not having too many really terrible matchups. If you think 30% of the room is going to be on something like Steel Song or Emerald Steel, you can't really be running a deck that does super poorly into those, because you're just going to run into them over a longer tournament 2 or 3 times. And that could just cut you out of making cut for the next day right out of the gate.
I think it's pretty exciting because just like you were saying and describing, there's a lot of thought that goes into it on what deck you want to bench because of the different color pairings, the power levels of certain archetypes. But then also, too, talking about worlds, I mean, you got to do this mind game, and then you got to go into super sealed. That is, I mean, really a great way, I mean, to follow up in sealed format. But gosh, you talk about having to show your skill off. Not only are you doing it here in the format of having 3 different decks, but you're also doing it then in a sealed environment. I'm really excited to see how that goes in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
Me too.
It'll be really interesting for sure.
All I do is read card text these days in preparation for sealed because you never know what's going to come down.
You just have to play 2 or 3 super sealeds a weekend, and then you'll be on board with whatever they're doing.
I'm just studying the card pool, literally. I just stare at Dreamborn all day. It's basically all I do. But nonetheless, we kick off into game 3. We've got a Merfolk and a Pegasus staring each other down.
Yeah, this is sort of a cursed Merfolk, sort of Flynn Rider mirror match here. Gogo Tamago coming down. You know, this challenges the Pegasus here. Because now your best case scenario is that you take out the opposing cursed Merfolk, discard a card, and then they just get to, you know, kind of eat the Pegasus for free. Oh, now here's a spicy addition.
Dormouse, let's go.
The Dormouse coming in. Now, Dormouse actually gives the ability, it just gives 1 damage counter, so it's not even deal 1 damage. It does get around resist as well, which is
very cool.
Very
Emerald
cool.
Ruby, super, like, good tool for them to have. A lot of really interesting Emerald Ruby Dual Link cards came out recently. And down comes Louis, another set 8 mainstay, I believe.
I think this guy's great.
Oh, I'm a big fan of Louis. I think we'll see him a lot.
It is like a very aggressive stat line for sure at the 4-3 for 3. I mean, that's already a pretty good rate. And the downside of it entering Exerted to give it those extra stats really is mitigated by giving something reckless. You know, we see shifting Pegasus to take out the Gogo Tamago, actually allowing, you know, a way of getting around the reckless.
Yeah, you painted out a picture there where we were kind of incentivized to take out the Merfolk to stop the questing for 2, but then we would just get eaten by the Go-Go. But the Dormouse changed that entire sequence, being able to pop the Merfolk so we could keep the Pegasus safe, and has allowed for this shift to take out the Go-Go very cleanly. And yeah, it's all turned around with just 1 interaction. This Dormouse easily agitated, putting in some work with the very rude indeed ability, which is quite apt.
I'm surprised that we didn't quest with the Dormouse here. It does have evasive because of the shift Pegasus until our next turn. So that would have been able to give us a little bit of extra resources, but Dormouse going back to hand off this Cloud Kicker, so that's another 1 damage on deck for another time.
Yeah, certainly something that Aladdin's Castle would have considered there, that you are just resetting that come into play ability, but we're playing for board tempo at the moment. We are slightly ahead on lore. This is game 3, round 3 of World Class Cards 10K Weekend. A shout out to World Class Cards and a shout out to 20 Lore Pro. And just everyone with the, involved with this event. Everyone involved. Shout out to you for bringing us some great Lorcana. Is that a different Flynn?
It is.
At the top of the hand? Is that the new Flynn?
It is.
Oh, we're seeing, is this Anastasia? Is that which ugly Wicked Stepsister this is?
It is.
So this is a 3-1 quest for 2, and when she is challenged, your opponent discards a card. Basically, in a lot of cases, a 2 for 1 with the 3 strength. Good odds that you're going to trade, which with whatever challenges into you, and then they're discarding a card. So that's value. Again, another one of these cards that shines in a format like this, where you can ban steal and just say, yo, this card's biggest weakness is gone. I love it, mate. I love it. Another Louis.
Yeah, the Flynn Rider in hand is the, I believe, 4-drop uninkable, 1/4 that quests for 3, and says when it's challenged, challenging player may choose and discard a card. If they don't, you gain 2 lore.
And there we see the prideful, oh, may I read the card? This Flynn's Pretty fun. I played it in sealed event at UK Games Expo on release weekend.
Very good.
It was I think it was 140-ish players. I came 21st, so it did pretty well. It put in some work.
Like so one of our characters now has Reckless, which is not that surprising. I would assume the Cursed Merfolk. Now, we're using one of the other new cards here. This is Undermine, which actually makes them discard a card. And chosen character gets 2 strength this turn.
Pretty fun. Anastasia gonna quest up, and the Pegasus.
Prince John comes down here.
Hard to predict this Emerald Ruby deck. Need to get associated with the play lines. Here we have an Ursula 2-drop, the Mad Sea Witch, who's a 1/3 with Challenger 2. Ursula going to challenge into the Anastasia. We have no cards in hand. That's absolutely when you want to be challenging these sort of characters. But yeah, the Mad Sea Witch, pretty cool. I imagine there is a copy of the Floodborn or 2 in there. The Sea Witch Queen.
That would make sense. It does look like maybe there was a little bit of a sequencing misplay last round. The Prince John coming down after making our opponent discard a card. So -1 card for XVVT here. But here's that Flynn Rider.
And if your opponent doesn't have a card to discard when they challenge this Flynn Rider, then not much they can do about you gaining a total of 5 lore from this character. Quest for 3, right?
It does natively quest for 3, yeah.
Yeah. Down comes a Flynn, staring him in the face, doing the Spider-Man meme. Reading it one more time just to be
smaller version,
sure.
basically. The smallest version relative to the big one here. Now, these Louis are going to make it a little tricky.
Yep, questing everything out, going to 10. So as it stands, we are... I don't know if we're winning the race. We've got the bigger bodies, but XVVT questing for a whole lot, especially when this Flynn turns sideways here. Down comes another Anastasia. Flynn going to quest us to 11, Pegasus to 13. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we are representing game. If Aladdin's Castle cannot interfere with this board, can't go into the Pegasus because of the evasive, can take out the Flynn Rider, would need to keep this card in hand to discard it, though, to prevent another 2 lore, and then XVVT would be going to 19 next turn. That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
Or you lose. You have to do that. You have to challenge this Flynn with the Lyle. The Louis, not the Lyle. And you have to discard this card to prevent the 2 gain lore, or you just lose here.
And in theory, then they also get to draw an extra card from the Prince John, too. So
yes.
It's a tough spot.
Yeah. I think that's your only line to stay in the game. And then, as you say, XVVT will draw a card for the John. He's got 1 card in hand. We'll draw for turn. I think the writing might be on the wall here, and Emerald Ruby may have gone over the line. We are going to do it. Louis is going to take out that Flynn. We discard the Fox. Prince John's going to get a trigger. We draw a Cursed Merfolk. We can turn everything sideways here. Yeah.
Does this only take them to
14?
14, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 19. So realistically, if we're not winning this turn, I would probably want to remove maybe like the Flynn Rider off the field, and then just make it so that it's harder for Aladdin's Castle to just win outright. Yeah,
because he goes to 19, and all it's going to take is something with uninteractive lore gain off the top, and that would be game. So I think you're right. We are going to quest with everything. We're playing on a couple of characters. So if there is any uninteractive lore gain in the Emerald Amethyst deck on Aladdin Castle, then there's still a chance. We can't take out this Flynn anymore. He knows there's a chance here. He knows. What have we got?
Just slam it.
It's not it. He can't go over the line. Only goes to 19, and XVVT is going to win game 3 and the match. Oh, you could sense Aladdin's Castle when XVVT turned everything sideways.
It was there. It existed.
I've got a chance. Ah, there it is.
You know what? Maybe it's better to give him a chance. You know, it's better for the sweat. You just got to figure out if you're lucky today or not.
Better for the stream. It's better for us. It's better for the content.
Exactly.
Yeah, and or an Ursula off the top would have done it. The Floodborn. suddenly questing for 3, I believe.
Ursula Shift,
Even if it
I
was 2,
think,
that was enough.
would have maybe worked. That I don't know if we could have stopped, unless we challenged the Ursula. Which Anastasia could have. Anastasia could have taken out the Ursula, which probably would have been maybe the best line to minimize potential damage, right? Because they're not going to be able to gain 2 unless they have specifically Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, which you would know if they have that or not in the list, because you saw the deck list earlier. And then if the shift line is in there for Ursula, then you take that out of the equation.
And I've just seen a comment. I've just seen a comment on Twitch that I think is worth bringing up as well. It's a really good point by All Dressed Chips. The fox that was discarded by Aladdin's Castle won the challenge into Flynn. Like, if we were 1 ink short of being able to fox bounce the Louis back to hand, and then play the Louis to give Reckless to the Flynn, but then you would have still... Yeah, then you still would have then had no cards in hand, and you would have lost 2 lore, but it would have bought you a lore. I don't know how much it would have mattered, but super niche interaction there. But what a matchup! We got to see some incredible Lorcana there, Emerald Ruby twice, and getting the dub overall. So yeah, you said this was your pal that you travelled with. They're going to be mighty happy to be at a 3-0-0 record, I dare say.
It's a good spot to be, and coming in with the plan of, hey, let's just pick a color that is just feels unbeatable into these decks. I mean, looking at the cards that we're playing out of either of those 2 decks that XVVT presented, right? You're filling it with Lilos and Maleficents and Curse Merfolks and all these characters that are just historically terrible into Cindy Storm. What, like you just lose your whole first 2 turns or whatever to a single kind of rough song run. Like, not even a rough song run, just like an average song run. But you can just not do that. You can just get rid of it in this, and then all of a sudden, what removal even exists? Brawl? Characters.
I mean, like, even that's a question I was asking myself, right? Like, so take a card like so as a Ruby Amethyst stan, I would like, ever since they've announced this, I've been thinking about it a lot as a caster, but also as a player. Like, how would I build these decks and take this into account? And yeah, like I already mentioned, Flynn is one interesting one that suddenly can get better, but I would also be thinking like, okay, depending on what I'm depending on what I'm benching, do I need brawls anymore? Like, what is Ruby Amethyst looking to brawl? Diablos, Genies, and then like, I suppose aggro stuff, like if you need to banish a Piglet, then you'll do it, but it's not great value. Ariel is probably the other fairest, like, good value for Brawl. But
like, you need to deal with some cards, but is it even fast enough?
Exactly. And again, if I'm banning, if I'm banning the Emerald decks, then now my only targets for it really are like Ariel, and it really makes you double think about every card you play and like, okay, do I need this as much if I'm potentially banning this deck here, there, and everywhere? So I'm really looking forward to when it's over and like seeing all the deck lists that all the players brought, and like maybe we'll get to see some really spicy, interesting cards that you wouldn't ordinarily see come up in just a single deck format. But that's part of why today's going to be so interesting, right?
Yeah, so I've got XVVT actually in the booth with me here. We'll touch base with them real quick about some of the thoughts on the deck choices here. So, you got 3 decks, and at least 2 of them are a little more interesting than perhaps Sapphire Steel. But talk about how it's been going today.
I mean, I really thought that a lot of people would bring Amber Steel, Emerald, Ruby Sapphire lists. My first 2 opponents did do that. So I just built 3 aggro decks, and I was like, I'm going to ban Steel, and they're going to have to run into my cards, and they're going to quest for a lot of lore, and then I win. That's pretty much the strategy.
And it seems to be working. I mean, this round was a little different. Your opponents seem to have basically the same strategy. I mean, not exactly the same flavor of decks, but the general plan was pretty close to the same. Ban the Steel deck and just gotta go fast. And he did. He went super fast in game 1.
Amber Ruby list is real spicy. I love it. I couldn't deal with that mini mouse as soon as it went down. I had an Undermine in hand. I thought of him, like I saw it on his list that he was playing it, and I was like, I gotta ink something and get stuff out. So if I would have kept both Undermines, I would have been able to kind of stabilize, but I think it was pretty much over.
It was
4 anyway.
The Flynn hitting 2 triggers is already like a disaster in a deck that's trying to just like barf out the whole hand and
exactly.
go super fast. And like the lady into Piglet, like it's everything that you want to see when you're playing the Amber, like play things super fast.
Exactly.
And you're just like, oh, you're on the play, huh? Guess we're done. We'll try again next game.
Also, it's not even a list that I even thought of running.
It was sweet. It was a sweet one, and we got to see, the Emerald Ruby cook a little bit better in Game 3. It did a bit more of what it was supposed to.
That list. Nobody's banned it yet. I've beaten Ruby Sapphire on 2 games in a row with that. I'd only lost to that Amber Ruby aggro deck, but that's gonna be that's just aggro versus aggro. Win the die roll and draw good.
I mean, even a steel deck with a good draw might have struggled. That was a very powerful like Daisy into.
How are they gonna manage the mini mouse anyway?
I don't know. A 0-8. Like if you're trying to win by rumbling, I mean, the mini mouse is pretty cute with the Flynn Rider there. You know, if they put a little bit of damage on it, or even if you put a little bit of damage on it.
That's what I was looking at. Was like I would do 6 damage to it.
Then what?
He just gets 3 lore from Flynn Rider anyway.
He just leaves Flynn back forever. It's an unmitigated disaster at that point. But it was already pretty much over by the time that mini even came down. Baloo would have been just as much of a disaster there because, Piglet getting 1 quest in, Flynn Rider triggering twice. I mean, that's 9. That's rough.
It really is. And then once he won that, I knew that I was going to switch to the Amber Amethyst deck because that Amber Amethyst deck is hyper aggro.
On the play, gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast. And I did. He thought he had some stabilization.
Yeah.
Lore.
I mean, the reach is there, stabilizing even without the gathering at that point. With the Bambi alone, already was going to be plenty, outside of some weird Lyle kind of, lore drain.
World first Bambi on stream, maybe?
Maybe the world first Bambi played, period.
Absolutely. I got very excited about that. So thank you for bringing that into my life. But how's Bambi? So if you don't mind, Jeebus, I had a couple of questions.
Go for it. Absolutely.
Firstly, off the back of the Ruby Emerald, I'll come back to Bambi. For the Ruby Emerald deck first, though, how many games have you played with that deck before this weekend?
Probably about 15 or 16.
Okay, and has the deck changed much over your play testing, and like how happy are you with its form as it stands? Are there any considerations? It's great to hear about like the top tier meta, but how often do we get to talk about these lesser seen color combinations, right? So I'd love to hear a bit more about what's gone into that so far.
So it just started with like this idea that if steel is gone, which I'm banning steel pretty much 100% of the time. If steel is gone, they're going to have to challenge into my characters. And so I just wanted to play stuff that made them discard or do something like the 1-cost Fred, which you just can't play ever. Fred mascot by day. It just started as that idea. I played some of the set 1 Cheshire Cats, 3. I went back and forth on the 3/1 Anastasia from set 7.
She's great in a format without steel, right? Like I imagine you got about a lot of 2-for-1s out of her in a no steel format.
Yeah. I went back and forth on King of Hearts. Which
interesting take. Your damaged characters can't be challenged. Is that right?
Yeah. Damaged characters can't challenge your characters.
Yes. There you go.
Yes. So I thought about that. We switched that last night. This guy helped me out, and we decided to add the 3 of Dormouse, which did.
Yeah, with that mattered a lot in that game.
Yes,
we were looking at the board. I think you had a Pegasus, your opponent had an exerted Merfolk and a Go-Go, and really you want to take out this Merfolk, right? It's questing for 2, but as soon as you do, you give a valuable uptrade to them with the Go-Go, but that Dormouse 1 damage on the Merfolk, so your Pegasus doesn't need to exert, and then you're able to shift it. That was huge. Talk to me about the Dormouse.
It's done work. It's actually helped it helped me win a game earlier because I was able to play it early and put some extra damage, and I had a Go-Go Tamago that I knew I was going to play later. So it was just an extra lore and just a body on board that they have to do. So it's actually been really strong, especially since I know some people playing some very fast decks that we
love. That
seems really good against a lot of the 1-drops for sure.
Very
good. Pop in like a Chernobog or something like that seems pretty cool. So yeah, love that. Really glad to get to a bit. It's interesting. For round 2, we got to see Amber Ruby Racers do a lot of fun things, and then you came along and we get to see Emerald Ruby cooking, and like that's part of the fun of this sort of format. Is it's more likely that you're going to see these kind of matchups. And I don't know how long we've got with you, but I must also ask you about Bambi. To my eyes, it's the first Bambi played in a competitive event. So congratulations for that. How's Bambi been for you?
I originally played more than 1 Bambi, and I found that even if I just ran 2, it was terrible to just have both in your hand.
Yeah,
but
sounds it.
She's so good, especially against like Amethyst and Ruby, because they play a lot of characters where they'll play a character and then it has rush. So she just bounces back to hand and she just gains you a lore. And in a deck that has a lot of like enter the board that comes in and gains a lore, she's just so strong against that.
Okay, buy your Bambis then is what you said.
No, I like my Bambi. It's like a little prince.
Love it.
Yeah.
Very good.
It's been awesome. Thanks, World Class Cards. It's been a fantastic event. We got a couple more rounds coming up. Fun.
Be exciting. I look forward to seeing you in the cut at 3-0. That's a really good start. So,
awesome start. Thanks for playing. Look forward to seeing the rest of your day. Best of luck, and maybe we'll get to see you again.
Thanks, Baker. Appreciate it.
Take it easy, dude.
Take care.
All right, wow. So two fantastic rounds. As I mentioned, round 2, we got to see racers do all sorts of wacky things. There's an old school reference. Who remembers Wacky Racers? God, I'm old. And then seeing Emerald Ruby do some cooking. So an incredible event so far. I don't know if Jeebus is just. Are you still with us, Jeebus, or
I
you're
sure
here?
am. Always here.
I wasn't sure if you were just I wasn't sure if you were just unhooking our guest, but
we were getting him squared away. But yeah, it's been good, and you know we have certainly some more rounds to play through here before we get to the cut. I think that we're going to see a lot of players that really didn't think too far outside the box for an event like this. They took 3 pretty solid decks that were within those color restrictions, and they're just like, this is fine. We'll pick the worst deck that we see from our opponents. Get rid of that one, and then we'll just play some rounds with the rest of what we've got.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
A perfectly viable strategy. It could
Absolutely.
be that whoever wins the world championship does exactly that.
Exactly. And then
but it also opens up these other strategies. Yeah,
exactly.
Go on.
And where we've got some racer decks where it's a cool deck, and you're not going to see exactly like you were mentioning last round. You're not going to see that deck in just like a wide field because it just has so many matchups that are weird. Right, you just don't know what you're going to run into.
Yeah.
But in something like this, when you have a little bit of control, you don't get to pick 100% of what your opponent is doing, but you get a little bit of control. You get to take out the worst things for your fun decks, and that element of surprise can't be underestimated. Not being able to prepare for something. We've seen it at DLCs before, where I think about what was it, Atlanta, the very first DLC, where it was sort of a rogue, Amethyst Amber deck that kind of caught everybody by surprise a little bit. That was with Perditas and
the Fairy Godmother, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and that was one of the early decks that was really leveraging Piglet and just people weren't ready for it, and then all of a
surprise value, right?
They just go fast, and then they play a Perdita that you're not ready for, and they play a Fairy Godmother and scoop up a bunch of extra cards, and then you just lose because you weren't ready. And that surprise deck. I mean, even in an open deck list format like this, I mean, think about how many cards we saw even just this round that we had to look up, and most likely are new cards that players would have to look up. So then
that's amazing.
That's a lot of information to try and parse through.
It is. I love that they're getting their chance to shine, but it also goes to show the players that are going to do the best in this event are those that among other skills have a wide knowledge of the card library right from the get-go, and even when they see these more bizarre decks, they're like, okay, I still have an idea about what sort of things you're going to be running. Whereas if you don't get much of a chance to expand outside of the meta, either with playtesting yourself or against different decks, then you might be caught off guard by some of these lesser known things. And I think that's so healthy as well, giving things the chance to shine. I'll give you another example. I don't know how relevant it's going to be today, but how many, between sets 3 and 6, how many cards did we say this would be good if it didn't die to Medusa? If you can say you don't get to play Ruby, suddenly there's a lot of characters that we can if we can say, okay, having 3 strength isn't a death sentence anymore, then it can open up some creativity. So I'm so excited to see what gets its chance in the spotlight today.
Unfortunately, it's in steel, but think about the Mickey from the previous set, the 1/1 that this guy right here.
Yeah, the one where when it banishes a character,
it banishes a character, then you can play a character for free. Playing playing Emerald Steel, perhaps, and then leveraging something like this and increasing strength, and then you put out the big Mickey, right? The
big Mickey, the new one, the 5 lore does 5 damage Mickey, to everything.
Perhaps.
The biggest Mickey that ever did.
The biggest Mickey, that's something that you wouldn't normally see in a big tournament, because there's a lot of variance in doing something like that. Especially you run into another steel deck, and all of a sudden this Mickey's never gonna make it work. The trumpeter Mickey's never gonna work. They're gonna have things that can just deal with it.
Some people paid a lot of money and put a lot into traveling to an event. They don't want to just have their Mickey blown up by cannons and call it a day. But in an event like this, the point that you're making.
The fun, biggest Mickey pile is probably great for a league night, but at a DLC, you want something that's not just gonna fold like a cheap suit to literally any interaction, right?
Oh, hey, even the event that you're at right now, I'm sure some people traveled and took time off other things, and it's an investment of time, cheap, right?
There's a time investment. You gotta pay to play, right? And you want to make sure that you're playing
prizes you want to get a piece of.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can do a little bit more of that in this type of format, because you can ban, some of these colors, some of these cards that are really problematic. Maybe you're playing a bunch of decks that are okay into aggressive things that aren't steel. You play a lot of early stronger characters, and you just ban, I don't know, the discard stuff. Maybe that's too problematic for you, so you just remove Emerald every time, and you're just like, Prince John can just get out of here and go where he belongs, which is probably to be banned forever.
That's what I'd be banning. If I could tell you for free, that's what I'd be banning the majority of the time.
I'm not a big fan of that card, but
me either. It's my number one. Prince John is getting away with so much. This would be the card I would ban. I've said this many times.
Yeah, I just I think that things that have ward probably
should be incentivized to turn sideways.
I think the Diablo clause of, if this is exerted, then the thing actually works, I think would have been fine. Prince John, if he had to rumble in, I think would have been fine. I don't have any problem with it at all. But any character with a static ability, I don't think should have ward. It makes it
I agree.
too much like an item that you can't interact with, which is really unfortunate. And maybe they won't print any more of them in the future. Who knows?
Who knows?
We're getting
I certainly hope that we're not getting
soon.
Prince John back.
I would second that. So, I think
Maybe
maybe we will someday, but
we might get a
not right
recode.
away.
Like again, like that's part of the beauty of rotation, right? Like you can see what worked, what was close to working, and then you can just redo it. Like imagine they just whether it's another Prince John or a different character, and it's the same card with ward, but it needs to be exerted for the ability to work.
I think the discard sort of strategy
Make it inkable.
could still be viable. I don't even necessarily know if it needs to be inkable. I mean, this exact same card, if it had to be exerted, I think would still be fine. You would just have to then, like, actually interact with the board while you're interacting with the hand, instead of just doing one or the other, right? As it is now, you can kind of play Prince John, maybe play another one, and then you're like, okay, now I'll discard a card or two, and then I'll draw a bunch of cards, and then they can just be safe forever.
Yeah.
If you actually have to rumble them in, maybe the some of the cards that like unexert your characters would be more valuable. The new Lilo would be more valuable in combination with Prince John. You use 3 actions to you undermine and a couple of other things with your John exerted, and then all of a sudden you play the Lilo, untap it. That's like an actually interesting combo.
Exactly, I'm fine with that. If you
right?
If you exerted it to trigger its ability, and then you re-rated it with a LeFou or Lilo, like you say, that's fine. Like that's combining cards for positive effects.
That is a Rube Goldberg machine to draw a couple cards, and you boomed my hand, and your thing is safe, and that's like hugely problematic from my side. But like, at least you're participating in the game instead of just like play a thing. Now all of my cards just have an extra text stapled to them that perhaps they didn't previously or whatever. So
for me, ward is a way to allow characters to stick around long enough to do the thing, whatever that thing is.
And I don't have a problem with ward either. I think ward is
me either. No, me too.
It's just the static abilities on top of ward is just a weird combination that limits, I think, some of the deck building choices. So that.
What do you think of this Lilo? Since you bring her up, what do you think of this Lilo? I'm a big fan.
I think it's really good. Let's be honest with ourselves here. Any card that says, you may play this
for free,
has at least a realm where you should take a look, right? You should always sort of be wary of a card like this all of a sudden just appearing and being really strong. That's why a lot of songs are very strong, because you can sing them, which gains you that sort of ink advantage. The 5/5 body. I mean, this is LeFou, right? The 2-drop from
as a 5-cost 4/4
as a 5-cost
0 cost. Yeah,
so it's just like
2 lore.
It's just a juiced version of that one, right? Which I think as a 5-drop would be maybe a little overcosted on its own, but having that extra rider where sometimes it's free, I think is huge.
And I think if you play it in like DKP Red Blue, Sapphire, then I think it's free a lot. You think the amount of times that they're playing Developing Division into whatever action, or like all these cheap actions that you play anyway for Maui Half Shark. But I'll be very interested to see. I imagine we won't see it until Worlds, but I'll be interested to see DKP's Red Blue. I mean, we're all assuming that Red Blue will be one of his free decks, and I'll be interested to see if this Lilo makes an appearance, because that's the only card I can think of that I would update that deck with potentially. I'm sure DKP will work it out for us, but I think it's really interesting. I think there's synergy there.
Have
Ratagun as well. Ratagun burn. Let's go.
I mean, cards like Undermine. I mean, Emerald has always sort of had this actions matter sub theme to it.
Yeah,
that
it is
hasn't quite had enough support. I mean, it's sort of been there, but it sort of hasn't, and it's getting very close. With cards like this, to being good enough that you can, sing with a character, play another action. Lilo untaps the character that you sang with. It wouldn't take that much for it sort of just to have this critical mass. especially post rotation. If they still have that theme in there, it wouldn't take more than 1 or 2 sort of Emerald Ruby cards to just all of a sudden be like one of the decks to be choosing.
I mean, I still really like Robin Hood. Who on question like the actions, the high actions matter deck, and again, it's been Brawl that's had its like fist on this Robin Hood, but if it like Robin Hood is set 5, so it survives rotation, we don't know if Brawl will or not. If it doesn't, then you never know. Like 4 again, it's uninkable. The 4 willpower, you know, depending on if we get Zeus or Strength. Again, it's so hard to speculate without knowing what we're getting back, right? But Robin Hood is another one of those characters that I think could go in a Ruby Emerald deck and really shine if depending on what else is around to support and nerf him, because we don't know what actions we're keeping as well. Is it still worth using? We don't know the
actions. Like, is there going to be another action sort of like dodge that allows you to give ward for, you know, this turn and next turn, that maybe there's 2 payoff characters that, you know, need to sort of stick around and be able to actually quest and untap to sort of pop off the way that Robin Hood does. You know, maybe we get to that point and there's just enough within the color that you can sort of piece it all together. Again, anything that says you can play this for free is worth keeping an eye on at the very least.
I think most cards that have involved play for free text have seen at least some level of play.
I think this guy's the only one that really hasn't, because its effect is just not that massive. Like being a 2/3 hasn't like
which one?
The Steel LeFou, the one that
yes, yeah. If you banish a character, then you can.
It's like a very narrow window,
super niche,
and it also just isn't strong enough. Like the payoff isn't there, even if you complete the thing, like you can't get it that early. Unlike something like
you're right.
Bell would be kind of the same tier of card, but it's slightly bigger as a 3/3, and you can just play it on turn 1.
That makes a big difference,
and you don't have to jump through as many hoops, right? It's banish and item. Like that's much easier to manage than, you know, you have to banish a character in a challenge. But basically, all the other ones have seen some play at least a little bit.
It's interesting. LeFou, like, there's no vanilla LeFous. They've all got like unique abilities, which is pretty interesting. But yeah, no, you're right. The opportunistic flunky. I think early days it was cool to consider just it's the extra cat if you're in like an Amethyst Steel deck, help you build up your strength numbers or provide a friends on the other side singer. But yeah, unfortunately didn't really make the cut. But it's so interesting to speculate about the future, and like it's one of the things I like about rotation is like the vigor of life it's going to breathe into deck building and into the sort of Lorcana that we're going to see, and give certain cards a chance to shine that never got that opportunity in the past. So I'm buzzing for the future of Lorcana.
Yeah, rotation's going to be a lot of fun. I think you get a bit of a lunch break now. We'll maybe
I think I'm swapping with Liam. I just wasn't sure if he was finished with his break or not. So
yeah, I think he's getting close to being ready again here.
Awesome.
And then we'll be ready and up for already round 4. Days slipping by.
It is, yeah. You're going into round 4. Yeah, it'll be yourself and Liam, and then I'm popping back on with you for round 5. So, all right, I will leave you two to guide us through round 4. I'll be keeping an eye out myself to see if you run into anything spicy. But yeah, enjoy the next round, mate.
Yeah, I appreciate you. All right, I think we're just gonna take a little break here, and then we'll be back for round 4. Thanks everybody for hanging out.
I think we're supposed to talk in Discord, Katie. No, I meant that they could probably hear us in video. No, you're totally okay. You are in the right place. You're in the right place, Katie. I was just saying that the stream is live, and I'm not sure if the stream can hear us if you're talking through video. Oh, okay.
All right. So we are getting ready here for our next round. Which one are you on? I bet you're on 1.
1, 2.
There we go.
There we go.
All right, so we are back. This is round 4.
Round 4 already.
Already. It's coming quick.
Yeah. It's funny. I had to remind myself it was a 5-round tournament because you do 7, 9-round tournaments. Round 4, you're like, okay, we're in the middle of things. But round 4 is, people are making decisions to draw. Like we're near the end of Swiss here.
I would say that it is very possible for someone that is already 3-0 to likely double draw in if they want. They could even be in a position to battle again if they feel confident to play for seeding and then draw or lose the final round at 4-0, and it doesn't matter because they'll be locked for a high seed anyway. And since I believe that the players do get to choose based on seeding, who goes first or second in the top cut, there is something to be said for going first. The play draw disparity is still there, especially with some of these more aggressive decks.
Yeah,
it remains to be seen how they approach it, because this type of metagame, this type of format is a little different than what you're used to. If they feel like going with that play first is very important, especially once your deck lists are more known. Maybe one of your two decks or one of your 3 decks is incredibly aggressive, and going first is just like a massive boon. Then playing for that seeding might be worth it.
Yeah, I agree, and particularly in this format that's new, the process of going through that pre-game ban and decision and what goes first, and then thinking through your game plan once one of your decks gets banned and all that, that's also really good practice. And so I wouldn't fault any player for wanting to, like you said, work towards that top seed, or even just to get a few more rounds of this really kind of novel Lorcana format under their belt. I have to say, I appreciate, if you're going to play in this format, I appreciate those folks bringing in these printouts with the cards on them. It's really helpful because we were talking earlier about this when players were looking at their phones and looking up cards. Like, we're seeing a lot of cards played here these last few rounds, which, frankly, I didn't expect to see. I did not expect a racer deck.
You never know. So this is sort of a double-edged sword, right? So printing out the list looks very nice, and assuming that they're all meta cards, you can kind of look at the cards, you get a glance at it. They're not really that much bigger than what we're seeing on our screen here during the coverage. However, if we looked at the racer deck like this, do you know what every racer card does or looks like based on just the picture alone?
Yeah.
So, double-edged sword, right?
Right.
It is really nice. If the ideal scenario would be picture on one side, full deck list printed on the other side so that it's clear. and then having another way of identifying which decks you're choosing to ban or whatever, I think would be the ideal. We'll have to see what they end up doing at Worlds for this sort of a setup, whether it's digital deck lists or whether they, you could in theory have like ink tokens. You could give 6 ink tokens, one of every color.
That I want to see for the theatrics of it. Right?
And then, I mean, you could even 3D print something that like lets you pop them then to something, and then you're like, okay, these are the decks that I'm playing. And then, you have it flipped upside down. And you're like, okay, this is the one that's banned or whatever. That would be kind of cute.
I like the
I think that'd be
theatricality of that.
I mean, you're like, okay, here's my color combo or whatever. I think that would be pretty cool if they did something like that. Who knows? There's a lot of different things that they could do with it. As long as it's clear for both of the players, I think that's really the most important.
I think it's clear for the broadcasters.
And the broadcasters too. The only thing that really truly matters is the talent, of course.
Just kidding. No, and we see this in action here. Clearly, some cards on in Wade's list that Holy Ghost there is double checking to make sure they understand properly. Because it's an interesting thing. Like, not only if there's 1 or 2 off meta cards or unique cards in a particular list, that's one thing. When you encounter a deck that's like strange and new to you, like the Racer deck, and you're trying to figure out like rapidly, what is this deck trying to do and how does it match up then against what I've brought here? That is sometimes a lot to figure out in 10 minutes or less. Trying to evaluate.
Yeah, for sure. And not only is it what are they trying to do or accomplish, but also like how do these cards interact with my cards, with my deck? Hi, RMB. We see you from space. There's like a shining.
It's the glare.
It's the glare.
Yeah, the glare.
So the players are just reviewing the decks. Being 3-0, they're in pretty good position here. So this is either playing for seed or just, again, I think you nailed it dead on, is just getting experience in this format is pretty important. I mean, okay, let's imagine that they make top cut, which they're in a pretty good position here to potentially do. They need to make sure that they're still able to compete against some of these other decks. Yes, that does appear to be a 7 Dwarves Mine Sapphire Steel pile.
Yeah.
To go along with what appears to probably be like a Diablo deck.
Yeah, it looks like a mid-range. I have to take a look at it.
Like a Diablo mid-range?
Mid-range. It didn't look like the discard, but I got a very, very brief glance at it. Yeah, so this is one of the lineups, I think as we were all evaluating the possibilities, this is one of the lineups I think everybody identified as one of the top 2 or 3. No Ruby Sapphire, but 3 decks that are fairly competitive.
Yeah.
Of course, the blue steel list losing some of its tools for the item heavy variant.
A little bit.
But the mid-range version is still very good.
Steel cards have still been very good historically, regardless of what you pair it with.
And we won't get to see this deck in action here because it looks like it will be banned, or benched rather.
Benched.
Sent
to the Shadow Realm, perhaps.
Again, and now we can clearly see what's left. On the other side, we'll figure out what's been benched on the first side. But we the strategy coming in here. I've been asking a lot of players like, hey, and we've been talking about, do you come in teched against, or so that you ban a particular color and then your favorite, preparing to ban one ink color for the entire tournament, and that's your strategy. I've heard people say yes and no. More often than not, yes, and more often than not, that color is steel. Yeah.
I mean, if we think about all of the cards in the current card pool for Lorcana, there is so limited removal, especially in the early few turns. I mean, there's always the old adage in TCGs that there's no bad threats, there's only bad answers, right? Any random 2 quester for 1 is going to be good if they don't have an answer for it, right? If they don't have a character to challenge it immediately, if they don't have a removal for it, any individual card that you play that can gain you 4 or 6 lore is awesome. That's why Daisy Duck is so strong, because even if there's something to challenge it, it can usually quest
gets value
a couple times, right? Even if they get a card or 2, it doesn't matter. You just, this single card ended up gaining a marked percent of the lore that I need for the victory condition.
And it forces your opponent to devote resources and tempo to dealing with
it. You're sacrificing your card advantage for tempo. And generally, if you're playing Daisy in your deck, that is a fine trade because you just don't care that much. If they lose the game and have 7 cards in hand, who cares? If they can't deploy all their threats or their answers, it just doesn't matter how many they have. So, if you're trying to go fast, then those extra cards just aren't that big of a deal.
True. So here, in this format, if you've been watching, you know this already, but the players are not going into the blind. Game 1 here, they simultaneously choose which decks to play based on what's been banned. They also decide who goes first, and then both players simultaneously choosing which deck they're going to bring into round 1, but they know what their opponent's playing. If the top of the screen is right, we have an indication here of what's going on. We have Emerald Amethyst over there on Holy Ghost side, a color that we all know and love, a color pairing all the way back to set 1. But on the right, a color combination that kind of disappeared after set 1. And there have been some people trying to bring it back. Mo Shamlin tried very hard to make this work last set. And here we see it in this triple deck constructed format here. What do you think about this color pairing in this format?
I actually think that Emerald Sapphire got a lot of tools this set. I think it was very close to being one of the better decks in set 7. It was missing like a little bit, but it has some huge shift characters. It has a lot of the ability to gain card advantage and deal with the board. If all of its tools line up appropriately every round, or it's every turn, sort of, you get your a little bit of extra early ink into muses, into a couple of songs, and you can kind of control the board. There's a level of inevitability to decks like that you just don't have in most other decks. You have cards like Clarabelle, which can draw you a lot of cards very easily. You have cards that can answer literally any type of thing on the field in, You're Welcome, or any real character in We Don't Talk About Bruno. So you have this flexibility to sort of kind of deal with everything. And especially if they're playing something like Bend to My Will, you get to this board state where, you've drawn them some cards with these. Maybe you hit them with a You're Welcome, and then you Bend to My Will, discard their entire hand. And then it doesn't really matter that much what else they're playing because you just have resources and they don't. Rather than sort of that chip discard that you're used to in a lot of the Emerald decks, this one doesn't waste many of its resources on that. It just plays a card like this, booms the whole hand, their entire grip is gone, and then you move on. But cards like Baymax, I think, are very underestimated in how powerful they can actually be. The 5/5 shift 4, you put that on a Tipo, it's huge.
And speaking of Tipo, we see him in the hand there. Holy Ghost doing the classic Emerald turn 1 play, playing the Diablo and taking a look at what's going on. So what do we see? We see Clarabelle and the shift line. We see Tipo as a ramp option, how far I'll go, visions of the future. So a lot of the cards that we're used to seeing, nothing super spicy here, just spicy in this particular combination of ink colors.
Wouldn't be surprised if it's maybe Visions that gets inked to play the Tipo. And then I didn't exactly see what we drew, but that would be fine as well. Probably to ink. Or one of the Clarabelles. I think we have a redundant Clarabelle.
We have a redundant Clarabelle.
You really only need one.
And we keep the Enchanted, of course.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Of course. That's a no-brainer.
Tipo coming down here. We'll send an extra card to the Inkwell. It might be that Enchanted Clarabelle. No. Yep. I think, no.
It was whatever we drew
for the turn.
Yeah. It was some Emerald card that clearly didn't matter that much.
But that will set up a turn for how far I'll go. So this Sapphire deck clearly on plan here. But no, we will not play that card because Ursula coming down on turn 2. This classic 1-2 opening here from Emerald, picking that how far I'll go, and then shifting the Diablo into the quest, exerting it, and turning it on.
I actually think that was Wade's consideration there when thinking about what to do with Tipo. If you get rid of the how far I'll go there, you do protect yourself from the Ursula. Unfortunately, the rest of the hand was a bit too awkward to do that. Like, you needed that how far I'll go as your turn. The rest of the hand doesn't have any text on this turn. So
big play if you can get.
If the payoff happens, it's awesome. If it doesn't, it's pretty awkward. But we have visions here that can help fix some of the trouble that we were working with.
Fantastic card. Who was it who said that this is low key, probably one of the best card in this particular set in Shimmering Skies?
Oh, it's for sure. Looking at 5 cards is so many cards. That is like a statistically high percentage of your deck that you get to see, especially if you cast more than one throughout the course of the game. Like, I don't know. I like playing decks where I get to look at all 60 cards every game so that I can really know that I'm leveraging the stuff that I put in there, and Visions lets you do that.
Unfortunately for Wade, no answer for the Diablo there. That'll stay around another turn. We're into a couple more Diablos.
Every Diablo.
Every Diablo. There was a lot of decks, a joke name running around, Oops, all Diablo.
I mean, it is Oops, all Diablo.
We're seeing 4 different Diablos on the board if you count the Under the Shift Diablo there.
You know what we need? Under the Sea.
Under the Sea. That's true. Available.
I would send everything to the bottom where they belong.
But no, so both decks doing, I think, what they kind of want to do, wait a little bit off schedule, especially because of that Ursula there. But Grammatala into the Inkwell, which leaves us 5, and we'll play
Donald Duck.
Donald Duck.
Donald Duck, which will get us an additional ink off the top. This is just big Mickey Mouse Detective. Really big Mickey Mouse Detective, but
still doing detective things.
It is doing detective things, and it is just overall a larger, more impactful card, but it's inkable, which is really the key that makes it worthwhile in a deck like this. Especially since we have so much nice early Rampant Sapphire now with Tipo and Sail. You don't need the sort of turn 3 as much. You can kind of not worry about that, play some better 4-drops, and then Donald on 5 really sets you up for some of your future turns. I mean, we can just play a Clarabelle straight up next turn if we want.
That's a great point. I mean, adding that inkable or that ramp option in another slot frees up that 3 or 4 slot, which plenty of other things you want to do there.
Like Muses is the ideal run out every game with this deck against basically everything, is that you sort of play Tipo into Muses. Like, that's just what you want to do every game because it's just so powerful. Sudden Chill, an unfortunate spot here.
Yeah, and this is just a really difficult position. Now, there are, you mentioned Under the Sea. That is one of your answers here to wipe the board, and it would be super impactful. Unfortunately, not enough on the board to sing it if we are running it.
All right, good draw.
There's Clarabelle. Great. We didn't top deck that, did we?
No, we top decked the 1-drop Clarabelle. We just needed an inkable.
So there she is. That'll help get back into this game because the wide board state is tricky for these colors to deal with.
But honestly, the Diablo, we don't even care anymore. You draw cards, I draw cards. You draw cards, I draw cards. It's fine. Whatever, draw 10 cards.
And that's one of the things that makes Diablo, to me, so oppressive. Is a lot of the times, I mean, the answer to especially discard decks is draw more cards. And you, when your opponent's getting the same advantage, it just shuts down your route back into this game. I love Diablo and I hate Diablo.
If Wade is playing Under the Sea, which is pretty likely, I would say, in these decks, in some amount, 1 or 2 generally is pretty common. There's a world where, Holy Ghost is going to have to play like an Ursula randomly after, Wade draws a brand new hand just to try and hit the Under the Sea if they drew it off of. Ooh,
it doesn't Under the Sea. Or doesn't allow Under the Sea. It's big Ursula here. Haven't seen her. We used to see her run at the top end of these Emerald Amethyst decks for a little while. She disappeared in favor of Clarabelle and some other endgame cards. But she's back. Prevents your opponent's characters from singing, which will shut down Under the Sea from being sung together. But it looks like we're going to have enough ink to play it anywhere if we draw into it. But she is not susceptible to that card, so we'll stick around to do some damage afterwards.
And the secondary mode on Ursula, which I think is the big rub here, is that it exerts a character when it quests. So this Clarabelle may not be long for the world, because if we combine the Emerald Amethyst Diablo that's got Challenger with, maybe the Genie. Oh, just ignoring it.
Gonna straight up quest, push our low total, be the beat down, force a response from Wade.
Okay,
And then
fair enough.
Leaving that Ursula up, it looks like to prevent the singing.
It does prevent the ability to sing something like You're Welcome, getting rid of the Ursula and then doing Under the Sea, which I guess you could still just cast for ink and then sing.
Yeah, there's also Bruno. There's other weird things that Wade could be running, but
I think if we're not challenging the Clarabelle here, I would. Yeah. But I guess we don't really have enough strength to not just lose our whole board.
well, it is so. Part of the calculation here, I suppose, is or likely is, Holy Ghost is like, I'm going to be the beatdown. I'm going to force you into the response mode, and unless you find, and that's a fantastic card to find here. Oh goodness gracious! Mother Knows Best being played, bouncing the Ursula, triggering the Muses, which will bounce the Diablo back to hand. So 4 cards sent back with those shift targets, and goodness, that's quite the swing. The Muses here showing their potential in this particular meta. A lot of low to the ground decks, a lot of low to the ground characters, and the Muses able to sit back here and prevent Holy Ghost from building up a wide board. It can be tricky.
Yeah, that is an interesting point that they're making. Ursula does not specify like opponents' characters. That Sudden Chill was not able to be sang last turn realistically. I don't know if it really is going to make a huge impact on. It seems that Wade is going to be fine either way. However, the Sudden Chill would not have been able to have been played there.
Yeah, I do forget that sometimes, that it usually stuff specified to your opponent. This shuts down.
Yeah, some of them are, and this is not a very commonly played card. But we look at Wade here, and it seems like even discarding an extra card there doesn't seem to matter a ton. Our opponent has 1,000 cards in hand or whatever.
Look at the impact. It's just the impact of sending back both those Floodborn characters with their shift targets. That's 4 more cards.
And we do see the follow-up of the Ursula Deceiver. Like I was saying, I think you really need to do that to try and protect from an Under the Sea. Because if Wade draws, 10 cards or whatever here and has an Under the Sea in hand, it's very hard to deploy a bunch of threats. Just decides to scoop. For time considerations,
but also, take a look at what
it's
you're
just
running.
Too many cards.
Too many cards.
All of a sudden, Wade's going to play another Clarabelle.
Too many answers.
And just it's rough. How do you recover from that?
Yeah, one of the weaknesses of to me, to Amethyst Emerald has always been the lack of removal, but specifically, it's the mid-game big bodies that I always had trouble with. And I love this deck. I love to play this deck. For example, going into Steel, I think a lot of people think that the problem. Or consider the problem of Steel against Emerald Amethyst is that the removal makes it difficult. But for me, it was always cards like Beast. It was cards like Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood, which I just didn't have a good answer to.
They just go too big.
They just go too big.
They play 3-4 guys that are all big enough that you have to grab to challenge them. And what do you do now?
Devote 2 cards to it.
Bach is not a good enough answer for those.
No, and Else was really a tool. It was a good tool that we got.
It was a tempo tool, though.
Tempo tool. But in this instance, Clarabelle, just absolutely no real answer for it. And, getting that Clarabelle on the board really allowed Wade to close out this game.
Diablo was a disaster for Holy Ghost there.
Yep.
Because Diablo drew, an extra 6-7 cards?
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, the Clarabelle is just okay, I'm going to draw 3, I'm going to draw 5.
Yep. And find.
And then now all of the discard that was done, irrelevant. Mm-hmm. Just immediately pointless, and it was a waste of effort. And then the rest of the Diablo deck really doesn't close very fast.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of 1-questers. Diablo as a card is very good for card advantage, but it takes 1,000 years to actually close out a game when you're only questing for 1. Oh, I sing a song, so I don't quest here.
Yeah.
That was always a problem with some of those discard decks, is they just didn't have pressure to close.
Right. You needed some sort of endgame finisher, or really what they also did is they turned on that draw engine mid game. You pull the Zanseed and draw half your deck.
Yeah.
And you do that through your Prince Johns, your Diablos, just eventually able to outmuscle your opponents because you have 30 cards in hand.
And you do that over 5 turns. Yeah, okay, we quest for 3, it's fine.
Yeah.
But a card like Cricky is really nice because it does a bunch of stuff, but it quests for 3.
Right.
That was always what was really nice about something like Cricky, is it could actually close the game if it was doing something.
Pegasus for a while.
Yeah, where they just have a little bit more a little bit more lore than the 1, which is what most of the muses and they're all just 1 and it's slow.
But yeah, but against this deck, when you're playing against Clarabelle, like that card advantage that you're used to leveraging for your own
is
good
liability.
Is a liability. And Wade, unfortunately, with cards like Muses Under the Sea, if he's running it, because I don't think we saw one, I don't know, shuts down this Emerald Amethyst deck pretty well.
Yeah.
So moving on here, so an interesting dynamic of this format that we see, the losing deck or the winning deck is forced to switch. So Wade onto his Amethyst or Ruby Amethyst deck because he has to win with both. Holy Ghost on that side, the option to play the same deck or to rotate it, choosing here to go in with Amber Ruby rather than sticking with the Emerald Amethyst.
Yeah, and it's nice because as the person that's on the play, you get to pick your more aggressive deck generally if you have to, or the one that's favored on the play, or maybe the one that's less favored into that matchup because you are on the play, so you get the natural little bit more advantage out of that. I mean, given that this is a Pluto deck, I would say that it's more than likely Mufasa and it's trying to be fast, something to that effect. Usually when you're running Pluto, you just want to get your hand onto the field as quick as possible to get to like some of the more meaty threats, and then just leverage those to sort of carry the game. Usually they quest a lot. I mean, this Gaston is probably going to come down here. Yeah, we're now threatening. If we assume that we don't take out this Pluto, like that's what 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We get a 6-drop next turn.
Yep.
What if that 6-drop is the set 1? Is it set 1 Mickey? Or set 2?
Brave Little Taylor?
No, the one that can reduce the cost of something by like 3.
Oh, yeah.
This guy right here.
Yep.
Like, what if they just play this next turn?
Little greeting guy, yeah.
They could play anything then.
It ramps. It's ramping very quickly. On the other side, Wade going a little more a traditional build. It looks like a little less traditional in terms of the opening for although I think 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and some of these aggro lists we've started to see. But choosing to go wide here, all cards that will allow him to draw, if necessary. But not able to answer this Pluto and leaving it online this turn. So this could be a banger of a turn.
What if we just play a shark this turn?
Fair.
Like, then what? What, do you quest with any of these ever? Like, ever again?
Let's see. I'm excited to see what we get here. Oh, looks like we're going to go
another one.
Right, another Gaston inking Pongo into Mulan.
Inking Pongo is surprising here. Pongo seems very powerful on this board.
Yeah, I think
if there's other card advantage, maybe it doesn't matter.
Probably have a Rapunzel in hand. We need, or perhaps we need to refill our hand a little bit.
Is that a
We're going to run out of gas here. That's a
Mulan.
You're talking about Big Mulan?
That's the shift Mulan.
Yep. Oh man, so maybe we don't have the Rapunzel. We're setting up the shift line. This is I tell you, one of the fun things about this format is getting to see things we haven't seen for a long time or ever in the competitive scene, and man, there's just so many possibilities now with the amount of cost reduction we have on the board.
So Wade's whole board is going to be gone next turn. If any of these cards get dealt with for any reason and are exerted on Wade's side,
he's setting up the trap, right? Like you have to.
What do you do
at some point?
Like your best bet, I guess, is to crab and take out a Gaston, because then you can trade with a broom and not have to leave it exerted.
The best answer is to brawl the Mulan.
Maybe brawl the Mulan. But is that even
really a good solution?
No,
I mean it's something.
Technically, so here's the play. Now we'll see if Wade realizes that like this is what you got to do is you can't be leaving yourself open. Oh, it's not a secret, right? The deck lists are open, so we know that Wade will know that there's the Mulan shift in there.
That is true. There is a lot to take in.
Oh no.
Okay, we'll leave the quest of the Diablo and Path of Return.
I think that's a disaster.
We'll see.
We'll see very shortly here if this is a disaster.
So we're going to quest down, reduce the cost. We're going to shift the Mulan, challenge into the Diablo, and there it is.
Take out the whole board, draw 1 card. And quest for 1, probably.
Huge play here. Triple shot Mulan doing triple shot things, clearing Wade's board, and goodness gracious. Now, the upside is still susceptible to brawl.
And so perhaps that was the play, is to try and set that up.
Very well could have been. I mean, knowing the stat line, knowing it's still susceptible to draw, you've drawn it out of the hand now. You drew a card off the Diablo, and so, perhaps you're thinking this is my time to get back in it. Because if you look at Holy Ghost's hand, not a lot there. Not a lot left, and that Sisu is not going to be good for a
In
long
theory,
time.
I think if that was the play for Wade, I would have liked to have quest with the broom, like one of the brooms, and get rid of it, so that there's just the 2 characters in play.
That's true.
Maybe it doesn't set up enough of a trap. Then
Right.
that's
that would,
probably the consideration. Is like, is that one card worth like not having the trap work?
right.
Because you might just not have a great answer to move on in general.
Right.
Now, this is a tricky spot here for Holy Ghost. Do we ink and just play a Sisu to take out the rabbit while we have the opportunity? Because if this Gaston is ever gone, like there's just no more opportunity to play the Sisu.
Yeah, and really, I mean, I wouldn't call it a must-answer card, but you certainly have to answer it quickly. Relore questing every turn.
Yeah, the board is getting out of control pretty quickly here.
Let's see. I mean, I think if we have a Be Prepared, we're 1 turn away from that. That's probably going to help. So we're going to remove that Pongo.
If that's the play, I would assume Be Prepared here then.
Yeah, get rid of that extra card draw.
Yeah.
There.
Is that another Mulan?
Quest with a Sisu, get the value out of that, or it's potentially moved. I think there's another Sisu in hand.
Another Sisu in hand, but there's only 5 ink in play. So, like, you could pretend that Be Prepared isn't a real card, play another Sisu, and then just threaten that. Or you just do nothing with those 2 cards, which is also a possibility. I don't know how much I love not inking here.
Okay.
I guess now we don't even need to...
That's the thing. You haven't done enough to draw out to Be Prepared on your turn, so it's still going to sit
like
there.
questing with everything probably was the ideal line, but then again, your hand is just not good enough at that point.
But no Be Prepared in hand, so the point is moot. But I feel like you have to play as if it's there.
Yeah, the Medusas are being a bit of a beating against this deck, it seems.
It is. I mean, what a great answer to this particular deck.
Like the 4/4 body has been very relevant, taking out the Sisu here, but also, a hand like Holy Ghost started off with here, where it's just the double, triple ramp in this case, with the Pluto plus the double Gaston is okay. But I think I would have maybe tried to leverage the Pongos a lot more aggressively. Like that. That's the big Hades.
It is. We've seen him already once today.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to. Yeah, this is one of those I need a little bit of pressure on because there's the 2 different versions.
Yeah, so the newest one is much better than the other one, I believe.
Yeah, 2 damage to chosen character, draw 2 cards. Man, what a great card. I mean, 7 costs uninkable, but 2 cards with a 3/6 body left on the board. Fantastic card, and it's performed in a couple different decks here. Mufasa coming down to the other side of the board, a really fun high rolly card. You could hit a Pluto off the top of the deck, or you could hit a Sisu.
Yeah. Mufasa being a Mufasa deck does not surprise me, given that there's so many just large payoffs. I can understand why Pluto is in the deck, right? Because you really, truly do just need to get your bigger threats out way ahead of what your opponent is doing, and then that's generally good enough. Wade's got so much ink now at 7, potentially able to go up to 8. That's a lot, and that's enough to be able to answer most of the problems that you're going to see on the other side. And at only 4 lore, the early rush out a bunch of stuff really kind of didn't do enough.
Yeah, I mean, with this particular deck, I think you want to be north of 10 before you lose control of the board for sure.
Yeah.
Problem here. I will say that the nice thing about Mufasa, it's always nice Be Prepared insurance. You put that out there hoping to flip something off to Be Prepared, so it changes the math a little bit for Wade, but Wade also has plenty of other removal options in this deck. We see a Lady Tremaine sitting there, so if he can just whittle down the board even just a little bit. But at this point, just pushing his own board state, trying to advance things a little bit. There's the Pluto heading to the discard pile, making that Mufasa susceptible to Lady Tremaine next turn.
And I mean, do we even really care that much about the Mufasa? We're winning this race quite a bit.
Not really. I mean, at this point, you transition to the beatdown. I think you start just driving your lower total and force Holy Ghost into the response. Into the
seeing a classic Cusco here. A good filler card.
Old school Cusco.
Lets you draw. It's just nice. It keeps everything there. I mean, it's really tough when you're playing cards like Pluto, like Gaston. That uninkability is a huge cost. I mean, think about the Pongo that we had to ink over the second Gaston.
Mhm.
You know, how much better just having a real card that can draw other cards would be versus just needing to play a Gaston. We just don't have any other cards that we can ink. I mean, that is why they are as powerful as they are. You know, being able to reduce the cost of characters so much is strong. Is that two
To be prepared.
to
I
be
believe.
prepared in hand? We just don't even need them.
No.
And now
No.
Hades really just stealing this whole game here.
Yeah, just gonna run away with things. It's this deck is interesting. I really like the build, but clearly it is meant to do what we saw it try to do and shut things down, put a game ender on the board, you know, on turn 3 or 4, and hope that it allows you to run away with things. And unfortunately, when that doesn't pan out, I'm not sure what the route back is in, other than hoping to draw to be prepared, hit something off the Mufasa and swing things that way.
Yeah, the hand of just like double Sisu and you only have 6 ink is really quite awkward. I mean, even if hypothetically, you know, we rip an inkable on the following turn and can play a Sisu, like what does it do? It's just a guy. It's just a random character at this point. It does quest for a lot, but it's not really the most impressive anything, you know? Like the snake is a great target now for this Hades next turn.
Yeah, bouncing the Lady Tremaine, so even if we do hit the Sisu, leverage the Pluto, I mean, it's susceptible to being banished, so...
It's just all Sisus all the time.
We saw Whoops all Diablos, this is Whoops all Sisus.
Yeah. With that many
there,
Sisus, there's just not much you can really do.
Yeah,
So-
no, this is a lot of fun. You know, this deck is interesting. I think it's high rolly. It wants to do this ramp thing, and we did see it perform. It was kind of cool to see the Mulan go off there and do some work, but yeah, once that game plan doesn't work out in the first few turns, it's a little more tricky. So now,
Are they?
I'm not gonna lie. This format trips me up every time. I get so like who switch decks and where are we at, and so we're gonna have Ruby Amethyst now has to stay going into Emerald Amethyst, right?
Yes, that'll be the final 2 pairings that are remaining for this particular battle.
Yeah,
So-
and- go ahead. I'm sorry.
With this version of Ruby Amethyst, I think it has some interesting lines into like the discard stuff. You know, it has the Hades as a draw payoff. It seemed to have a lot more of the less expensive raw characters, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be fascinated. This matchup is so interesting. I think you're right. I think there's a lot of insurance against the discard package. I mean, and even a traditional rabbit in the mid game, if you can get that engine
And be really
going,
good.
insulates you pretty well. We saw a lot of the cards. We saw the cards like Cusco and other cards that replace themselves. So even if discard hits you hard, you have the ability to banish the Cusco, get an extra card. So now, how does your calculation change to this matchup if we see the tempo version of the other side instead of the discard version?
Instead of just the full sort of discard version.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean the tempo one, it's tricky because a lot of the stronger tempo stuff, Cloud Kicker and some of the other sort of bounce spells, Mother Knows Best, they don't really do enough,
Mhm.
I don't think. And the reason that they don't really do enough is like, okay, all of your things have a come into play ability. You know, when you play them, they draw a card, or when you play them, they put a character back into your hand. So,
Yeah.
it's, I don't know, it's interesting. I think the tempo version versus, it really kind of comes down to like, did you draw a bunch of cards with Diablo? We actually don't get another game
Oh, do we? They all stood up. I must have missed the.
because the one that Wade won was Sapphire Emerald, right? Where Holy Ghost ended up scooping after Wade drew 13 cards.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. That's
Oh, I'm so bummed.
that's
You know,
unfortunate. You know what? We were just optimistically
Yeah, go-
looking for another game.
Yeah,
That was
Wesley,
all it was.
go make them play again. For
Yeah,
us.
yeah. Bring.
Um,
You want to go see if Wade's free?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. No, I'll let Jubas do the interview. Yeah, that's totally fine. I'll shout questions at you from the back here.
Holler out
I'm
questions.
going to lean awkwardly close to your face and talk in your microphone. No, I always say as a broadcaster, like I don't have favorites when I watch them play, but I always cheer for a game 3. because I want to see it.
I just want to see more
right?
cardboard slinging. You know, that's
when
kind of the
everything's
most
on the line.
important to the whole equation. Is just I just want to see more games. That's all.
Yeah, fascinating. Here, here, actually, take my headset. Yeah. Thought interrupted as I pass off my headset.
Oh, we're good. So we grab Wade so we can kind of talk about some of the deck choices and some of the cards. And all right, so 4-0 now. It's pretty good.
I'm actually 3-1.
3-1. Well, still
I'd be
pretty
feeling
good.
better if I was 4-0, but
3-1 is still pretty good.
I'm happy with that.
Pretty good spot to be. I would. It's a 5-rounder. So I would assume you're in a good position here.
Yeah, that last match was pretty fun. I felt like I was out of it, but I drew exactly what I needed going into the turn after playing Clarabelle. Got the Mother Knows Best. That allowed me to get rid of the big Ursula, and then from there I could actually sing with my characters, so the muses helped kind of clear the whole board, and suddenly having 4 characters to none on the opponent's side.
It was a pretty big swing in one turn, and then all of a sudden, it's like draw 13 cards, and after looking at your hand and not having really anything on the board, only having 6 ink.
Yep.
I think is what having 13, 14 cards in hand is pretty useless when you don't have ink to play them, and you definitely had a big ink advantage there. So the writing felt like it was on the wall, and I definitely feel like it was almost certainly right to concede from their spot. But
I feel like that's kind of what the Emerald Sapphire does. Sometimes it just puts the opponent in a situation where even though I'm at 0 lore, they know there's probably no way I can get out of this.
It's just it's overwhelming, the amount of just card advantage, and honestly, the Diablo from the other side felt more like a liability that game than a boon.
Yep.
If they didn't have any cards in hand, Clarabelle would have just been not that good, but it drew 3 cards and then another handful, and then all of a sudden the game slipped away real fast. So that was cool, and then we got to see your Ruby Amethyst. Some interesting choices. Hades looked awesome.
Yeah, he's so much fun.
He looked very, very good there. And the fact that it comes on both Quest and when you play it is really quite huge.
Yeah, he's pretty expensive, but the fact that you get some value usually when you play him for the first time feels really nice. And sometimes you just need to draw a couple more cards to find your next piece of removal or ways to keep your deck continuing to draw. So I really like that he adds that, and just a nice way to kind of keep your hand full.
And the only thing that it's really truly weak against is Medusa, but your deck did feel like was pretty Medusa heavy, all things considered, but it has been losing a lot of favor. It is
it's not as popular as
it's not as popular. The inkable slots are really precious now, and the body felt really good in that matchup, but there's some matchups where just a 4/4 doesn't do it.
Yep.
And only taking out 1 card just isn't enough. So with the Medusa being pulled back a little bit, I think Medusa's in a the Hades is in a good position to actually live and get a chance to quest. I mean, that was brutal. I mean, that plus the Cusco, that was like a 5-card swing there, and just a quick turnaround.
Yeah, I think it makes all your smaller things that just kind of replace themselves even better.
It makes Diablo. It's kind of the library thing where your little characters are better once you have the library down, because you're just getting a lot more cards out of it. And it just lets you you drop a Diablo, hit it with the Hades, that's a lot of cards all of a sudden. Friends on the other side, overrated.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you have to ink that. I've been inking it a lot today because I feel like the pace of play is pretty fast where I almost don't have time to sing it. But if you can get in a position to sing it, it's always good. Yeah, the Mufasa deck was pretty cool. I enjoy that style of gameplay as well. But I feel like if you can get your stats to be above what they have, then the Rapunzel, isn't as scary. And he didn't seem to have any Rapunzel that game, so that was maybe a little unfortunate for him. But I kind of blundered when I turned my Diablo early and then Mulan blew up my board. I really forgot that was even in the list. But it wasn't as bad as it could have been since some of my cards.
We framed it like it was a trap set for your opponents that you could deal with the Mulan.
Yes, the brawl was nice.
And we made you look great about it, so it's okay.
I almost brawled her because I was worried about Rapunzel value, like the small one.
And you're like, if they Rapunzel, it's fine, whatever. But
felt like I needed to get a body on board instead.
But it ended up working out that essentially it was like an overcommitment to the Mulan.
Yep.
You didn't really lose that much, like a couple cards, because a lot of them replace themselves, and then, you know, the amber draw of just like 3 ramp spells just really didn't do enough. And then, you know, him just ripping a handful of Sisus just like really isn't it, especially when Zan was like Sisu and 5 ink, and it's like
I was more worried about him maybe finding a Surfer Stitch or something.
Some actual payoff.
Keep his hand going and threaten something bigger like that.
Yeah, the uninkability of those was actually a big cost. I don't know if you saw, but there was an early Pongo that ended up having to get inked.
Yep.
Pongo's generally very good in that matchup because it's, you know, they just passively are drawing a bunch of cards, and that is keeping pace with at least your rabbits and things like that. But it was the only ink in hand, and Pongo had to go. That's unfortunate. You know, having to play a Gaston instead of a Pongo is just...
I was pretty excited to play Medusa on the Pongo, because I know he can kind of run away with
the
value engine there.
It does not take much just to draw a couple extra cards every turn. So, has there been any sort of consistency in like the type of decks that you've been banning, or what kind of strategy did you come into, like what you're trying to get out of there?
I feel like Pete really messes with the Emerald Sapphire deck, and so far I kind of suspected everyone would make me play Emerald Sapphire, and that has proven to be true. So I've banned every Pete deck so far. I always like really want to like maybe try it, see if I can just sneak by, and because sometimes like this last round it was with Sapphire, but just the bodies in that deck were so big that he had, I worried that the Muses wasn't going to do much, and then Pete was going to kind of shut down my actions, and then the deck that I'm playing just feels really bad. And also Steel can be good against red purple, of course, at Ruby Amethyst. So I just usually ban the Steel deck, but I really don't like discard decks, so I've been scared about those. But as long as I can try to ramp quickly and try to bounce the Diablo maybe with singing a song once you put the Muses down, that's kind of the way to go about that. And then if they can't stop me from dropping a Clarabelle, maybe they have a big hand, and hopefully I can draw 2. But I don't play Under the Sea in this list right now, so I can't really let them go too wide.
Are you playing any of the other one, the one that can bounce 2 things, or just
the stop chaos?
Yeah.
I did think about that. I don't have any in the list, but
so just more of
going forward, I might try.
Muses and that kind of operation to deal with what they have going on. I assume that there's more your welcomes and those sorts of elements instead. So Muse is pretty important, but generally has always been for the Emerald Sapphire lists. Like that's just kind of the pivotal card that glues the rest of it together. So
yeah, I love her in this deck, and also Amber Emerald too. She's can be really frustrating to deal with there because there's just not much that deals with her.
It has ward and a static ability. We don't love that around here, but while it's still around, definitely take advantage of it. I think it's a very powerful card, and as long as you can get it early, it can steal games pretty easily. So
yeah, it's nice to have the flexibility of sometimes ramping to the Muses if you know it's a good matchup for that, and then sometimes the body of Grammatal is a little bigger, and maybe you need to dig into your deck a little deeper. So it's just nice to have different ways you can go with each game.
Well, very cool. So we have got one more round left?
I think so.
I expect that we'll see you probably again at in the top cut. But we will.
I'm hopeful. But
I got a good feeling about this one. I think you'll be all right. You're having a good run today with the decks, and coming in with a strategy of I know that Emerald Sapphire is a deck that people underestimate a lot.
Yep.
Like and it's historically been underestimated forever. Every time that people play it, especially if they don't actually play some of the more dirtily draw decks. Like if they've never played the Ruby Sapphire into Emerald Sapphire matchup, they just don't understand.
Yeah.
They don't know. They don't know what it's like to have no hand and they have like 10 cards in hand and then they just like win eventually. It's terrible.
Yeah, I thought a popular combo might be like Emerald Amethyst, Amber Steel, and then Ruby Sapphire. And I do like the Emerald Sapphire into everything except the Amber Steel.
All right, so then you pick that, get it out of there, and then you have a good lineup that they're again they're not scared of, and they probably should be, and maybe they will be after this weekend.
Yeah, so if they have like 2 slow decks, then I would like to save the Emerald Sapphire for later, because I feel like you can ramp and then win on the draw.
Oh, for sure.
Decently with that. But then if I'm worried about a particular matchup, I try to just bring it out first, or that's been my strategy, because I did it the other way in round 1, and I started with Ruby Amethyst and lost that, and then it just felt Then I won game 2, but in game 3, being on the draw, it didn't feel as good in the matchup that I had, and there was a very aggressive turnabout deck. But it's just some games are better than others, and I've tried to adapt my strategy throughout the day.
No, it seems like it's been working out. So
pretty interesting format, and I kind of like the way that it is. But it's a lot more to think about too when they hand you 3 lists. And
it is for sure. It's a lot. We've seen some very rogue decks. Not saying that Emerald Sapphire isn't a little rogue, but for the most part, the cards have been kind of known.
Yep.
There's not a ton of brand new things to that type of strategy, right? But we saw like a racer deck. With Amber Ruby, that was very interesting. It was doing a lot of not standard things, and we've been seeing some more fun color combos than I think we normally would have in a single deck tournament. Just because you got to play all the colors, and you got to at least have decks that aren't totally terrible, so you can try some different stuff.
I think the rogue decks make it hard for your opponent to kind of know what they're supposed to be doing in the matchup.
How do you pre-plan for a deck with cards that you have to look up because you've never heard of them?
Yeah. Yeah, I banned a Ruby Steel one of these matches too, because I was just looking at them like, this actually looks really good.
You're like, I'm not ready for this.
Exactly.
Get it out of here. Well, we will, I'm sure, be seeing you again. We'll give you some time to go take a little bit of a break and get ready for the last round, and wish you luck.
That's good. Well, thanks for inviting me in here. It's been fun.
Yeah. I'll see you in a bit. What fun. I was talking a bit before I got on mic earlier. And I don't think this was on camera. If it was, everybody's gonna hear me say it again. And that is this format. I think that coming in, a lot of us looked at the triple deck format and we said, okay, let's identify like the top 3 color combos of like known strong meta archetypes. And when they were archetypes that we recognized, we saw 3 of them together, we were like, all right, that's one of the winning combos.
Sure.
And then there were others that were like midway down the list in terms of relative strength, and they had like one deck that was off kind of combo or like an off meta deck. Even if it's one that we recognize, like Ruby Amber is a deck that's been around, right? Ruby Fossa has been around.
Sure.
But it certainly was not what we would call like an A tier and S tier meta deck recently.
No.
And I think a lot of us thought, okay, we evaluated the list based on that. What I'm seeing, I'm interested in your opinion on this, even though, again, we talked about it before, but on camera. What I'm seeing today is a lot of decks which are, I don't know, I would argue, like, I would call them either B tier meta or just like rogue decks. There's a lot more of them than I anticipated. It feels like more people than not are running a deck that is not like one of the top tier decks. And maybe it's just our weird sample size. So do you think that the ability to ban an ink color and to build around facing 5 inks instead of 6 changes the meta like way more significantly than we initially thought, to the point where there's certain decks that are just completely unlocked now, which would not be viable at all in a standard constructed.
Yeah, I think it really does. I've thought about this a lot, sort of leading up into this event, just to make sure that I had a rough idea of what we were looking at before we got here. And it really does feel like, no bad threats, only bad answers. So if you look at the parts that you can control in this, which are, you can pick a color, let's say steel, hypothetically. People might choose that one sometimes. And now, if you remove that from the equation, you now don't have to worry about, Cindy or Belle, sometimes, not as much anymore, leading into Storm, just taking out your character that you play on turn 1 or 2 and drawing a card without them committing ink to it, just singing a song and doing that and keeping way ahead on tempo while not losing any card advantage. You just don't have to worry about that. It's just not a thing you care about anymore. It's just not real. Doesn't exist in the game that you're playing. So all of a sudden, a lot of these like X1, 0-1 even characters that have interesting abilities and effects can see play because don't have to worry about as much removal. You know, if it's a 1 or 2 drop and they're committing brawl to taking out your character, that's okay. That's, you know, committing a full turn, basically taking off to remove your piglet. That's not that uncommon for those type of decks, but it's that like singing, you know, stealing your entire tempo just by nature of steel cards existing. You know, there's a reason that virtually every steel deck starts with 8 cards, regardless of the color pair that it's with. You know, it puts the storm in, it puts the strength in. You know, now you have this 8 card
Sprinkle in
package.
a little juice.
Yeah, you like add some Zeus. Maybe you do a couple of your other little cheap removal spells, fire the cannons or whatever. But you now have the only color that has any real true interaction to work against unexerted characters that don't have ward, of course. So if you don't have these unexerted characters as a always ever-present threat of steel, you know, you can play some of these cards that are a little bit more narrow, but they have these very interesting payoffs, but they just like would always get banished to steel removal. You know, something like the 1-drop or the 2-drop Mickey, that if it challenges and banishes something, you know, you can put a character into play. Now that's also steel, so it's a bit of a tricky spot there, because your steel's probably going to get banished every time. But a card like that is very hard to play in general, and it's almost impossible to play when you know that 30 or 40% of the room is going to be steel decks. You're going to run into it 3 or 4 times over a long event, and your deck just like doesn't line up at all. But you can maybe have that as a thing that you're trying in here. You know, maybe Hades Double Dealer, the green 4-drop that you can tap it to flip a character from your hand and one in play, which is a different one. That card isn't that great in a world where there's like just better removal. But if there's very minimal removal, I don't know, he's kind of weird. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
You know, there's some reasonably large payoffs that you could do with that could be worth dabbling in. And I think people are experimenting with that. You know, we saw the Racer deck, which I don't know how good that deck is against steel consistently. Probably not. I mean, one fire the cannons, and all of a sudden, like, your whole strategy is just
You lose King Candy, and that's it.
Yeah, you lose that, and now what? You just like have a pretty mid deck full of like random characters. Yeah, there's a little bit of recursion synergy, but if they can sort of keep up with your playing of like 1 or 2 characters, like, they're not cheap. You're not shifting most of them. You know, King Candy costs 4, the other one costs 3. Like, outside of sometimes shifting Wreck-It Ralph, it just costs 7. You know, if you can just answer those every time, then it's not really that big of a problem. But there just aren't as many answers. There just aren't as many cheap interaction spells. We're not talking about like
It's
the late
early
game.
game,
It's the
right?
early
Yeah.
game that's weird. That Steel generally has a monopoly over right now. Is those early few turns where you can keep developing your board while still leveraging these songs to keep, you know, gaining that 3 ink every time that you sing the song as a tempo advantage over your opponents. So if they don't have that like early game way of dealing things, yeah, Medusa's always going to be there, be prepared, or Sisu or whatever. But those cost 1,000 comparatively to, you know, something that can happen as early as turn 2. So I think it just opens up the early few turns a lot more. That's why we're seeing a lot more aggressive decks, a lot more decks that maybe take a few turns to kind of get this like engine-y thing online. You know, Hades being a really good example of something that it's uninkable, it's like kind of slow, but you can sort of rumble in the mid game enough with crabs and foxes and whatever that all of a sudden like you get to this 7-drop spot and you can afford to play something like a Hades, or you can afford to play something like a Wreck-It Ralph, because now we've had time to like use the less powerful individual characters that we had through the early game to like transition through that mid game. and that's what you lose when steel's in the meta. So
Mhm.
it wouldn't surprise me if we see a lot more of that with players that are angling to shoot towards the top cuts, because we know that once they get towards like the finals, you have to win with all 3 of the decks.
Mhm.
And if you literally can't beat steel with any of your 3 decks, like just in a vacuum, any steel deck just crushes all your decks, you might just get
Yeah,
3-0'd.
challenge, right?
But I guess it can't be a 3-0, right? Because they can only just take out one of the decks. Right? Because as soon as you win with one of the decks, it retires.
That's true. That's true.
So
If you game it right and match up
you can
right,
sacrifice like your least powerful deck to their steel deck, and then if you win, great, that's cool too. But if you lose, then you still have your other 2 decks, and you're just back to normal plan A.
yeah.
So I don't know. I think we'll see this weekend sort of how the rest of it shakes out, but it really does feel like with the players that we've interviewed and the ones that have been doing consistently well, nobody's been banning Emerald Sapphire, and I just banned the decks that Emerald Sapphire is good against, and then I've been winning.
Yep.
All I brought was aggro decks, and I just get rid of steel, and then nobody has answers to be fast enough, and then they lose. And we saw literally a mirror that appeared to be that, where it was 2 players running just full
gas,
aggro, all
no
gas
break.
all the time, and they basically had the same strategy of you get rid of the steel, and you just play your cards like solitaire and hope that's good enough. And it is a lot, because the threats are insane. Some of them are so Lilo is an insane card. Just in a vacuum, a 1-drop the quest for 2 is crazy good. That's super powerful. But if your opponent can like do stuff to it to take it out easily, then it's less good. But if they can't, like Lilo Simba in set 1, like just hammered everybody for like that was brutal.
The classic 1-2 of set 1.
Yeah. And that was always good, and there's no reason that it wouldn't still be good. They didn't have the same removal that we have now. They didn't have any of this stuff in set 1. So you wonder why that worked then. It was because the removal was really bad or non-existent or slow, right? And it hasn't really changed. A lot of the removal is kind of slow. We might start seeing, if these hyper aggro decks start being more popular, we might see more of the like sort of lower to the ground mid-range decks that are able to keep up with those aggro decks, but still are better than them. They play a little like Robin is a good example of a card that, again, it's steel, but it's a card that plays like way up in a
that
character
strategy
body matchup, right? Because it just is a big body.
Places itself into all the things.
Exactly. There's other cards now that they've printed in different colors. The Baymax shift, the one that has universal shift, it's a 5/5 that is full health immediately because it heals to full when you shift it, regardless of what you put it on. And it's cheap. It costs, 4 to shift it or 3 to shift it?
Mhm.
And all of a sudden, you can trade way up from your random character.
Yeah.
Stuff like that can be really good. And I think people are going to adjust, especially in this 3-deck format, to be able to fight, I think, the hyper aggro pile of stuff, to fight sort of in that middle ground where mid-range decks generally like to be. But right now, most of the mid-range decks are sort of at this disadvantage of like, they all have to be steel because that's all the best removal. But if they can find a world where they can play without steel, then I think they'll really have something, because there really aren't that many control decks.
No. There's 1 or 2 like
There's 1 or 2
control decks.
The rest of them are sort of like tempo or mid-range control, maybe. They'll have a couple be prepareds or whatever for a break in case of emergency kind of stuff, but I wouldn't consider them to be traditional, like, just control decks. They're still playing guys. They're still playing stuff on the board and trying to quest over the course of the game. They're not going from 0 to 10 to 20, as much.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think you can get away. I think what happens if this format is played consistently is we see, kind of as you're suggesting, everybody shift towards like an aggressive mid-range deck where every deck can kind of beat every deck. The play draw disparity becomes
exhausting,
even more important. But then there's these like mid-range cards. Let's take Emerald, for example. Like there's a world in which, Emerald starts working in, like every deck has Wild Heaviest Rook, right? Because that's the anti-aggro answer. there's that 4/3 that drops for 3, comes in exerted, but give the
Louis,
character.
the crocodile.
Yes, Louis the Crocodile. Another fantastic
Oh, he's
answer when your
awesome.
opponent's running.
He's super good.
Yeah, play your Daisy. Just send it right into my Crocodile. I'm waiting.
I know that there's like an Emerald Amethyst like control deck basically that leverages those cards. You know, it has a bunch of the cards that do Reckless, and it has some of the like Clarabelle and stuff payoffs that you would expect in there.
Mhm.
And it's more about controlling the game than it is winning with early smaller characters.
Mhm.
Because you can leverage the give things Reckless, and you can bully the tiny characters, but then you still have some of those control tools to sort of play that bigger mid game than what they're ever going to have hope for.
Yeah.
You know, Clarabelle versus an aggro deck is just a comic joke.
Right.
Because it's a huge...
Right, what's he going to do? Your hands
what do they
empty,
do?
my
What do they do? And if they have something that draws extra cards, you're just drawing even more cards then. Like, everything about it is a disaster for them. You know, we're going to see more things like the Dormouse, like the red-green, you know, 1 damage counter.
On something.
You know,
Yeah.
those kind of things are also going to start seeing play as like...
Mosquito bite.
This is, yeah, Mosquito bite. I mean, this is how we transition from the early game to the mid game without steal.
Right.
You know, and we may see more of the of a return back to like the exert characters cards, other than just Elsa, right? Other than just the 5-drop Elsa, just some of the earlier copies. You know, it may not be the uninkable ones, but there's the new one that exerts 2 characters and they don't unexert, and you draw a card. Like, that might be something that we just see more of, because then there's just more stuff that you can challenge into, and you control the board that way, as opposed to needing to wait until turn 5, and then that's your whole turn of commitment to do that.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, if without Steel, if you just pretend that Steel has never been real, then for your money, you just basically remove another color that is your worst combo with anything else, and then you're just playing with 2 other decks. Mm-hmm. So if they can battle against aggro and be that mid-rangey deck, I think you'd be in a really good spot.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is fascinating. I watching it, I want to play it. Like, it just looks fun, especially when, even broadcasting, when every game is a new game. It's a different game because somebody's rotating decks and you're never playing the same game twice. It's a lot of fun. You know, barrier to entry, I acknowledge for the average player. You know, if you're forced to build 3, you know, fairly strong meta decks and you got to buy 4 Rapunzels, 4 of this and 4 of that, it is a high barrier to entry. But
I'm talking on Discord.
But it is a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun to watch. And it's a completely different meta. So if you're tired of, you know, a lot of the same matchups in your league night, doing some sort of even watered down format of this, it does open up all sorts of different, unique and fun strategies that I don't know. It's interesting. I'm not smart enough to do it. Like, I keep thinking through these Worlds players, and I'm like, all right, knowing now what I know and trying to like reason my way through it, I'm not a smart enough deck builder to like tackle this. I don't think. I mean, I guess the easy thing to do is, like you said, just eliminate Steel, pretend it doesn't exist, build, you know, 2 decks that you think will
probably requires the least amount of brain power too, right? You have to think about just
go fast,
less cards.
Yeah, just go fast.
You know, but is that the strategy that works across the board? Who knows? You know,
and when you make the top cut, it changes because now
it does a little bit, because you still have that deck looming. You know, so if they have a strategy to leverage their other non-Steel decks to beat some combination of your other decks, then they still have that Steel one on deck to take their worst matchup and still come out on top.
Yeah.
So I would say that, like, I don't know, it's tough.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
I don't know. It also, by the way, chat, we're just musing here. Like, this is fun to think through, and as we've seen a few of these matches, if you have any questions about what we've seen out there or your thoughts on this format, love to hear it as we wait for this next round to go. But and I think I'm rotating out with Katie too, so this round. Something fun. But it also makes me think very carefully about what I pair with Steel, because I'm more likely than not to lose it. And some colors, like Emerald, for example, has those very good mid-rangey or some mid-rangey answers that can answer aggro, and it also is an alternate win strategy, which is discard. Force your opponent into top deck mode, which gets around different strategies for your opponent. And I don't know. I think almost that it's a huge risk to play to lose both those colors in a single.
You bring Emerald Steel and
you never play it.
Never play it all
Ever.
day.
Yeah.
Like that's a disaster. You
never play that deck.
You bring Steel Song and you just like now Amber is also gone. So like you're one of your most aggressive potential colors with a boatload of other things. Like you can make a lot of decks out of those. It's just gone because you paired it with Steel, right? So it's collateral damage of the attack on Steel, I suppose.
Yeah.
So like what is the worst color amongst the other 5 like that you're willing to just not ever use?
Yeah.
It's really tricky. I don't think that there's a super clean answer for it. We've seen a few different combinations of decks that I thought were pretty good. We've seen a couple of Amber Ruby decks. We've seen some Emerald Ruby. There's Emerald seems to pair well with basically everything. I mean, we've pretty well seen it paired with almost everything today.
Yeah. Emerald is known as being the versatile color with an answer for everything with a lot of tricks. It can change its identity very easily based on what it's paired with, and has a lot of really universal tools. It's a great point. So and there's others like you think about Ruby and you're like, oh, I can pair it with this or this, and then you start thinking about something a little trickier into some.
It is, and I think some of Ruby now is being used as almost like a supplementary, like a light supplementary color. Because if you're playing more of an aggressive deck, you can't really afford to put a ton of Ruby cards in, because most of them are not that aggressive. The exception maybe is with Amber, where you're Mufasa. Now your payoff is all these big monsters, right? You're slamming your Maleficents and your Scars or whatever. But a lot of the other colors, I mean, you look at like the Emerald Ruby from earlier, I don't really think there's that many Ruby cards in there. There's Undermine, that's an Emerald Ruby card, and there's Dormouse. That's it, pretty much,
Yeah.
So it's mostly an Emerald deck that is using like a little bit of a weaker color to fill in, I suppose, some more redundancy on discard and get a little bit of damage, targeted damage. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It also with Steel Gun, it also offers you only like real control. I suppose you could tech pretty heavy into like early removal with Brawls and the Baby Sisus, a few other cards like that to try to. Yeah. Well, one thing I will note too, like when we watched the last deck Wade, like his deck, like anticipating a character heavy meta aggro, like super heavy on removal.
Yeah.
For a lot of times, Madame Medusa's or Lady Tremaine's, people like swapped them out, and we saw both. And sometimes you say 2 and 2, but I saw a lot in that list. I haven't seen it, but just a lot of removal, a lot of.
And the Medusa felt very good too.
Yeah. You brought up a great point.
Just
the
did
body.
everything.
It's one of the things. Lady Tremaine oftentimes favored, can do a lot of stuff, but then it leaves you with 2 lore, but a weaker body. But that 4/4 body,
It was good. It really trade very favorably into a Sisu. Taking out 2 cards is fine when you have a full grip, right? When you've drawn so many cards, you just don't care that much. It takes out something, and then its body's big enough to trade with something else. That's passable. A deck like that has enough card draw in it that it really just wants to. I'll take the old adage, it's Jund, right? From it's just a very respectable mid-rangey thing, and it's just going to grind them down until they run out of resources, and you maybe still have some, and your things are just a little better than theirs, and that's good enough. It doesn't have to do anything super fancy. It just draws cards, plays cards.
Yeah,
plays 2-for-1s all day.
Yeah, that's fascinating thing about. Have you figured out which colors you would bring in? Because I have no idea, frankly. I keep going round and round in my head.
It's interesting. So I think a little bit of it depends on. So Sapphire has some very powerful aggro cards that are very underutilized, that have ward. Like there's so many ward characters that they have, and that can quest for a lot. some of them are just really bad in a steel world because they have like the Caterpillar, just quest for 3. It's like a 3-drop, the quest for 3, and they have a lot of cards like that just quest for a bunch. Like there's a world where you just play Ruby Sapphire and you don't play any of the cards that they would think you're playing. You just play all of the, the 2-drop Simba, the quest for 3, and a bunch of the 1-drops that quest for 2, for 1 or 2 conditionally, and then you just every turn you're slamming a 3 or 4 quester until the game is over. Like you only need to have so many of them live, and there's just not that much good removal. Who knows? Yeah. I wouldn't play Steel, probably. I wouldn't worry too much about whatever the Steel deck is. But I definitely think that Amber is one of the more powerful colors, Daisy Duck being sort of one of the prime reasons to be playing that as an aggressive color. Is it just has one of the most aggressive cards. And then finding whatever other deck you feel like is one of the more aggressive colors, whether it's Emerald, Amethyst, perhaps, or whether it's Emerald and Sapphire. You can do an aggressive version of that too, because there's so many ward characters in that, or just ones that quest for a lot with the like the discard package of characters, the Flynn Rider and the Curse Merfolk, and those all quest for 2, and then they give you advantage when they're trading into them. As long as you have an Amber deck, I think, and then an Emerald deck, like separately, I think it doesn't really matter that much the other pairings. As long as you separate those 2 colors and then Steel, like those 3 have to, I think, be separate.
And it's purely because of the aggressive bend.
I think so. I think it's because of the aggressive bend of those cards. Like Emerald has one of the deeper pools of cards right now.
Yeah, and I'll go back to this mid-range. I also think Emerald has some anti-aggro answers that's not straight removal.
Yeah.
But it has an answer to straight aggro, which is, Lyle Tiberius Rourke on turn, 4.
Or even just Cloud Kicker. It has
Cloud Kicker on,
it has
3.
huge tempo stuff.
Rourke on 4, yeah. Whereas a lot of the other colors, you're just, what are you going to do?
You can have almost an entirely Amber deck that's just like curve Daisy into Piglet, into Lady Piglet, and that's like going to win half your matchups if you're on the play. With no other cards, those
drop a
4
Prince down and turn.
Yeah, the game's anything that has bodyguard. The game's over.
Like, Lady into Prince, but
it's gross. Like that is a brutal run out, regardless of the extra color that's going on. So,
well, it looks like our next match is coming up. We've mused long and hard. I could talk about this for hours, but I think I'm due to rotate out here to get another fantastic broadcaster in. Do we know if Katie's up? Katie ready?
I think so. Let's do this. We'll go on a quick break.
Don't go anywhere.
And then
match is coming up
we'll come back, and the next match should be ready.
Seconds. That was fun.
Right. Let me see if we can get myself and Lorcana Villain back in here.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Welcome back. Hope your break was good.
It was. I had some pizza, and I managed to catch about half of the last match. I saw you got to enjoy Hades' Ruthless Tyrant, who's still up on the board at this point. Him putting in a lot of work. But yeah, it was good, but I'm ready to get back into it.
So we've got a couple of right match here.
Ooh, turn 1 Pluto is a sign of a good match to come, in my opinion. Another card I know put in some work in the previous match. That and a Gaston for Amber Ruby deck. I'm loving the representation of Amber Ruby so far this event. Ink Diablo and Player Broom is the response for Gary, who's on a 2-1-1 record. Ewok on the other side with a 2-2-0.
Yeah, and the records are kind of so far down, I think, mostly because the 3X players likely just drew this round. I haven't looked at the standings, but it would make sense that they drew. So they filled in a game that they very likely are still playing for. I mean, Gary certainly at 3-1-1 would be in contention, and even Ewok with good breakers could still get there. I didn't look at the standings, but they're battling it out here. Now it looks like there are.
This lady was super good turn 2. We got Pluto on turn 1, able to pay 1 less for a character by exerting. So we get a turn 2 drop of Lady Family Dog, and she's going to rush in the Poo Pirate Captain, and the aggro has begun, and it's only turn 2 for Gary, who's going to Inca Friends, does have the double Diablo to respond, which is pretty nice. Turn 3, you got to expect that we're going to see either a Crab Boost to fire off that Diablo or a Fox at the very least. We put 1 damage on that Pluto, which I think is a good decision, because now you can finish it off next turn with the Broom. If it survives the turn, I imagine it will. I don't think either of Ewok's characters are going to be challenging. So this is what you needed to do, contest the board. But we've got the Brave Defender, I think is her sub-name, this huge 0-8 Minnie Mouse.
Yeah, this is something that we've seen today a few times with the sort of Amber Emerald
Daring Defender.
On these really aggressive sort of lady piglet decks, right? Where this 0-8 comes down, now what? Right? We've got
turn
so
3.
much pressure on.
We've got the Brawl.
I mean, yeah, that's nice, but there's still 5 more coming in from the other side. Like if Ewok has literally any characters, all of a sudden we'll be looking at going up to 10. Oof, that's rough.
That is pretty rough, yeah. Glad to have that Brawl to remove this 4... Well, she's a 4 cost, but we played her on turn 3, 0-8. So glad to have the Brawl, but you're right, it is a slow turn. Not able to really deal with this Lady Piglet, and we're joined by a Daisy and another Pluto. We are going to quest for that 5, and yeah, we are off to the races. The Amber Ruby decks are like, they got to go fast today.
Now, I think that is all the cards in Ewok's hand, right? So I think we're empty-handed at this point, which is not surprising given how many cards we've already run out here. But I'm not sure that what Gary's got is going to be fast enough to keep up here. You know, we can crab trade Diablo with probably Piglet, right? But then there's still 5 on the other side. I think that's the problem here. It's just not
we need to find a Fox or a Crab here. That's not good. So our next turn play is Rabbit. Which obviously is good for, like, you know, getting more cards, but we need to... Our Brawl's not bad. We really need to find... Because all these characters are going to turn sideways. Maybe not the Pluto if it doesn't have to.
Chernobog's followers here would have been amazing, right?
Yes, exactly.
None of our cards are inkable. Except for this Brawl.
The Brawl, yeah.
Yeah, which is a disaster because that's the only card in our hand that's good here.
And we've got 3 ladies, which would be great if we weren't 2 turns away from being able to play them. We are going to ink that Brawl. No choice. We can't not ink.
We know that Ewok is at 10 this turn.
Yes.
Already.
What are we going to find off the top? Is this Pluto going to be relevant? We're sitting on 4 ink. I'm not sure what will be in this deck. I don't know how much over a 4 cost is likely to be in this very aggressive version of Amber Ruby. Maybe there's Mufasas. Maybe there's a 5 drop and the Pluto can...
Yeah, like a Mufasa would be really good here, certainly.
Goes face down.
So we quest,
System
do the trigger here.
let's get information before we commit to anything. It's going to be a show amongst followers. You said that would have been beautiful last turn.
They late dollars short here, I think.
It's a daisy. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. We are losing the attrition battle, Gary, with a full grip. But who cares? If we get to 20, who cares? I don't care how many cards you've got in your hand.
We're at what, 15 already?
Yeah.
What attrition battle.
Yeah.
Like, this whole board's got to be basically cleared out this turn, and I just don't know if it's enough. It's really hard if you're ever in a position where you have to banish every single card in their deck every turn for the rest of the game is a tough spot to be.
Thinking about singing Friends, but then you lose your crab as a challenger this turn. You have to hope that you would find another crab and a fox. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Like, we can answer this lady, and it makes more sense to answer the lady, I think, because at least the daisy is giving you cards, although the 4 willpower, she's bulky. We are going to sing Friends, so if we don't find a crab, which we don't, we get a C0 and a goat, so the only thing challenging this turn is the broom. I think this game is over.
I see. So we perished then.
It needed to be a Maui or a fox or a crab.
Okay, we get a
which
revive.
Would have been nice.
And it's over.
Too slow.
That whole hand is basically uninkable or too slow. So, whew, yeah, that'll be those lady draws. Like, it was what, 5-5-5. The game's over. So.
Yeah, even challenging with the crab that turn wouldn't have changed it. We take a 2-lore character off the board, and then there's still 5-lore on the table and no other ways of challenging. So, Amarubi just racing. This one isn't even a Razor's deck, but zooming to game. So the Amarubi player will be forced to retire the Amarubi deck for the remainder of this match and move to their final deck, which they will play for the rest of this match. Either they'll win and great, or they will lose and they will keep the same deck. You must win with both of your unbenched decks.
On camera today, every time that we've seen the sort of lady into Piglet into Minnie Mouse, that they have won very handily, and it did never look close.
Yeah, they went lady into Piglet into Minnie Mouse.
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me.
That's rough. I mean, like, it's going to be like that with those decks, especially if they're on the play. Pluto's even more brutal because it's a full turn faster. Like, your answers are already pretty loose. I assume that given the color combinations, that the steel deck is probably not viable or banned for Neverlander here. So my assumption is that you know, they're just playing really aggressive decks and assuming that the steel's going to get removed, and then that deck works.
Yeah, it's been kind of the narrative of the day, really, that we've been talking about in every interview. It's something that's been brought up by the players. Is just the fact that, hey, if you eliminate normally steel, but if you eliminate X, then this just becomes super good, and I can take advantage of that. So Amarubi, so far, seeming like the biggest winner of the triple deck format, but I'm sure there's more to see. I'd love to see some more Emerald. Is that a Peter Pan? Okay, so Neverlander has swapped from Ruby Amethyst to Emerald Sapphire discard. I do see a bend to my will in the hand there. So the Ruby Amethyst deck is still available. If he wins this game, he will switch to that for the remainder. But yeah, this is going to be a discard deck, which is very, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it seems likely, given some of the cards that we've seen, if it's got the Peter Pan in there, like the actual massive Peter Pan, the one that enters Exerted,
and stops them gaining lore unless they challenge.
This is probably more of a traditional Emerald Sapphire list, because it's basically just trying to get a lot more ink in play than your opponent, right? And then ideally you bend my will so that they're out of resources, and then you lock up the game with the Peter Pan. You know, then now all of a sudden it doesn't matter if they have cards that have reach. It doesn't matter if they have goats and things like that, because now they just can't gain lore at all. If you make it so that they can't challenge with your muses and your songs and your bouncing of all the cards and stuff, then it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I expect to see Muses, Clarabelle, Engine, and like you say, you play things like your Welcome and let your opponent bounce, try and get tempo on the board, let your opponent draw a bunch of cards, Clarabelle to draw a bunch of cards yourself, and then bend to my will, and maybe a Lucky Dime in here. Yeah, this is a nasty in combination. It's, as a Ruby Amethyst player, it's not a deck I enjoy going up against.
Yeah, I could potentially see, something like the Baymaxes in here potentially, depending upon how they have opted to construct the list. It could even be things like the All Is Found, because you can actually shift. Yeah, you can shift the Baymax and sing it, as early as like turn 4 if you have enough cards in your discard. So there's a lot of interesting options with this color. It is very deep between the Sapphire and Emerald for how you can construct the list. So we'll have to see exactly what they opted with and if they can navigate it well enough into the Sapphire Amber. Or it's Amethyst here, it looks like.
Blurple. We got some Blurple. It looks super good. Yeah, and what to your point, that's what I love about being 8 sets deep in Lorcana is now that I think nearly every ink combination has at least 2 iterations where they might share some skeleton cards, but they are different versions, different ways of playing the deck. Which
the 30 best cards, in the deck or whatever are pretty universal, and then the rest of it can go wildly different. Off
exactly.
Of that.
You think like Ruby Sapphire being, being either DKP or items. Ruby Amethyst now is either Stock Bounce or Shark Peter Pan sort of build, and again to your point, Emerald Sapphire. It has a couple of ways that it can go.
There's all of the good items are in those colors. All of the good payoffs in Emerald are just like, some of them are incredibly expensive. Bend to My Will, Under the Sea, or you can do the Muses. The one that we saw earlier from Wade. Just didn't have any of the Under the Sea stuff, and it was just all the mid game Muses and things like that were good enough.
Yeah, How Far Goes great. You get to run Ursula, and I think a bit of an underperformer so far is actually the set 7 hero Hamada, who, if there's a card under any of Floodborns with a card under them, get Evasive and Ward, and he quests for 3. I think he's a lot of fun as well. So there's a lot of cool things that might get their chance to shine again in this super unique triple deck format. We did get a turn 1 bell from both players, so we got a game on our hands.
That's how we drew it up.
Yeah. Global player able to sing Friends on turn 2, which feels incredibly strong.
So both players running out Bell into Tipo. So we're playing a real game of Lorcana now, the way that the designers intended, of course.
Yes, absolutely, as the elders intended.
Bell was the real boogeyman for a hot minute there, while Flaversham still existed, as well as Fortisphere, of course, which I think consistency with Fortisphere was maybe a little high for just putting out a lot of characters, but it's just a 3/3 at the end of the day. But it does have that famous line that has made cards very powerful, which is free on it.
Yeah.
So again, never count out a card that says free. It's always going to be a little scary.
Yeah, finding its place definitely in Blurple, and Emerald Sapphire also take advantage of Bell. So nice to see that she's still got a place even in a post-ban world. We're gonna quest with Tipo. Seems mostly, not completely safe. You could be. This is one of those situations though, right, where so you're giving up this Tipo to a Fox play, but if the Blurple player is inking to 4 and then playing Fox, then they're not doing what they're doing right now, which is playing Genie. Which is a much better turn 3 play after they ramped on turn 2. You'd expect to see a Genie or a Rabbit. So I think that's a pretty safe quest there. And if they do take it, then that means they had a slow turn 3 with 4 ink. So
my assumption on strategy from the Emerald Sapphire perspective is that you want this game to go as long as possible, because you will win every single game that goes to turn 15. Because you got Bend to My Will, you just have Clarabelle, you have actual that cost 1,000 that dramatically alter the shape of the game. Whereas, Blurple's got some cool payoffs towards the end, but they don't have Bend to My Will. They don't have Clarabelle. They these massive haymakers in Sapphire mirrors that I don't know if you've ever played Sapphire and been Bend to My Willed. It's miserable.
Yes. I have.
Your entire
It has
universe is just gone. And they're like, I still have some stuff, and it doesn't matter what that stuff is. You're just gonna lose because you have nothing and they have everything. So
another interesting card that, again, we don't know the lists, but Ink Geyser is a super interesting action. Emerald Sapphire, which who knows might be a Neverlanders deck, which can be a bit of a hard counter to a Sapphire deck that wants to ramp.
Sure can be, and the follow-up of Bend to My Will can be even more miserable. You know?
Yeah, they take you down to 3 ink and no hand.
Yeah, one of the strong elements of the Blurple deck, right, is it plays a lot of these sort of replace themselves cards, right? It's got genies, it's got, you know, these somewhat ramps, it's got a lot of draw, and eventually it just sort of out everything's your opponent, but like a little bit at a time.
Yeah.
The problem is that when you have a card like Bend to My Will in the list or Under the Sea, it goes so far over the top of like whatever little bit of stuff that you were doing that you're on a very finite amount of time against the Emerald deck with those cards in it. Because you drew 10 cards this game, that's great. All of a sudden you lost your whole hand, and now what? Like everything that you did up until that point is just like not good enough. Bell here.
Yeah.
No damage on any characters, obviously, but there is a bell.
But again, playing into what you just said, right, which is just, you know, you only have a finite amount of time really to try and close this game out. So just questing with a genie and throwing down a 2-quester like seems pretty good if time is like an issue in this particular matchup. And I think you're absolutely right. Like certain decks are going to shine more the longer the game goes, and this Emerald Sapphire deck seems to be one of them. We're going to pay 7 ink to play the hard way at Clarabelle, meaning we will draw up to match our opponent's hand size at the end of the turn. I'm not sure how many cards our purple player is holding.
5, I believe, because they drew so many extra cards. Like they drew a genie, they drew friends on the other side. Like they just have everything in their hand, and now so do we with the Clarabelle. So like this is one of the downsides of a deck like Blurple into this type of
Amethyst deck in general.
An Amethyst deck in general, exactly, where you aren't
building cards
enough. You're like, oh, I'm gonna build up to this like medium wide board with like a couple of things that replace themselves, but like your opponent doesn't care that you drew a bunch of cards because now they're like, oh, well, me too. That's a problem. That's a big problem.
Especially when, like, again, these genies are great, right? But you mentioned the threat of things like Under the Sea. Again, we don't know if that's in the deck, but the Blurple player will know exactly what, like, if they need to watch out for an Under the Sea or a Ink Geyser or something like that. And obviously, genies fast food for the ocean, as it were, with that.
I mean, even at this point, with this much ink in play, how hard would it be to play a Muses and then just sing Mother Knows Best, bounce the bell, bounce the genie? Now what? Like the board is empty to this Clarabelle.
Yeah, that's one of the things I was going to say is nice about getting down the bell. That 4 strength, like, is a little tougher to remove, but you're right. A Mother Knows Best would do the job with a Muses and clear the genie as well.
Yeah, Muses is a big problem. They have no way of getting with the ward. They have no cards that really deal with the Muses in these colors.
No,
just nothing. If they play Muses, it's just down, and it's going to bully these genies. And again, you don't care if they're going to play it and draw a card. That's just like sort of spinning their wheels a little bit, right? Because your Clarabelle just draws you back up again. So we'll have to see the next couple of turns, but I think this game is going to slip away pretty fast. After picking up 3 extra cards from that Clarabelle, that's a lot of resources.
And again, Blurple incentivized to like play. You saw we saw them ink the friends, because again, the more they draw, the more that's going to keep Neverlander with fresh resources. But going into their hands, into their turn, we've got 5 cards to start to do things with.
There's a skill in there. I like just trying to ramp a bunch more, even if you can afford to, like, based on the lore, like you kind of trade off the bell, and then you just sail and you put 2 or 3 more ink in there. The ink advantage alone is already going to bury them. Yeah.
And I think this Clarabelle could safely take out this bell and survive long enough to, again, draw back up. As you say, we are going to sail, find a Grand Martala.
I mean, we're definitely going to draw a bunch of cards here. regardless of how we approach this turn, I think.
Is that the new Basil?
Um,
I think that's
7
the
drop?
new Basil. Yeah, so, this is a really interesting card. It is the new Basil. When you play this character, you may return chosen character to their player's hand. And when he quests, your opponent discards a card at random, and it's a 5/4 quest for 2. I think this deck is perfect for this Basil.
Oh, and there's a
Super
Muses
interesting
here.
card.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really like this.
We could double ink this turn and still play the...
We have no song, which is a shame, because I feel like that would have potentially changed the line of play. We might have prioritized getting the Muses
I'd
down
say ink the
sooner. We may
Basil.
still play it.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to ink it instead.
Oh, the other Basil.
Oh no, so
The
we've
foil
got two. We've got two. We've got
There's a
two.
foil
Yeah,
one,
yeah,
of
makes
course.
sense.
I don't want to
And
be a
there we
savage
go.
and play a non-foil one, of course. Given the choice.
And Emerald Sapphire takes a moral defeat as the opponent does have to pick up the card and read it. We all know that's a moral.
Which also
moral
lets them draw an
victory.
extra card, because we're probably... What do we bounce the genie back to hand and then just like take out the bell? You can even just like trade some of your character. Like you don't even care about just amount of characters either, right? It just doesn't matter if you trade the duck and the Grammatala. Like that's fine. Or that, yeah. Probably better, I suppose, with the Tipo. Like, you can just keep
that's
player
also
bell back,
reasonable.
and like, what do they do about it? Hades?
Yeah,
You're gonna
I
draw
think
like
this
8
game
cards
is
this
slipping
turn.
away.
We're drawing like 8
Yeah, I
cards
think
this turn.
The power of Emerald Sapphire on full display. We are going to take that challenge into Bell.
Debating. The challenge, I think, is still fine. I don't think it matters when we're going to be drawing this many cards.
I agree. Clarabella's more than done her worth, and she is still chilling there. I'm just going to quest out.
You can't use this many resources to take out like one of their things when they just draw like 6 extra cards. They draw 1. Okay, so that makes more sense, I suppose, that they had used a lot of their resources, so they just don't have a lot of cards in hand.
Still a strong turn. We've got a wide board here. This Basil's still ready, and we'll start discarding cards from next turn as soon as it starts questing. Unless the Bubble Black can empty the hand.
That makes sense why we're getting rid of the Clarabelle, because it's not really drawing any cards at this point.
Yeah.
Once we start Basiling, then we're just not drawing cards anymore. So you may as well encourage them to use the Fox to trade into it, or Crab Tipo or something, use a couple more of their cards, and then you just make them discard the rest with Basil. Like, that's a beating too. There's our genie again.
Yeah, Clarabelle's a 5'6", isn't she? Yeah, she's a big girl. Yeah, so Tipo won't be enough. But yeah, as you say, Clarabelle doing her job. Like, it's finding that time to say, okay, you've done what I need you to do, and now I can start either making challenges with you or questing, whatever it is. And yeah, like playing a genie down again is all well and good. You draw another card, but this is you did this last turn, and since then your opponent has developed a full board. So this is slow. We do have the Crab to boost the Tipo, who's going to be able to take out this Clarabelle. Definitely done her worth, done her job. And
now we're getting into the massive ink disparity part of the game, where Neverlander's got
9 ink.
9
ink
more
to
ink next
6.
turn, and like you can't keep inking because you're going to be discarding a card every turn. With this Basil,
I mean, also there's an argument too, just emptying your hand, right? But I imagine they couldn't, unless. Oh, there's 3 cards in hand. Yeah, so that would have been hard to do this turn. But hey, that's sometimes a decision you make against the discard decks, right? But then, if you're incentivized to empty your hand, you're going against innately what your deck is good at, where it shines.
Don't worry, we got another Basil.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. I'm so glad there's finally a decent Basil.
I hope this genie
My
goes
favorite
back to
Disney
hand.
film. Yeah, it probably is, right? I mean, we've still got a Muses in hand. We didn't have a song last turn was the issue. We do have a How Far I'll Go now. Excellent. Yeah, and a plethora of ink to play all these incredible cards.
I like taking the How Far I'll Go, just playing another Basil, and then next turn doing the Muses line.
Yeah, I think you absolutely take How Far
And then
I'll Go.
you take out you leave only the Crab in. You use Grammatala or whatever to take out the Fox, and then Like only crab is just not enough. Is that just this hand is crazy. Ops for the Muses, probably just to do more actions this turn. I think it's fine. We still get to bounce like a bunch of stuff. Sets up better for the following turn as well, I think. Probably debating on whether
it's whether you want Tala to sing How Far I'll Go, or if you're just going to hard cast it and have Tala take the Fox.
Yeah. It depends on.
I mean, you could have Tala take the Fox, and then Donald could sing How Far I'll Go, but he's a quest for 2, so
yeah,
you're less likely to want to do that. I think just Ink Bell and hard cast How Far I'll Go seems nice here to me, and then Tala trades with Fox, that's fine, and then your Donald just quest for 2. Yeah, I like that line, but
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, we are going to do that. Yeah, we're going to pay 4. Do it the hard way. Look at the top 2 cards of the deck. 1 into the hand, 1 into the inkwell. We get another How Far I'll Go and a You're Welcome. I don't mind just chaining How Far I'll Go's here, just so that you have the constant Muses trigger.
It is one of the better options for us.
Maybe you'd like You're Welcome if you still had a Clarabelle on board and you were running out of resources yourself.
Yeah.
But I don't think that would be fine, but How Far I'll Go is it very much the superior card.
And we can just save it for next turn and then just like bounce the genie again.
Exactly. And just make
random?
the Blubble player. Yeah, it is random. Yeah, so we are going to roll a dice, re-roll, I assume, on a 5 or 6. 2. And what are we going to hit? We hit that genie. So unless there's another one, hey, that might be the best thing that had to happen for the Blurple player. Like, dude, you got to stop just playing your genie. I'm just going to keep bouncing it back.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, do you want to quest first and then put the genie back in the hand? Because you just, like, want them to play a genie every turn. It just doesn't do anything.
True. Yeah. Yeah.
With Muses in play, do you care if they pay 4 to draw 1 card? Like,
not in the slot. Not if it's the 3rd time in a row that they've done it.
Draw 3 cards.
Finders Keepers is really nice card draw, finally, but that's like, we have 2 ink left. We could still ink for turn. Not sure what we're doing with it. I guess looking for another crab to boost the crab we've got on board, just to take out this Basil, who is questing for 2 and making us discard every turn.
I think my trouble here...
Oh, okay. This is the first time I've seen. This is Into the Unknown, I believe, where you can choose an exerted character and it goes into that player's inkwell. So we're able to sing it with the crab and bounce back the crab and trade the fox into the Donald. That was a very efficient turn. I'm quite impressed with that one.
That was a good turn. I think my trouble here is that there's no, like, be prepared. I mean, the board got cleaned up pretty efficiently there. So that is very good for Blurple.
We have 4 cards in hand.
Yeah.
I think that's as good as you could hope. Like you say, if Be Prepared would be great, but with Blurple, I think that's about as good of a turn
best you can hope for
as you could have hoped for, to be honest. So you've done well there. And hey, you're at 7 to 9. We are going to sing How Far I'll Go.
I don't mind singing here. I think it keeps you open the most to being able to play more stuff. You don't really know what you're going to draw. There's plenty of things in here that draw multiple.
Sure. We do have quite a lot of ink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 by my count. So
let's bounce it to untap, but I think that's pretty good here. You just kind of like dump your hand, maybe leave the Basil back.
Keeps it safe. We would love, I don't know if there's anything like McDuck Manors in the deck. Those would be super nice here. Or again, that Bend to My Will. I imagine there's only 2 max in the deck, maybe even just 1. It's not going to be the innate strategy. We do have that Elsa. We can exert the opposing Donald Duck. Focus Flatfoot. Crab boost the Elsa. Make a nice challenge there, taking 3. If you're going to mount a comeback, this is how you start, I guess.
Yeah, but it just every turn it gets a little worse, right? Because any Clarabelle is a disaster. Any Bend to My Will, like all of a sudden, everything and it's a disaster. Like every time that they have a draw step, it's just so bad.
Absolutely, but like,
this is a 5 draw step.
Playing to your outs, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you have to.
I'm sure you know.
Can, right?
I'm sure you know as well as me that sometimes maths and all logic is defied when you're playing this game, and you can miss turn after turn after turn after that. We've all been there, right? Like
Just your opponent rips 1-drops for the rest of the game, and then
yeah,
it doesn't matter what's happening.
Hey, it's happened to me.
Yeah, I've seen it.
We've
sure.
had 6 turns to find like a 50% of your deck, and nope.
So we visions into visions, which is generally pretty good if you're looking for something.
Yeah. No
Worst
sharks
case
here, no
is
ruby,
if you
but
don't find it, you're still 10 cards deeper into your deck to find it.
You are surgically crafting your hand. Vision into vision. If you think your opponent doesn't have answers or pressure points that they can establish, then
I like how far I'll go here for sure. Certainly better than Grammatala because you can, keep digging.
And you play enough of these visions and enough of these visions of the futures and how far I'll go.
Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it.
You might end up seeing some of these cards again that you bottomed at the beginning of the deck. Like it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Very, very true. I think debating on whether we sing or... It's a bit awkward to bounce the crab at all, because then it makes this Elsa a little bit stronger. Like, they can just do the same run out next turn with the Elsa.
Yeah, you don't want to bounce back this Elsa unless you have to like let it have that come into player ability again. We are going to hardcast how far I'll go.
I don't mind the come into play ability of the Elsa on its own. It's the Elsa plus the crab. The crab is really the rub. If your Muses is exerted, for example.
Sure.
But in this case, don't even know if we're looking to bounce the Elsa at all. Could.
Yeah, I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 8 ink available, so if they do replay the Elsa, they're not doing a whole lot else. And again, the Elsa can't even exert down the Muses anyway with that ward keyword, but we have a Basil in hand.
Do we just play the duck again and then...
if I've got enough ink, I'm playing the Basil, but I'm not sure if there's enough. I think that's only 6 ink available, and I think that Basil is a 7 cost.
It is a 7 cost, yep. Opt to...
we go with the Donald.
And not bounce the Elsa. I think it's okay.
I think that's reasonable. Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
You can make an argument for either one. Like committing them to pay another 5 to take care of a duck that you don't really care that much about versus... allowing them to do other stuff like Hades. Fine.
And there is the Hades, the Infernal Schemer. So Donald not sticking around too long instead of becoming ink.
I think it went to the discard here.
What, the Donald?
Yeah, it should be going into the Inkwell.
I think it did go into the Inkwell. I think that Donald is just from the last one that got challenged. I may be wrong, unless you saw it better than me.
Yeah, I saw him put it directly into there.
Oh, okay. In that case, then. Hopefully that's cool. Although never landed with a lot of ink, so I would be surprised if it becomes relevant, but nonetheless.
Yeah, we'll make sure that gets updated here.
This is a bit of a picky situation now for Neverlander, though, who is now facing down a crab. Okay, we're able to bounce back the Hades with this Basil's coming to play ability, but you know that it's just coming down next turn to do the same thing to this Basil. Oh, there's a bend. Okay.
So we're going to sing that, bounce everything, and then...
This is how it's done, and there just reveals the bend to my will straight away. Yeah, they're all going straight into...
All right, discard your whole hand. That 1 ink, I doubt will matter. I did still mention it to them, see if there's anybody over there to stop them, make sure that it's fixed, but I don't believe that the 1 ink is really, truly going to matter here.
No, I don't think so.
That's a good draw.
A bell off the top. It's not bad, but you did just lose your whole hand.
With the Basil.
To be fair, at least Neverlander is playing off the top as well, but you're right, this Basil with a 5/4 stat line. So yeah, it does have what it takes to take out this Basil. So that wasn't bad. This bell being a 4/4. So yeah, we're a bit of a stalemate here, actually. Like, this Basil's going to quest. We found another Bend to My Will of the top as well, which is like the worst card you could possibly find top decking. Opts to just pass because, yeah, no, it doesn't want to give up the Basil to this Bell necessarily. No way you quest with Muses, otherwise the Bell gets 2 for 1. So we've hit a weird, like, moment of this game where it's all frozen. There's a couple of characters on board that none of them want to really turn sideways, and both players playing off the top. At 9-9, I thought Neverlander seemed in a really strong position, but we're kind of neck and neck now.
I think they're double checking it, or they may not be able to be rewound at all. But they are trying to rewind the state. If they miss it, again, they miss it. It has been a bit of turns or time since they had the error.
Portable is not a bad card to find off the top to thin the deck out a little more. Find a Peter Pan Shadow Finder. And yeah, I suppose you might as well just initiate this questing exchange here. Also find a Portugal off the top. Man, what a game. This is only game 1 as well of this match. No, sorry, it's game 2. It's game 2, yeah. Scamarong, I hope I'm saying that right. Game 1. Another Clarabelle, obviously not providing a lot of value while Blurple has an empty hand, but it is just a big body.
Big body.
It's a big body that goes for 2. Yeah, not a bad draw.
It does make the Muses a lot stronger too, because you can bounce more things to their hand if we rip a song, right?
Sure.
To draw a few more cards potentially.
Yeah.
But it makes the Bell a little bit more vulnerable here.
I mean, on one, I think honestly, maybe you just put the Basil into this Bell here, maybe, because you're at 9, they're at 11. I don't know. It's a hard decision. Does opt to not do that and just hold.
I think we can hold for 1 turn. Because they're not really questing up to that much, even if they swing all out here. And because the Clarabelle is so large, like, it can just take out the Bell for free, and then you can even heal it up a bit with the Popsicle, so...
Yeah, the Portugal heal would be important if it's initiated by Neverlander, because then it would stop the Peter Pan Shadow Finder finishing it off. So, yeah, I do like it, actually, the more I think about it. Just going to quest up, go to 14.
Elsa,
now comes an Elsa.
Do nothing.
Going to exert the Basil for no reason.
I'm surprised there, actually, that they didn't opt to trade, I guess. Because this can be a huge problem now if there was actually a song available, like, this would be a bit of a rough spot.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it does now that, I mean... yeah, this is a tricky game.
Yeah, it's tricky. You're ahead on lore. Like, you think your Elsa's going to take you to 15 next turn. You just want your top decks to be kind. And, hey, we've seen 1 Finders Keepers. Blurple tends to run... I've seen anything, like, from 2, 3, or 4. So that would be a nice card off the top to then still be able to play more goats, things like that. Because, again, that's the thing with Amethyst, right? When they get to that sort of 14, 15, 16 lore point, it gets scary because you know they have...
Yeah, for sure.
If they've got enough ink, they can just chain goat plays to win the game. We are going to see the Clarabelle take a challenge into the Bell and then heal up with the Porpsicle. So that's going to stop the Peter Pan being able to finish.
Sure. The Basil, I think, is a good play. I would still hold Muses back, probably. Being only at 11, I think the Muses questing is not going to be so massive. So I guess if they challenge both characters into the Muses, like, that's probably not that good for the
No, not at all. You would then go to 17 with your Bell, Basil, and Clarabelle on board and healthy, and I think at that point it's just over.
No, you're right. I think this is probably a good opportunity.
The Dark Man is nice. It's a little late.
Is it?
I think it's a
2,
little.
4,
Is it
5,
not a little
6,
late?
18. I think we have to take that out. I mean, we can get a little bit more in lore-wise, but I think that has to actually be removed.
Yeah, possibly. But
We're only going to
still,
15,
again,
but I don't think it changes the
we had-
clock, though.
if we had that a couple of turns ago instead of like the Peter Pan Shadow Finder, I think that would have
Not
mattered
true.
before Neverlander. I had us like before it got this Clarabelle down necessarily. So like maybe just a couple of turns too late for Blur Ball, otherwise because that's a super nice card to have. But Neverlander, thankfully, with a wide board, Basil's gonna. It's probably just gonna be Basil and Clarabelle will have to be the ones. Bell's only got 3 straight, unless you want to go Bell and Muse's challenge and Basil. That's another way of doing it. No,
fine.
we're just going to go Basil and Clarabelle.
Yeah, I think that's
Quest with
okay.
Bell.
Because this is still 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. So this is still enough that I think you can challenge or you can quest with the muses here for sure. Go up to 14. Because like even taking out a single 2 lore quester isn't enough here. So I would say that this one is probably over.
I think that's it. I think that needed to be a fight. Yeah, because you're right. You needed to remove at least 3 lore from the board there.
Yeah,
so
and that's really hard to do and still put and still quest yourself too, right? Like even if we rip the fox or something, that's still just like
buying a turn.
What? Then what? You know,
If
you're not actually putting 2 more lore in, you're not getting to the point where you're also going to win. 16 is
what a game one.
Far away, yeah.
What a game one. I thought that was a super interesting game. Again, like Emerald, Sapphire had this point where, like, leading up to the bend to my will, so many cards in hand, and they seem to be in such a dominating position. And then the game just sort of froze for a minute with both players. I think it was a Muses and a Basil facing down a Bell, and both players topping. But Emerald Sapphire coming out on top. What a game, mate. What a banger.
Yeah. All right. Now we'll get game 3 here. So this will be Ruby Amethyst. I believe versus the
deck we just saw, the Blurple deck.
The deck that we just saw, the Blurple.
Yeah.
So this will be an Amethyst mirror, and we'll see if the Sapphire is better than the Ruby. Now, I think they both.
This is a bit of a scary match,
but it can be really scary.
Yeah, I like as a Ruby Amethyst player, Blurple is tricky. Again, like they excel in the late game. So do we, to a degree. But they can just do it so much faster. It will depend. The Ruby Amethyst list having Medusas will matter for the Hades if they do or not.
I think that the Be Prepared feels like, that's your trump card. I really don't think it's that strong in this matchup because it's so low tempo. Like it's a negative tempo play because you're losing all your characters too. Like, if they ever have a modest board and then just, like, slam a location, then Be Prepared as a liability, even.
Yeah,
So,
I think in this matchup, you can only, like, Be Preps are fine if you're singing it with, like, a Sisu or something.
Sure.
Or if you're really in that late part of the game where, like, maybe you've got a couple of things at library and you can Be Prep, draw a bunch of cards, and then you've still got enough ink to, like, play a couple of Diablos or a couple of 2 questers, like Genies, or maybe you're running Sisus, things like that. Overall, you're right. Like, having to Be Prep early never feels great.
Yeah, and that could be sort of like the pivotal turn where the game feels like you're able to still participate, and then it just, like, magically slips away. Is if we get to like turn 7 and have to use a B prep because we're too far behind, then then that's a disaster.
It's not a good start as a Ruby Amethyst player, but again, like, it's a tough matchup. Ruby Amethyst still has like, again, the Medusas can really help. Having Brawls for Genies is super relevant as well. And again, it has that same kit of Amethyst cards, except the Blurple player is going to be on Genies, and I haven't seen any Rabbits, whereas this Ruby Amethyst list might be a Rabbit build, so might be able to just out-resource the Blurple player. And we've got Kuzco's as well, which are nice as consistency cards.
Yeah, the Amethyst, like, mirror part of this is going to seem kind of, a little repetitive, right? It's like play some 1-drops or whatever, we draw some cards, and they kind of slam into each other, and not a whole lot really will progress in the game. it's the spicy flavors that we're going to see out of the extra color that's going to, I think, determine where the game goes after 6 or 7 ink.
Sure. Inking Maui is quite scary. Like, I'm assuming there's 4, but it's still a bit scary because they're super good in this matchup for like Hades or McDuck Manners. Obviously, like Crabs
Library
and Foxes
too.
help with Manners, but like, because sometimes you'll go B prep and they'll play Mana. So you want to be able to respond to that with Maui Crab if you're at least 9 ink. Which again, why playing B prep on 7 isn't great. You'd need to be on at least 8, otherwise you get too punished by the mana if you don't have a Maui Crab response.
Yeah.
So inking Maui is scary, especially with 2 Elsas in hand. Don't get me wrong, Elsa has its uses in this match, obviously against the genies, so that's helpful. But we do have another Maui in hand as well.
Lack of strength can be a real cost.
It can.
To hold on to the Maui here, getting rid of the snake instead, which does make sense to me.
Yeah, Snake is too slow for this matchup. Like, again, it's great when you're at that late part of the game and you're just looking for a goat bounce, or when you find those turns where, hey, I would love to just sing friends with Rabbit and then bounce the Rabbit and play Rabbit. But again, like, you can only have those turns if you're not losing the board. So, like, Snake's great for that, but it's super slow.
It may as well be Maleficent Dragon with how useless it is on turn 2. Right.
Absolutely.
It
Absolutely.
just does nothing. It's great when it's good, and when it's not, it's just like, again, the negative tempo is just such a cost that you can't afford to pay against a Sapphire deck, because they're doing the same thing that you're doing, but like 1 or 2 turns ahead always. So that's rough if you're just doing nothing.
We see this Queen of Hearts losing her tempo, which are specifically for the steel matchup, not likely to do a whole lot in this matchup. Like, maybe we can find a turn where we can crab boost a Queen into a T-Po to survive, and then get a 2 for 1, but no surprise for me to see it go into the Inkwell again. It's for those steel matchups. We're going to brawl the Peter Pan Shadow Finder. There's lots of things in this Blurpool deck that you want to brawl. Genies are 90% of them, to be honest. Getting rid of the Shadow Finder is okay if you're fearing Iago. We don't know if there's any Iago in this Blurpool list that we haven't seen. That's kind of scary. A curve from Iago Peter Pan into Iago. Plays the Genie, and then like this is where it can feel bad, right? If you can't answer this Genie now, then
it's
brawling right? Yeah. Especially because we're 2 turns away from Elsa. We're going into turn 4 now, so
I mean, like,
we really would have loved to have ruled it.
Any evasive 2-quester is pretty good a lot of the time, especially against the Amethyst. They just don't always have great ways that don't cost 6 to deal with it. If this Genie gets 6 lore, that's terrible for
absolutely. Hey, old school players remember Minnie Mouse Stylish Surfer and the damage she did to all of our souls. And she was a 3 cost. Another Genie coming
you
down.
Can try and fight him in the air a little bit. Surfing above the rest of the field is just such a huge problem. Elsa will help.
Minnie.
Elsa can help, but a second Genie. I mean, what we're looking at here is a board where we're almost certainly going to be incentivized to be prepared.
To be prep, 100%.
And that's going to be a really tough spot to be. Opting to go for the Bell now, just to keep putting the pressure on and force some action.
Why not? Your 2 turns for being be prepped anyway. Get as much lore as you can out of it. I swear the flavor text on Mini, like the designers knew what they were doing. This goes in my top 10 most fun things.
Yeah.
Nah. Like, that's 2 on the nose. The Minnie Mouse was not on my list of top 10 fun things. Anyway, away from that. Looking pretty good for Blurpool. Yeah, again, like you say, just doing it quicker.
Yeah. It's just the same deck doing very similar things, but like can afford to play Genies and not be super behind, right? Because now, I don't even know if Neverlander has Genie in this list because it just might not be fast enough.
With Snake, I doubt it. I mean, some people play Rabbit and Genie, but it's most people are going one way or the other. And if they're Snakes, then it's usually because the priority is on Rabbit. So there might not be any at all. And again, that might be why we kept the Elsas, because we knew that they were some of our best ways of dealing with them. But like, again, I would really be regretting brawling the Peter Pan Shadow Finder. At this point, you know, you now have a second genie on the board to contend with. The Broom going to go put 1 damage into the T-Po. That signifies to me that we're going to be popping it. We do play Elsa. That's going to exert the ready genie. I expect a broom pop, drawing us a card. There is that B prep. Okay, so because we didn't have it before, and it does feel like it's going to be necessary.
Theoretically.
Eventually.
It does feel bad. Again, like, if our Blurple player here is able to set up an awkward position, right, where B prep is just so negative tempo that it just isn't good enough, then there's not going to be much. It just isn't going to recover enough, right?
If I'm in Neverlander's seat right now, I'm terrified of a Finders Keepers or and Friends. Because at the moment you've only got 3 cards in your hand and you're going, like, I feel like maybe I can outcarve resource you, but if you're able to draw, that's bad. And here we see a Tamato are able to get back 1 Porpsicle. I'm not sure if we've inked for this turn. I don't think we have, so we could potentially ink and play the Porp. Thinking about doing something with Bell, maybe a challenge with Kuzco, or if there's a Friends in hand, I assume we'd have just slammed that down. Questing Wow, going to 10. And yeah, this B prep may just be a bit late, unfortunately, because we're not going to be able to play it this turn coming. You still can't deal with these. Well, you can deal with 1. You have you have an Elsa on board and an Elsa in hand, so you can deal with 1 of these genies.
Is that good enough? Like,
no, it's not, Jeebus. No.
You know, and that's the problem with when you're on the draw in the Amethyst mirror. Realistically, you know, this was always the problem in just the Ruby Amethyst mirrors of old. It plays out the same here, except they can ramp a little bit and do all these things even a turn faster.
Sure. And it's even the wrong lady in hand as well. We would want the Medusa over. Well, to be fair, you know, if you can clear both these genies and the Bell, then the Tremaine's good for the Tower. But we will end up laying this B prep, but it is going to be too little, too late. We are actually just going to ink the Elsa here. It takes us to 6 ink. Oh, we do have a Medusa. It was hidden at the back of the hand. Okay. Yeah, I think you have to do it. You have to do it. I think you have to.
Yeah, like. Is it better than an Elsa? Here's the question, right? Is an Elsa in hand better than a Medusa in hand? Right? Because you're not gaining any additional clear unless you're also taking out the Bell. Which, if we're taking out Bell, then this is fine, right? Okay, so then that makes more sense. So we decided that it is more valuable, since there was so much pressure, to just like clean up the board.
Yeah. I think that's about as well as the turn could have gone. We've stemmed the bleeding a little bit. We're only going to be able to go up to 14 lore. Only there's the Finders Keepers that I would be scared of in this position as a Ruby Amethyst player.
Yeah, that huge grip card is exactly why I think that Be Prepared is just not very good.
Yeah, no, it's
like here it's, you know, yeah, it'll work. You know, I would expect Blurple to play one other thing this turn, ideally, like something.
Yeah, it's not enough anymore. Like, your opponent needed to have like 2 or 3 cards in hand tops before you played that B prep, and for you to pray that it was like double Elsa or something where they couldn't really push the advantage. And then you can kind of
clean it up a little bit with your chair ladies and make that work.
Exactly, but like by the time this B prep is coming, we have drawn so many cards. We've managed to go to 14 lore, and yeah, it's the grip of cards in hand which makes this.
Now we may actually be fine here if no additional characters get played this turn. We are actually able to stabilize without Be Prepared.
Yeah, because we have the Tremaine.
Yeah, we can use the Tremaine to take out the genie.
No.
Yeah, well, we'd have to because we can't.
Yes. Yeah. So Tremaine takes genie, and then Elsa and Medusa.
Yeah, you're essentially trading. You're trading Medusa, and then the one from Elsa. It's not the best thing I've ever seen, but could be Brawl and Fox too. That would also work. Sorry, Brawl and Rabbit. To get some cards back. I quite like
Brawl here, actually. I quite like brawling the genie and
being able to draw an extra card.
Yeah. Doubling into the Tamato with you guys.
Yeah.
And we want to hold on to this Maui as well, right? Because you've got a fear of McDuck Manor. You need the answer to that with flirting with inking it. We do ink it. Dangerous, but maybe necessary.
McDuck Manor's not real, and it can't hurt us.
Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist.
It's fine.
Yeah, that's Scrooge. We're not scared of you and your money.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got wizards dressed up, disguised as rabbits that draw us cards. Aren't we lucky? Yeah, we are going to double into that Tamatoa, and we've got 3 ink to play.
Elsa lives, I believe.
It should.
Did it have any damage on it from before? It might have.
Maybe. Yes, it did. It had damage on it. There, like the stream.
Oh, from the bell. It had 3 from the bell.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, there was damage. That's
Okay,
fine.
and
And we
that's
play
fine.
another Finders Keepers. Oh my goodness me!
Another one is that's too many cards. I mean,
Finders Keepers.
This is where like the not having the Maui might be a disaster because like they've just gotten so many cards that the McDuck Manor is way more likely. Or even just
Another genie
problem, you know. Like
this.
If we can dodge for a couple of turns and catch up here, we may be okay.
Well, another rabbit's nice. I think you have to Tremaine here. I don't think you can just let this genie quest.
No, I wouldn't.
I think you have to. I think you have to just Tremaine, and we've got no ink in hand from what I can see. It's a rabbit, a B prep, and
quest for one,
a mystery card. A crab. Okay, so we can ink the crab.
I suppose, but
I think I'd hold it, to be honest. Like I know inking's good, but I mean, like, because you've got 6,
crab
7,
was
8
out to a location.
Yeah, exactly. So I would have liked to have seen the crab held there, but this is okay. We play a Porpsicle. Peter Pan Shadowfinder isn't applying too much pressure, but we have the Iago who's going to benefit from the ability and able to rush into this rabbit. Finds another crab for Neverlander.
Iago combo.
But that's okay.
With Shadowfinder.
That's okay. That's 2 quests for ones. Like it could have been worse.
Sure could have.
Ink the crab and a Tipo
just
just
for a body.
Yeah, for a 2-turn clock on the board. Is that a big Sisu? That is a big Sisu. That's okay.
Pretty okay
that's
here.
That's pretty okay. Like if you need to just race the game, right?
Well,
There's still a Hades.
We still have the problem with this Iago. It lives, right?
It does, but at least you get rid of the Peter Pan Shadowfinder and the Tipo. You quest the Tremaine to 6, and you've got 5 lore on board. Like, don't get me wrong, you're still behind, but
yeah, with the Iago there. I mean, what's your fail case? The Iago trades with the Tremaine. I guess it's probably fine.
Yeah.
Well,
but like, what else? What else can you do? Right?
Yeah, I suppose it just eats the Tremaine, but then they're not questing with it either. You could have hold back, yeah, because then they can't popsicle the Iago. We can just deal with it next turn or whatever.
Yeah.
Because now we can sing Be Prepared potentially.
We've got a rabbit as a follow-up, which is pretty nice. If we can find a fox or something off the top so that we can start to draw some cards. I'm not sure how many cards Blood Pool player is holding now. It seems like we've played so many Finders Keepers, but
I assume 10 or 12 cards.
Oh,
but 3 or 4 is probably, well, it's going to be like 10 or 12 now.
Well, this definitely signifies a Tamatoa Happy as a clam coming down, popping the Porpsicles, returning them to our hand, and playing them down to draw a couple of cards.
Actually using that to perhaps heal the Iago. Which would have been just free. I don't think that it's going to matter much, but that would have been
probably just on autopilot there.
Yeah.
Not really thinking, like, again, the amount of times I'm sure the Sapphire Tamatoa enjoyers have been just putting Porpsicles in the discard and then getting them back, because I think that was probably a degree of autopilot, because there's no reason not to do that, right?
Yeah.
So,
but also it like literally I don't think matters. We have 3 more pops.
No,
we could do it now if we still cared.
Sure.
But if they're taking out the Iago, like it's gonna have to be something that it doesn't matter if it's at 4 or 6, like it's B prep or whatever. So, and I'm suspecting that it's gonna come down now with a song, and then we will gain our 2 off of Tremaine, and then just start playing rabbits. Hope that's enough.
And pray, I guess. Like,
yeah, I certainly don't like going to 9 and then just jamming.
hoping for the
B-prep.
best.
I think it's singing it is better to hopefully get a follow up from the rabbit. Like if you rip a snake or something, like you might actually be in this game again.
Yeah, you can't let them go to 18. Unfortunately,
We're so far down on tempo that we just have to hope that we are able to chain more than one thing in a row, right?
That was another rabbit. It's a brawl, wasn't it?
There was a brawl in hand already, and that's another B prep. So it's a card in hand now. With the rabbit, but we have some chance here. But the Blurple player still has a pretty big grip of cards. The 3 popsicles played last turn, plus the multiple finders keepers. We tap that, probably crab.
Crab, yeah, I expect this is a crab. But just get rid of that rabbit. It is going to net 1 card, but it takes away and that was the snake as well. That's going to be so frustrating. I have been in this position many a time. That feels so bad when your next card was that's exactly what you needed.
And now
my heart.
We're sort of in the stage of the game for Blurple now that they only need to develop a couple threats, right? At 15 lore already, any goat is a huge problem. Can't really let them go to 17. So you have to deal with some of the threats now. But there's just not that many threats to be able to deal with.
We brawl the Earl Circus. We just kind of have to keep them off it as much as we can. And now comes this new Madame Medusa, the deceiving partner, who can bounce a 2 cost or less by putting 2 damage on one of your own characters. Obviously not coming in very handy here, but we're establishing a 3/3 body. But down comes the Hades, who's going to ink it. And we're left with just a B prep and a snake in hand. Not looking good for Neverlander. And there's the Infernal Schemer. One of the best arts in the game. I'm praying for it. I'm praying this boy gets a reprint. I'm not ready to let go.
All right, there's a bell. So this is a pretty juicy, be preppable board here, at least.
Find a fox. This rabbit would have been able to come back and forth so much. We do see that B prep. But you got to imagine Blurple's going to have a nice follow-up here. Maybe another genie left. We're going to sing Friends on the other side. Draw a couple of cards. Maybe we've got hands of snakes and foxes. Maybe we can't do anything.
I think Blurple just has a hand of 6 cards. So even if all of them were snakes and foxes, I think something else is going to be in there.
Something's got to stick. Yeah, I think that's the last genie as well.
Genie and crab, woof.
Wow. 2 more popsicles. Ice cream for everybody.
Yeah, this is just a hard quantity problem, right? There are way too many cards on Blurple's side, and there just isn't enough. There's just not enough things that you can do to keep up with this many cards. They still have 4 cards in hand. 2 of them are popsicles that can just turn into something else. And what are we doing? We're just
we're just going through the motions. It's over.
Yeah, we're taking game actions, but there's not really much that's going to be able to be done from here, and that's well navigated given the draws that we had. But the unmitigated genies were around for just a little bit too long for Ruby Amethyst to really have much that they can do about it.
Yeah, again, I think brawling the Peter Pan Shadow Finder was the beginning of the end, because those initial genies did so much. But yeah, still a great game. I do enjoy control based decks up against each other. It's a style of Lorcana that I'm a big fan of. So shout out to both these players, but it will be Scamarong who is proceeding with a 3-2-0 record, which seems like it might have a real chance of making top cut.
It could. We'll see if it's a clean
tiebreakers dependent,
or tiebreakers come into play here. I believe that we are going to be doing no bench decks for top 8, which I guess would mean that it's best of 5 for the whole top 8. I'm not sure if that is fully the case or not, but we'll be finding that out pretty shortly here, I'm sure.
Okay. That'll be interesting whether it's like best of 5 for the whole top 8, or if they're just going to skip. It's still best of 3, but they're going to skip the bench phase. So you still pick your decks that you're going to play in the traditional way, and if you win with a deck, it's retired. But you have the 3 full decks open to you as options, which could also be interesting.
Feel like you would have to do the best of 5 because it's like win 1 with all your decks, right? But it depends on, it's pretty early in the day yet. They could very easily have 3 rounds that are a little bit longer and just let them run out the, sort of best of 5 for a couple of rounds just to get more games in.
Hey, if there's time at the venue, I'm sure the viewers won't complain for more Lorcana. So
yeah, they are going to do the best of 5.
All right.
For the whole thing, yeah.
Nice, super cool. All right, exciting. So a lot of Lorcana yet to come today, everybody. And what a day it's been. Again, a huge thank you to World Class Cards for organising this 10K weekend. A 5K today, and then another 5K tomorrow. So shout out to World Class Cards, and of course to 20 Law Pro for streaming the whole thing. And thanks for having me. It's been an awesome day and really great to like prepare. Obviously, this format is going to be at Worlds, so it's great preparation for me personally, and I'm sure Liam won't mind me saying for him that
I'm
sure he feels the same.
Super excited about it too. So we're going to go ahead and jump into a quick interview here while we get ready for the top 8. So 20 last round. How's it feel?
Feels pretty good. Yeah, absolutely. Started off strong. With the red fossil list I made, ended up going, only dropped 1 game with it the whole day, but it's definitely the MVP of the whole event for me.
Yeah, the sort of 1 drop, generally Daisy if you can get it into, or Pluto, of course, into the Lady Piglet has really been kind of the Amber Menace. And then the mini, like every time that we've seen sort of the Lady Piglet into mini, it's been a pretty one-sided battle from there.
There also is some really cool interactions where like you can go Pluto on 1 into say a Lady into Gothel, and then you set up a turn 3 Rapunzel, refill your hand, and so also just pressure the board.
Yeah, and especially if they don't have something to deal the 2 to the Pluto. I mean, pretty good spot to be, I would think. Especially on the play, if you can
absolutely
when you can set it up on the play, you really are just going to go way faster than most opponents are going to be able to manage.
So obviously I did red fossa, green steel, and then blurple. Going in, I expected green steel to be banned every round. Every round it was.
Yep, there you go. That makes sense.
So I did. I think the round 3 I lost the die roll. I was actually a similar like a Mufasa red. Curved out, just absolutely demolished me on the draw. I was playing Blurple, and then on the other side,
did the same thing.
The same thing.
Yep. I mean, that seems to be the story this weekend. I mean, have you played against Steel at all weekend?
No.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So I had thought that might be the case coming into this weekend. Is that Steel is just like not a real color. Whatever you pair with it is just also just a pretend color for the whole weekend. And that has been true in pretty well every round. There was a little bit of steel today, but like
I think there's a couple
not
of
a
like
lot.
Purple steel variants, but like don't feel very
where you're not as worried. It feels like a more fair thing that they're doing.
Correct,
Just an amethyst pile or whatever, and then they have some steel cards. That's a little different than everything is just Steel Song and Emerald Steel. And those are just unmitigated disasters to play anything that's fun against, and then. The flavor this weekend has been remove them all out of the equation. So glad to see that it's been doing well for you. That Emerald Sapphire matchup, that was a little rough.
Yeah,
it was kind of wild. I mean,
yeah, it was very swingy. I was really hoping on drawing into a Manor at any point before he established a bunch of big bodies.
Aren't real and they can't hurt us. It's okay. It's fine. But, and then it's just like draw 3 cards, draw 8 cards, draw 30 cards, and then now you have no cards, and it's like, well...
Yeah, there was that one pivotal turn where you bounce 3 things and then bend my will.
And then you're like, oh, I didn't need these to win.
Put me out of the game,
But it's not great.
It was a grind for sure.
It's not great. Yeah, that is that deck, right? They sort of do a bunch of stuff, and then eventually they set you up in a spot where you just have no resources, and they maybe do, and then what? Because their top decks are going to be better than most decks a lot of times, just because their deck is full of nonsense. So, but even that game I think was very well navigated, and the Blurple deck looked really sweet. It's got a lot of stuff, but in classic Blurple fashion, all the locations are hiding, and it was more difficult than it needed to be. But it did play out kind of like the old Amethyst kind of mirrors, where who draws more cards is probably going to win, and you drew way more cards, and then you won. So, well navigated there for sure. Baker, you got any questions?
100%. So, first of all, congratulations on your win. Great to watch you pilot some different decks. And my question really is just, I want to get your opinion on this format overall. So, from two perspectives, really. You said that you've had Green Steel banned basically all day for you, which is what you were expecting. Throughout your Lorcana career, have you had one or two pet decks that you've tended to play more than anything else at competitive events, or have you been a bit of a jack of all trades? And my question really is, has it been fun to maybe experiment with other colors that you don't normally? But do you also think that there's an extra skill expression here that you've enjoyed about triple deck format? Just your thoughts on it overall.
Yeah, so triple deck format's definitely very interesting. If you go into it expecting that one deck is going to get banned, you can actually focus more time on the decks that you will be playing, and you can focus on those matches specifically. I played against a lot of blue-red today. Luckily, I won the die roll, and I was playing Red Fossa and just steamrolled them. As for my experience, I used to play Green Steel actually on set 3. Before Diablo and everything. Used to make a homebrew with that. I used to play Jafar Dreadnought and Beast, and just curve out and just incrementally proc Bucky, Prince John.
Sure.
And then around Diablo meta, I swapped over to RA, and I did a lot of mid-range battling. So
Rabbit's a pretty.
So you've got a couple of. Yes, you've got a couple of decks that you've kind of gravitated towards, and has it been fun to try out different ink combinations for this in particular? Had you played a lot of Amber Ruby before this event, or training for this event?
Actually, no. Basically,
great.
I was forced into that color combination. I had to figure out a list that would work, that would actually feel comfortable and not clunky. I've tried some Mufasa variants before, way back, but they always felt so clunky, especially with Gaston and all these odd costed cards. But basically,
you don't hit Rapunzel, you lose a lot of the time.
Yeah. But basically, because you're forced into a shell, you kind of just have to make it work, and that's the best list I could do for sure.
But it's performed well for you today. You say you've only lost one game with it, so that's great.
I lost one game to another Red Fossa list that just beat me.
There you go. Amber Ruby's the star of the day. What are you going to do? No, great. But congratulations. And what do you think? Do you think your tiebreakers are any good? Do you know how your losses have performed?
I have no idea. I will definitely find out.
We'll see.
I'm gonna try my hardest.
All you can do is battle. That's it.
Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thanks for hopping in. Good luck on the breakers if they work. If not, you'll be here tomorrow.
Hopefully.
All right. Yeah. Well, then I'm sure we'll see you again.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Take it easy, buddy. Awesome. Love that. That's one of my favorite things about this event is, players sometimes being pushed out of their comfort zones. And, he used the words, I was forced into playing that ink combination because wanted to play Blurple, wanted to play Emerald Steel, so that's all that's left. So I had to find the optimal list. And I love that. And I love the concept of that for the World Championship specifically. And showing yourself to be, quote unquote, as they say, the master of all inks, as they're dubbing it officially. So it's really great to get a taste of it here. Honestly, I think it's my favorite way to play Lorcana that I've seen so far from a commentary perspective so far. And again, the only issue with it is, Liam alluded to it earlier, the cost of entry to such a thing, to have access to a lot of quite expensive cards. And if that was not an issue, then I would say I'd like to see this implemented, maybe one or two, maybe one DLC throughout the year. Or just a bit. But I just love the format. I think it's really interesting.
It is a really cool format. I think logistically, it is much more complicated.
Sure,
than
absolutely.
Lorcana. Like, I mean, you're just adding a ton of extra stuff, extra knowledge of the game, and extra things like that. And I think the way that they've been positioning their DLCs, at least the ones that we've had already, they're meant to be a little bit more accessible. You know, a little bit more.
Agreed, 100%.
I could very easily see something like this maybe as a competitive, you know, the side events that just pay out a bunch of tickets. I could see this in one of those for sure, or something that's a little bit more, you know, hey, if you want to
niche,
if you want to do this a little more niche, in the same way that I think that Infinity format is going to be a little bit more niche for a while.
But hopefully with some interesting prizing still, right? Like,
I
think you're right. Like, yeah, because I think ultimately you are right. I think it's perfect for Worlds specifically, but like the most of the competitive circuit, you want to keep it as accessible as possible, and for many, so like, I don't think it would work, but. To your point, as you say, like make it a cool side event, like a Sunday event, and like give it some decent prizing, same as Infinity format, then I'm sure players will flock to it. And that's what people want, right? Like they want a reason to play these other formats if they're going to care about Infinity, if they're going to care about having 3 decks and that format, then give them a reason to care.
Absolutely. Hey, you know, I foresee a world, you know, we're not talking about in the next 6-8 months. I'm thinking, you know, a couple of rotations down the road. I could very easily see them doing the Infinity as a whole DLC, like one a year, one a season.
Sure.
On each continent, right?
Absolutely.
Because right now, okay, let's think about it. We rotate 4 sets out. We're at 5 sets in Foundation. The difference between the Infinity and the main core, it's just not that great, right? It is, but it isn't. There's a couple sets that are gone. But once you get 20 sets, then there's a massive difference between the two. And I think then it'll be more interesting for players to want to do that sort of older style as well, right?
Yeah.
So I think there's room to do some side events with these sort of different formats now even. And then down the road, I think you can have, I mean, I could even see an Infinity 3-deck format event, like a really super special thing that is, you know, hey, on Sunday we have this instead of this other thing, you know. That would be really cool.
You think in 5 years that's going to be even more special as well, because for some people, like some of them will be cards that they'll have never seen before, and I really have the confidence in Lorcana to be around for a long time and just to get to, like, you know, I never played Magic the Gathering, but I have seen many documentaries about famous players or famous cheaters or like things like that, just like part of the pop culture of the game, right? Despite having never picked up a deck of cards, and you do see sometimes that I come across these super old school videos of like the early, like the first competitive circuit, them doing like draft format, and I do believe that could be Lorcana one day. Maybe not to the extent of Magic, but I certainly hope so. And hey, I'm flying my flag here, but you gotta believe.
Perhaps we can be on Disney Plus instead of what was it, the Ocho 8 or whatever, ESPN 8 or whatever it was at the time that they broadcasted Worlds. You know, once upon a time for the older crowd.
Who knows? The connections are there, so maybe that does happen one day. But I'm excited for the future of Lorcana. Is generally the bottom line.
I could see a once a season limited DLC as well. You know, something that is
the
rare
Halfin
and
challenge.
special.
Were you aware of the Halfin challenge, Jeeves?
I was aware of it. I don't really play in that many set championships. I play in a couple.
Sure.
I thought about it, you know.
But you'd heard of it. You knew what was going on. And I think that was so cool.
That's
as
cool,
just
right?
like a fun little fan organized thing that a bunch of people just went, well, why not? And got involved with that. And like, again, like it's those sort of things that build a community.
Yeah, it's like, what if we make it a little weird, you know? It's more fun.
Everything's better.
And this as a game, as a community, I think Lorcana of all the TCGs really just has the most positive community. Everybody seems to be having a good time, win or lose. You know, nobody loves to lose, but there's some games where it feels like even when people are winning, they're miserable. People just aren't really miserable at you know, you felt the energy at the DLCs. Everybody's having a great time. They're like,
Absolutely.
I'm just glad I'm out here, you know, and it's awesome. And we're kind of at the precipice of, you know, Worlds is right around the corner, as you know. And once we have a lot more of the information and really springboard into this, I mean, the history of Lorcana is non-existent. The game is so short, you know. I do come from a Magic background, and there were times when the competitive scene was dried up and or not so good, and other times when it was great. But like over the grand scheme of things, that game is 35 years old. So everybody's like doom and gloom that we've had 6 months of waiting. But like I would rather them take the time and do it right and have the season the way that they decided that they want it, rather than trying to just force it in again. Because, you know, again, 2 or 3 years down the road, is anybody going to care? Like, really, that there was a hiccup early on before the first rotation? Not really. Yeah, the supply issues in set 1, like, but it doesn't matter anymore, right? Like, we remember because we're old now, but in the grand scheme of the whole game, you know, when set 20 is coming out, nobody's going to think about, oh yeah, you remember in set 1 how you had to, like, you know, scrape by to get any boosties at all? No, nobody's going to think about that or talk about that.
But on the positive side, like, there will be people that remember the response to that and how suddenly printing was, like, doubled down on from Rise of the Floodborn onwards. And you could argue too much. There's still a lot of Into the Englands out there. But,
it's never easy, right?
It was the first example of responding to a snag in the road.
Yeah.
And I think they've done well to adapt.
Is what matters the most, you know?
Yeah. Where we go from here.
Exactly.
I'm so excited to get there. They've said we're going to find out the season at Worlds. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be me, Liam, Rebecca, Brandon, JDZ, but
they're going to put you all in a big ring. It's going to be like a Royal Rumble to see who gets to announce like the DLC schedule or whatever.
So ready.
So make sure to really be ready to battle. I hear Rebecca's a scrapper. She'll fight you for it.
She is. But it's all right. I'm going to get Y Breezy to be my wise man, and we're cooking. Don't worry.
All right. So the top 8 players are looking now at the deck list. So they changed the format a little bit on us here, which I think is kind of cool, actually, because we get to see more of the game. They're going to do the full best of 5. For the full top 8. So that means that none of the decks are getting sort of removed right away, right? Nothing's getting benched. And you have to win once with every deck. And then as soon as you win with it, then it's retired. So I would assume that the players can switch their deck in between rounds, between the ones that they have not played yet. All willy-nilly. And then they're just kind of showing which color they picked, which is fine, I think. To start it off, since they already kind of know what's going on. And then
so they're just skipping the bench phase. Everything else is exactly as it was before, that you reveal your game 1 deck at the same time. That's them doing that. It's going to be Amber Ruby versus Sapphire. I missed the other color. But nonetheless, after they win with a deck, that deck will be retired. And they need to win once with all of these decks.
All right, so we'll see what they come up with. We're going to go ahead and get it. So I think Katie's going to jump in here. And then I think we'll see you tomorrow, maybe. I know it's getting pretty late for you.
Yeah, so tomorrow I think I'm doing like the first 3 or 4 rounds. I need to double check.
Something in the morning where it's a reasonable hour for you?
Well, that'll be the afternoon, but I have an evening engagement. But yeah, I'll be around for the first few rounds, and but I'll definitely be tuning into the rest of it. But yeah, it is late here, but I'm still going to be watching the rest of this. So again, thanks a lot for having me. It's been a great day of Lorcana, and enjoy the top 8.
Baker, it was a pleasure. my friend.
Always a
Do it again
pleasure,
tomorrow.
mate. We will do it again tomorrow. Enjoy, everyone.
All right, Katie, are you with us? I can hear you just fine. The benches have been benched for the top 8. The benches are benched. We get to see the whole culmination of what these players brought. So we're getting Christian, who is first seed, is on, looks like what, Blurple, Emerald, Steel, and possibly Mufasa, Amber, Ruby, or possibly, one of the aggro sort of variants. Something with Lady, presumably, and Piglet seems to be kind of the the thing this weekend. True. Yeah. So that's our sort of classic, I think almost one of the few bastions of control that are remaining is that Sapphire Emerald. I'm not even sure that Ruby Sapphire is a control deck anymore. The sort of sharks and I guess just a bunch of actions doesn't really feel super control-y like some of the decks. True. Yeah, I'm just speaking to myself. It's fine. It's my conscience that's also talking to myself. That's all it is. Yeah, if you can hear Katie, say something in chat, and if not, we'll get somebody on it. Make sure that we can, because otherwise, why even have the top 8? We'll just tell them all to go home. It does not seem like they can. Let me try.
Probably
I think that's the other stream. So let me. Yeah, we'll get the boys to come in and fix it for us here. Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know. You must be muted in the Discord or something. In a way that. In a secret way that makes it so that I can't hear properly. It's fine. They'll fix it, and then we will jump into the rest of the game here. They're waiting for us, or they're waiting for everybody to get to the point where they're at. For the top 8. So my assumption is that Christian is going to take the play in game 1, given that he's first seed here. Outside of the Emerald Sapphire, this is the looks like Steel Song and like a Ruby Amethyst. I would imagine fairly traditional, or possibly the like evasive version, but something else to look at. We haven't seen a lot of Steel today, so we'll see if that was warranted. If the overall theme of removing Steel all day was warranted. If we get some Steel on the stream and it just doesn't seem to make a big difference, like they just can't close the games or whatever, then maybe it was a bit overblown. But if they get on and they're just always one round and then they retire that deck, maybe it was something that it was probably worth removing then. True. well, it was a good effort. We will likely have some update on it. I think they're getting the players squared away here. If it does show as mono amber up at the top, that's just because it has not been updated yet. Because they have to update that part of it manually. So, but they are going to fix the colors for the rounds as we're doing it. So. No one's saying anything. I'm just talking to myself. It's fine. It's classic, you know. Just saying words. It's fine. Words at the air, so that then. We have fixed nothing so far, but we will get it squared away. They're not going to do best of 5 until the finals. Okay. Okay. All right, so we have had a new update, which likely is to keep more in line with the actual Worlds format. So the 2 decks that are on the right are the ones that are benched. So they did actually bench decks. So the Sapphire Amethyst on Christian side and the Amber Steel from Scamarong are both the ones that are benched. Unless these colors are not correct for some reason, and then that will be fixed. Hopefully. Minor technical issues while we get everything sorted. Not really the end of the world. All right. Okay, we're getting the colors updated. We're going to see if we can get Katie in so that we can actually hear, or I will just listen to Katie and then that's it. Which I suppose is an option too. I can hear you. I can hear you. It's fine. I see you on my soundboard. So the soundboard has it. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to hear it on the stream then. Very unusual. Yeah, he's just walking around. I mean, I can probably hold it down if they start playing until I'll be fine. All right. Well, Katie's in the Shadow Realm. You know what you did, and then we will, when we can, actually get you in. But they're gonna go ahead and kick it off here. So Christian is now okay. So this makes way more sense. So the Steel deck from both players is the one that is benched. So we will not be seeing Steel until the finals. I'm shocked, very shocked by that. But we're starting off with the Ruby Amethyst, and it looks like a Mulan into Flynn on the play, which is a pretty good run out. Yeah, Katie, do you wanna say some stuff? We'll have Wes troubleshoot real quick here. Nope, now Katie's gone forever. Everybody's gone. I'm here alone. No big deal. Doing some ramp from Scamarong's side here is not the strongest line. We have this Flynn Rider that's just going to be gaining 3 kind of forever, it appears. Frenemy has not been particularly popular as of late, but in this event, especially without Steel, it certainly does feel a lot stronger. Yeah, still doesn't seem like anybody can hear Katie. So I can hear you. Yeah. I've been able to hear you the whole time, though, you know. Well, I don't think that this colors are correct on the bottom here, because it appears that Christian is playing Amber with this Ruby, given that we just played a Rapunzel. So we shall... Frenemy takes a bite from the Elsa. Did get quite a bit of lore on its own already, though, so... Another 5 coming in potentially from Christian here. Put him all the way up to 14 already. Interesting. So this is a new Tinkerbell here. So this one's a 1/1 with evasive, and it says whenever you play a character with 5 strength or more, you may exert them to gain 2 lore. Now, what is that character here? The 5/2. Oh, is that Pete? Must be Pete, right? Oh yeah, 5/2 Pete. Just a simple character, but big enough to trigger Tinkerbell and just gain 2 lore, which is pretty powerful. I mean, it definitely makes the Tinkerbell feel worth it, gaining +2. Now, I wonder how many characters in Christian's list actually have that 5 strength to be able to trigger that. Now, I would assume that Sisu can trigger it some of the time based on your opponent's hand. So if they have enough cards in hand, it should come in as a 5 or higher. So that's a possibility. I wonder if there's anything else. Maui, maybe? Big Sisu potentially could do it. Pretty interesting as far as a card. You know, for a 2-drop, especially one that's that is inkable, it doesn't seem embarrassing if you can leverage it. I mean, that's a lot of lore that you can kind of gain without necessarily needing to quest. Now, looking at this board, already being at 16 from Christian's side here is pretty rough, right? We have some evasive characters in the Tinkerbell. There's just not that much strength on Scamarong's side to really be able to remove enough of this stuff off the board. Yeah, double challenge in here to the Sisu. Yeah, removes all the material possible off the board. If there's any 5 strength characters at all, then this game is already over. It does not look like there's any. There's another Tinkerbell and a Gothel. I think that's just enough diversification of threats that this game is probably over. Any one of those. If they actually do get to quest, it's just over. I don't know what you would do with Amethyst Sapphire to actually do anything here. So, yeah, Christian will take down the first game here. Looks like using Amber Ruby and not Amethyst Ruby. But we will work to get that corrected here shortly. Make sure that the rest of the information is accurate for these 2 players. It's probably just the Amber and Amethyst that are switched would be my assumption. So it's probably Amber Ruby and then Sapphire Amethyst along with the Emerald Steel. So it's probably just those 2 that are switched. Not a big deal. We'll get it fixed. So the players are probably just on either they're on the exact same colors or the colors at the bottom are just switched. So they'll get it fixed. Yes, the new Prince John actually would also work. Which I am surprised that we haven't seen it all this weekend, but I would not be surprised if it was in this deck. I thought this was one of the better cards in the set. 5/5 is just like very large, and the downside is pretty minimal, especially when you have Amber here, because Rapunzel has a very easy way of removing. I can hear you just fine, Katie. No, you're good. All right, so I'm being told that they are on the exact same colors. So it should be Blurple, Emerald Steel, and then the Amber Ruby here. So Christian up a game. Amber Ruby now retired for him, and then they will go to one of the other two decks to try and actually. Oh no, sorry. The steel decks are banned. We're not in the best of 5 yet. So now Christian should be on what, Blurple? Yeah, that would make sense. My mistake. But we'll get to see some Blurple gaming. It will depend on how confident Scamarong is in the exact mirror for the two Sapphire Amethyst sort of things, or if they just want to switch over to the Amber list, try to do the exact same thing but from the flip side, and then play out the mirror at the end, or not. That is always exciting. So it does look like they switched over to their Ruby deck here. Not a big surprise on the play. I certainly would rather have the more aggressive sort of Mufasa list in there if you can, if you're on the play. So they're going to go ahead and alter here, get shuffled back up. Scamarong should be on the play, and then we'll see how the flip side of this plays out. Now, I would imagine it will be very similar in that, you know, you can kind of go really fast with the Amber, and the Blurple side of it doesn't have super stellar ways of kind of keeping up. You know, best that you can do to sort of keep up with Lady is, you know, play some 1-drops and follow it up with a Crab, which we have, as we've seen a few times today, is not always enough. Lady being just a bit of a menace. All right, so Brawl gets synced here. All right, and here's a Bell turn 1. Pretty good start for Christian, especially on the draw.
All right. So, are you able to hear me a little bit?
I mean, I can hear you.
I know
Oh, you've been able to hear me a long time. You've been a trooper. Now I can hear an echo, which is
bad. But maybe I need to do something about that.
She can hear me fine, yes. So we got Piglet down.
Oh, sorry, you keep going.
Katie is on stream now, so that's great. Okay, so Katie can be heard.
I can, but I have an echo. Is there an echo to you or to the stream? That would be the most.
No, you may have to mute. If you have the stream up on yours, you probably have to mute it. The pop out for the Discord.
Okay.
That's probably why you hear an echo.
Perfect. Well, we are moving and grooving. But
yep. I looked down, and then that match was over in a second.
Now, there is somebody who said there's a quality issue, so you probably are going to have to talk by yourself. I am so sorry.
No, you're doing fine. The quality is a-okay, and if they can't hear you, that's a them problem. Yes, that is Katie. Checking back in with the game, it was the classic Piglet into Lady plus character. So Piglet can quest for 3. So definitely starting out with one of the more aggressive lines possible, but Fox did slow it down a little bit to be able to remove the Piglet at the very least. Now, here's that Minnie Mouse again. We've seen this a few times today, and I really do feel like it's a pretty strong follow-up to whatever you do with Lady. A 0-8 is just massive. There's not a lot that you can do to actually remove that off the field and still get through to be able to like interact with anything else. Like a crab on its own is not enough. Like the best hope here, I guess, is let it go. Maybe, yeah, that would do it.
I know that's the new hotness. So that's one hope. Some people say that card. When will it work? But bodyguards.
That was very good, actually. The damage that was on Fox, the 2 damage there, was able to be moved over to the Lady, which, you know, the Mini is still problematic, but there's not as much pressure on the board, which is nice. Slowing it down a little bit. Rapunzel coming in here, though. Doing the Gothel Rapunzel 1-2 punch of let's just refill our hand and run out of Pluto so that additional things can be played following up to the next couple turns here. Basically new grip, but there's still this Minnie Mouse that's just... I mean, yeah.
It's definitely a real problem. Now, this one, it is flipped, correct? So at this point, he could. I mean, a let it go would be wonderful. Any of those options, but it always is when you need it that it doesn't materialize.
Yeah, I would suspect Into the Unknown is probably in the list. That would be a way you send it to the Inkwell. You could sing that in theory with your Fox, and then use the Bell to take out the Gothel. That would clean up the board a little bit. It's an interesting spot here because Blurple doesn't really have a ton of ways of clawing back from like a huge spot behind. Elsa certainly does help here. Tapping the Pluto, so can actually take out the Pluto and the Mini, trading the Fox with the Minnie Mouse here because it does get extra strength based on the number of damage counters. So one of them had to trade. Certainly Fox is a little bit worse than Bell, given that it only quests for 1.
Yeah, the paradoxical nature of that Mini is it kind of frustrating, right? Because you have to take care of her, but the more you take care of her, the bigger her problem is she's becoming.
Yeah, and it is very interesting because it's you know, vulnerable to things like Brawl. It is vulnerable to a lot of the Emerald like strength conditional bounce effects, like Muses and Cloud Kicker and the like, Under the Sea or whatever, until it starts getting some damage on it. So it's really almost designed as a Ruby counter as a bodyguard, as opposed to some of these other colors that maybe can use actions to take care of it instead. But in this case, you know, Amethyst Sapphire really doesn't have a lot of ways other than just, you know, you're sending it directly to the Inkwell to get through that, other than just challenging and having to trade something. Plays some more threats. Another Rapunzel, like a lot of cards drawn over here, still 4 in hand with as much as has been deployed. The 9 lore is pretty high. You know, this Flynn Rider is obviously not in a position to, you know, super favorably gain any extra lore. But it's just another body on the board. Just something else we can quest with.
So to let you know, the chat is letting me know my audio does not work, and I don't want to keep cursing him because it is they cannot hear me. So I am here, but I'm not talking out of respect for their ears. So doing great.
Wesley's on it. We'll get it sorted. You know. But for now, you know, we'll just have some Lorcana, and once that gets resolved, then it'll get resolved. So we still plenty more games to watch today and tons tomorrow. So debating some options here. We're looking at potentially 8 ink available, but a huge amount of pressure from the other side. Really needing to figure out like what can be done to minimize the amount of damage. Like no matter what, if we don't like exert something or I guess into the unknown, we're gonna be in a tough spot. My assumption is that this Rapunzel is going to get taken out by the Bell. Yep, that makes sense to me. And 2 damage on the Gothel, and then a Fox on the Bell, and then likely using the Fox to take out the Gothel after moving the damage would take the most things out. Yeah, that was the play. Just remove as much material off the board as possible. Minimize the potential for additional lore gain. There's a lot of cards in Scamarong's hand currently, but Christian still's got 3. Leveraging the Fox to bounce the Bell back, and it really isn't as much damage as it could have been coming into this turn. 11 is still not quite the danger zone for these decks. There's not a ton of sort of lore burst potential out of Amber and Ruby like there is some of the Amethyst colors and Gogo Tamago out of Emerald, things like that. It's kind of a more fair, I got to play my characters to the board, I got a quest with them. This is what I got. Can you deal?
You answer it.
Can you answer this?
I will say, jumping in here for this, we're waiting for Katie to get up, just to give Jeeves a break a little bit. I will say, some folks are running, I've seen those Maximus, 6-cost Maximus, that gives you 2 lore off 5 strength characters. So potential. I don't know if Scamarong's running it, but I have seen it out in the room. So one potential.
I mean, I guess technically the Tinkerbell that we saw Christian running in this top 8 here also is a direct lore gain. So some of the strength, higher strength mattering is a way to sort of close out the games in these decks. Because again, that's the same problem that these sort of color combinations have always had, is they can come out really fast out of the gate, and then, they get to 16, 17, and then stabilize.
No reach.
And they just don't have huge reach. Oh, a Sisu.
Some big bodies hitting the board now on either side. Crab on Christian's side, followed by the Sisu on the other side. This back and forth has really escalated here with some of these bigger characters.
Opting to just quest as opposed to caring much about, taking the Bell off the field, which I think is likely correct here. You are putting so much pressure on that you really don't care about like your board getting cleaned up a little bit.
Yeah,
they just don't have enough characters to really threaten everything.
You want to get to the point where you're playing a character Christian has to answer every single time. And for
Forever.
sure, there's a lot of removal, but at some point, you're going to burn out of Let It Goes, you're going to burn out of Hades, whatever else you're running, and that's the position you want to get to. So I like the line. Daisy here,
Now,
last quest.
I think that there's another Bell, perhaps, which would allow some counters to be moved and then take out one of these other characters. Possibly trying to set up the ability to quest to start actually closing out the game sometime this millennium. Christian being at 0. 0 to 14 is not an ideal spot, especially if we're not able to deal with the Sisu right now.
Yes, I will say, I really enjoy these character-based removal decks. Every turn is a puzzle, and when you're playing cards that bounce, when you're playing cards like Bell, these Amethyst Blurple lists, like, it's really fun to watch the players puzzle through the ideal line of play on a particular turn. It's a lot more fun to watch than a player just slamming "Be Prepared" over and over again, and I really enjoy it.
So opted to use Bell to move the opponent's damage. So you can move any damage when you play the character, up to 3 damage counters from character to opposing character. So moving the 3 damage from Gothel to the Pluto, and then using the Tamatoa at that point to take it out. This Daisy's a good draw here.
Yep.
It now means that Sisu's getting taken out, most likely.
Yep.
Right?
It again, once you're at the point where you have to draw into a Letico or a Hades, some sort of target.
You have to deal with
an
unexerted character every turn for the rest of forever. You're gonna run out. And every card in the Amber Ruby pile it's just a character. It's only characters usually. And they all quest for something.
And this Daisy will put it at 19, which means everything is a threat. But again, Christian now putting a lot of lore on the board. So if he does manage to draw into just 1 or 2 more removal cards, even Elsa will do it with this much strength on the board.
Yeah.
If he does, he can close out this game here in 2 or 3 turns. So kind of on a knife's edge here.
No Inkable. Bit awkward. The hand for Scamarong is Pluto and Big Sisu. So only able to deploy the Pluto, which is still good enough if they don't have an answer for it right now, right?
And they do.
And
There's the Elsa. Exert the Pluto. Challenge into it with the Elsa.
So a bit of a disaster, but not unwinnable still.
No, I mean it's gonna be close.
It will be close.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Go to 12. With 8 lore on the board. That's tough. But
Really
you do have the Sisu.
It depends on if there is another. There has to be an Inkable on top, right? Otherwise, it's just over now.
Yep, that is it. Because we'll remove the Genie, we'll remove the Elsa, so that'll be enough to protect the game. But you're right. That might be the math. I have to math this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Public math. 9, 10, 11. We remove the Genie.
We remove 3, so that's 9.
The Elsa, that's 9.
So an uninkable would be a disaster. It is an inkable. It is a Sisu.
And I think that just keeps it. I saw it go to 10, so that just keeps it under. I think. Oh my goodness! But a goat,
anything that has any.
Oh, it's a Hades.
Hades is really bad here.
Hades will get rid of that Sisu, and you won't win the
right,
game here. But that's it. There's no way. Oh man. Oh goodness gracious. That
the
wow 19.
Just enough interaction to be able to respond to the threats for a few turns.
I mean, I think the Hades was it, right? If you don't draw the removal off the top, I think.
In that spot, there's a few outs there. Another Bell would have been fine because you can shift it on the 3/3, and then it quests for 2.
Yep. Okay.
That would have been fine.
There's a few other.
There's a handful, Goat or something like that. There's a handful of little lore gains that you could have done there.
Right.
But it is much more narrow, certainly, than.
It's probably I'd have to.
It's not
that's
0.
Probably 50-50 between a removal and sort of lore gain.
With the amount of cards in hand, like with the amount of redraws, friends, and things like that, there's a reasonable amount of time with the amount of cards that Christian's drawn that he would have kept some sort of an interaction spell, knowing that the way that we're winning is just not losing for 2 turns, right? And that's really all that you had to accomplish. And if you did, then that was good enough. So I think we're going to see if we can get an interview with somebody here. So we will get them wired up, and then do you want to interview them? I'll go get some food and then get all ready for the finals whenever that comes up.
Or we can do that.
Or whatever we're doing for the next couple of rounds here. I'll see if I can send somebody in and talk about a little bit of the deck list or whatever.
That sounds good. I want to see if we can get Katie in, but I don't know how to spot check that. So maybe we'll work on that between.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Okay. They may be working on it now. We may just have to jump into a different channel or something. We'll figure it out.
All right.
So I'm gonna dump it over to Be Right Back, and then we'll get somebody wired up, and then and then do that.
And we will be right back. So don't go anywhere. We've got one more round. We've got the finals. The finals is gonna be best of 5, and that's gonna be super fun to watch. So
we'll be back.
Can anyone hear me in this room?
We're good. We're good. There's that moment when you come out and you're like, I can run that. Is everything good? Am I seeing what's on the stream? Yeah, we're back here. I've got Christian here, who we just watched win last round. It was actually a really fun match because we got to see Ruby Amber into Blurple both ways.
Yeah.
And both players had very different builds. It was a ton of fun to watch. So many questions. But first thing I want to ask you about is broadly, what do you think of this format, and how is it different, the overall meta throughout the day? Because you've played more than anybody else now today. How is it different overall, and what would you do differently coming in this time?
Yeah, well,
again.
So like just talking about the format really quickly, this triple deck format I think is actually a lot of fun. At least like for me, I've been playing the game since set 1, and over time we start to see like the same kind of decks. Like, and that's okay. Like we have 8 sets worth of cards. Sometimes you just play the best cards, and that's fine, right? But a lot of them just tend to be steel decks right now. Like a lot of steel piles, we call them.
Yeah.
So much steel, dock steel, steel discard. All these different steel decks, and those decks have a hard time thriving in this environment because everyone knows they're so punishing that it's hard to ever want to play against them. Like today I played, my lineup was Emerald Steel, Blurple, and Ruby Amber. I have never touched Emerald Steel, and I have never played against a steel deck today. Is kind of part of the plan that I came into today. And I think it just it's fun to just see a different type of game that we're so used to. Like you saw, like we often do see a Blurple versus Mufasa match, and then again with 2 different builds, like you said, it just doesn't happen too often, which makes it like really, really fun, and it opens up new strategies, right? So I like this the my Ruby Amber list I played today, I would probably never play it like a set champ for like a Jafar deck. You probably could though. But if I was like trying to, it doesn't like respect the steel decks because I built it with that in mind. And this format's really fun to where like you can go and build around targeting a specific color to not have to play against, and that opens up such unique deck building. Such unique deck building. Yeah, it's excellent.
It's fascinating because coming into this format, I think I did this, and I assume a lot of people did too, is what we did is we mapped out all the colors and we were like, okay, which are the lineups that I want to build? And everybody you gravitate towards the ones that you know. And you're like, all right, this particular lineup offers 3 decks that are all tier 1 last meta, this one, the same. And then you go down the list, and then you have like these weird wonky lists that work in some colors that you don't usually see together. And Amber Ruby is like one of them, which has been around. We have had Ruby Fossa before, but it certainly wasn't A tier, S tier last format. But I have seen more like wonky builds and off-meta decks in this format today than I've seen, over the past 3 months combined. So on that, you mentioned your Ruby Amber deck. It's one of the very few deck lists that I asked for from folks today because I find it really, really neat. Coming in, you think there's a certain ways to build it, but you went with this like burn variant with a few different twists for like the end game to kind of close things out. Can you talk about that deck in particular and why you built it?
Yeah.
And then what its game plan is, because it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, so let me start off like when I heard that I was gonna come to this anyway, but when I heard triple deck format, I had planned. I kind of figured out my lineup, and I knew I needed to figure out Amber Ruby at the time. Because that's one of the deck's biggest weaknesses is steal cards, right? And so I was testing a lot of stuff, and I kind of took like some inspiration. I was testing for the whole week. My wife can attest. My poor wife playing so much against me this whole time, suffering like.
Yeah, our spouses are the real heroes.
They really are.
Honestly,
honey, you're gonna play against me. I'm always gonna go first. That's how we're gonna go.
That's how we test.
That's how we test. Yeah, and I spent the whole week testing this kind of like more traditional like top end version with like a ramp character. I was playing Huey at the time until like Surfer Stitch, and like I had the Mufasa in it for a while, and like it was winning games on the play. But it wasn't doing it as consistently as I wanted. I wanted truly a cheese deck. I wanted a deck that I can say I will always play this going first, and I have like I can win like 9 out of 10 games because I get to go first with this deck, right? And it was yesterday morning that I'm like, I can't play this. This list I've been testing all week, I can't do it. I'm gonna try something completely different. I looked at Tinkerbell. I'm like, let's put every bit of cheese as we can. And I tried it, and I started playing games. I'm like, oh my gosh, I found it. There it is. Like, there's no shot I can't play that. I can't not play this tomorrow. It was so good into Ruby, which is exactly what I wanted to. Part of the plan: ban the Steel deck, beat the Ruby deck. With both my decks was the big plan. And let me tell you, that deck caught everyone by surprise. Everyone had to read what half the cards were in my deck, which I thought was like really, really funny. So yeah,
it is. There's been a lot of those decks, and this one is there's like half the cards which you're familiar with, and then there's another like half which are kind of odd.
Yeah.
And what I find fascinating is you watch some players when they're studying the deck list, and you realize that they're not just trying to figure out what specific cards do. They're trying to figure out the script of this deck they're not familiar with. Like, what are the play lines? And sometimes there are traps that exist that you're just not used to. One of the ones that I love is you have there's several cards in Ruby which benefit from and give you instant lore off 5 strength characters.
Yep.
Because traditionally one of the issues with these colors is it lacks reach.
Yeah.
It lacks that instant lore gain off the play if your opponent is able to respond to your stuff and you can't quest, you can't do anything.
Yeah.
But you found a couple of those cards to allow you to close out games, which turns cards like Maui, which normally has no lore, into a threat.
Like a way that I can actually clear the board, and if they don't challenge it, like they're not really. It's hard if you're playing against an aggro deck and they play a Maui into you. They're not really incentivized to kill it because it doesn't gain a lot of lore. But if you have a Maximus on the field, now it gains 2 lore, and it doesn't even have to exert to do it, right? Like that's like a big deal. Yeah, and the reach cards have really been very impactful. Like I can't tell you how many times I've said I'm gonna Darling Deer for game today, and I didn't mean it as like a joke. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Goofy got me many games. Maximus. It's crazy all the reach cards that exist in this color combo. It's incredibly fun.
I really enjoyed watching it.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
And yeah, it caught a lot of people by surprise with some of these combos.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah. So you so now you've gone through Swiss rounds. You're gone through the quarterfinals. You're going to the semifinals. I would ask what your game plan is, but you have no idea because you have no idea what your opponents are playing.
No idea. I think there's one opponent. You had him on earlier, Zach, on his. I believe you had him for his triple aggro deck. My plan is to lose to him because I really don't think I can beat that strategy. That strategy is, kind of talking about the format, right? When people come in with the idea of like banning all the steel decks, then they go really hard into the game plan of like my decks are so good because steel doesn't exist, and it actually counters like a lot of the room of what people are trying to do. So I'm actually really see Zach's lineup if it like evolves for the Worlds format and like how people can choose to like play around it. If they like, I'd say a lot of people were playing like anti-Ruby cards because a lot of people were just like, if I want to play Steel, I just got to beat the Ruby decks, right? Well, now it's like, well, they're going to ban my Steel deck. How do I beat the aggro deck? That's like the new question to ask, right? So I think it's gonna be a really cool way to see how this format develops alongside the core constructed that people are already so used to. But I think there's just like a lot of great potential in this format. I think it's very fun.
I think so too, and so many cards seeing play that
Yeah.
are just so fun to see. So last question.
Yeah.
So having said that, do you think, knowing what you know now, if you were to go play in this again next weekend, that straight aggro, all gas, no brakes, is the best play?
I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. I think if you were telling me that you were going to do that, I think that's a great idea, obviously. But you got to see how people plan for it.
But if everybody's doing that, then somebody's adapting. And you
Somebody's
start seeing Lyle, Tiberius work and everything.
Lyle and Louis, it's like, well, I got to ban the steel deck, but this green deck now counters all my stuff all of a sudden.
Yep.
Then it kind of goes back to how do I beat the Ruby decks? You know what I mean? It's that tricky part with the Ruby ones. The Ruby ones are really, they're easy to exploit. It's kind of crazy. Like both this format, the triple deck format, and the core constructed, like we're seeing this drop off of Ruby, I would say, in terms of viability, just because they haven't gotten a whole lot of like really explosively, powerful cards compared to the other colors, and you can kind of see it after this point. So
I tend to agree with you. And there's some colors it still pairs into a little awkwardly. But,
always.
But yeah. Well, I'm going to let you prepare for the next round.
Appreciate
Good luck in semifinals. I can't wait to watch. Maybe we'll watch. One of the channels will have it.
Yeah.
So if you want to see that Ruby Amber deck in action and you missed the last round, make sure you check out Christian's next match. And maybe we'll see you in the finals.
Maybe so.
All right.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Wait.
Katie. Yay! I hear you. That is
Yeah,
the
I don't
final
know how they can't
piece.
hear you when we can hear you. That's why I was like, I don't know. I don't know how to test it. We're gonna do this live. We're gonna do it right now. In fact. I'll talk with Liam for a second and you and see if you come up. Are they pairing outside?
They're shuffling. Yeah, they're ready.
How about we just pull up a screen? I gotta. Oh, that looks not good.
It's awesome.
Right.
So trippy.
It's not, dude.
As long as the game cam is good.
Oh. Wait, where are you? Are you in Ninja or Discord? Oh, I didn't unmute you in Ninja. That's why I couldn't hear you. I thought you were. Yeah, go over there, please. Camera now.
I think it's okay. I think the important thing is. Oh, hey. You Ninja?
Video Ninja somehow. I have no idea how we hear you. Video Ninja. I don't even see you in the room.
Are you here, Katie? Ninja? Katie?
Oh, she might not be able to hear it. Be able to hear us. Yeah. I can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah,
Yes.
this I can't hear you now.
I don't even see you in the Video Ninja room is the problem. Do you see me? Do you see me? Yeah, okay. I don't think we're in the same room then. Let me try another one, I guess. It's just a random, yeah. Katie, the room's gonna be 20. Copy. What? I don't know what you're saying.
You're getting the link. Password is Katie again.
But now I don't know how to join the room from. This is the next problem.
Hold on, it should. There she is.
But now where's my audio? Oh, we can still. Are you in Discord? Is that how I'm hearing you? Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Are you talking through Video Ninja or Discord? Yeah, how do I join once I make that room?
Click the link.
Oh. How about now? But she's probably linking audio via Discord. And now you're not talking. Oh no, you're talking in Discord. How about now? Am I talking in Video? No. Am I talking in Video Ninja now for you? Am I joined as a normal person in here? In Video Ninja? Oh, she just left. I don't know how to work Video Ninja. How about you make the Video Ninja and I'll join you? Because I don't know how to do it. It'd be the same difference, I think, versus us. No, like make a new room. I just want your audio. We don't need to stream nothing besides getting your audio from you. Where'd you send it? Oh, I'm Pooh. I'm 20 Lord Pooh. Oh wait, maybe hold on. I can do it. Never mind. I can do the Piglet. Sorry. I'm both. I'm both. I'm Piglet and Pooh. I think this is okay. In the room. Can you hear me in there? Can you hear me in the room? Why am I not talking? Hello? Can I not talk?
Yeah. Let's try. Let's try Discord at least. Let's try the Discord at least. Katie, I've been looking forward to this all day.
Y'all can on CCS.
Tomorrow. No, Katie's here.
Like on everything.
Katie. ICL this week. You and me.
Yeah, we're switching.
if this doesn't work.
TCS, right? Y'all go with that?
Yeah, that too. Let's. I want to see if the Discord will work.
And she's most likely coming to PPG, and you're most likely coming.
I have to talk to you because they messaged me, and I want to make sure there aren't two lines of communication because then it gets confusing.
All right, let's do it. Well, let's go live then. All right, ready?
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashtown, and we're here in the top 4. Very excited to be here. Joining with me today is Liam and possibly Katie. We're going to see if we can get the audio to work. Sometimes technology is the best, and other times it doesn't quite work for you. But here we are in top 4 with Wade versus Zach, XVVT. Very excited to be here. Liam, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm really interested if we can hear Katie though. Can the chat hear me? Or chat hear you? All right. If you can hear Katie, let us know. Because we need to know. While we're waiting for that, and Katie is on the line, whether or not you can hear her. This is we're coming to this match mid game. This is the first game 1 here with some interesting color combos. How often do you get to watch Baja Blast or Turquoise, Emerald, Sapphire against a Ruby Emerald deck? This format so fun. No Katie we're getting from the. It's so strange. It makes me so sad. And with tears out there because Katie is what everybody's been waiting for. Yeah. Unfortunately. I don't know. I don't know. All right. Katie's waiting in the wings if we can figure it out. Until then, let's talk about this match a little bit. We're going back over to other match here. You did. Okay. So on the other side here, we have Christian against Do Thomas. This is Blurple into Ruby Sapphire. These are 2 colors that we are a lot more familiar with, although little different builds on Christian's side than the standard Blurple. A couple interesting pieces. But on Thomas's side, it looks like it's a fairly standard Ruby Sapphire deck. As Jebus gets the headset on here and jumps in with us. And we try to unwrap what's going on here. Still early game. Blurple has raced out to a lead here. I think this is anytime you're playing Amethyst and you can get into the 12, 14, 15 lore range, you're in the striking distance of some of your goats and your bounces, etc. And it looks like he's in a pretty comfortable position here, although we are in the end game period where Thomas has all of his removal and higher cost cards available. Speaking of which, we see the Happy as a Clam come down and some item shenanigans starting as he tries to claw his way back in here. So what do you see here, Jabus?
Yeah, so Sapphire Mirrors are, I don't know, kind of tricky, right? Because, yeah, they're both playing a little bit of ramp, so they're going to be doing sort of haymakery things a lot sooner. But at the end of the day, you're still going to have the Ruby deck running like a lot more sort of controlling elements than I think that you're going to be getting out of the Amethyst at all. You know, Amethyst is
much
generally
more efficient removal.
Yeah, your Amethyst is trying to put like characters on the board, and those get a little bit of value. Which is why we see Christian at 10 lore already versus really not a lot from the other side. But we're entering the stage of the game where there's been enough like big swingy things like the Sisu, like the Happy as a Clam, that now, you know, Thomas is going to start getting in the, you know, a bit of lore pressure, right? Sisu comes in for 3, it trades, that's fine. You know, we have a handful of other stuff. We've gotten to draw several extra cards with the popsicle recycling, and, you know, Christian now has to present threats that hopefully live long enough to actually quest, because there's only so much reach, and 9 is a big number to try and overcome. before Thomas really starts cooking on the, lore drain that will be coming most likely out of Pirate's Life.
Yeah, and that's the thing in this matchup. Amethyst decks typically, even Blurple into like control matchups, tend to get to a point where they're trying to claw that last few lore, looking for goats, looking to get a character like Genie perhaps to stick for a turn to get that 1 or 2 lore to close them out. And as soon as you're forcing your opponent to go to 22 lore or 24 lore by cycling a Pirate's Life 1 or 2 times, you can really change the math, and it starts to. I mean, it's huge against some of these Amethyst decks. So I don't see the Pirate's Life, but the Maui Crab certainly, or the Maui Half Shark, certainly setting up, there is the Pirate's Life. So there it is. That is, I think that's huge in this particular matchup.
That's a bit of a disaster because now, like, we're in a spot that Genie can't even quest anymore, right? And if you are presenting these threats that are your theoretically more lore-dense things like Genie, and you're also not questing, like, then it's a disaster. And now every exerted character, if it stays in play, this shark is just going to get another Pirate's Life back, and then you have to be gaining an absurd amount of lore per turn to try and mitigate that.
Oh,
if
that
we
helps.
Don't have something like Hades.
That helps quite a bit.
Sure does.
Hades sends Maui Half Shark to the Inkwell where Christian likes to see him. There's no there's no coming back from the Inkwell. And so that's a great swing. Pirate's Life has knocked and evened things out a bit. So now 11-8 with some lore on Thomas's side of the board with that Tamatoa, but certainly a lot more comfortable now than it was before. I do think we have. I have to double check. I do think we have another Maui Half Shark in hand, though. We do.
Off the Tala, I believe, last turn.
Kind of a bummer there that he's going to play another one. Christian's be like, I just saw you. It's a great point with the Genie because with the shark and how it shuts everything down with the Pirate's Life, because oftentimes, I think in this situation, Christian's okay taking a risk if there are actions in there other than Pirate's Life. You're okay giving up a lore, perhaps recurring that action in order to get you 2 lore closer to victory. But when gaining that 2 lore effectively loses you 2 lore on the crackback with the Pirate's Life, it just changes everything. And here it comes, I'm guessing, as we wait for it. It's not. It's going to be Hades for Hades, sending that Hades to the Inkwell. So choosing a little bit of control here, locking down the board a bit before going for that Half Shark play. And there's Tamatoa happy as a clam. Going to claw back another couple items. And the engine starting to click.
Opting to hold the shark in hand in favor of developing just like more cards, right? Currently, that was essentially the whole hand, right? It was just shark and the be prepared at that point for the most part. And now, we're getting even more things going. It's okay to let it go. Just a random thing, clean up the board. Like, this is a massive amount of questing pressure. And then you can always play the shark later.
Well, and when you have popsicles in the discard pile, happy as a clam basically says draw 2 cards.
Absolutely.
Pay 2 ink, draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
Which is
very strong.
Very strong.
Yeah. Draw 2 cards, but also present a threat, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're not only getting card quantity for card advantage, but you're also getting, to add a pretty respectable character to the board. Happy as a clam has been a decent stat line and a quite strong ability.
Yeah, very, very good card. Another Genie being presented on Christian's side of the board. So now 4 lore there, able to get him up to 15 if there are no answers.
And can play Popsicle for free. Gain 2, go to 12. And essentially what Christian is saying is, okay, look, I have these 2 Genies that can put us to 15. Maybe then we can combine a couple of cards to close out. That's
really
the
tough.
best case scenario.
Really tough.
Because there's not really any other way of defending any of this at this point.
No, and Blurple does a lot of things very well. One thing it doesn't do is wide removal. So perhaps we can draw into some sort of target removal for one of those threats. I'm trying to think. You'd have to draw a few cards here and string together quite a bit. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough go. So on to Thomas's side, there's the Maui Half Shark.
Gonna gain 1, I would think here. Not even
I'd have to
necessarily.
do the math, but we're pretty close to closing this out. How far I'll go?
Things how far I'll go. I mean, if you can still ink this turn, I would slam that location and then just make sure that this game is over this turn. Unless that other card is Pirate's Life
It is Pirate's
specifically.
Life.
Okay, if it's Pirate's Life, then yeah, you just sing that and make sure that there's no chance of victory here.
There it is. Just shuts the door. And yeah, so right as we there's nothing worse than coming in and having me say I feel okay about the position Blurple is in here with the lore total, and immediately watching, jinx it, immediately watch the Ruby Sapphire player Thomas run away with the game here. Pirate's Life's though, just I don't know. Amethyst matchups to me, again, always feel like you're, and I'm an Emerald Amethyst player, so I'm used to that, like, top decking the goat for the win, and hitting that, like, right on. And when you change that math, it I don't know. I hate that card more than almost any other card in Lorcana. And I will include Diablo and Prince John in that mix.
I mean, at this point, I think there's enough. It's personal. I think that there's enough individual sort of separate. I don't know. I guess options for gaining lore sort of on your own. The Honey Marin and White Rose and Goat and Bambi now. But there's just so many things that can do that. I mean, even to some extent, like Shark does it too, and Go-Go, Tamago. And a lot of these cards are sort of that reach that some of these decks need to be able to be competitive. Mm-hmm. The control cards in this game are not necessarily incredible. Be Prepared is very low tempo.
Pretty standard, yeah.
But the way that a lot of these decks sort of are able to control the game at a certain point, they just have enough cards. They're able to get enough 2 and 3 for 1s, like the big Sisu and things like that. Once they get to a certain spot, like they are then able to win eventually. And if the only way that you can ever win is by questing, there's no true like haste type thing in this game. Rush is good, but it doesn't allow you to quest immediately. At some point down the road, we may get.
I hope not. Maybe, I don't know. I guess
we may get that ability, or another type of lucky dime sort of an effect where you can leverage like the first character you play each turn, you gain lore equal to its lore or something. They can add things that allow you to do that sort of questing function without necessarily questing. When a character comes into play, you can exert it to gain its lore or something. Some weird item or character that allows you to, if this is exerted, you can exert characters when you play them to gain their lore. Whatever. That functionally would be the same thing as being able to quest immediately. But then it limits like, I can't sing songs right away or things like that. So there's design space there that at some point, they could dabble with.
Right.
But as of right now, like there is no way of really gaining lore unless you're able to actually get in and quest. So I think some of those cards are a little necessary to be able to keep up with some of these haymaker type decks.
I still hate them.
That's fair.
No, and it is personal based on my playstyle.
And let's bring up a deck that has even more of them than average. With the Cobra and still all of the other ones.
I know, so much reach in this one, especially for White Roses. There's all sorts of cards. 12 cards that can gain you instant lore at least. So if you're tuning in just now, we are doing the triple deck constructed format, and we're going to do the same format as we did in Swiss all the way through the finals, where we best out of 5. We just watched, and in a day that we've seen a lot of different like rogue decks and interesting builds, we just watched 2 fairly standard decks square off against each other. I think the Blurple deck has a couple weird twists, but nothing outside the ordinary. We do see Iago, Giant Parrot there, or Spectral Parrot there, as one of the newer cards in this build. But Christian now choosing not to rotate his deck based on the Lost, playing his Blurple again, now playing into Amethyst Steel. Christian had Radigan there going into the Inkwell playing Popsicle one. Christian does have one really interesting build, though. He has this Amber Ruby kind of burn aggro build that we talked about in the interview. And if you look at the bottom, all the way on the right there, indicating that was the deck that Thomas chose to ban. So not wanting to deal with that aggressive deck and choosing instead to play 2 fairly standard decks that he knows.
Yeah, and if you think that you're, Ruby Sapphire Shark pile is fine into discard, then that makes sense. Historically, the steel decks have not always been great against the bigger control decks. So, if you've given a certain amount of practice, like there's a world where if it's something that is unknown, maybe you just get rid of it because it's harder to manage something that you don't have any practice against.
Absolutely. So now, fairly standard openings for each side here. We have the Tipo ramping on turn 2 over there. Shunderbug's Followers, turn 1 play for Amethyst. We've seen ever since it came out in Inklands. Strength of Raging Fire into the Inkwell. Followed by Quest, and then Bounce with Madam M Snake.
I generally don't love doing this.
It feels really bad.
It's very tempo negative. There were times in the game where you very much so needed the cards because the draw was so bad. And it's possible that the hand is very uninkable heavy, and that having that Chernobog's Followers in hand to be able to ink is a little bit better. I like it a little bit more in this matchup because this is sort of an on-the-board type of matchup. The Amethyst side is still just full of characters, right? So, Iago probably at its worst against Steel than any color, probably. So, I would imagine that it's not long for this world, but it does sort of prevent any other development. If the play is just deal 2 damage to a draw card, then that's the whole turn, right?
For sure. And the thing with it is, I know the Vanish ability is looked at as a negative because it allows for a lot more efficient removal with like lower cost cards. But if your opponent is spending a whole turn and a card to deal with your 4/6, it doesn't feel terrible, even if it's a low impact Strength of Raging Fire or Let the Storm Rage on. We do get to see the hand here and some fun cards. Look at this. Look at this. Well, that's not a Cogsworth. That's
Is it not? Oh no, that's Palace Guard.
Palace Guard. Yeah.
I wanted it to be Cogsworth.
I know, and it's very close visually. But speaking of Vanish, another Vanish card, 1 for a 1/4. Interesting choice there. Usually you see that 4 stat line to guard against, some of the early steel removal.
Mm-hmm.
Strength of Raging Fire, or Let the Storm Rage on something like that.
It pairs really well with Crab. I will say,
yes. It's like the purple Daisy Duck stat line. That,
Vanish essentially doesn't have much relevance because it's very rare that you're going to want to use like a whole card for it.
Is that Bernie? I think. Look at all these fun cards.
Is that Polly?
I guess. Yeah. Look at it. There's so many pigeons. Not enough.
One of the pigeons.
Chat, tell us what the name is. It's Pigeon, and the card search. So nevertheless, it's not going to be around very long.
That one's Vinny.
Because Elsa's is going to come down, and Iago is going to get a little Bertricide.
Of course, it was Vinny.
The pigeon.
I don't know what I was expecting. Obviously, it's Vinny and Bobby.
Talk about cards with reach, instant lore gain. This is a fun one. It gives you lore every time one of your characters is banished during an opponent's turn. So Christian wanted to get that off the board to prevent, extra that additional lore gain. But each side here building up a board. Really fascinating back and forth.
So Cobra comes down, pitches a redundant Palace Guard. We don't really necessarily need more random 1-cost characters.
Mm-hmm.
The hand is Doc and a Strength. So
not a bad hand here to be pitching something. Obviously, you want to get down to 0, hit that Doc, draw a couple more cards, keep the gas going into the late game.
Entering the territory of some of the more Haymaker-like spells here from Christian, sort of that 5, 6, 7 range. You actually have a little bit more payoff. Whether it's the Bell or the Tamatoas, you just have a little bit more going on that you can do sort of above what the Amethyst Steel player is going to have in their deck.
Yeah, it's really interesting watching this back and forth. I do think in this matchup, inevitability is with the Blurple deck. It just has a lot higher top end. Bell, Accomplished Mystic coming down, shifting that 1 damage counter over for that really efficient removal. And so I think with Thomas in this matchup, one thing you want to be the beatdown and you want to be the one kind of pushing the lore total, whether it's with crabs and white roses and things that gain you lore throughout the game, or ideally squeaking out the quest here and there. Because at the top end, the removal is just so much better for Christian and some of the end game threats with cards like Hades. So yeah, I do wonder if Thomas is a little behind where he wants to be lore total wise, because it is starting to feel like it's shifting pretty heavily towards Christian's side of the board.
Yeah, I would certainly think that this is not where we would want to be. I mean, Pete comes down, which is nice, but basically the issue that we're having, especially with the one drop getting taken out here, you know, puts more cards in our hand, makes the dock a little less valuable. Like, we're just off a turn for that. We can't really get rid of this crab that we have in hand because we need it to be able to actually challenge favorably because all of our characters are very small. However, half the board has evasive, and you know, we can use this strength that we have in hand to take one thing out, but then there's just several just evasive characters, and we just don't have that much lore pressure, and everything kind of quests for one. We're just losing this race.
Yeah, I mean, losing that one drop character, I don't know if you prefer to banish with the strength the higher lore Bell, but certainly the evasive characters represent a threat that you want to deal with, and that one character now puts Elsa out of reach. And
I believe they called it.
That's it. Well, there we go. Thomas is thinking exactly what we're thinking, I think, which is
just like, you're dead.
Just no avenue.
There's no
back.
real world where you're clawing back out of that, because, like, okay, you know, you use your one action that you have available to take out one of the evasives. You're still losing that race by a lot. Can't really exert any of your characters because all of them are just behind against, you know, even just a 2/5 Elsa's.
It's just a lot of willpower over on that side of the board, and you have some stronger removal with cards like Zeus most likely, but not many. And the sequence that would have been required to it's also very limited ink on that side of the board. I think 3 at that point of the game, and the sequence of events that would have been needed to string together. I mean, I'm sure you could hit a dock and then hit a dock and then hit a dock and sing a few things and perhaps
put a couple of characters in play.
It's still
it's tricky.
Tough road.
It's hard to really climb too much farther back than that, especially when you're already so far behind on lore. You know, that turn, no matter what, you're going to be at 9-0 deficit basically.
Yeah,
really not what you need to be doing when you're supposed to be the aggressive deck, because you just don't have any go over the top haymakers. They're just not in the list.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it's so funny because normally at this point in the match we're talking about these decks and what you want to do next game based on what you did last game, but in this format you move on to a completely different match next. But I will say in that particular matchup, I think the turn where we all saw it, kind of Thomas on his back, but was that turn 2. I think would have preferred to drop 2 1-drops on turn 2, perhaps go a little bit wider, present more threats.
Tempo Snake,
and then Snake is just a little too much loss of tempo, and allowed Christian to kind of like from that point on keep control of the game. So, but at this point, Christian now winning with the Blue deck will rotate into Emerald Steel, if I'm reading the bottom correct. So Emerald Steel into that Amethyst Steel list. How do you feel about this matchup?
I would generally lean towards the Emerald Steel being favored. Discard, you know, let's think about the real payoffs that you're getting out of the Amethyst portion of this sort of deck. You get the Giant Cobra, you get some of the removal spells. The removal spells aren't stellar, you know. They can be okay, but they can be hit by Ursula, which is unfortunate because they're all songs. The Cobra is card negative, you know, because if you want to gain the lore, you have to discard it. You know, there's going to be removal for all these Vanish characters because we're playing Steel from the other side. And a lot of these sort of direct lore sort of cards you need to have for a few turns later. What if they all get discarded and then like your last card in hand is Dock and that gets discarded? Then now everything is a disaster because you just have nothing left. A turn where there's 2 discards in the same turn, those are the ones where this game just is over immediately. Because it's very difficult to claw back from that, and they play so low-handed because they're also playing so many very inexpensive threats that is not an impossibility where you know, we get to a spot where there's a John in play and you know, we just double Sudden Chill, and then all of a sudden the dock is gone, we have no cards, and then what? then it's a mess.
No, it is such a challenge, and one of the problems too with the Emerald list is this deck is going to run, several cards like Prince John, like Muses, which Thomas just cannot interact with. And in the late game, dropping those on the board and getting their effect, whether it's control or cards off the discard, it just allows the green steel deck to run away with things very quickly. Luckily, Thomas is on the play. I mean, I think the secret success here is being the beatdown and forcing Christian into the response role. Don't give him time to take a turn developing a Prince John. Force him into response mode. And we do see some cards that'll let him do that. We do have the 1-drop Diablo. Turn 2, we have a Smee or a Calhoun. Calhoun, probably very impactful into this matchup. Able to survive, some early game, let the Storm Rage on, etc. So has the cards to kind of make a go of it here.
An interesting hand from Thomas here. If Christian has Shift Diablo, right, has the Menace,
2 on 2,
and an Ursula, right, to play the Ursula, take away the song, and then shift out the Diablo, like, it's pretty good here.
Mm-hmm.
You can either choose to just take out the opposing Diablo, which is probably not so bad, or sing a song, or even just quest for one. I would probably just take out the Diablo, but it looks like there is an Ursula here. We'll see if the shift is there.
I don't see it, and you're right. I mean, an unchecked Diablo allows you to run away with almost any game, and usually an answer in steel, but without the answer, it becomes really tempting. There is the Ursula. We know the song is there. We'll pick it.
Let's just pass, and I think that's fine too. And now it's very hard for Thomas to really quest with anything. I think debating if we want to use the Diablo to quest, because again, it's the same problem. Like, I do think that passing is probably ideal here, because then there's no like shift or fox thing that just eats your character for free. But like, how do you quest with any of these 1-drops?
Yeah,
you send them, but they're just going to get eaten by the opponent's entire board.
Well, and we're gonna get some lore off these early game characters, but Christian sitting here eyeballing Thomas's hand size, sitting with Sudden Chill, which now can be sung, and a Hypnotize, able to empty that hand if he so chooses.
It is a little awkward because of the Diablos that are in play, because we can use those to draw a few cards. Decides to pick up some extra cards. I think having an extra card in hand to protect the dock is pretty okay here. Decides to just deploy another threat. I mean, now I certainly like discarding a lot of these cards.
Well, there's one card left in hand. It is the dock, and Thomas would love to save that until next turn. So kind of, Christian eyeballing that one card here, trying to decide if it's worth dumping that.
He knows that the last card in hand is dock. I mean, he's certainly going to chill it here.
That's true. So you can take your whole turn playing it. You can sing it with the Ursula, but you invite the Crackback with the Calhoun and give a couple free lore there. So, I mean, it definitely feels good in terms of, hand size, position, etc. But the board it's seemingly not threatening, but each one of those Diablos you banishes recharges Thomas's hand, as you pointed out before. And if you leave it unchecked, that's 4 lore turns simply off questing. And anytime you exert a character, you're going to give an extra lore to that Calhoun. And so, the 1-on-1, 2-on-2 play here, rather than develop the Smee, I think, looms rather large. I think that's an excellent line.
It's interesting.
Okay.
Opposite play to Ursula to potentially discard even more cards, which I think is okay.
Or draw into removal, perhaps.
Ooh. But that is a good pickup for Thomas here.
Very good pickup. I mean, a card to give a little more buffer to the hand, but the strength of a Raging Fire there, trying to find a way. But here's the problem: not enough
characters.
That Ursula, not enough characters.
Not enough characters that are cheap enough to be able to do it, and nothing to sing with.
No.
So this Ursula very well may have some options to. I mean, if there's an actual hard removal spell in hand, that's even better than the double discard.
That's true. And so here, that Calhoun taking out that Ursula, giving 2 lore to Thomas. Of course, Calhoun with resist 1 won't take any damage from that challenge.
Gains a couple extra lore, which is good.
I think it's very good.
But I think from Christian's perspective, I think you have to make that play.
I think so too.
You just have to pull some material off the board, otherwise they're just getting too much questing by just doing nothing.
Yeah, you're giving up 2 lore there, but you would have given up that lore anyway, given Diablo later.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you may as well let them draw the cards now, you know, develop a better card, and if this Ursula lives and is able to sing, I mean, this game could just swing entirely to Christian after that.
It could. That Calhoun, though, is so problematic because it will.
There's a strength in hand that takes out the whole board. You know, play a guy or two, all of a sudden you double sing strength, get the Calhoun, get something else.
Yeah, it's really interesting here because you lose the Ursula to the Calhoun, but what
draws 2 cards?
Getting those extra cards. It's a battle over hand size right now. Christian, you know, with several cards, can discard 3 next turn, and Thomas able to keep up just enough of a buffer to keep himself out of top deck mode. We will send another card to the Inkwell.
Ooh, that's a rough turn.
Just not able to develop anything else on the board. So let's see. We are going to go, I think, for the full discard here. Discard 1 card, draw a card off the Hypnotize, and now that Sudden Chill able to be sung if we want to.
I do see a strength in hand, so it is possible just to double strength the Calhoun.
And I think that might be the play.
Yeah, I think I like that.
And so you have to double sing it because you'll do 2 damage twice in order to remove that Calhoun because of that resist.
If we do have a character, like a 1-drop, we could...
Okay, and an ink and a pass. So we're going to save that removal. We're going to save the board.
I mean, this is not very threatening. If we don't have any exerted characters, this isn't really that big of a threat.
But
Heat is a little bit more problematic than anything else.
Heat is problematic, but again, not able to sing that strength. That Ursula is going to chill out for a little bit, but it's going to be stuck, not doing anything this turn. So next turn, Thomas with the cards on board to remove that Ursula and that threat. We are going to play the Muses.
Okay, now we'll double sing and
just can't sing.
Oh, the Pete, right, right. But the Muses does make this a bit of a mess. Even though Thomas is likely going to be able to take care of this Ursula, now there's good follow-up to remove characters off the board.
The Muses certainly complicates things from this point forward. But gosh, you would have loved to be able to sing with that Ursula there.
True.
Yeah, so let's see. We are going to sing Strength of Raging Fire. Pete, usually not good for much once you play him, but he certainly sings these 3-cost songs in the steel deck very well. Has a voice to go, great voice from blowing the whistle.
Yes.
You know, all the time. So, belting out Strength of Raging Fire, and Chernobog's Father's coming down now and dumping the whole hand, getting maximum value out of that dock. We'll draw 2 new cards. And we draw into another dock. If you love,
it's good. That's how you bring it up.
Docks stringing together docks is always great in the mid game. So we'll play that Diablo, and now we're sitting on just the dock in hand. Probably another very efficient draw next turn.
Now I do think that it is likely that we're gonna make them discard it here.
We will probably we will see
because we want to hopefully Muses and bounce some of the stuff, but look at what's in their hand first, and then decide.
Yep, and seeing the dock now, we have few cards we can play, a few actions.
There is a strength. We could strength.
We can sing Bruno, but you do make the Muse susceptible to the...
Bruno's 5, I believe.
Oh, is it?
Bruno's 5, yep.
That's what I get for skipping lunch.
Here you go. Yeah, I would think that we're going to try and remove some of the material off the field if we can.
I think you have to.
It's a lot of questing pressure. So we decide to sing strength and then bounce something. It's fine. Or sorry, sing Sudden Chill. And then just play this.
And we have to, very good.
Take this and we can bounce another character.
Okay. There we go. Okay, so...
yeah, bounce the other one that's not tapped. And then we can actually challenge one.
Diablo.
Yeah.
Very good turn there. Very good turn there.
And that one just got played this turn. So this is, I think, the best that you can hope for given the resources that you had access to. Now, I would suspect that this Muses is going to be challenged.
Yes. You have to remove that from the board.
Yeah. Any opportunity you have to take care of a Muses is pretty critical.
Yeah, not amusing. When the Muses are at work, dropping a Pete
and just replaying all the stuff.
Replaying everything. The wide board is back, and without the ability to play actions. We have a repeat back on the other side. But preventing the actions, but not dealing with the wide board. So plenty of characters available to quest this turn. And with another dock in hand, Thomas can keep pushing things, developing the board, and yeah, even available to bounce that Pete if he wants and replay it, which is exactly what we'll see here.
Okay.
Preventing any more actions or song shenanigans.
All Pete all the time, I guess.
And then we will quest out and use the followers to draw a card. And we'll draw a white rose. So another very good turn. Amethyst Steel doing Amethyst Steel things. And
likely going to try and trade with most of this board. Or as much as possible to try and claw back as much of the action as possible, but that's tricky. That's good. I mean, unnecessary, but it does allow the Pete to live. Because then a Diablo can trade instead of...
Right.
Plus, it is a reasonable clock and also just like a bigger body.
I think that's... The bigger body, I think, is the nice thing in this scenario.
Yeah.
So now left with only 2 lore on the board. Certainly feels better, but we know that we have plenty of cards to dump and then a dock to reload things. So Thomas still clearly in the driver's seat, but not a bad response there from Christian.
Yeah, playing on the back foot this whole time is very unfortunate.
Well, it's the play draw disparity again, just looming large here in this matchup. There's Vinny again.
It's Vinny, which is really bad here.
That 1 lore could make a huge difference. And again, managing to empty in the hand before playing a dock, and we draw into a fox, and I didn't quite see. Might have been a crab.
Yeah, I didn't catch the other card in hand. I mean, it's just 2 cards, really, at this point. At 13 already. That's already too many cards.
Yep. Again, here we'll need to trade in if we want to remove these.
Problem being that Vinny then gains lore, which is a bit of a mess.
Yep. Now we like to have some removal in hand. Pete not active this turn for the first time in a while, so. And then we're going to go Beyond the Horizon. Sing Together, one of the new cards from this set. Everybody thought would be super impactful. One of my favorite songs in all of Disney. So discarding his hand, drawing 3 new cards, taking a peek there with Ursula, not seeing anything to pick, but forcing a discard with Sudden Chill. Beyond the Horizon, I've seen it used quite a bit now. Most of the time when I see it played, it's as a kind of a last-ditch effort. My hand is empty, looking for action or answers. Sometimes it pans out, sometimes it doesn't. It didn't here. And there's the handshake. And we know that Thomas is going to the finals. Interesting. Really fascinating choice here. We've talked a lot about how you can win or lose these matches based on, obviously the deck builder, but then the banning decisions you make when you sit down at the table. And Christian presenting to his opponent here, Thomas, like 2 very standard decks, which we all know. Some of us love them, some of us hate them with the Blurple and then the Emerald Steel discard deck. And then one really wonky off-meta aggro Amber Ruby deck, which has turned out to be very good. And I venture to guess that in this tournament, Christian played that Amber Ruby deck and lost the Emerald Steel deck more often than not. And going in here into the semifinals, when everything is on the line, going into the finals, Thomas making the choice to get rid of that aggressive deck and showing... standing his ground against 2 decks that have been proven to be competitive in the core constructed meta.
Like understanding that Emerald Steel is what Emerald Steel is. Yep. It's not presenting anything new, revolutionary. It's just presenting, roughly the same Emerald Steel cards that it has been for a while. Some discards, some board control-y stuff. And as long as you're aware of what they have the capability to do, it's something that you could have practiced too. Whereas you can't really practice much outside of that. So, here, do you wanna jump in?
Well, I will stand behind you and whisper questions in your ear. I got to do the last interview, but we're going to bring in the winner of that last game. You're going to get to ask him about his decision to ban, that deck and his thoughts going into the finals. So, while we bring it back to the booth, I'll turn over my headset here.
All right, so let us switch over to us here. Now we've got a little bit of ghosting, but we'll do fine with it anyway. So, C1, that's great. On to the finals.
Yeah.
I would say.
You do not sound excited.
Well, those games they're great. That last game was insane.
They were tough.
The last game was insane.
Final.
Yeah.
You know,
it was
let's-
like Doc. Oh, that's a good card.
That's like that one's good. That's good.
Oh, that one's a really good card.
Let's start by talking about the bans, right? The send one of the decks out because it's too difficult to deal with, or it just isn't something that you want to interact with. So, a lot of people all weekend, sort of so far, have picked generically whatever the steel deck is, you know. And in this case, you know, Emerald Steel was something that you were comfortable with, and you know, Amber Ruby was the big boogeyman. So, why don't you talk about that a little bit?
So I feel like I've had good enough practice against green steel where like I'm comfortable with the matchup. Not too much with the new cards, but like that's the risk at this tournament. Is like, how much practice do you really have here? Like the new set just came out. Like I know like you can proxy and stuff, but and I've seen him destroy people with that Amber Ruby deck all day. So I've heard the rumors. I saw the list. I'm like, honestly, if he bans my steel and I don't ban this, like, I think I just lose. Like that's like the thing with this best of or the 3 deck format is there's a little mind game there.
If there's something that's problematic and you're not confident in your ability to deal with it, you can get rid of that. You know,
exactly.
Emerald Steel is not new. This is not like a brand new pile that he's going to present you. For the most part, you have a rough idea of what you're going to deal with.
Yeah.
And maybe it's not the greatest matchup ever, but at least the enemy you know, I suppose.
Right, exactly. I know his Amber Ruby deck, he's running a good amount of new cards. I wasn't ready.
There's been a lot of the Amber Ruby, you know, there's been a few flavors today, and a lot of times if that deck is on the play, they just like barf out their hand. They're like Daisy into Piglet, into Lady Piglet, into Minnie, and then they're like, I'm at 14 go on turn 3 or whatever. It's just a disaster for whoever's on the other side. Doesn't matter what they're playing, you know, and I can definitely appreciate the heads up on that, you know.
Yeah.
And that's the benefit, I think, of one, being able to look at, you know, the deck list, right? So you know a little bit about that, but also, you know, it's a Midwest tournament, right? We're all, you know, we all kind of know each other a little bit, right? It's not, you know, it's all Minnesota boys.
Yeah, a lot of the people that I've seen them all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Any tournament around here, it's people from Minnesota, people from Wisconsin. People
Exactly.
From
You know, what's a 6-hour drive? That's a day trip. You know, whatever. No big deal. It's not that bad. So, but it's good. Those are some very good games. You know, it's gonna be a back and forth a lot. Your Sapphire mirrors are Sapphire mirrors, right? You got to try and navigate to a point where the deck with the slightly bigger things is able to do slightly bigger things than the other one. You know, and it worked out. And then, you know, the rest is kind of history. It was very well navigated, and they were some tough games.
They were great games.
And
the best games.
And, you know, good players on both sides, so it's not that surprising. I'm sure that you guys will both be back tomorrow either way. But you got one more for today.
No, yeah, one more for today. Finals. So I mean, hopefully I bring it home.
You get to use all 3 of the decks. They can't get rid of any of them this time.
So, but yeah, I won't be here tomorrow, unfortunately.
Oh,
we'll
that's
have
too bad.
some people from my team.
You know what? It's okay. Just win today, and then you don't need to come back. You're letting other people have their chance. You know, you don't want to like bully them twice. They might not come back, and that's a disaster on its own. So
I don't want to have a target on my back tomorrow.
yeah, exactly. You know, but it's a good day then. No matter what happens, you know, it's still a good round, a good event. What did you think of the 3 deck format overall? Do you think it's kind of balanced? Do you think there's some needing to be cooked a little bit with it? Because it does feel like, again, a lot of the steel was banned kind of all day. You know, is there going to be some interesting metagame stuff with that?
I think it's good. I think it's good where it's at. This is like I don't know, one of the first tournaments running it. So like for sure up front people are going to ban steel. I mean I ban steel most of my matchups.
It's kind of the low hanging fruit, right? That's got all the removal. So, you just like
I think
easier to
people
manage.
adapt to that
Yeah.
and switch up their lists. Like even some people, you ban steal, you don't ban steal. Like people are winning either way, right?
Yeah,
But
that's
it's
true.
just, it's
That's
just
true.
an easy way out. You know, like when you get all 3 deck lists, you see all their cards.
A lot of
There's
cards.
So much information, and I think people are just defaulting ban steal. Like there's so much variance and trying to figure everything out. And like,
I mean, there's something to be said for like trying to limit the amount of brain power that you're using every round.
exactly.
And if you got to process that's 180 cards worth of nonsense, and you got people bringing 2 rogue decks and like 1 slightly meta steel deck, and you're like, you know, what do you try to deal with? Especially if you know that the steel deck is good against some of your decks. Like I get it, I get why you would just pick that as a default ban, but you know, a heads up play to say, hey, this Amber Ruby is problematic and it has been doing really well, and we certainly haven't tested for it.
Exactly. Definitely.
So like,
haven't played against it ever.
we've played against Emerald Steel, all right, a couple times. So we at least you know, we at least have something of a plan for that one. So I get it. It's been it's I'm glad that it worked out.
Yeah, I'm just like still like shocked really. That last game was insane. Like my top decks were just
They were all right, above average perhaps.
I think perhaps above average.
You know, hey, better lucky than good. Better to be both.
I was playing very greedy too.
But sometimes you have to.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
in dock, sometimes you have to play
I
a little
know.
greedy, right?
Yeah, like he gets the nuts. I just never win that. So I have to try to play a little greedy.
I mean,
get lucky a little bit.
That's always green steel, right? If they have it all, they have it all. There's nothing you can do about it. So play to your outs as best you can, and if it works out, it works out. And you know, looking at some of Christian's draws, they were kind of middling, right? They didn't really do enough. You know, it would have needed to be more payoffs with the Ursula, right? If Ursula could have removed 2 cards and still existed on the board, like that would have been a problem. But instead, Ursula did nothing. You had enough time to take it out, and then Pete for 3 turns. Like it's really all you need to do against that deck is just slow them down for a bunch of turns, and then it's great.
Their death sentence.
It is. Oh, it is, because their deck doesn't do anything then. You know, they're killing you when they're double singing discard or double singing removal and drawing a bunch of extra cards. Like that's when you're losing to those decks. But if they're not doing any of that, what are they? Just like worse cards than what you're playing. Calhoun on its own is just a better card than all the characters that he played.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it makes sense. It worked out. Any other questions? All right. Yeah. And then we'll be watching. Yeah.
I'll try. We'll see.
No pressure.
Thanks, guys.
It's interesting, you know, talking about Pete and the power of Pete in this matchup and the effectiveness. I was talking to a lot of players between rounds, going out and trying to pick their brains on their lineup decisions and then their ban decisions, where their head was at and where they're. And you know, a lot of us talk about the power of steel and removing it because of the early game removal and how that sets it apart from other colors. A surprising number of people said they banned steel because of Pete. That because one card,
sure,
being the reason they didn't want to show down
if
against
you
that
play
color.
a really action-heavy deck, whether it's songs or whether it's, you know, just a variety of actions similar to like the Shark decks. If you get Pete 2 or 3 turns in a row, like a modest draw of just like some characters plus Pete, you just lose the game because you have nothing to play.
Yeah, you sit there, your opponent develops his board, your removal options aren't available, and
30 actions in your deck, and you can't play any actions for 3 turns. Like, what are you gonna do?
Around and
I'll play Tala. Go, like, great. That's not gonna do it when their board is full. So, yeah, I mean that makes sense too. It depends on the decks that you're playing, I think. But there's reasons to ban steel, more than one.
There's many,
and that's maybe the problem. Is there's a bunch of them, so that's why it's getting removed. Is because I don't like Pete. I don't like the early removal. Like, it's hard for me to beat Calhoun. Oh, Robin Hood's a problem. I don't have enough removal for Beast. Like,
right. It has the hard counter to a couple different archetypes.
Yeah,
with
and
Pete being one, and then the early removal being another.
Get it out of here. You know, unless you have a deck that is already set up to be able to be good against those. Like, and historically it was Ruby Sapphire, and now even that, most of the Ruby Sapphire decks are so action heavy that Pete is a death sentence.
Yeah.
So
which makes the it makes the decision to ban the Amber Ruby deck in the last round, like that much more impressive to me.
Yeah,
I think it's the right decision.
If it's something that you don't think that you can beat, what else can you do?
Yeah, or understand. You know, the mental load is another aspect of this that I loved you talking about with him. Because one of my favorite times to be out there is in the room is the early part of the match where each player is studying each other's deck lists.
Yeah, they're all holding their phone, just like, what are these cards?
And
who would play this?
And you're like, it's silent, right? Because every player is trying to maximize their 10 minutes of memorizing. And one of the challenges is not only do you have to look up certain cards and trying to figure out what certain cards do, but the addition of certain cards and existing archetypes, or like a completely new deck, which I would argue Christian's Ruby Amber deck is, means you're trying to understand the script of that deck and play lines which you're not used to. So it's not enough just to see, oh, this deck has this new wardrobe which slots into the 4 slot. It doesn't really do
that's
much
fine.
different.
It's a card draw guy.
Yeah,
whatever.
it's a card draw. It does something, you know, it's fine. I can
But it's like all these other the racer deck. You're like, okay, it's doing like a lot of things with keywords that I've never I don't care about racers. I don't know what any of these cards do together. And then you see the sort of engine cooking, and you're like, okay, do this, and then this one gets this back, and then you have to get rid of 2 things. And I play this other guy, and he gets that thing that I just got rid of back. And then I do it again, and I sing this other thing, and get rid of this guy, and then this guy, and then you sack 2 more things.
And then you're like, oh, now But to try to understand that in the moment when you're staring at the deck list and figure out how it matches,
super hard.
It's very difficult. There's one more funny story related to this, but it involves Frank Karsten. So anytime I get to talk about Frank Karsten, it's fun. Frank Karsten, back in the day, on his when he was doing deck interviews about his Steel Song deck that he played, mentioned that he did not like to run Be Prepared. It's one of his songs, even though he ran 18 songs standard, sometimes 19. Not Be Prepared, I'm sorry. Bare Necessities.
Bare Necessities.
Yeah, Bare Necessities. The other B song that's played. And the reason he said it is because he does not like to look at his opponent hand.
Yeah, especially when you can't take notes, because you just have to remember it.
It adds to his cognitive load. And so he said he would rather not know and just have to and not worry about remembering it and play his game plan than to know. Now, I don't think that's true for all players. Obviously, for many people, knowing is better than not knowing. But it just speaks but you can't argue with Frank Karsten, who's one of the best, card players in the world. And so it just speaks to the value of protecting your, cognitive load at various points in a particular tournament. And that is a real challenge when you're given 3 deck lists and 10 minutes to look at it.
Oh, for sure. And, I would say that players that are more experienced, especially, somebody like Frank, right? He's been playing cards for, more than some of the players today have been alive.
Yep.
I would say. Pretty comfortably.
At a high level.
At a high level.
Yeah.
Right? And players that play a lot of card games, and, they know all the cards, all the potential cards, like roughly what's in most players' decks, you kind of intuit what's in players' hands by how they play, how they're angling certain game states to a particular advantage. You know what combat tricks exist, right? That's kind of the idea, right? I don't necessarily always need to know exactly what's in their hand to know roughly what's in their hand. And I think that is good enough, because you don't have to use additional outside mental load for that. That's just your normal in the game. Yeah, you're like, given the cards that exist in the pool that are not buns, these are the ones that they probably are going to try to play for. They're coming up on 4, they're going to play, probably a genie or a rabbit or something, right? You're not really trying, if you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras, right? If they're playing something super weird, sure. Maybe you need to devote a little bit more mental energy to it, but if it's just like a meta deck that's plus or minus 1 or 2 cards, you don't have to start from scratch. You just have to roughly know the metagame, and then you can predict what they're gonna do, because that's how the deck plays. So you'll have more experience just even picking up that deck and playing a couple games with it, because you can feel out how the first few turns go. You don't really need a lot of experience playing the mid game or the late game, because you've played against the decks. But knowing how they have to sequence their inking and how they have to try and get to that mid game helps a lot in some of these spots. You don't always need to know 100% of the information. Most of it's probably fine.
Yeah, no, that's true. And in Lorcana, that it's easier because the mulligan smooths out a lot of variance and allows you to find your early game script. And so it's a lot easier to to intuit, to have that instinct for what they've got on their opening turns.
Yeah, and you're going to
what
have
that script look like.
more consistency in executing that script because it is such a powerful, you know, the partial Paris like this is an insanely powerful, well-controlled one, especially given that the resource system is very different than most other games. The majority of your deck is, assuming that you built it right, is able to be your resources. The lower that your uninkable count is, the more that you can just send cards away that aren't perfect and then go. If you're playing a 21, 22 uninkable deck, you can't send back 5 inkables. You're just going to lose. You have to be conservative and send back your uninkable and just keep some cards that aren't the best because you have to play the game. It's better than not playing. Even if it's not the perfect draw, it's better than doing nothing on some of your core turns. You know, and that some of these games are won or lost by the first 2 or 3 turns of ink.
Yep, 100%.
So
that's this game. I love this game.
It's good. I like it a lot, and we'll see how it continues to develop. I mean, assuming that they don't totally go off the rails post rotation, like it should just get more interesting. You know, the multicolored cards are a bigger percentage then of the overall pool, to the point of being 2 of the 5 available sets or whatever. That's a lot of the pool are going to have these like almost archetypal cards. You're going to see more of the leaning into the racer strategy kind of thing, where whatever Rube Goldberg machine they were envisioning with these cards that they printed, all these puppies that are coming in and out of the inkwell and whatever, that is going to be a lot of the cards in the sets that are available. So people are just going to have to play more of that.
Yeah,
it might be the puppy meta.
I want it so
you know,
badly.
It's not that far. It's not that unimaginable.
Yep. It is interesting. The other thing I think that rotation does, it does free up some more design space. One of the problems with Lorcana is the Floodborn mechanics, the Floodborn mechanic, and then there's a couple others, which mean that cards are very easily broken if you print the wrong card. And we saw a version of this with Bucky. Bucky was a bit of a problem, but he wasn't a huge problem until you introduced turn 2 shift. And then all of a sudden, Bucky became oppressive.
Turn 2 shifts that were alternative
cost.
So rather than it being like, okay, so you did a thing and then you played the Bucky and then on turn 3 you shift one thing. Yeah, that was rough, and they definitely had some draws that like really bullied you if you were playing Ruby Amethyst at the time, but it really had to hit all the pieces. There wasn't a lot of redundancy to it, and you had to lead on your 1-drop into the Bucky to actually have that really pull off. So it was good, but not like impressive. It was a combo deck.
Yeah.
And then there was more redundancy introduced, and then there was the Diablo, which added even more redundancy. Like now you had up to 8 cards that you can look at your opponent's hand and know the coast is clear to like do this nonsense, as well as strip the cards from their hand. And then all of a sudden, you know the coast is clear. You do the thing, they discard a card. You shift the thing, you sing, you make them discard another card. They're down to 2 cards, and then you say go, you draw another card. Like, it was brutal. It was really brutal. And there just weren't any cards that interacted with it at all for turn 4 or 5 at the earliest. And you just didn't have any cards by then. You're out of gas, 100%. So, they're ready? All right, we'll go ahead and switch over here, and we'll do the finals.
I've been looking forward to this all day.
We are on the wrong match. That's fine.
We'll get there. We'll get there. So for those just joining us, I'm sure all of you have been here all day. But in case you had something better to do for a little while and are just tuning in, this is the finals of this event. We're going to see Wade and Thomas. And the fun thing here, it's the same way they're going to do it at Worlds, is this is a best of 5, which means that these players have navigated all day with two of their decks and having one banned, so having to win with 2 out of 3. But now in the finals, they're going to need to win with all 3 decks that they brought.
All right.
Which is really fun.
So, looks like Wade is kicking it off with the Ruby Amethyst versus the Ruby Sapphire. So, it looks like this was the sort of Sharks list that we were seeing. I believe this is the one that maybe had some Hades in it. It's a little bit bigger on the Sapphire side of things. And it really will depend on how fast Wade is able to kind of get out of the gate, get some lore, and then be able to sort of put the ball into Thomas's court to try and claw back. Now we know that Wade does have
If that was a
some
crab
remains.
pun, that I approve.
Oh, everything's a crab pun. All right, so we have a couple cards to kick things off. A bit of early ramp, which is normal, I would say, for Sapphire if they're looking to actually participate in the game. We do have the Queen of Hearts, which I would say is probably not at its super best here, but it's okay. It is sort of pretty easy to deal with Sisu and things like that because it just doesn't have any strength until it gets damage on it. There's just not a lot of ways to put damage on it out of the sort of Ruby Sapphire. However, Quest for One, which is fine.
Yeah, really interesting here. So both players going into this round, as they've done all day, picking, at the same time, like blind to what their opponent's playing, which deck they want to play first. And both players here are opting for probably their most, what we would think of as their most powerful build, their most consistent build in the opening round, with Ruby Sapphire on the right and Thomas's side and Ruby Amethyst on the left. So, and this choice will have implications for the entire rest of the match. So interesting to see that opening. And yeah, for this matchup, I mean, to me, the Ruby Amethyst deck needs to be the beatdown, the control deck here, going into the mid and late game, trying to scoop up, probably north of 10 lore, trying to get to 10, 11, 12, and forcing Thomas into the position that he has to keep responding to threats on that side of the board rather than starting to develop any bit of his engine and taking a turn off. So while Thomas, ramping as fast as possible into some of the end game removal, perhaps in this situation going for the be prepared as fast as possible.
It seems like that's going to be kind of the way to maybe dig back into this game a little bit. There are some Sharks, there's some be prepareds. I mean, Shark on its own is okay, but again, with the Tremaines out of Wade's side, it can make that less powerful. Unfortunately for Wade, this is not actually that much pressure. Everything is kind of questing for one. There's something like a library would be really strong here. Do nothing go on turn 5 is probably not it. But we'll see what we're able to do on this turn here.
You get the Shark on the board, so I'll be able to start answering these threats. Diablo into the Inkwell on the other side. And if there's one card, we saw this before. If there's one card that could make a huge difference in this matchup, I always say it's into any Amethyst deck, it's Pirate's Life. That is a card I think Thomas is going to want to find. And if you can play it even once, you change the match drastically in this game. Back over to Thomas now. Wade not developing his board.
Ink go
at
2
all.
turns in a row is pretty bad.
At all.
Unfortunate.
Well, and he does. So Wade does have to be prepared in hand. So at this point, thinking about perhaps now that he hasn't been able to play much, trying to draw out, let Tom develop the board a little bit, draw out some more character, perhaps clear the board. But in this matchup, if you're the one as the Ruby Amethyst player resetting the board, Thomas's answers to that, especially when he gets to 6, 7, 8 ink, are just so much beefier and better.
Ink's a Pirate's Life.
Yeah,
Play another popsicle.
Interesting choice, but here I am talking about how powerful that card is in this matchup. We see it go into the Inkwell. Maui Shark here singing How Far I'll Go. Put Maui into the Inkwell and take another, I think, How Far I'll Go. So stringing together actions here. And yeah, it does not feel good having not been able to do anything the last few turns. At some point, with all these actions coming in and out, start to wonder if the... Okay, well, Madame Medusa is going to come down, clear off the Grandma Tala.
Really not stellar.
No, I mean, I think you're trying to control a little bit. You clear that out. Hope your opponent doesn't drop another character. You have Lady Tremaine that can answer the Shark, and perhaps allow you to keep questing.
There's a Sisu in hand that might come down here. Takes out pretty much everything.
Pretty much everything.
Well, I guess it only takes out a couple cards. It takes out the Diablo and the Queen of Hearts, but it also adds a lot more pressure to the board.
It does. I mean, both players know the other player's on Be Prepared, and whenever you're playing against a Be Prepared deck, once you get 7 ink, it's always a matter of making them be prepared on your terms, eking out just enough threats and just enough lore that you force a response, but you have left in hand enough to rebuild the board quickly. So I think both players kind of calculating now, how do I draw it out while not having it devastate the resources at my disposal.
So Thomas deciding to play another shark.
And
now,
speaking of boards that invite a be prepared,
yeah,
it's starting to get to that point here.
I mean, deciding to try and gain a little bit of extra lore here. I certainly don't hate that. However, I wonder what the follow-ups are going to be if we're committing the second shark to the board. I mean, we know that these lists don't have an incredibly high amount of threats. Right, it's like 4 sharks and some locations, and
I mean, you have a good response though. I think perhaps here you wonder if the be prepared is there. You draw it out. There it is. You clear the board, and you have a couple cards that can respond with pretty quickly. You could drop the McDuck Manor and start gaining lore, forcing a response, or you also have a crab there. I think that's happy as a clam. That you can drop and start doing some item shenanigans. But yep, there's happy as a clam coming out. We sent those 2 popsicles back. We'll draw 2 more. It's basically pay 2 to draw 2. We'll probably see those in short order. But again, I wonder if the half shark was an attempt to draw out that be prepared, because you do have cards that you can answer with pretty efficiently. And a happy as a clam and a McDuck Manor is a fantastic way to answer a be prepared.
It is a very good follow-up, certainly, and it makes... It sets all of the onus kind of on Wade to actually do something, and it's very hard to deal with both at the same time. I mean, the Tremaine, again, is good, but now we're gaining 2 with this location, and we're not anywhere close to being able to actually interact with it at all, right? So, and this is kind of the strategy that this type of deck employs is, look, we play this location, and we keep the board somewhat clear, and then what? Deal with it. Like, figure it out. I'm going to gain 2 with this for a bunch of turns in a row.
Mm-hmm. Quite a few turns.
And there's another one that we just drew. So, if Wade's turn is
not
top like play Maui Crab and just get rid of one, it's going to be a hard road to get back into this. Even with just the 1 in turn now, it's already bad. And the second one is going to be a disaster.
Yeah, really, really rough. We know Wade is down to 2 cards in hand. Fortunately for him, it is a rabbit and a friend to the other side. Cards which allow him to get cards, but that's spending quite a bit of ink at this point just to recharge your hand, leaving those McDuck Manors unchecked for quite a while. So we do have the rabbit. We'll draw 1 card. I think we drew into another rabbit, which is, again, not going to help you deal with the manor terribly much, or terribly well. We'll see if we see the second rabbit here.
Yeah, rabbit is pretty small here. I mean, like that. Yeah. All right, draw more cards.
I mean, it's one of the keys to this deck's success. You need to start recharging your hand in the mid game usually, but in this scenario, staring at manors, is rabbit's not super helpful. So back over to Thomas's side, we've now gained 4 lore off the manor. That's my manor lore count. And the answer to 2 rabbits is a Sisu. You will draw 2 cards off of it, but no more bouncing around, or no bouncing around. Visions of the future coming down, allowing you to look at the top 5 cards. And this game starting to feel well in hand. Of course, plenty of answers over on the other side if we draw into the right sequence, but it's starting to feel pretty good for Thomas.
Yeah. As long as Thomas is able to continue to develop a threat essentially every turn, this location is just going to gain 2, and then gain 2, and then gain 2. Now we do have the Maui
There
crab.
it is. There it is. That is the answer. The textbook answer to McDuck Manor is the crab plus the Maui.
It helps.
Drawing into those 2 cards there off the rabbits, I think. That's the answer.
Is it too late?
Is it too late? But certainly without that draw, it would be. Of course, another manor in hand, but certainly feel a lot better having a Maui on the board now. Great draw there. Another crab coming down. Those popsicles were eaten beforehand. We'll bring them back. And likely draw another couple cards. Thomas just cycling through his deck at this point. Grammatella come down. Take a look. I do see a Maleficent there. I think that's what went to the bottom. And we did keep another Happy as a Clam.
Yeah, and now it's sort of deploy a couple of threats and then quest with the threat that I have. And then it's just going to be that every turn, I think. You know, run out another popsicle here, and then we can actually just go to 10. Possible to keep the Sisu back, but I just don't even feel like that's necessary. Like, trade it with the Maui, get it off the field. I don't think that that's that bad.
I don't either, especially when you're sitting with another McDuck mana that you can deploy here. Getting that high strength character off the board is nice.
Like, you don't really want to allow the Maui to be able to just sing kind of for free, right? If they're able to do friends and then, you know, draw a couple cards because you didn't quest, then that can give them sort of that window to get enough cards to sort of dig back into it.
Oh, and then we have another Crab. Crab will allow that Cusco to trade pretty efficiently, draw a card there.
I still think that's maybe okay. That's a lot of Crabs in play. If this board gets wiped, which we know that Thomas has the ability to in the deck pretty often, then, you know, you can maybe be prep plus a location, and that's like a pretty good turn because we have enough ink now.
I do wonder, I don't have these lists. I do wonder how many Be Prepared Thomas is running.
A lot of these decks have been generally on like at least 3. It depends on how many Sisus that they're running usually. Like, that's sort of where the split ends up. Like 5, I think, is generally a number that they're happy with. Sometimes 6, you know, kind of 3 and 3. It really is kind of personal preference. You can't really get it terribly wrong as long as you have some of them in.
Some of them, yeah.
You still have to draw them in a good order. If you draw 6 of them in a row, it's bad. So,
right. No bueno. Back over to Thomas here. I didn't see the draw, but with 3 popsicles on the board and I think another clam hand, we can draw plenty more cards. Let's see.
A lot of ink over there. I know that there's a Hades.
It doesn't feel like there's a super juicy target for the Hades. I guess you could target the Maui or get the rabbit off the board for bouncing. There goes the Maui. Certainly happy to see it off the board, but Crab now into Crab, it looks like.
Yeah, crack in and then heal.
And then McDuck Manor.
Makes sense.
Another Azurite Sea. We do see, I'm sorry, Visions there. We do see that Be Prepared will go to the bottom. And deploying another Manor here to get that lore gain going again. Back over to wait for the response. I think great turn there, clearing out a lot of threats on board, setting it up to protect that Manor. Wade, a few cards in hand. I haven't gotten to look at his hand very well recently.
Not nearly as many cards as Thomas has been working with most of the game. I mean, basically every turn Thomas has had 3 cards in hand or more.
It's happy as a clam every time.
Yeah.
Cycles those popsicles and pulls more cards.
It's just pick up 2 cards, draw 2 more cards, do it again.
Elsa coming down. We'll exert the Hades. The only target, really.
Now, there is a world where you can use the crab to crash into something, put a little bit of damage on, and then buff something else. I don't know if we can take out the Hades if we do anything with this crab.
Yeah.
We can take Hell out, Rabbit, and then take out the crab.
I think you'd like to get the crab off the board. I mean, the crab's still doing things. Hades has really done its thing. So again, not a terrible answer from Wade here, getting that Elsa on the board. We're going to play Friends, draw another couple cards. And all of a sudden, Thomas down to 3 cards. But we do, again, have another Happy as a Clam. I think that's the 3rd one, if not the 4th, which will be able to do more popsicle shenanigans to refill his hand. Again, Shrinterbox followers coming down there. And then Elsa putting in a couple damage on the manor, start to tear that down. And then that Queen of Hearts that you talked about earlier.
Yeah. Now, if Wade is running something like, we know that the Medusa is in there. If they're running something like Hades, the draw 2 cards, you can hit that Queen of Hearts to give it additional... I'm just kidding.
It won't matter, yeah. But it's a great line, actually. And would have been incredibly impactful in this scenario, but...
they didn't get Sisu'd the second time?
Sisu coming down. I think that might have been a top deck. And then dropping another mana on the board.
Well, this game I would believe is over.
Yeah, this is
double mana is too much to also deal with the characters on board.
Yep. If it's one or the other, I think you have a shot. But your Be Prepared leaves the manners in play, and if you work on the manners, yeah. I mean, you do have the Maui there. You can do a little bit of work, but the Maui and the Fox, you could clear a manor. But you're right. Just you need to clear at least one character, and you need to clear. Well, to clear the Sisu. You're going to put 8 on the Maui.
Yeah.
Not enough to bounce the Fox. That is game.
So that's game
and
one.
Goodness gracious, to me, great game. I think both decks, kind of on their game plan, but the McDuck Manors, just a lot to deal with being protected by a lot of that mass removal.
I think missing turn 4 and
4 and
5.
5. And doing
is
nothing.
Really problematic. Let's imagine a world where instead, you play a rabbit into literally anything. Then all of a sudden you're actually not only developing something on the board, but also, filling up your hand and making sure that you have inkables, and not having any of that that's just not good enough. You just can't literally do nothing for 2 turns in the early stages in a deck like Ruby Amethyst. It is a very tempo-based deck. You need to be putting some pressure on, making it so that they actually are, reacting with your stuff and participating in the game, and you're just not. You played a couple characters, and it gave the Sapphire Ruby enough time to get to the haymakers, and then you just lose to Sisu's. The things that you're deploying are just not on the same level as that.
Yeah, I do. That sequence went into the early Be Prepared. So, but I think missing the rabbit engine on 4 and 5, I think that's right. I don't know, the not putting it on another 2-3 lures pressure if you develop your board a bit more, if you're going into the Be Prepared anyway once that shark is being played. But it is not getting that rabbit on board. That's 2, 3, 4 cards that you would have had to keep powering through the end game. But the other turn, or the other play that I really like, we go back to the choice to drop the second Maui half shark. Lots of options available. And I do wonder if the decision was to try to draw out that Be Prepared, where you could follow up with the manor and the crab, because you had the answers. So,
and I mean, it sets you up. Shark may not be the primary win condition in that matchup specifically, right? Shark is an okay win condition a lot of times, but in that particular matchup, you're not having as many opportunities to challenge characters to get your actions back consistently to gain lore that way. It could be that Manor and Crab Sisu, that sort of is more important in their testing, right? And that's something that they came up to the conclusion of. And if that's the case, then leveraging those 2 sharks, because that is an impressive threat. You have to deal with the 2 sharks. You can't just leave them. So then forcing your opponent to spend their entire turn 7 eliminating their own board just to take care of yours, and then now you have this entire free turn of just doing whatever you want, where that negative tempo of Be Prepared is not to be underestimated.
Yeah,
that is a whole turn. You play a crab, you play a location, now all of a sudden you have this massive threat, and they're only ever going to be on the back foot for the rest of the game because you can't recover enough from something like that.
Yeah, because it's not a win condition in that scenario. What it does is it shuts down Ruby Amethyst from doing what it wants to do. This is not the Ruby Amethyst deck that of several sets ago where you Be Prepared and then drop 3 Queen's Castles to win the game. It's not that. It wants to be in this game gaining 2, 3, 4 lore turn just off little questers and trying to drive the lore total higher. And even if you're not playing Pirate's Life with Maui Shark or whatever, having 2 on board, being able to swing into something get back the How Far I'll Go, sing it with Maui Half Shark, gain 2 lore, develop your Inkwell, look at cards, like cycling that over and over again, it prevents you from pursuing your win condition.
Yeah, and just on their own, just the shark existing already meant that Wade couldn't quest at all. So there was 3 or 4 turns there of just like literally ink pass because we couldn't quest, we didn't have anything to play. That's just unfortunate, and that'll happen sometimes. You know, almost any deck can have some weird stages where maybe the only spells that they have are their inkables, and they have to keep participating in the game with their inkables, but that means that they also can't deploy their spells.
So here's so going into the next game here. Obviously Wade losing. Wade losing, choosing to cycle into a new deck, into this Amber Steel variant. Thomas choosing for his next deck the Amethyst Steel deck. So I always enjoy seeing when players switch decks after they've lost, because they certainly don't have to, and they'll have to come back to it if they want to close out this match. But an interesting choice here to move on to his next build.
I think knowing what the other 2 decks are potentially for Thomas, like we know that it's either Amethyst Steel or presumably some sort of a Chernadogs or Amber Emerald discard or something along a character deck, right? Steel, I think, is a pretty good choice to try and run out to get yourself back on the board, to have one of the games, you know, back in your favor.
And probably also a calculation, which deck do you feel like you can win with on the draw?
Sure.
And so that also comes into play, being on the play here. But a great opening here. We do have the Rhino. We've talked about that before. That opens up that powerful shift line. We didn't see that on turn 2. We saw the Troubadour instead. On the other side, a couple new cards here. It's the Palace Guard. It's a 1/4, the 1/4 with Vanish.
It is a 1/4 with Vanish, yeah.
1/4 with Vanish over on Thomas' side of the board. So going wide here with 1-drops. Yeah, Palace Guard. A lot of these meta decks that we've seen, you know, each set. We always look at the giant card pool, and I think you said this earlier. Like at the end of the day, we end up seeing like 10 impactful cards that work their way into the meta. Sure. Palace Guard is one that we've seen now in several different builds, though, in several different matches, and seems to have a home in this Amethyst Steel deck.
I mean, a 1/4 body is, as we've seen with Daisy, like very strong. It's favorable into something like Calhoun. It doesn't have a clean, you know, just way of dealing with it without having to invest additional something into it to be able to take care of it. Even if it's not a huge amount of extra stuff, it lets you, you know, quest in and then not worry about it being taken out, at least not for free. Right? Rhino, on the other hand, does have the ability to deal with it, which is probably one of the reasons Rhino's a little bit better.
Rhino is a fantastic card, very impactful turn 2 card. Probably one of the better turn 2 plays now if you can shift it. 4/3 with resist 2 when he has no damage, and quest for 2. So I don't know. It's I have a ball seeing that wasn't. I don't know. I waited all day for this card to be played and couldn't land the ball pump.
That's because we didn't get to see Steel until basically the top 8. So
till the very end.
Till the very end.
It's been banned all day. That color.
You know, the Rhino, especially with the shift, but even without it, like I think a 4/3 with resist 2 is pretty modest, even for 4. So, like, this card out of these decks is, I think, quite strong. It's very rare that you're going to be able to get a lot of the damage counters on it, so that it can't just rumble into your characters.
And here we have Pete coming down, a card that looms large in any Steel matchup, shutting down Wade's actions here, going to turn 4. We do have a couple 4-cost Singers now on the board, and Rhino going into the Inkwell, and Prince Naveen coming out. But unfortunately, I can't see the hand. I don't know if there are any songs in hand, but not going to be able to get anything off of that Naveen, any free play because of Pete. So establishing a Singer, but no free action there.
Naveen, still a pretty good card, though.
Yeah.
Being uninkable, it's always been a little tricky for Naveen, but it did always allow you in these Whole New World decks to sort of surprise Whole New World while still developing something on the board. And that was always kind of an issue with Whole New World, is that if you are not also applying pressure, which means that you're generally not, you know, if you're just paying 5 for Whole New World, it's bad. It's a bad card. Paying 5 for that is not it. paying 0 is great.
It's fantastic.
It's fantastic because it allows you to still use some of the cards before your opponent gets to just untap with those cards. Right? As it is now, you just, without singing it, it's pretty buttons. They get to untap with the full amount.
Thomas here, singing whole new, or I'm sorry, Friends from the Other Side with Pete. Looking for some answers, perhaps making the calculation that Wade does not have a whole new world. So we do have the Giant Cobra. We'll discard a dock, gain 2 lore, followed by another Palace Guard. So going wide here, we do see the Fox in hand. So we do have a repeat scenario there. We can set up next turn, but also the dock. So trying to empty out as much as you can to make maximum use of the dock when it's played.
Yeah, if we're getting some characters in, you kind of may as well get all of them in.
Yeah.
Right, you're going to lose some no matter what. Now this will be sort of the interesting turn if there's something going on Wade's side. Looks like a Rapunzel, which could be pretty good this turn. The best you could do is probably Rhino into Pete. Or Troubadour into Pete, I suppose. You get 2 damage counters, draw 2 cards. That does feel kind of bad because it doesn't really help your board presence much.
Yeah.
There's no super great way to get a lot of damage counters on your thing. The best that you can do is the Troubadour. We can get 1 damage counter on here and then take care of that with the Rapunzel, which it looks like that's what we're going to do. Not drawing a ton off of it, but also not making just bad plays to draw 1 extra card, I think is probably good.
It also allows you to control the board a little bit, get a little bit of those threats off, and then Rhino regains his resist because you've removed that damage counter. So allowing you to get a good trade off Rhino, or some good value out of Rhino. And even though you only get a card, it does, I don't know, it does have that effect. Strength of Raging Fire coming down. We do have 4 characters, don't need it. Any amount of damage will do on the Giant Cobra with its Vanish ability. And all of a sudden this board, I mean, there's 4 Palace Guards, but not the most well-statted characters. And looking pretty good for Wade right now, who's going to quest with that Naveen.
There's a couple of things that can happen by questing there. You know, Crab allows these to trade way up. 3 of them can just challenge into Naveen, which is what we end up doing here. Now, from Wade's perspective, I would not hate trying to just clean up this whole board. You lose very little to nothing, at least as it is right now. Okay, Fox comes down. That's a little bit worse for us here.
Easily remove the Troubadour, and then you can replay for 1 Palace Guard again.
Certainly could have gone a little bit better for Wade in this spot. It's like, is that a Naveen and
Bare Necessities, I believe. Yep. Shannon Naveen will come down. We'll play the Bare Necessities for free. Take a look. They're both characters, so no hits there. But now Wade knows exactly what he's dealing with. You do have the dock, the goat, and we will challenge into that Palace Guard and finish it up with the Rapunzel, taking 1 damage in the process.
Yeah, I think if we are going to do anything, we would almost have to challenge the Fox.
I think so.
Because otherwise the Fox is just going to eat the Rapunzel, which is probably not it.
Getting it off the board without a trade feels pretty good.
And now, you know, your best case from Thomas's side is that the Rhino is going to trade with probably the damaged Palace Jailer, which I think getting 3 removals out of the Rhino is kind of the best that you're going to hope for when we're so far behind.
I agree.
All right,
Quest the Palace Guard. We will get the guard in play, or the goat in play. One route of it. I mean, the lore gain at this point is nice, but it is a bigger mid game body. Smee coming down on the other side, and both players here kind of running low on gas, having done a lot of back and forth with their characters, clearing the board with some character based removal, and running low. We do know though that Thomas has that dock prepared if he really gets low and wants to reload. Drew another goat off the top deck. may want to establish that as well. We'll see. We do play the other goat. We'll get 1 lore in the process. Of course, each goat represents 1 lore on the board as well.
That's the trade with the Naveen. I think that's fine. It does make Whole New World a very awkward draw. Because now we don't have the ability to sing it.
Well, and without the Whole New World or drawing into another Rapunzel, I mean, Wade is drawing and playing 1 character a turn, and Thomas knows that he can dump that Chernobog's Followers and that dock and perhaps something else and really quickly expand his board. So doing a character for character trade in this scenario, I feel like Thomas is fine with.
I don't know if I love this Rapunzel quest here. Unless the plan is just to keep questing rather than trying to trade.
It does make a nice tempting target for that goat. We have drawn into another Cobra here. Of course, with the dock available to be played, dumping cards feels fine. But we're not going to do that. We're going to put the Cobra in play without getting the lore, jump the Chernobog's Followers as well. Now we have that 1 dock left in hand. So again, just able to expand the board, a lot faster than Wade with a lot of the draw options that he has available. Ariel coming out, hopefully, I think looking for a Whole New World, perhaps.
Found a Whole New World, and it looks like a removal spell.
We'll take the Whole New World.
Yeah, I think you have to take Whole New World here, but this is not a good spot at all. From Thomas's side here, there's an awful lot of stuff. And a decent amount of ink already, too. So if we Whole New World, we are regassing the opponent here.
We are. I mean, unfortunately, it
opts to race.
It is your only way, back into the game, I think, rather than top decking every turn. And when Thomas is playing things like Chernobog's Followers and dock and can reload faster, I think the Whole New World is probably necessary at some point. But you're right, hasn't established a board position which will allow him to sing a bunch of cards or really make maximum use of the Whole New World. And it is a lane back into it, but it is certainly a narrow one.
Decides to go for the race. Now, my assumption is Thomas is going to minimize...
draws the heat off the dock. Oh, my goodness. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, you're good. It's over.
Very impactful play. I mean, if you had a lane, that was an answer.
There was a line, and now that line is gone, I think.
Yep. Narrow as it was. Pete coming back on the other side. I don't think it'll matter. Thomas, I don't think has it locked up this turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. We'll need a couple more, but it's not enough. Is that Honey Marin over there?
Yeah, it just plays 1 for a character.
I think we will quest everything. Holding that.
Probably waiting to do it so that we can make sure that it draws the card. Yeah.
There we go.
Which I think is fine.
I think it is too.
You can shortcut it either way, realistically, but I think it's safer to shortcut all the ones that don't have abilities, and then...
I think so too. Just don't make any ambiguity in the board state and quest it by itself, so there's no avenue for your opponent.
Yeah, if you like these ones, then it would be fine. Then the assumption is that it's in the bag. But if you quest with it and then tap a different one and then a different one and then hem and haw and then do a different one, that can sometimes get you into trouble. But the safest way is certainly just to, send everything that doesn't have an ability and then do the ability characters separately.
Here we did draw into a card. Pete will sing Strength of Raging Fire, banish a character there, and just not enough removal, I think. But we're certainly gonna give a go of it here. Playing Along Came Zeus, hitting that other Pete, just not enough. My goodness, I mean there was an avenue in with all removal, but losing that, or getting hit by that Pete there, and not being able to put that Whole New World when you want it. What a top deck with the dock. So now Thomas taking game 2. That means we will see a game 5 eventually.
Potentially, we could see a game 5. If Wade rallies here, whether it's with the Emerald Sapphire to try and round out the full gambit of things, or just running back.
Oh, that's right. I got it backwards. Yeah, because Thomas took game 1 as well.
Thomas is now on Amber Emerald for the rest of this top 8 here.
Now, which Amber Emerald now has several different identities. I think there's one that is favored coming in here that most people think is the best of the, I would argue, like 3 builds. What do you think this is?
My assumption is like Trinidogs, but you know, I've been seeing a lot of the discard flavor. I've been seeing, you know, sort of that lady, not necessarily leaning into the other stuff. It's mostly like the amber piles that we've been seeing, you know, amber with piglets and daisies and that whole sort of just aggressive. But then you're also leveraging some of the emerald aggressive cards as well on top of that. I think that there is the possibility that some of the decks that Wade is running can be favored here. So I think I would probably play whatever deck on the play I think I'm the least confident with to start this off. And then ideally whatever deck that you think... Whatever you think that your best deck is against them on the draw, probably the one that you would want to try and save as long as you can, because you have to win with all the other decks anyway. So we'll see what he goes with.
I have to. It is both. I'm so tired. I love this format because I love that every single game is different and the players have to adjust on the fly. Although there is something fun about seeing how players respond to a loss with a particular deck in a 3-game format. So I don't know. I both love this format and miss not seeing the other one. 3 T-pos in that opening hand.
2 is usually already too many. 3 is just, that ain't it.
So, okay, interesting. Look at this. So taking inspiration perhaps from Zach Bivens here, I'm trying to take a peek at Thomas's list. I noticed that 2-cost Aladdin that Zach brought into SSG and put it back on everybody's radar. Leads me to believe that Under the Sea is in this deck. That's usually why you run that, to have it stick, so you can sting Under the Sea, on curve.
Sure.
So interesting. I do see some sudden chills at Louis there in Thomas's hand.
Most likely sort of the control discard like songs type of flavor then.
This reminds me very much of Zach Bivens' list from SSG last weekend. Zach was running Louis. Zach was running the 2-cost Aladdin. So it was a kind of an aggro discard build.
Sure.
And it seems to be very, very similar to what Thomas is running.
Yeah, I mean, discard can be pretty tricky into a lot of decks. You know, if Wade is able to get enough ink down to play Clarabelle, then the discard matters a lot less. You know, you draw a bunch of cards from Clarabelle, and as we've seen a few times, the rebuilding power that Clarabelle can provide really claws back a lot from the any discard shenanigans that your opponent has been doing all game.
Yeah, what I like about this build is it has a couple different avenues. It can hit you pretty hard with discard if you're a deck like Ruby Sapphire, which is trying to leverage your hand to rapidly build your ink pool. And I watched Zach run over some players with this deck down at SSG with just that strategy. On the other hand, you have cards like the Muses, and you usually are running Under the Sea, or you can run Under the Sea, which is a great way to clear up the board against an aggro deck. And so there's a couple different lanes and avenues that you can take with this build to answer different archetypes.
For sure. And it really all depends on, do you have them at the right time so that they're not getting Ursula'd for free? Especially with a card like Under the Sea, you need it at certain times, and at other times it's a disaster if you have it. Like here, it would have been terrible. I mean, obviously it kind of would have been terrible just because it's uninkable and your hand is kind of expensive, but Ursula missing there is a key component to actually having a chance in this game.
Yeah, so nothing on turn 1 from Thomas. Feels a bit awkward. So Wade able to ramp here, definitely on plan. I do see there is some discard that we're going to get online next turn. Getting the Muses in play, though, here feels very good.
Yeah, having it down, it's very rare that that'll ever get removed unless you choose to get it into combat, right?
That's true. Under the Sea is an answer if we are running it.
Yeah.
But we are going to get some discard going here. Ursula able to sing Sudden Chill. I saw the Prince John drawn here, so we can combo that if we want to.
If we can get this Clarabelle down, we're in an okay spot. It is going to be hard to get the Clarabelle down, given that we only have 3 cards in hand and are about to have a little less.
Bare necessities there. Taking a look, getting rid of Sailor RC. So electing for the choice rather than the random discard.
If you're going to have the bare necessities, you kind of have to use it there over the sudden chill, given that it is less likely that you hit the more that you let them discard themselves. I think this is a good line, actually removing a character off the field.
It normally, that Ursula is not terribly threatening, but there are, as we saw that turn, plenty of 2-cost discard songs that it can sing. And with Prince John on the board, removing it, it's not a must, but when you have 2 cards in hand, it's almost a must. Oh dear.
All right, we've been dad blasted.
You have forgotten me. You may all have forgotten that card because it's a set 1 card, which kind of disappeared in popularity for a little bit. But run in these Amber Emerald discard decks, discarding 2 cards out of Wade's hand, going into top deck mode now, and drawing 2 cards off of that Prince John, that feels like a pretty huge swing.
Well, that is unfortunate.
We do now have 6 ink, but with no cards in hand, sudden chill now, pretty safe to send to the inkwell. And Thomas likely start developing his board. New card there, Chip, from set 8, allows you to force your opponent to discard a card upon play. No cards in hand, but it'll just be a body on the board at this point, starting to get that lore race going. And Prince John normally sits back, doesn't do a whole lot, but choosing to challenge into that Tipo there, when your opponent keeps an empty hand, you don't get much benefit out of that Prince John. So Thomas putting it there at risk and saying, also, if you want to challenge him with the Muses, that's fine. I will answer you with the chip. So offering a trade, but and one that he'll probably be happy to take to get those Muses off the board.
Yeah, I do like the how far I'll go here. We need more ink, right? The bare minimum, we need a little bit more ink. But this lets us bounce the Diablo, which we don't really care that much about. We can still get the John off the field. It's not a great spot, but it's kind of what we got. So
there are worse cards we could have drawn, I suppose.
There sure are.
Yeah.
Now, it could be another song in hand. I would rather, I think, remove the...
Yep.
Even if it is say another How Far I'll Go or something, I do feel like it's probably correct to just get the John off the field while you can. The damage may already be done. They already have 6 or 7 cards in hand.
So many cards. But it does feel better keeping a card in your hand and not inking it for next turn when you're not offering a draw off the discard. Hidden Cove now coming in play, and pretty impactful card in this scenario, giving Chip enough willpower, I believe. It's a new card. So I believe is he a 3/2?
He's a 3/2.
Yep. So giving enough willpower to banish that Muses without being banished himself. Particularly impactful card in that spot. Diablo being played as well.
So it was another How Far I'll Go in hand. So, it is a good card certainly to take, but I feel like you have to, again, get the John off the field. You can't just be sitting and doing nothing. If they make you discard it, that's a disaster. And if you just sing it there, they can just choose never to exert the John ever again, and you're just not getting it off the field.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. I think that's the right move. Vision to the future now. You can look at the top 5. And what are you looking for here?
Probably a Clarabelle.
A Clarabelle? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's probably your route back into this game.
Ideally, I would rather have it next turn. Not this turn. I just off the top Clarabelle, play Clarabelle, draw a bunch of cards, and then it's sort of like our previous instances where we had the Diablo Clarabelle game, where all of a sudden you're like, I don't care if you have 10 cards in hand. I want 20 cards in hand. So.
Yeah, I do think that's our primary route back in, honestly. To the card advantage looms really, really large here. Pass back over.
All right, now everything's probably going in this cove that we're playing likely for the rest of the game.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah,
back.
Bad blast straight to the Shadow Realm.
Into top deck mode, leaving 2 characters available to quest. Diablo going to quest to turn online there. Chip going to quest as well. Back over to Wade. Thomas will draw a card off the draw for turn. We did draw Maui, which is not nothing. Able to come down here.
You're welcome.
Oh, it is you're welcome. It's Maui. Whatever.
It's okay. Diablo just goes in and they get to draw 2 cards.
Maui.
That's not great.
Nope. Nope.
You still need Clarabelle.
Yeah.
Here's the problem with Amber Emerald, and this is the same problem that we mentioned about Emerald a lot. We're at 2 lore on turn 1,000 here. Yeah, we've sort
How
of.
are you going to close this down?
How are we ever winning this game? Like this century? You know, you have to play characters that can actually get some questing in, and we have none. Sure, play 3 characters that can quest for 1.
At some point, I may see a Cricky in hand. At some point, you drop Cricky just for lore gain, you know?
You're like, I need to gain 3 some of these turns. Like, is that a Clarabelle?
No, that's Peter Pan.
That's Peter Pan. Okay, that's less good. It's still good, but it's certainly less good than a Clarabelle would have been.
Yeah, so I think just hanging on here, trying to hang around long enough.
It does limit them from doing much, but
yeah,
they did Cricky and then challenge it with the character in there. Shift the Diablo. Several Diablos here. Now they're just going to draw infinite cards. And I think this one is pretty well wrapped up.
So many cards. Yeah, that I talked about dropping Cricket for lore gain, but there he is used great. In fact, I mean, the Peter Pan is a fun card. It gained popularity a little bit last set. I saw people work him into actually this color combo. At 1 or 2, would have forced Thomas there to run a bunch of things into it before able to quest for anything. But Cricky is like the answer in this deck. You just happen to have it in hand.
Closes the game, allows you to challenge way up on your terrible characters. You know, what more could you possibly want? Yeah, and now we're at the stage of the game where it really doesn't matter that like what we let them draw. You know, there's nothing that we're doing that is going to allow us to massively come back from this, short of a Clarabelle ripping us into just a ton of things. Like getting rid of a Diablo it doesn't do anything. It's brutal. There's nothing else that you can do, you know. So yeah, just conceding so that we can. Goodness, the hand is just more Dad Blasts. They have the key to combo. They just have it all. So, making them discard so many cards with the, you've forgotten me.
You've forgotten me.
And even without Prince John drawing extra cards, like it still ends up being such a card advantage swing. I mean, I remember back in set 1 when we were needing to use that because there just wasn't really any card draw. So the best card advantage you could do is disadvantage for your opponent. Mm-hmm. And that still is, minus 2 cards for them, which means you're +1 overall. So Thomas did a very good job here, had some pretty good intuition on some of the decks to sort of watch out for, with the Amber Ruby, and able to pull it out. So very good.
Yeah. What's fascinating to me is, here I've been all day long and we've been talking about some of the fun, spicy builds that we've seen and off-meta builds and, Ruby, Amber running around, wrecking people, racer decks, all that. And at the end of the day, when all is said and done, the color combo that rises to the top, the list that rises to the top is I would argue, a very standard 3-deck list. Amber Emerald, I know, is one that wasn't, considered necessarily A tier last set, but in our limited time in set 8, these color combos in this particular build, or one very like it, has been run by Zach Bivens, world's qualifier at SSG, and has kind of been put on the map as a build to watch out for. So yeah, after all of that, after all the fun, spicy cards, we have Ruby Sapphire, Amethyst Steel, and Amber Emerald sitting atop the pyramid.
Yeah, no crazy fun, spice for today, but we got to see some, which was still exciting. I mean, we certainly saw our share of set 8 cards, which you like to see.
Mhm.
And overall, I think it was a pretty good event. We did have a lot of steel getting removed kind of all day, but now we're in a position where you get to see all 3 of the decks, and steel just didn't perform super well. It was okay, but steel versus steel, one of them's going to win, and a clean sweep here for Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, I was rooting for Game 5, but at the same time, it is impressive to see somebody bring in 3 separate decks, even giving your opponent the option to choose which of their tools they want to bring in, and being able to take each game, 2 of them on the draw, I might add.
Yeah.
So just an excellent performance. Would you like to talk to him again?
You know what? I'll let you in the booth.
Okay.
I'll sit behind you this time, and then we'll go ahead.
Oh.
Thomas, welcome back. You said on the way out I said on the way out the door, hey, I'll see you back when you win here. I don't know how to work this. Do I hit the transition button? Yep. Look at that.
Amazing.
All right.
Beautiful.
I don't know how to work this tech setup here, but I clicked a button. I did it. So I said on your way out the door, hey, I'll see you back here in a few minutes when you win. I'll ask you some questions then, and here you are. So congratulations, an excellent performance. Before we talk decks or anything else, how do you feel?
I feel good. I feel great. Honestly, it was crazy. Starting out the tournament, I lost round 1 to Kendall.
Okay.
I bounced back.
Not a bad person to lose to.
Exactly. And round 1's always, I feel like, is always the hardest. I was jittery. I misplayed. Things happen. Round 1. Bounced back. I don't know. I was just on a hot streak, I guess.
Yeah.
I won it all. Great.
It's a tough thing to lose round 1 in any event, not go on the tilt, and able to keep your head enough to battle back in. You always hope your opponent has a good win-loss percentage, and when you lose to Kendall, I feel like you're pretty confident that's going to happen. Question: you sat down against Kendall. Did you ban his Ruby Amethyst deck?
No, I did not. I know he's a good player. I don't know what he plays.
Oh,
so I
fascinating.
just banned. So he won the dice roll. So he chose obviously to go on the play, and he's playing Sapphire Steel, and that deck on the play just beats everything, right? So I instantly banned that. The games we played, they weren't terrible. I definitely misplayed. It could have been better, but I ended up losing it. I think I made the right ban.
Yeah. Clearly
He's a good player.
it worked out. It worked out for you. So all day long, a lot of different spicy builds, a lot of unorthodox cards, a lot of new cards, new builds. At the end of the day, you rise to the top with some fairly standard decks. The one that's a little bit different, which we've seen and Amber Emerald was popular, various forms of it in previous sets. We saw Clara Sear qualify for nationals with it. Diego Saz won with it in Toronto. But this discard variant is a little bit new. Why did you gravitate towards that deck? And what did it do for your lineup? And how did it perform today?
So I got banned most rounds. I only played it once against Kendall in round 1.
Is it the discard? Why do you think people?
Yeah, I think people just see the discard and they know what the deck does. And a lot of people that I actually played today, they banned it. They're like, "Oh, I play this deck. I'm not trying to play against it." They know exactly what it does and they don't want to play against it. But ever since he won Toronto, actually, I started playing it. I picked it up after that, and so it's pretty much one of my main decks. So coming into it, I played yellow green, one of my main decks, and then obviously blue red, because I'm from Chicago. We have an insane amount of blue red players. We have Hamza, we got Santi, we got a lot of good blue red players. So initially, I used to be a really good Steel Song player, and then once he won Toronto with yellow green, I was like, oh, it kind of plays like Steel Song, but you're also discarding. It's kind of fun. So I swapped to that. And I got tired of losing to blue red. So I was like, I guess I'll pick up blue red. So those 2 decks are the most I have the most reps on. So that was the easiest 2 decks lock in. Then the next purple steel. I guess
you're like purple steel.
I just
okay,
yeah, exactly.
Color go. I'll take this.
I look up Dreamborn. I'll go to the popular tab like anyone else. See what's the most trending deck, and then there it is, some aggro deck. I'm like, okay, anyone can play an aggro deck. Purple steel.
That's fair.
So
And it's Lords of Lore color, I would argue. So I feel like it was meant to be in that scenario. I will say, I have to say, I knew that Emerald Amber was one of your most popular or your favorite decks. You have a lot of fans in the chat watching, a lot of them, and a couple of them, as soon as you went into Game 3, said it was meant to be. It's his, I think, quote, it's his spirit deck going into Game 3 of the finals. So clearly, you're known for those color combos.
Yeah, it's a fun deck. Like, I try not to play it in locals, obviously, because it's discarded. No one wants to play against discard at a locals. But yeah, I bring it to most tournaments I play at. I wouldn't say like I win a lot of tournaments with it, because I mean it is like kind of a hard deck to play, and if you don't like draw a really good hand, it's like an insanely harder game, right? Like you don't see Diablo shift, you don't start with Prince John, like the game's way harder. So yeah, I'm pretty well known for it. I do play it a lot.
I would say
I love that deck.
So, rewinding to the finals a little bit, you're going in, you're not banning any decks for the first time. You're able to look at your opponent's deck list, figure out what they're playing. You have your list, and you clearly have to develop kind of a game plan for the finals. I'm curious about, you have all 3 decks available. You know what your opponent's playing. I'm curious about your decision about which deck to play first. What's in your head when you make the decision to start out with Ruby Sapphire?
Yes. The only thing in my head really is, I think it has a good matchup against all of his decks on the draw. And I just think that deck in general is very good on the draw. So I was like, I'm playing it no matter what. I don't care what you play. Like,
yeah, this is going in.
I have a lot of reps on it. I'm fine playing it on the draw. I'm gonna play it. So
yeah. I'm trying to. Your games, I'm not gonna lie, they went by so fast, and it's the end of the day, and I didn't take as many notes as I want to on your game plan. Couple turns stand out to me. One of them that we talked about, just I think it's fun. You're in your first match. You have Maui Half Shark in play. Your opponent's presenting, a few characters on board, clearly trying to be the beatdown and race ahead. You drop a second Maui Half Shark. What's your plan in that moment? Because you had other options available.
Yeah.
And in that moment, I think you had the McDuck Manor in hand, Tamatoa. What are you thinking in that moment? Why are you choosing to go double Shark that position?
Yeah. So on board, he had no evasives. He had limited cards in his hand. I think he had like 2 or 3. I forced him to be prep because I had McDuck Manors.
That's what I feel.
Yeah, play the other Shark, force him to be prep. If he doesn't be prep, it's really bad for him.
Yep. Stalls him out.
Yeah, try to force out the B prep, and I got it. So yeah, the game was pretty much mine from there.
Yeah, as if it was scripted. That McDuck Manor doing work, and then followed by that second one, third one later. So
yeah.
Jibas, I'm sure you have questions. Do you want to swap in? Do you have anything you want to ask?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
No target on my back for tomorrow. Got things to do. I had a great time, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. What's up?
Oh, look at that.
Let's go. I see you guys all in here. I know all your names. This whole YouTube chat is actually all of us.
Yeah, Lords of Lore runs deep. I don't know.
The whole YouTube chat is us.
Plenty of fans for all the chat. Real quick, tell Lords of Lore. Shout them out real quick. Tell us about Lords of Lore.
So we're Chicago-based team. There's quite a lot of us on the team, but yeah, once BSG started their team, and they had like a lot of their players have day 2'd and stuff. So, and we thought we could battle it out with them, duke it out with them, because we think the Chicagoland area is like very strong, very good players. So we're like, okay, if they're starting their own little team, let's kind of start our team. Initially, it was like kind of as a joke. Then more people got interested, and then we're like, okay, I guess we're like kind of a legit team now, and we have like, we have our own socials now.
I guess we're kind of a team.
Yeah, we have socials, Instagram, the X. I don't know.
Are we a team? Are we a team?
Yeah, we started getting the jerseys. So like, oh, we're a real team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Initially, I was like, oh, it's kind of like a haha play group kind of team, right? And then we're like, yeah, a lot of us like do decently well at DLCs, and then, like the other world class event we played at, a lot of us did very well against the really good players there. So we're like, okay, we can definitely hang with the best of the best. So Yeah.
Not much else.
Exactly.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's such snowy winters. Well, look, hey, somebody tag him or clip this. It sounds like we need an ICL grudge match exhibition night between Backseat Genius and
I can plug something. We actually have something planned.
Okay.
We have a B King Undisputed tournament. That's what it's called. But it's essentially us versus them because we want to have a stronger presence for the Chicagoland players.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a great event. I'm not sure when exactly it is. They'll probably hate me for this, but I don't know. They also want me to play, but I'm still like iffy on like if I can play because honestly I can't even tell you the date off the top. But we'll be streaming soon on our Twitch. Lords of Lore, I believe, is our Twitch.
Sure.
Yes. AC.
We should. Let's put it on our calendars. We should go out and we'll go out and commentate that.
I think it will be at Nerd Rage.
Oh, okay. Coming all together. All right, it's late. I'm sure you want to go. I have one more question. And we've talked a lot about this format. We've talked about it all day because it's new and it's fresh. And I know there's a lot of amazing players playing for Worlds, but you are now, as of this moment, perhaps the only player in the world who has won a triple deck constructed format. I'm not aware of any other events. So you might be the only one who's navigated the gauntlet. So if there are Worlds players watching right now, or anybody else thinking about holding an event like this or testing for this, what advice would you give to somebody preparing for this format?
Yeah,
guys,
Metafy
is $69.99 a month. Get all the advice for Worlds. Deck lists available at $20 a pop. But
yeah, I think the biggest thing is just like having a team and having really good players to play against all the time and play testing. And one of the things that I realized here, which we don't really do, obviously, is like all these like off meta rogue decks that you saw today. No one's really practicing those. It's really extremely hard because you have to prepare for like all these different variations of decks, and the card pool is like insanely huge right now before rotation. So just having good teammates to practice with, and also practicing the spicy decks because you never know what someone's playing until you sit down across the table. Yeah, just a lot of practice.
Practice. Find yourself on a team you didn't know you were on.
Yeah.
And prepare for the spice.
Exactly. And be lucky. Exactly. That's very important in card games. Be lucky. Yu-Gi-Oh! Heart of the Cards. Gotta believe.
And
exactly.
Come back from a first round loss.
Bounce back. July 13th, B King Undisputed.
Oh my goodness, that's the weekend after PPG. Oh man. Stacking up events.
Yeah, we don't stop.
We don't
love
stop. Keep it going.
Yeah.
Keep it going. Ed Chu in the chat taking notes. Look at that. Ed is everywhere. I see Ed on every stream all the time. Right?
Yeah. Ed, just DM me and I'll send you my Metafy link and we'll work it out.
That's right. That's how. That's how you be the best. Apparently, just be everywhere.
You pay for it and it actually just play more.
That's it. Yeah.
Play more. Be lucky.
Play more.
That's it.
Practice.
That's it. Yeah.
Draw more cards. Well, hey Thomas, congratulations on an excellent performance. Fantastic day. I have nothing else. Anything else? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Go enjoy your spoils of victory and being the only undefeated, or the only triple deck constructed champion in the world.
Thank you. Wow. I don't have it. I don't have Twitter. Fair. Yeah. Just to be out there. Just to be out there as the first constructed winner.
Yeah.
Oh, then I have to post it in the Facebook group.
Yeah.
And then and then I'm a real card game player.
Let's see it, Lords of Lore. Let's get it out there.
For sure. They will. Love the team.
Yeah. Oh man. Well,
Thank you,
congrats.
guys. Wow. Great production. I loved it. Will not be here tomorrow, but I take the crown and run. Right.
That's true. Oh man, well we are close to wrapping up here. I haven't had a chance to do it yet, so I do want to shout out everybody who made this tournament possible. First off, World Class Cards for hosting this event, generous prize pool, and inviting everybody in and giving them a taste of this format prior to Worlds. I think, speaking for myself, and even just as a viewer, I think I will appreciate Worlds that much more having gotten a taste for this and seeing what it's like. So thanks to World Class Cards and 20 Lore Pro for fantastic production here and bringing this to you all. And then the entire broadcast team, everybody who chimed in on either one of the channels to commentate and to make this a fantastic event. Yeah, and it was a pleasure commentating with you. I've watched what you've done for ages, and I learned a lot just by listening to you talk. So thank you for being a fantastic
I'm glad
partner.
you had a good time. I think it was a great day. It was good having you here, and try again tomorrow, right? But I'm exhausted. I don't know about you.
So exhausted.
It's speed reading all day, but then also talking while you're doing it all day.
Mental energy just constantly.
It's a bit of a drain, but I think it was a good event, and I think it is a very interesting format overall because it shows us something a little new. We got to see some cards that I don't know if we necessarily would have seen at all. And I think some of the players are going to adjust for tomorrow, and as long as they have access to the card pool, I mean, a lot of these deck lists are very interesting, and maybe we'll see something a little wild tomorrow.
Everybody's bringing racers tomorrow.
I mean, maybe. Everybody's bringing Lady and Piglet, and then other cards probably. At least for one of their decks.
Go fast.
Gotta go fast. Maybe with that Minnie Mouse, really sealing the deal. 0-8 is just like
bonkers.
Let him play Steel. Who cares?
Trade with it requires 2 characters removed and likely going to trade with something about it.
Yeah. If they can even get through it at all before you gain another 6 or 8.
Jillian Lore.
Yeah.
Jillian Lore. Yeah, great card.
Very cool.
All right. I need to recover tonight.
Yeah.
For sure. Thank you all. Everybody out there watching, thank you for tuning in today. We'll be back here tomorrow. Same Twitch time, same Twitch channel.
As far as I'm aware.
I'm aware.
Thanks to World Class Cards for hosting. Chimera Games, obviously, as well.
And if you watched and you have any thoughts on the format, you have any observations, anything you want to share, send either one of us a note tonight. We're interested in your feedback. We'll maybe read it on stream tomorrow, but we're interested in your observations as well, especially those of you who watched most of the day. So you're invited to participate. And what else?
Nothing. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Ink-a-Pete. Play Morph.
Okay, so Morph will represent.
We did grab a Strength of a Raging Fire with Ursula. I think that's important to note.
And you will be able to ship that beast next turn as well. So I don't know if there's a lot of answers to a readied Morph on 3 ink in this strategy. So unless you're talking Kit the Cloud Kicker, which he does have in hand.
Oh, we have the Lewis in the deck for Kolpos. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Lewis.
I'm really high on that card, and I also think.
Does he also have Lyle in this list?
I want to be up there jamming with the big boys.
Yeah.
No, I sound just like Lewis a little bit there.
You did it. You did it.
I tried it. I went for it.
I mean, the Muses is gonna cook though. Oh man.
He's got a lot of good cards in his deck, man. Is that the strat? Just put a bunch of good units in there and hope for the best. As Kit the Cloud Kicker.
Kicks it on out. Get that Morph out of here.
How do we feel about
I love looters. I love looters. I do.
Could help.
I mean,
it
just you
filter
through it. It just you filter through it. Yeah.
I think Namari might be a little bit better. But I think Namari's going to do what she's going to do.
Okay, bet. Okay, bet. No, I'm talking to Epic. No, I'm talking to Epic.
This time, you got no songs to nab, and you will get a little bit of information. As you understand, some of your songs are still in your hand. You got playing around that second installment of Playing around that second installment of
We just got rated by 20.
Down tempo.